Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Liverpool, the biggest play Pokemon tournament we have had so far for Pokemon Go. My name is Leonard König, and I am here with our UK expert, Adelian.
Hello folks, welcome to the Twitch stream. We're very delighted to have you joining us for the Liverpool Regional Championships. I'm super excited to be on the casting booth with Leo. How are you feeling about this? I'm very excited for the British battlers that I'm going to be seeing. Some of them are my friends. What about you?
I'm absolutely pumped. I've also gotten to meet the community in the last few days. It is going to be a wild battle of Pokemon today and their trainers. They are absolutely fun. They are a vital community, and I'm really excited to see how this is all going to battle out and who's going to take the crown in the end.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So what's very exciting as well for the Liverpool regionals is one of the largest, if not the largest regionals to date. I believe last time we checked it was well over 150, perhaps even at push 160s.
I think it was even 162, maybe. Don't count on that, but it's around that.
Around that figure. So we think this might be very, very big. And of course, with the huge numbers, that means more scope for exciting battles, some familiar faces, some new faces onto the British battling scene, and of course, some guests coming from across the pond in Europe, and of course, in other countries such as as the US, and indeed other parts of North America, whatnot, and other places like that.
Yes, and as I've already said, we've talked to some players before. We have seen some pretty exciting teams even before the tournament, so I can promise you there is going to be some spice. However, before we get into the metagame, I want to introduce the other casters that you're going to see this weekend, because we are not doing that alone. Don't worry about that. We also have Amanda Landberg, also known as Landberger, and Martijn Versteeg, who is in Adequance, and there you can see us as well.
So it's been lovely to be paired up with these two other fabulous casters. Many of you watching at home may recognize some of these faces. They are quite well known in their own right as excellent, excellent battlers. I believe Inadequance is already booked his ticket to Worlds, is that right?
Yes, and Adequance qualified for Worlds as third place of, I think, Stuttgart, was it? Or was it Lille?
Yeah, I think... I need to check. I remember watching him on stream and being very excited for him.
I casted it.
But well, of course, yeah. But there's when you're watching so many of the streams, they're so good and wonderful in their different way. I'm like, oh, who won which one? But yeah, Inadequance has booked his ticket to Yokohama in Japan sometime in August, I believe, of this year, and I'm sure it'll be an exciting time for him and for us. We just want to see who will be joining him and many other worthy champions.
Absolutely, and let me tell you something. Inadequance and I share a room together this event. It is frustrating how good this guy is at Pokemon Go, so you will get some pretty good insights, but you are also going to get some pretty good insights from us, let me tell you that. So, what's on the line this weekend? We can have a look into the prize pool of this event before we are going into the meta stuff. So we have prepared a little graph for you guys to see what can be won in this event.
Yes, it's not just about competing, but it's also about what you can win if you are very successful. So you can see now the cash prizes available. Leo, would you want to rattle through the magic?
Sure. So the first place will get $2,000. The second place will get $1,000. Then we go down to 500, 350 for fourth place. Top 5 is going to be 250. 6 and 7 are 150. Top 9 and 13 don't get any money because we are not succeeding 200 players. First and second gets 72 booster packs, which equals 2 booster boxes or 3. I don't remember. Third or fourth are getting 36 booster packs. 5th to 8th get 18, and 9th to 16th get 9 booster packs. And also the most important part, this is what it is all about basically, the World's Invite plus Travel Award and the World's Invite for the second place as well.
So for those of you who want to know what what the World's Invite entails. So at the Pokemon World Championships in Yokohama, the champions and the second place and the runners-up, of each regional tournament will be invited to travel from wherever they come from in the world to Yokohama to see who will be world champion. Last year's champion in the Masters division was Dancing Rob, and we have Emmy Weedle, who was the senior champion. So we're looking this season for who will be that next champion, and this is the first step, winning here at Liverpool or being the runner-up to getting your World's Invite. And the travel award adds to the excitement, shall we say, by the Pokemon Company paying for your travel to go to Yokohama as well, which is an amazing boost. It makes it a lot easier for people to travel to. And also, it's Japan, the home of Pokemon.
That is also correct.
So excited to go there. So any motivation if this isn't motivation for players to compete, I don't know what is.
We should try to get to Yokohama as well. So I think we might just have to play one regional or so, and then we will get to the finals.
I also need to work out how to play well, of course. But
that's a different story. We're going to figure that out later.
Yes.
And you were talking about Dancing Rob earlier. So in the Stuttgart coverage, this time I'm certain it was Stuttgart, we had him on for many interviews. So if you want some insights on the game from the current world champion Dancing Rob, then you can check out these interviews also on YouTube. So we are going to play a double elimination tournament. What does that mean, Adelian?
So, double elimination, folks. So, double elimination is quite nice in a way. You of course are trying to eliminate your opponent out of the competition, but as opposed to single elimination, with double elimination, if you do lose once as part of the tournament, it's not the end of the road for you. What happens is you drop from what would be the winner's bracket into the loser's bracket when you take one loss. So there is that possibility that as long as you continue to win from the loser's bracket, you can still stay in the tournament. However, if you do take 2 losses, unfortunately, you are removed from the tournament, and there it ends there. So I would say it is a little bit more forgiving than a straight, simple knockout competition, where you do have a chance to redeem yourselves if you do have the odd slip up at one point in the tournament.
That is true. And what's most exciting about is that there might be a grand finale with a bracket reset. So it actually could give us 2 finals. If the winner of the losers bracket wins in the first grand finale against the winner of the winners bracket, then we are having a bracket reset and one last best of 5. Most of the games will be held in a best of 3 format. So the first one who wins 2 games wins. But we have 3 matches in a best of 5 format, which would be the winners final, the grand finals, and possibly 4, maybe the bracket reset, and the losers finals on day 2.
Yes, that's exactly right. So the format will be a show 6, ring 3 format. So we will be able to see the 6 Pokemon that are being selected by each competitor. So the competitors have to consider from their team of 6 which 3 Pokemon they want to bring, and of course in what order, which will be most effective for countering the 3 Pokemon from their opponent's side. And of course the opponent will be trying to do the same as well. So this leads to some very intricate sort of double guessing, some mind games perhaps, and trying to, in essence, second guess what your opponent will run and try and bring a combination of 3 Pokemon or a certain Pokemon that is really going to cause trouble for your opponent. The best players can do this with consistency and a certain degree of skill, and that's what really separates the playing field in these tournaments.
So talking about a Pokemon that you would want to bring in this format, we actually have some graphs about the latest tournaments, so we can actually look at the meta breakdown in Stuttgart first, and there you can see which Pokemon were most used.
Oh yes, there's quite a good selection here. So maybe we should talk about the most common Pokemon that we saw in Stuttgart, which was Noctowl.
I love it.
You love it, do you?
I love it.
Oh yes. Well, it recently got a buff with the new move updates from GBL in the start of the season, which was, I think, in start of December.
I think it was right before Stuttgart, no?
Yes, I think that's right, and I think Noctowl was one of the biggest beneficiaries of that move. Do you remember what that move update was, Leo?
it gave Wing Attack one more energy to generate from each fast move. So you were actually at your Sky Attack quicker and at your Shadow Balls.
Yes, absolutely. And I do recall that there were certain matchups which became a lot more close, or in some cases where traditionally those matchups would not be favorable for Noctowl. Noctowl was suddenly able to win those, which was a decisive change in the meta, which actually was one of the Pokemon that in some cases it was able to beat was the Galarian Stunfisk, which is third place in the Stuttgart meta breakdown, which you wouldn't think a flying type could top a steel type Pokemon, would you?
No, especially if the steel type Pokemon has access to the Rock Slide charged move. However, Stunfisk is really bulky but not the strongest Pokemon, so not even 2 Rock Slides can take out a Noctowl.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. So you would find that players would often be able to withstand 2 Rock Slides, as Leo has said, and be able to launch multiple Shadow Balls, and with the additional energy gain from Wing Attack, the fast move that Noctowl typically runs, it would be able to throw out enough Shadow Balls to KO Galarian Stunfisk in some situations if the opponent didn't have any shields or chose to not use shields in that case. So a really exciting Pokemon to play around with, and one that, in my view, I think we're going to see quite a lot of in this tournament as well.
Yes, and there was one more matchup that I would like to focus on for the Noctowl Wing Attack buff. It was Lickitung, because Lickitung was incredibly strong before. It was always in the top 3, top 4 sections, and now Noctowl easily wins this matchup. The fast move pressure is just not there with the Licks, and yeah, you get to your Sky Attack quicker, so you actually outpace the Lickitung and win this matchup.
Yes,
as Noctowl.
Yes, that's right. And for those of you who have come from a from a VGC background, or have played the handheld games, the most recent being, for example, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet on the Nintendo Switch, you will be aware that there are immunities in those games. In Pokemon Go, there is a distinct difference here that I do want to highlight. Where instead of having immunities, we have double resistances in those cases as well. Take, for example, the Noctowl versus Galarian Stunfisk matchup. Galarian Stunfisk typically has Mud Shot as its fast move, which is a ground type move. These will do some damage to Noctowl, but they will be very, very minimal because of the double resistance that Noctowl carries for being a flying type Pokemon. So there are some very, very rare instances where we have seen a Galarian Stunfisk farm down a Noctowl when it had a very little health.
Very rare.
But it's very, very rare. But it is possible, whereas in the video games, that would not be the case. Ground moves are completely ineffective. Completely ineffective in those games. So that's a key difference to be mindful of when you're seeing these battles. That immunity really means a double resistance in this case.
Yes. So we have looked at the meta breakdown from Stuttgart. So let's look at Toronto, because I think Toronto was on the same weekend even.
Oh, yes.
One later.
Oh, yeah.
And there it looked kind of different, because Noctowl is not top 1. It is not even top 2. It's just top 3. And we have Medicham as the absolute #1 pick.
Yeah, that's Medicham is I think Medicham has been a Pokemon that's been popular in so many, just across the board, over many regionals. It has so much versatility. It has so many different moves it can use. So it's the fighting and psychic type Pokemon. The typical weaknesses you see are to flying types and to ghost types, and also to fairy types as well. However, with the access to Ice Punch as a charge move, it does have some fight back against the flying types that you may commonly see. So this is where Medicham, I think, has really carved a niche for itself as the premier fighter in Open Great League, just being able to counter some of its own counters, and of course deal huge damage with counter as its fast move and psychic as that charge move.
Exactly, and Medicham also, how convenient for Medicham. The best ghost-type Pokemon, or the most used one, is also part grass-type. It is Trevenant. People thought that after the Noctowl buff, when Noctowl got much more dominant in the meta, that nobody would run Trevenant anymore. So that was my first guess. It was like, okay, Trevenant must be out, because you lose that matchup really hard. Seed Bomb doesn't deal any kind of damage, and Shadow Ball has this neat double resistance on Noctowl's side. But Trevenant is really strong against Medicham. Medicham can fight back, don't get me wrong. It is still quicker to its Ice Punch than Trevenant is to its Shadow Ball. And with some good shield, or if you maybe run a power-up punch or something, you can actually flip this matchup as Medicham. But Trevenant is still a really good counter, and you don't want to run into it if you have your Medicham out.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, that was Trevenant. I think will still has a place in the meta, and I think we will be seeing quite a few in Liverpool. At least that's my hunch, that's my prediction, shall we say. And yes, we'll be interested to see how that alignment, how the players align Trevenant to make sure it avoids Noctowl of all things, which double resists all of it moves, and not a great situation to be in, as I've seen myself.
Absolutely, and Trevenant is also a really good check to one of the best Noctowl counters that we have also seen in the graphs now, which would be Lantern.
Yes.
So Trevenant really in this meta making the best of both of its typings. The Ghost type really important against Medicham, and the Seed Bombs that come just after 5 Shadow Claws are really, really good against Lantern.
Yes, and Lantern has also, I think, relatively recently had a buff giving an addition to its moveset. And I believe Surf. Yeah, Surf was the move that was added.
I think it was right before Bilbao, even.
Oh, okay, lovely. Yes, so a recent addition which has made Lantern more popular. However, Lantern only has access to Water Gun and Spark, and I believe Charge Beam. Not that we really use Charge Beam too much in Open Great League, but those three fast moves, and then also only water and electric charge moves, I believe. The downside with that is both water and electric is resisted by grass-type Pokemon like Trevenant, meaning Trevenant is more than happy to see Lantern and is able to claw it down with those Shadow Claws and then throw the Seed Bombs out willy-nilly.
However, this Water Gun Lantern is still a pretty strong Pokemon, so also it makes some matchups better, because the matchup versus Galarian Stunfisk, as a Spark Lantern player myself, it can be quite tricky, because this is, as we call it, bait dependent. Yeah. So if you decide to shield the first move, and the first move is a Rock Slide, then your opponent has a big energy advantage, because the other move that is typically run on Galarian Stunfisk is the Earthquake, and this is going to deal a ton of damage. So if you waste your shield on the Rock Slide, you're going to be in big trouble. However, if you are running Water Gun, this matchup becomes so much better all of a sudden.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Perhaps we should discuss the concept of baiting and so the in greater detail for the players that are like, oh, what do they mean by that? Sometimes when you're playing against an opponent, you want to fool them into thinking you're using a really powerful charge move that requires a lot of energy, but in reality you're only throwing the weaker move. Yeah. And Leo did refer to, in the Galarian Stunfisk example, Rock Slide being a bait move, which is lower energy, and Earthquake being the strong move. So if you can almost con your opponent into thinking that, then yes, you can have that additional energy saved up to then throw at a later point and hopefully secure a knockout against the opponent's Pokemon. So this is a very typical tactic, I would see, and it does add a lot of excitement to a battle. I'm sure at some point we'll be seeing a bait of some sort, and we'll be jumping off our chairs in excitement if it's a particularly exotic one or a well-timed one.
So you're also playing a lot of GBL. I mean, I know we've spent the last few days together. So do you have like a pattern, a concept? Where do you bait? Do you always, like, you're leading Lantern. Your team is a lead Lantern team, and your opponent plays Galarian Stunfisk. Do you always shield the first move, or you just go by feeling?
That is a tricky question to answer. So there are a couple of trains of thought here. And bear in mind, you have to think of these trains of thought within the 5-second decision-making time you have. That's the hard bit. So the way I would go about it is I would think, if I was my opponent, what would be the better outcome for me? Would it be better if I am baiting and he shields, or that I'm not? Sorry, yes, I am baiting and he shields, because you do want that to happen, or I'm not baiting and I want him to not shield this move. If either of those two situations, have a think. if that were to happen, is that a better situation for me? Now you might think that it's always better to have my strong move go no shielded. But think about it this way: if that happens and you knock the Pokemon out, as your opponent can just bring in another Pokemon to like gain a lot of energy. So you were using the Lantern versus Galarian Stunfisk matchup. If one of those Pokemon gets knocked out, let's say the Galarian Stunfisk is able to land the Earthquake on the Lantern and take it out. I could have a Medicham in the back. I could throw out the Medicham.
Or a Chestnut, even better.
Oh, a Chestnut would be even better, yes, because it resists all the moves, and I could get a huge amount of energy farming that down. So there are thought process to be had that if I want to avoid that, maybe I should bait, or vice versa. And then obviously, as if you're the player who is running the Lantern, you can have that decision-making process in those 5 seconds. It does take a bit of training, I feel, and practice to get good at quickly making those decisions. And I feel the best players are able to do that very efficiently and quickly, and we're going to see a lot of that today.
Also, sometimes if you invest a lot of thoughts into this, and you're like, okay, this would be the ideal outcome for my opponent, so it makes sense that he would bait there.
Yeah.
And your opponent understands that this is your thought process and then doesn't bait, then you might just lose a game. For example, I find this really interesting with moves like Superpower, Brave Bird, or Close Combat.
Yes.
Where you know, okay, after this move hit, the defenses are dropped, and in Superpower's case, also the attacks are dropped. So if your opponent uses this and you shield this, they are very likely to lose hard if they can't switch out immediately.
Yes.
Sometimes they just go for it because you think you will go unshielded, because their strategy has to be try and bait out a shield and then go for this hard-hitting move that has this massive drawback. And yeah, this can be a big headache.
Yeah, absolutely.
But a good one.
Yeah.
It's really exciting.
Yes, absolutely. So there are stat adjusting moves in Pokemon Go, Superpower being one example, and indeed Close Combat. For those of you who have dabbled, shall we say, in the video games in the past, it's a similar vein to that, where, for example, Close Combat in video games, while it reduces both attack and defense, I think.
Close Combat is defense and special defense.
Defense and special defense. In Pokemon Go, we don't actually have a split between defense and special defense. So it's just literally 3 stats: attack, defense, and stamina, which obviously links to HP. So Close Combat in those cases just severely drops your defense in Pokemon Go. So it's just little differences in subtlety, but it's nice that the concepts do have some similarity, meaning it's very easy for a player who has typically played in the video games to transition to Pokemon Go and do PvP.
It is a little throwback to the Red and Blue games, where we also did not have special attacks and special defenses.
Yes, that's actually a very good point. Yes, and now you're giving me a huge wave of nostalgia.
Yes.
I'm trying to think how many years it's been since. I think it's been well over 20 years since I played Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow. Those classic games.
Yeah, Pokemon has been with us for a while.
Yes,
absolutely.
A very sort of intimate part of our lives, I would say, and I'm sure the same is true for many of the viewers watching as well. So yeah, you were saying, sorry.
I wasn't saying it.
Oh, my apologies.
So let's go over the next part of the meta, which would be the less common picks. We have discussed the top 10 Pokemon of the latest tournaments. What about the Pokemon that we haven't seen on this bracket? What about spicier Pokemon? I'm not talking about something like Azumarill or Umbreon, which also clawed their way back and out of the tournament scene. What about Abomasnow? What about Shadow Ampharos?
Oh, okay. Now you're throwing interesting ideas. So let's start with Abomasnow. So Abomasnow is an ice and grass type Pokemon. Typical moveset you'll see run on that will be Powder Snow with Weather Ball, which is quite a spammy and effective ice type move, and then Energy Ball, which is the more higher damage move. Abomasnow may come to be fairly popular in this meta. This is a potential prediction that we may be making, where because of all the Noctowl available and all the Lantern, it has unique coverage against 2 of the biggest meta picks. granted, it has also a weakness to Noctow's wing attack, but because it's able to throw out its charge moves a little bit more quickly than Noctowl, despite the wing attack buff, we think that maybe Abomasnow might have some play or have some greater play in the meta this time round. So I'm excited to see that. You also mentioned Shadow Ampharos as an example. Maybe we should explain what shadows are in this particular game, yeah? Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, Shadow Pokemon are Pokemon that you can catch off of the Team Rocket grunts and the bosses, obviously. And there is a slight change in them, which would be that they deal 20% more damage, but they also take 20% more damage.
Yes, that's absolutely right. So there are many Pokemon that, how would I say, they take advantage of the fact that they are either they're fairly fragile and they want to get out as much damage as possible before they get taken out. So with a bit of an energy lead, they can be particularly dangerous.
Yes.
I would say Shadow Ampharos is one of those examples where it does have some hard-hitting charge moves. It has, to be fair, it's fast moves. Its fast move Volt Switch is quite high damage anyway, and the 20% increase in damage on that would be an incredible amount of additional chip damage. But I'm also thinking, I mean, we mentioned Abomasnow, but Shadow Abomasnow is able to flip some matchups that the conventional Abomasnow would not be able to do. A key example of that being its matchup with the Steel and Flying type Pokemon Skarmory.
Really?
Yes, yeah. So the Shadow Abomasnow is able to flip that matchup, and Skarmory was quite popular at one point in the Open Great League. I think now, I think other Steel types have become a little bit more popular.
Yeah, also, it doesn't have access, despite being a flyer, to wing attack, so maybe the other flyers have been outpacing it a little bit.
Yes, I think that's a very good point. Speaking of other flyers, another Pokemon that really stood out, although this is, I would say, is a little bit spicy, is maybe Pelipper.
Pelipper, yes. Pelipper it has profited a lot from the wing attack buff, because for the first Weather Ball, you need 5 wing attacks, but for the second one, you only need 4, which is not a lot. 2 charge moves with 9 fast moves is nothing. And for some matchups, this is absolutely crazy. Water is such a good offensive typing, especially in this meta with Galarian Stunfisk.
Yes.
You can actually hit Pokemon really hard. This one is also getting really hard countered by one of the most popular picks right now, which is Lantern. And this thing does not have fun against Lantern, and much less versus Ampharos.
Oh,
Shadow Ampharos Volt Switch on a Pelipper, I haven't never even seen that, but I can imagine that it's over after 3 turns.
Yes, so
like
very, very
15
quickly.
turns.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But it is not one thing that's also nice, and this comes back to what the earlier discussion we were having about the concept of baiting and using a low energy charge move. So as Leo said, the first Weather Ball is 5 wing attacks, but Pelipper also has access to a really, really great hard-hitting move, which is Hurricane. An insanely good flying type move. But what you can do is use Weather Ball to bait and make your opponent think you're about to throw the Hurricane, and then of course land the Hurricane when they no shield, and the amount of damage that will do, even to something that resists flying type moves like the Lantern. I think Hurricane will take out a good chunk out of Lantern.
35 to 40%, I think.
Which may be enough in some cases to secure a knockout if the Lantern has already been weakened by another Pokemon. So you never know. Even though the typings may not be in your favor, it might just be enough just to seal that win, and that's what makes Pokemon Go battling so exciting for me.
That is true. And by the way, baiting only works if you have charged up both moves. So you can't just do 5 wing attacks on Pelipper and expect your opponent to expect a Hurricane, because you simply cannot throw the Hurricane. And that brings me to the next thing about competitive Pokemon Go. It's move counting. This is an incredibly important mechanic, because you will always have to know when your opponent is able to throw a move. And this is even, I mean, if you're in a matchup like Lantern versus Galarian Stunfisk, your opponent will never throw a move after 5 mud shots. Because you just know that you don't have to shield it. Rock Slide will not do too much damage. So they will always charge up the Earthquake.
Yes.
However, in some matchups, it is really important to count, so you know when will my opponent get to his next charge move, so I can throw 1 fast move before that, so I can get the maximum amount of energy before I try to knock it out.
Yes, absolutely. Shall we let's take your example with Galarian Stunfisk. So for the if both Pokemon are completely empty of energy, it takes 8 mud shots to get to the first Earthquake. So you will count up to 8, and then you can choose whether to bait with Rock Slide. If you do, then we know Rock Slide takes 5 mud shots, so you can deduct 5 from the 8 that you have already stocked up, meaning that you will have 3 left over. Let's say your opponent shields, you now only need 5 more mud shots, and you can then throw the Earthquake, and if he doesn't have any shields anymore, he or she doesn't have any shields anymore, then it's all over for that Lantern or any other Pokemon that is weak to ground type moves. So really, again, really exciting bit of skill and tactic, and I'm sure we're going to get super excited watching some of these whenever they come in the battles.
Yeah, so and if you're watching the stream, you will have one advantage that the players are not having. You can actually see both screens. So you know which charge move is going to be thrown. You can then decide, would I have shielded this one in this situation? Would I have not? And we can also, of course, see within 5 seconds if the player is falling for a bait or not, or if it's shielding a really strong move or not.
Yes, absolutely, and therein adds to the excitement for the players who are playing on the stream. They are, of course, trying to predict or keep a mental count of what is going on the opponent's side of the screen with regards to the energy they have from the fast moves. And again, I think being able to hold on to that amount of energy in your short-term memory is a really handy advantage. I do know some players in grassroots tournaments, they will note things down as they're battling. So whatever helps with memory aids of that sort of nature in the short term, excuse me, they will use those to take advantage if you want to get into Pokemon Go PvP, and then that will sharpen your skills over time to eventually be able to do this off the fly, and this will turn you into a great battler.
So, talking about great battlers, why don't we look at the top 10 Pokemon of San Diego, which was the most recent Pokemon regional. So we can also have a look at the meta breakdown of that, because there is one Pokemon that we have not seen in the meta breakdowns before, which I want to talk about, and that is Umbreon. And also, of course, Alolan Ninetales. Those two are incredibly strong Pokemon that have kind of shifted back into the meta. There are not too many counter uses that can break the Umbreon. It is only Medicham. Granted, this one is on basically every team if you enter a top 8. But Umbreon has still some play against it. It has a really quick charge move, the foul play, and Medicham has Ice Punch and Psychic most of the time. And those really do not do too much against Umbreon. So you basically have a competition between counters and the charge to foul play. So if Medicham is running Power Up Punch or Dynamic Punch, this whole matchup is an entirely different one because Medicham just dominates it. But other than that, Umbreon is used as a safe swap in many teams. So Adelion, why don't you explain what a safe swap is?
Yes, of course. So there are some Pokemon where when you are leading a Pokemon and you are in an unfavorable matchup, perhaps you are in a situation where, excuse me, you are in a situation where the type matchup is not to your advantage. You will usually switch to a Pokemon which has typically an okay matchup against a lot of Pokemon that you typically see. Umbreon being an example, because it has such high defenses that it may, with some shield support, be able to overcome the Pokemon that you are putting it up against, even if your opponent switches into a counter, it has some play. An example to one of Umbreon's counters is indeed Medicham to an extent. But as you say, Medicham is typically using counter as its fast move, and then it has Ice and Psychic types. Psychic type moves it has a charge move. Excuse me. So with Umbreon, it doesn't actually fear the charge moves from Medicham too much, and can launch neutral foul plays at Medicham, because Medicham being a Psychic type, as well as fighting out, means that the resistance and the weakness cancel each other out. So there are situations where Umbreon will be able to withstand the counters enough to do enough damage with foul play and beat Medicham. And then suddenly, your safe swap has been able to overcome its counter and then that allows you to realign the Pokemon you had at the start with another Pokemon of your opponents instead of the initial matchup. So this is often the case. We talk about terms like gaining alignment or taking switch advantage when you are able to overcome a bad lead by switching into your safe swap and winning that safe swap matchup.
Bad leads, of course, part of a Show 6, Bring 3 format. Sometimes your opponent is just one step ahead of you, and then you will need this safe swap to try and get back into the game and take the upper hand. So, talking about good players, we have a video prepared. Actually, we have many videos prepared for you over this weekend. There are so many cool interviews, so make sure you watch all of them. And the first one is about some players that you might want to root for, and I like that we are getting to see this one before the first round, so you actually can see who you're going to root for in this tournament. So here is players to keep an eye on. Welcome back, guys. As you might have noticed from previous coverages, we have so many different great players, so I get the problem. You don't know who to root for. So let me help you with this. Here are some players you might want to keep an eye on. The first 3 picks I'm going to present to you are the easy ones. We have 3 Pokemon regional champions, or 1 special event rather. So the first one is the defending champion of Liverpool, Lurgan Rocket. He actually also got to top 4 at Worlds with some pretty unconventional picks. Scrafty, Cresselia and Diggersby really wreaked havoc on the opponent's teams, and I think he might be here with another surprising pick. Next up we have Dex. He won the regional championship in Lille, and he also brought some pretty unconventional Pokemon, and the best one for him was Talonflame in the entire event. I know Talonflame has not been the powerhouse lately as it was before because of the rise of other flyers and Lantern as a counter pick, but I think with the bond of friendship and his strength together with Talonflame, he might actually bring it and make it to top cut again. The last of the champions who won the Pokemon Go special event in Bilbao is the Belgian powerhouse Basix, and also he brought a pretty cool pick. He made a genius meta call. Most of the players brought Medicham as their primary counter user, but he brought Toxicroak. You want to know why? Because Lickitung was a really oppressive Pokemon, and with the super effective licks on the Medicham, it had a pretty good matchup. Toxicroak did not have this problem and actually also had a nicer matchup versus Registeel with the Mud Bomb, so this Pokemon brought him the win. Other players who did not win any events yet are, for example, V-Tenacity. He is originally from Sheffield and he is one of the best UK players there are. He loves his Ice-type Pokemon, so when you're looking at the meta with Noctowl and all the other flyers, Ice-types are pretty good. This might be the event for him to take down. Next player I want to feature is Red Spy. You will recognize her on stream because of her big Hadram head, and you can already tell from this she loves psychic types. So maybe you can actually see some psychic types, except for Medicham of course, on stream, and you can see some spice. So if you like psychic types, you might want to root for her. Third on the list of the underdogs would be Maximilian P. This guy went to the absolute top of European players in just over a year, and he told me that he has already accomplished everything that he wanted to ever accomplish. There is just one more goal on his list, and that is qualifying for Yokohama, and I think he definitely has a shot. Furthermore, Andres is competing. You have seen her in Stuttgart barely missing out on the top 8 cut, going to top 16. She is a Spanish player and she is a full-on meta player. She is always really focused and all the time a threat to the other players in the competition. So the last player I want to mention is for all the hard rogue fans of you. It is Fnuske from Denmark. This guy is known for his absolute crazy picks, and he has had lots of success running Hitmonchan, and he was playing Noctowl before it was the absolute powerhouse that it is. So you also really want to have an eye on this player. Maybe we can see him on stream. I hope you found a player that you really liked and that you can root for, and we are going to be right back. What a beautiful city, and it shouldn't surprise you, but we spent almost the entire day yesterday walking around it and spinning some Pokestops.
Yes, it was lovely to see the city in all its beauty. This is not my first time at Liverpool, but it certainly is my first time here for Play Pokemon reasons. But it was really nice to use Pokemon Go to explore the city, see some unusual landmarks, and learn more about all the various special buildings and other exotic places that the city has to offer. I think that's probably the nicest thing about Pokemon Go. It fulfills the urge to explore.
That is absolutely true, and of course you are being social while doing so, most of the time at least. Of course you can go out and explore on your own if you want to, but I think it is much nicer with some friends.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Friendships and the friendships that have been built as a result of this game are numerous. They are what is amazing, specifically about these Play Pokemon events in particular, is that you join a crowd of players who are already invested in the same thing you like, the franchise of Pokemon, the need to explore, the excitement of, okay, we like battling, we can exchange tactics, and we can have a great time battling together, getting stronger, and one of us, or maybe a couple of us, may get that beautiful, beautiful ticket to Yokohama.
So talking about friendships with other Pokemon players, of course there's also the friendship to your Pokemon and the bond you are creating with your favorites. Do you have a Pokemon that you're using in competitive play that you absolutely love?
Ooh, right. So I suppose I think there's a couple of Pokemon that I have best buddied. Best buddying is a concept where you're able to strengthen the bond with a particular Pokemon in Pokemon Go, similar to how Ash and Pikachu have a strong bond, which has allowed Ash to overcome some serious bonds of their battles. But speaking of battles, I mentioned that.
Oh yes, very good.
I've just been told that some of our players may be ready for our first battle, so maybe we should jump into that and see some of the action unfold. So we will go to the footage of the battles very, very soon.
So there we can see the two players. And
they're all setting up as things stand, getting logged in. The excitement is building. And here we go already. The battles have already started. And it is Medicham facing off against a Noctowl. We've talked about this before. And Ice Punch landing on the Noctowl here. Leo, do you want to take it away?
Of course, so the Ice Punch was not shielded, even though it is super effective. It is not the strongest of moves, and Noctowl has some natural bulk to it. We are farming down a little bit more energy with the Wing Attack, now going for a Sky Attack, and this has to be shielded already, because Sky Attack is just such a powerful move. Now, the second Ice Punch is going to be thrown down, and let's see if this one goes shielded. Of course it will be, because at this point it would be really close for the Noctowl. So now we are going to go into another Sky Attack after charging some more energy before Medicham reaches the Ice Punch.
Yes, I think it's a good call there by the Noctowl to throw at this point before the Medicham can threaten. And here we were talking about the Galarian Stunfisk being a threat to the Noctowl, but only if it is able to launch the Rock Slide. But Noctowl is able to throw the Sky Attack off first in order to do some damage. I think they were predicting that the Galarian Stun would throw Rock Slide straight away, but G-Stun is able to throw the Rock Slides first. And now it's a CMP event here with the Sky Attacks from Noctowl landing before Galarian Stunfisk can land the Rock Slide in response.
So the first Sky Attack was kind of scary. He tried to throw it on the charge move priority event, but that did not work. And now this Galarian Stunfisk has just barely lost any health from the two Sky Attacks and has a big energy advantage. So now we are seeing a Shadow Swampert against only one shield, of course only backed up by one shield, running into the Sableye that is purified.
No shield on the Sableye. That's a huge amount of damage onto Sableye here. Now a potential catch was made there, but Sableye's opting to go for the foul play here to get some healthy amount of chip damage on the Galarian Stunfisk. This will probably bring it down to about 60%, and Sableye opting to stay in. Galarian Stunfisk is already at Rock Slide's range and is able to get to another foul play before Galarian Stunfisk is able to take it out. So that is good for the Sableye being able to chip this Galarian Stunfisk down that little bit further.
But that also means that this Galarian Stunfisk can farm some more energy right before Sableye reaches a foul play. Goes for a Rock Slide and will take out the Sableye. So we are down to our last Pokemon, which is another Galarian Stunfisk.
Oh, and the Earthquake is able to go through. Will there be a shield? There is. The shield has been called correctly, and the Earthquake will do no damage in this instance. Great call there. Great call.
Oh, can this be a farm down, or will we have to throw a Rock Slide? This will be a farm down. Rock Slide does not deal too much on an opposing Galarian Stunfisk because there's also not the same type attack bonus. It is going to go really low. There is a lot of energy, and now it is going to come down. Will this bait that we talked about earlier be shielded?
Will it work? Will it work? Will it work?
Oh,
look, it called the bait!
Nerves of Wrongly Corrupt not getting baited there, and now this Hydro Cannon is going to take out the Galarian Stunfisk.
Absolutely brilliant play there by Wrongly Corrupt to recognize that it's very likely a bait may occur here and choosing not to shield. That could have gone either way, but an excellently played first game by Wrongly Corrupt hailing from the United States.
Really, really strong. This was really intense, and it already came down to this bait move of the Galarian Stunfisk. It was even the Pokemon that we took as an example.
Yes, oh, absolutely. So it's great to see that that matchup was seen nice and early on, and I hope the viewers watching were able to get a feel for what the baiting game is and just how decisive it can be in some battles here. The trainers now are now considering their teams for Game 2. I suppose, what would you be thinking if you've just taken the first loss? How would you adjust, Leo, do you reckon?
So we have had the Medicham versus the Noctowl in the first game. I think the Noctowl was on Wrongly Corrupt side, right?
Yeah, oh gosh, yes. I think so, yes, because we had the Sableye. Oh no, I'm trying to I think so, because the Noctowl was on the right-hand side of the screen. So yes, that's correct.
So you don't really want to have the Medicham in against the Noctowl, but there was no other answer for it. No safe swap that you could use. Using Sableye as a safe swap and then losing the lead to a Noctowl is not really that strong, because on the side of Wrongly Corrupt's team there are two Pokemon that can absolutely destroy Galarian Stunfisk, as the Shadow Swampert would and the Medicham would. So using Sableye as a safe swap, which would lose against Noctowl, is really dangerous if you lose the lead to it.
Yes, absolutely. We just can see the teams of 6 here. As we mentioned, it is a show 6, bring 3 format. So this is where players can consider what team of 3 they'll bring and in what order to face up against the opponent's team of 3. So there are some interesting picks here. There's a steel type on both sides. Interestingly, Snewerman's deciding to pick 2 flyers here, which is a bit more intimidating for the Medicham on Wrongly Corrupt's side. But does that open up a bit more room for Wrongly Corrupt's Frostlass, I feel?
I was just going to say, because you could almost always use this Altaria as a safe swap, even though it has a rather hard matchup versus Galarian Stunfisk. But this Frostlass could also be a possible switch in, and if you have your Altaria in against a Frostlass, then you're not in for a good time.
No, absolutely not. Altaria is a dragon and flying type Pokemon, and is double weak to Frostlass. So Frostlass's Powder Nose can chip away very, very quickly, and it can enjoy a lot of energy. And there's one thing I really do not like seeing my opponent with a Frostlass with a lot of energy, because it is such a versatile Pokemon, being able to throw Avalanche as well as Shadow Ball, some very unique and lovely coverage, which makes it very dangerous with a bit of energy.
Yeah, Shadow Ball and Avalanche are really good offensive typings, not only because they hit for super effective most of the time, but there's barely anything that can resist both of these. So also the Registeel, which would be a strong Pokemon against ice types usually, has a problem playing versus Frostlass, because these Shadow Ball deal a lot of damage. Frostlass is such a heavy hitter.
Yes, absolutely. And Registeel can't really do too much damage unless it lands what is typically the Zap Cannon.
Yep.
There are some rare instances where Registeel may run Flash Cannon, but I think more commonly it would be Zap Cannon, but we may be going into the next battle here. They are just locking in their teams now, and here we go with battle number 2 of this first match on stream. Sableye into Galarian Stunfisk here, so this is a relatively even matchup, wouldn't you say, Leo?
Yeah, this is something I would definitely stay in. Of course, you deal a little bit more damage with the Shadow Claws from the Sableye. However, you don't really want to get hit by an Earthquake. We are reaching the Foul Play first, though. So Foul Play is going to get used. We are never going to shield this. This is just a normal damaging move, you know, 25% about.
Yes, give or take. But look at the Galarian Stunfisk responding with an Earthquake. Now, will there be an early shield or not? An early shield is made. Good call there. The Sableye survives to fight another day and can now threaten with the next Foul Play potentially, and is farming up a bit extra because he doesn't fear. And there's another CMP event here, well timed by Snail to throw the Foul Play at the right time. Galarian Stunfisk now responding with a shield to preserve its own health.
Now this Earthquake is such a big move. You could shield it again, but then wow, we are shielding it again. So Snail really valuing his Sableye.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it probably makes good sense to shield, because why would your Galarian Stunfisk shield if not to throw another Earthquake? So well timed there. And Galarian Stunfisk is now choosing to go for the Rock Slide here, probably expecting the Sableye to throw on the Earthquake and deciding to outpace on that occasion.
That is really dangerous, because now the Sableye can just easily farm down without using any kind of move, and having so much energy on it means that you have just 1.5 returns stored up. We are going into the Altaria against the Noctowl. Of course, you are in a slight shield disadvantage now, which is going to be tough for Snail, but this Sableye is going to deal a lot of damage.
Yes, absolutely. And also look what's in the back. Oh, they're swapping in a Shadow Swampert against the Altaria. An interesting play, considering Shadow Swampert's moves are all resisted by Altaria being a flying type as well as a dragon type. So I think here the Swampert is looking to just do as much damage as it can before it gets taken out. And here we are building up to 2 Hydro Cannons. So just one off another Hydro Cannon. This first Hydro Cannon will not KO, but it will still do some respectable, albeit resisted, damage.
Yeah. Wrongly Corrupt was shaking his head though, and the Sky Attack gets off first. This is going to deal so much damage. Swampert is not known to be the bulkiest of Pokemon, especially not in the Shadow variant. Sky Attack is hitting, and wow, it actually takes the move and can throw another Hydro Cannon. This is huge.
This will take out the Altaria, and that might be very, very good, although it does mean that the Sableye will now get 1 additional bit of farm. But there is also a Medicham available on Snailman's side, and Snailman choosing to put some farm in on the Medicham here.
Because the Sableye is already maxed out on farm.
Yes, that would make a lot of sense. So here now it's a matter of softening up this Noctowl with these Ice Punches, which are super effective, but at this range will not KO, but will make life a bit more difficult for the Noctowl. And then here's a swap here into the Sableye, landing that return, and now that Noctowl is out of play. Return is a huge damaging move, and at this range, even Noctowl's defenses cannot withstand that.
Return is one of the few neutral moves that are dealing more than half of the HP of a Noctowl.
Yes, absolutely.
Rather about half, to be honest.
Absolutely, absolutely. So very, very interesting game there. I was very excited to see Shadow Swampert just about survive to get both the Hydro Cannons off. That was very exciting. However, like you said, that farm with the Sableye at the very start, that was perhaps a bit problematic to deal with. The Sableye with energy is also quite flexible, I would say.
Return is such a strong move, and this one Rock Slide that was thrown to just deal a little bit more chip damage to the Sableye might have cost him the game. Also, I did not quite agree to switch in the Swampert into the Altaria, because with 1 shield advantage especially, you absolutely win this matchup. You want to have the Noctowl in against the Sableye, of course, but that was an uneven game there, right?
Yes, absolutely, yes. And I think I agree that perhaps the Rock Slide was not necessarily the best play there. I mean, it was not an ideal situation, but it may have been better to have foregone the extra damage in order to reduce the amount of farm on Snailman's side with his Sableye. So we are, I believe, 1 apiece now. So this is bear in mind, this is a best of 3. Now the temperature, the pressure on both these players builds up to a new level, I feel. You've managed to get one win. You're in your opponent's head to an extent, but they are also in yours. Who is going to win this battle of wits and ensure that they do not drop into the losers bracket early on in this tournament?
I'll have to say, looking at the players right now, I think that Snooverman has a kind of an advantage. He looks like he's not as stressed as Wrongly Corrupt.
Yes, that's definitely the case. Now, that being said, some people do perform well under pressure, and the pressure will only get tougher from here. There is that prize on the line, a free trip to Yokohama, a invite to the World Championships, the prize money. It's all on the lines, and it looks as though they're giving the thumbs up. There's a lot of respectability in Pokemon Go battling, and we go into Battle 3 imminently, and we will decide who wins this matchup.
Altaria lead versus Noctowl, so this is a rather neutral matchup.
Yes, absolutely. Altaria is able to do a bit more damage with those fast attacks from the Dragon Breath, but the Noctowl is able to get off its charge moves a little bit quicker, as you can see, reaching that Sky Attack and just swapping out, having charged one up, and into the Registeel. Now, Registeel will have to get the Zap Cannons off, but Frostlass is able to outpace, and here comes the first Shadow Ball onto the Registeel.
Oh, and this will go unshielded. Frostlass actually having quite the energy advantage, I think, getting 3 fast moves in before the Registeel comes out, and even the Powder Snows deal a lot of damage, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Registeel is quite a defensive Pokemon, but Frostlass so powerful here, and a shield coming in. Will there be a debuff? Zap Cannon does debuff.
Important.
That will really help this matchup. The Shadow Balls now may not be quite so dangerous, but perhaps at this range, will they still potentially KO?
Yes, I think you will have to shield this one there. And this will actually be quite close, the race to the next charge move, but we are reaching the Zap Cannon just right before the Avalanche, even though I'm certain that Avalanche would not have taken out the Frostless. The advantage that Registeel has is that basically every charge move that you throw against Frostless...
Oh, and another debuff! Oh my goodness. Now Frostlass is able to get the next Shadow Ball off, even with a double debuff. At this range, surely this KOs.
This one goes unshielded, and oh, it doesn't even KO, but we get another fast move in. This is so huge, another bit of energy, and we can switch already. So this double attack debuff can farm a little bit more and then switch out. No, we are just immediately going for a double debuff Shadow Ball. What do you think about that?
That's an interesting play. Maybe it would have been better to have swapped out and remove the debuffs before landing the Shadow Ball. He's choosing to stay in and allow his Frostlass to potentially get farmed down, but no, Sableye opting to throw and eliminate this Frostlass out of the tournament, out of the battle. Oh, hopefully not the tournament. And now here comes the Noctowl, which has a lot of energy. Noctowl now throwing the Shadow Ball onto the Altaria here. I think that was a catch potentially. That will do a respectable amount of damage. And then the switch is coming in. Here comes the Galarian Stunfisk. This is going to be painful. Galarian Stunfisk is a steel type. It can really do really well against dragon type attacks, and Altaria can't do much here.
Steel is such a great defensive typing because Altaria has 3 different types of moves, and they are all resisted by steel.
Yes, absolutely. And the Moonblast from Altaria is not even a same type attack bonus advantage, so it's better to go for the Sky Attacks here in most cases. The Galarian Stunfisk just choosing to farm up a little bit of additional energy just to make sure when it does eliminate this Altaria, it can do some damage to the final Pokemon in the back. Altaria goes down, and here comes the Sableye, racing to the foul play, but not before Galarian Stunfisk throws another Rock Slide. At this range, it's so close to being KO'd that it still makes sense to throw the Rock Slide here, right?
And there is one big problem for Snowman. There is almost a full HP Noctowl in the back, and we actually miscounted. Galarian Stunfisk got to the next Rock Slide, which is going to throw, and it is going to almost take out the Sableye. We are throwing another fast move. Oh wow, we didn't even get to the return.
Didn't even get to the return. Noctowl was just able to take it out before the return could even be launched. Not that it would make a difference. A great show of respectability and camaraderie there as both players fist bump and congratulate each other on a good battle, well played. Excellent work there from both battlers. Again, just highlighting the camaraderie that the Pokemon Go battling community has. There are no hard feelings. Battles are meant to be won, lost. There will always be a winner and a loser. And the other thing as well is that it's not over for the player that lost, because they can just drop into the losers bracket and still make salvage their tournament, I feel.
Exactly. So this is still not over. We can still have the miracle run. I mean, this is basically the dream, right? You lose round 1 and then you go all the way to the grand finals, reset the bracket, and then you win in a 3-2 banger match.
3-2. Oh yes, that's close to the wire. And you think you think there's tension when it's one battle, one apiece, and you're going into the third one. Imagine when it's 2 battles apiece and it's into a best of 5, where you fought tooth and nail for those 2 battles. You've lost 2, unfortunately, and you know it all comes down to this.
Yeah.
That in a way kind of gives me World Championships vibes in London, when we had the Masters Division champion Dancing Rob facing up against Gordon Harder, who I believe was from Korea, if memory serves. And Dancing Rob's was from Germany. My memory might be failing on that, so apologies if that is incorrect. And blimey, those battles, there comes a point, I feel, and I'm getting very passionate about this now.
Which is good.
Yeah, there comes a point where the battles almost stop being battles and start becoming like an art or like a symphony, where the conductor is just almost singing to the 2 battlers as they dance and intertwine, constantly trying to outsmart each other. And when you see that, it almost brings a tear to my eye, I must admit.
I was going to say, this little story made me tear up a little bit. It was absolutely beautiful. I'm hoping that we are going to see more symphonies over the entire day.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Liverpool is the place to show it. There are, with so many trainers here, just the sheer numbers alone, not to mention, I loved your video about some of the fantastic names that were mentioned. There was a very beautiful man doing all the commentating on that as well. Funny that. Some of the players that were mentioned in that video, those are players indeed to keep an eye on. There's some fantastic quality in this tournament. We were having a quick look at the bracket just before the show. There were some names that just remind me, what were some of the names that came to mind when you were highlighting the players?
When I was highlighting the players, it was Red Star. We had like 3 different champions. So we have Basics, we have Dex, we have Lurgan Rocket. We have had quite of those. We had some cool brackets there, so you will definitely see some nice featured matches. We have Red Spa, we have V-Tenacity.
Yes.
We have also someone who I didn't mention in the video, Stone Collection.
Oh yes,
really good one player.
Yes, yes, and you mentioned Lurgan Rocket. There is a good chance that we may be seeing him fairly soon. So for background, the first ever, I think, Play Pokemon regionals actually happened in Liverpool towards the start of last year, and that was very early days. And the champion who won that, and I think the total number of players was probably about half of the amount it is now, was Lurgan Rocket, who hails from Ireland. He's hopped over to the UK to assert his dominance here at Liverpool and, of course, defend his championship. So we are going to be going into the battles relatively soon. I think we may be able to get our first glimpse at the defending champion. So stay tuned. It will come very, very soon.
So we are first going to go over to a winner's interview now after this round.
Okay.
So let's give it over to, I think it should be Martin.
Hello everyone, we are here with our winner of the previous round that we saw, Wrongly Corrupt, or as I may call him, Steve. Steve, how are you feeling after you win against Snailman?
Oh, I'm still shaking. It was very nervous.
You told me.
Nervous experience, yeah.
Yeah, but you made it through. I saw you brought a Noctowl against a double Steel line, and it worked out very well for you.
Yes. Yeah, just the Noctowl is attack weighted, so it does win the Galarian Sunfix matchup. So I felt pretty confident with that word to show up. So.
Okay, yeah, that's a very strong point indeed. I have another question, Steve. I saw you were from the US and you were all the way here in Liverpool. How come? I'd love to see Americans here, but just wondering.
I needed a holiday, and this just ended up corresponding well with that time frame. So.
Okay, yeah, and are you like enjoying it here? Is this your first time playing?
I actually was in the Peoria tournament in the States. Played with a couple of my factions mates who did top 8, and another person I'm familiar with top 4. So exciting to be here. Still nerve-wracking, even not being the first time. But happy to be in Liverpool. It's exciting to see where all the Beatles started. So it's a good time.
Okay, fair. I believe Peoria had a little bit of a different Open Great League meta, right? How did you adapt to this current meta? Because now we don't have any Walreins anymore. We see more Noctowl, Registeel. Um,
So in Peoria, I actually brought Shadow Beedrill.
oh, that's cool.
Oh, it was a lot of fun.
I love that.
My teammate Evan suggested it, so I brought it to Peoria. Wound up getting it against a lead against Diggersby, and
Against
still
Elite?
what? No, it was Kamzik.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I led Beedrill Shadow B against Diggersby, and it was a very nerve-wracking experience as well. But with the rise of wing attack, didn't want to bring B here with everyone gonna bring lots of flyers and lots of Noctowl gonna be.
Is it like one of your favorite Pokemon Beedrill to bring?
Shadow B was a lot of fun.
I can imagine. Yeah, maybe in future meta we might be able to again. Steve, how are you feeling for your next round now that you got through round one? Maybe you perform better when you're nervous, right?
Oh no, I'm gonna be nervous the entire day.
That's very fair. That's very fair. Yeah. So, how did you come up with your current team?
Just looking at what the current meta was and had a lot of input from my factions mates. Shadow Mimikyu helped a lot, as well with Evan. So a lot of their suggestions and a lot of scrims, and just rolling the dice, see what happens.
Yeah, very. That's very helpful, teammates. Yeah. So, do you watch do you watch other tournaments like the previous Play Pokemon tournaments for ideas maybe?
Yeah, I've caught a couple, mostly just focused on when my teammates were on stream, just turning them on. I know there's probably at least one guy up in the States watching me make a fool of myself up here, so it'll be fun.
May I ask who it is? Or do you want to say hi to anyone?
I'm sure it's Shadow. He let me know that I was in Group H before I knew. So.
Are they watching from America right now?
Yeah.
Like what time is it there right now? I think it's 4 a.m. there right now, I think.
Yeah, Chicago is 6 hours behind here, so that's going to be where the bulk of them are, for that central time zone.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, that's...
it's pretty early.
Yeah, that's cool. So how long are you staying here in Liverpool?
I'm in Liverpool for another couple days, and then I head to another country before I head back home.
Like a whole trip?
Yes, it was a whole trip.
So maybe you'll go to more regionals.
No.
Yeah, that sounds great indeed. Yeah. So another question, you talked about your Noctowl IVs. Do you have any other specific strategies that you anticipated before? Do you also anticipate opposing Noctowl strategies? Are those things that you keep in mind?
Sometimes, but I mean, there's a lot of variables you have to account for. I'd imagine most players here are optimized, so they're going to be higher ranks. Most of mine are higher ranks as well, but just with that Noctowl, I wanted to make sure to get that Stunfisk matchup, because I know that's going to be prevalent here as well.
Yeah, that's fair. So you wouldn't just swap your Galarian Stunfisk into a Noctowl just in case they have the attack breakpoint. So that's something to keep in mind maybe.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Steve, as I may say, we will be going back to the casters. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Inadequins. It would be lovely to have Wrongly Corrupted in Bochum, my hometown, by the way, where I live, to see him play another regionals.
Yes, of course. That being said, if he wins this one, then then he may not want to. But otherwise, he may. Or he might just do it anyway, because it's not the first time that we've seen trainers, despite winning regionals, decide, you know what, I loved it so much, I want to do it again. There's been the odd occasion where we've seen more than one player do that. But we are going to be shifting to the next matchup here, and we got I think it might be. Is that Tufeezy and Sandudu potentially? I'm gauging based on masks, but based on masks, so I may be very wrong. But it looks like I recognise those faces. So this will be a fun matchup. So Sandudu, one of the, I'd say one of the finer players coming from France. So he's hopped over to Liverpool to assert his French dominance, shall we say. And 2VZ is a long-standing member of the Pokemon Go battling community here in the UK. I think here based close to Bristol, if memory serves. So he's been recognised as a player that has a certain degree of talent for quite a while now. So the teams and matchups are up.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I see why you're getting excited.
The Shadow Zard, which is going to not be scared of by a Bastiodon immediately. We see Shadow Zard in the lead for Sandudu against the Sableye. What do you think of this matchup?
Oh, this is going to be interesting. So Shadow Charizard will be able to outpace to its Dragon Claw, but those Shadow Claws are doing a huge amount of damage from the get-go. But Shadow Charizard is able to throw a bait move with the Dragon Claw here. Let's see if a shield does come out. The bait is successful here.
Why Shadow Charizard so good at baiting? It is because a Blast Burn from a Shadow Zard basically takes everything else. Now here we have a catch. The foul play of the Sableye will do almost nothing to this Umbreon. And Umbreon is looking decent against the other team. Now we have the situation where there is a Medicham with a shield disadvantage though.
But look at the moveset on the Medicham. We were talking about Ice Punch Psychic being not as problematic for Umbreon, but look at the surprise that 2VZ have. It is not Power Up Punch, it is Dynamic Punch there as the move that he's running. So that might be very dangerous. And here it comes, the Dynamic Punch. Will Sandudu read? Oh, an immediate no shield. This will be a surprise. This will be a surprise. And
yes,
there it goes.
He's shaking his head, and yet, wow, he actually gets a foul play off still. So a little bit of chip damage there. But there's still something in it for Dudu because he has the Charizard with a bit of energy.
That was an amazing bit of damage there, and Umbreon is such a bulky Pokemon, so Dynamic Punch to take out almost 50% of his health was pretty impressive. And an immediate Dragon Claw from the Shadow Charizard on this Medicham, immediate no shield from 2VZ, has the opts to let the Medicham disappear. Oh, it survives though, despite that, and now is able to respond back with a nice punch. Now a shield surely must come out. No shield!
Let's it go. So he puts all his cards on the Galarian Stunfisk in the back. Trying to farm down a Medicham from this health is going to be hard. Does not reach the Ice Punch, just barely missing out on it. So with a big energy advantage going into the next matchups, both of these matchups can be won by Stunfisk, especially with a shield advantage. But both of them together is going to be tough.
And he's opting, and 2VZ is opting for the foul play, which is a good call here. We want to just do as much chip damage as possible. Dudu with the shield advantage, deciding that yes, I'll definitely shield this now. I've got to protect the health. And here comes the Noctowl, which is typically not the best matchup when Galarian Stumping has so much energy, but we're perhaps opting to use Noctowl here to take out shields so that the Sableye has a clearer run when it comes back into play. So Galarian Stumping is here really pushing on the energy and timing its next Rock Slide just before Noctowl can land a Shadow Ball. But I don't think this KOs from here.
I also think that Fizzy tried to catch an Earthquake on the Noctowl.
Yes, that would make sense actually. That would be a very good play. But of course Dudu is keeping an eye on the counts. A good shield there just to protect from the Shadow Ball. And here comes more energy farming on the Galarian Stunfisk. And now the Rock Slide is going to come here, and it's a choice. Does 2VZ choose to shield, or does he let it go? He chooses to let it go.
So we are seeing the Sableye now with a shield advantage, actually reaching the foul play. And I think that this foul play is almost going to take out the Galarian Stunfisk, if not so.
Yes, it's going to be very tricky, and the problem is there's not enough energy to get the bait. It just survives, but is now going to go for the bait here. Now the shield will come out, and so even though the bait is fallen for, the Sableye, so the Galarian Stunfisk cannot follow up with another move.
Oh, the Shadow Claw is barely just enough to take out the Galarian Stunfisk. Such a really close match. I think that Sandudu has had a pretty big disadvantage, but he clawed his way back into it, just barely missing out on the win.
Absolutely, and it's a testament to his skill. He is a very, very talented battler. He knows his counts. I noticed he was throwing his moves at the perfect time to get the maximum amount of energy before he would take a charge move from 2VZ in response. But that was a very, very good... Oh!
Look at that.
That is a crowd.
That is a crowd. You can really see that it is the biggest regional. Of course, not all of those players are Pokemon Go players, because then the number of 160 players would be nonsense.
Absolutely. Can you imagine if they were all playing?
I would love it.
So this is, bear in mind, this is only battle 1 of 3, so Sandudu still has the opportunity to recover, reassert, maybe get an idea for Tufizi's style of play, and think, you know what, maybe I'll try this particular strategy, and this may work wonders on Tufizi's thought process. Of course, for Tufizi's side, he's going to be thinking, right, if Sandudu is going to think like this, how can I devise a strategy that can outsmart that? And there comes these thoughts about oh, do I think he's going to run line ABC or CBA or BAC, and it all becomes very complicated where all these letters are Pokemon in these cases. So they're rescanning their friend codes in order to send a battle request, and then now opting in to select which team of 3 Pokemon they are going to pick. You can see head judge Leandro there keeping a close eye and ensuring that the battles are conducted fairly and that both players have an equal ability to win.
Correct. So we have to talk about the elephant in the room. I don't think it is necessarily an elephant, but it is the Bastiodon. Bastiodon is a Pokemon that is feared in Open Great League, especially in the Just Bring 3 formats, where you don't know what your opponent is playing. Yep. It is a Pokemon that just wins matchups really hard or loses them really hard. This Pokemon is using Smackdown, a 3-turn fast move that deals a lot of damage and is a Rock-type move, which means that it hits so many Pokemon for super effective damage, and it is bulky.
Yes, very bulky. It's one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League, boasting incredible defenses, and it's just so defensive that even in matchups where it is dealing with super effective charge moves, it can often withstand at least one of them, if not 2 in some cases. What Bastiodon can do is centralize a lot of the lines that your opponent will run, because they are in essence forced to bring a fighting type attacker or a ground type attacker, or at a push a water type attacker to deal with Bastiodon, because it is just so, it's going to dominate and withstand everything else that is thrown at it. So a really fun Pokemon to play with, and I believe at San Diego, one of the
finalists.
In the finals, a Bastiodon made it in there, run by none other than a fellow North American caster, Caleb Peng, who demonstrated just how dangerous Bastiodon can be, because clearly he took it all the way to the final 2, and he, of course, has now booked his trip to Yokohama alongside Ramberto, who I believe was the champion in San Diego, if memory serves. So Bastiodon, great Pokemon, and one that players should definitely be keeping an eye out for, or looking to create in their Pokemon Go accounts for Open Great League.
So Bastiodon, it is a little bit less fearsome in the Show 6 format, because you basically know what to expect. Also, we haven't seen it perform on stream for Caleb in San Diego. However, this Pokemon can also be really dangerous just sitting on the bench, because it scares off so many Pokemon. You will think twice about bringing your Noctowl as a safe swap if there is a Bastion on the other side, because Bastiodon just really takes it out, loses maybe 40% of its HP, and then has like 1.5 Stone Edges charged up.
Yes, absolutely. And it looks like both trainers are now locking in their teams, and here comes the sound, the music, signifying that a battle is about to begin as Noctowl faces up against the Umbreon. This seems to be a slight advantage for the Umbreon, would you say?
Yes, in a 2-shield scenario, it definitely is. The 0-shield scenario is actually won by Noctowl.
Okay, that's interesting. So with Umbreon here, can go for the straight foul plays and just do neutral damage there using its dark type attacks, but Noctowl opting for the Sky attack first, which makes sense, of course, because the Ghost type Shadow Ball would not be effective against Dark type Umbreon. Now Umbreon's choosing to respond back to that Sky attack with a foul play to do some respectable chip damage on the Noctowl. The foul plays are not as powerful as the Sky attacks, but they do come out almost as quick as the Sky attack. But also Umbreon can just withstand moves a little bit better than Noctowl can. So here comes a bit more chip damage as Noctowl continues to farm and draw up to potentially 2 Sky attacks here.
So the Sky Attack is being thrown. Great timing so far by both of these players, considering when to throw the move, so you don't give your opponent extra energy to play with. This Noctowl is immediately throwing another Sky Attack, which can maybe take out the Umbreon or leave it at very low health. Yes, this is like 2 Sky Attacks left. The foul play is going to come out. No, it is not. The Umbreon falls to the Wing Attack, and there we have Galarian Stunfisk and Charizard in the back. Wow, and this could be really bad. If the Medicham comes in after the Noctowl feigns and we have a safe swap into the Charizard, then Bastiodon is going to wreak havoc.
Oh, absolutely, and I think Sanduru was hoping that his Pokemon could withstand his Umbreon could withstand 2 wing attacks in order to throw off another foul play, but just wasn't able to do so. That's what potentially might have been an overtap, where you overtap by 1 fast move. And here comes the problem here. Medicham is now facing up against the Galarian Stunfisk, and Galarian Stunfisk opting to go for the Earthquake here to do some chip damage on the Medicham, so that maybe the Shadow's Charizard can then farm it down. But here comes the swap into Charizard, and look what the response is going to be. Bastiodon comes in, and look at Sandudu's face. He knows it. He knows it. This Shadow Charizard is so powerful offensively, but even that level of offense is no contest against Bastiodon's steely defenses. This thing absolutely eats Pokemon alive, especially Pokemon double weak to rock type moves. Here comes the Flamethrower, which is going to be super effective, and Sandudu accidentally closes the game, but he knows this game is now over, choosing to respectfully concede to his opponent, as Tuvisi does take the win in this case.
So it looked a little bit like we had some connectivity issues there. Our judge will decide if the game has to be remade or not. Unfortunately, there is nothing you can do against that. Sometimes it is just connection can fail sometimes. This is what happens. But that's what our fantastic judges are there for, to look at the situation and say, okay, this mattered or this did not matter. Because for me, it looked like Fizzy was missing out on some moves, so this was not really affecting the outcome of the game. And we are seeing the players get their phones handed back, so I think that the game was a 2-0 victory.
Yes, absolutely, and we were able to see the Bastiodon in action, doing what it does best, which is being such a huge defensive wall, but also just being able to absolutely go through Charizard, just eat it up. It was so brutal.
It took out the Charizard even before getting to the first charged move.
Yes, and that is the incredible power of Bastiodon with Smackdown. And of course, Charizard isn't really known for its defenses. Offensive power is off the charts.
Or good typing against rock.
Yes, that's not great either. So we were hoping to see perhaps a bit more Shadow Charizard action, but of course Bastiodon is really not something you want to see at all.
I would have loved him to throw a Blast Burn from the Shadow Charizard onto the Bastiodon, just because I want to see how much damage it deals. Like a regular Charizard that I'm running does about 40%, 45% with a Blast Burn, which is still pretty impressive, given that it's neutral damage against the Bastiodon.
Yes.
So I would want to see, I mean, I guess you can calculate that now with 20% more damage against the Bastiodon, but I wanted to see it, you know?
Yes, just to get a gauge of how much damage it does. And to be fair, that is actually a skill, I'd say, being able to predict almost how much damage you reckon a Pokemon is going to do, your Pokemon's going to do on your opponent, or your opponent's going to do to yourself. Because then let's say you can make that call that, you know what, I don't need to shield this, I can withstand this and then throw my charge move, and you survive by 1 HP and you're able to throw. Oh, beautiful, beautiful when that happens.
Yes, exactly. And we have seen that a lot of times already, you know? Like Umbreons taking a hit, surviving, being able to withstand 1 wing attack, not two. Not two, gotta be honest there. But these players are quite good at that.
Yes, absolutely. It's good that you brought up the situation with wing attack and Umbreon. So Umbreon's fast move is Snarl, which is a 3-turn move. So it can, while it was able to withstand 1 wing attack, because it's a 3-turn move and wing attack is a 2-turn move, the first wing attack connects and does damage but doesn't KO the Umbreon. But the Umbreon is completing its Snarl at that point and has 1 more turn to go. Once that 1 turn is over, that second wing attack is halfway into committing damage onto the Umbreon, and that wing attack has to finish the damage it transfers over before Umbreon can then throw a charge move. So there is there are situations where good timing of throwing your charge moves involves throwing it just before your opponent's able to get another fast move off, and this is what charge move timing is all about. Another tactic to consider when you're considering playing Pokemon Go PvP, and there's plenty of resources out there from various content creators who can assist you with that.
It took me quite the long time, and I wasn't sure why I was always losing with my Noctowl against the Umbreons, but now since I got that one right, I think in the zeros at least I'm doing a better job. It's just relatively easy to see if you're having a 2-turn fast move versus a 3-turn fast move. After a charge move was completed, so basically when it's back to 0, you can throw at 1, 4, 7 and each 3 moves, so your opponent is still in the animation while you're throwing a move and cannot start another one, so you give your opponent free energy, and this can be a deciding factor.
Yes, absolutely, and it can, coming back to the point mentioned about when battles start being symphonies where both trainers are so acutely aware of each other's timings that they are perfectly timing to each other's moves, and then this is where it almost becomes like a dance.
That is true, and you're having this in mind. Okay, I will have to throw in 2 fast moves. I will have to throw in 3 fast moves. My opponent is probably going to throw then and then. You will have to count how many moves your opponent is at, so you also know which attack is coming or when the attack is coming. You will have to keep in mind which Pokemon has the higher attack stat. So maybe we can have a charge move priority event, or I would rather want to miss out on one of those so I can have a better shot at energy management. And then you will also have to respond if your opponent switches in a Pokemon, and keep in mind the attacks that it has already used, so you don't get surprised by a Pokemon that has 1.5 Shadow Balls in the back. This happened to me yesterday. It's sometimes really hard to not get overwhelmed by that, and this is what really impresses me about these great players, because they just do that like it's nothing.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Again, it's just about holding on to that, improving your memory to the point where you can remember these things for a period of 3-4 minutes while you're doing the battle. Just keep in mind those energy counts. This is again where it's sometimes quite useful when you're starting out to have a notepad. So yeah.
And I have the memory of Aldine, so that can be sometimes quite difficult for me. I got to be honest there.
Well, this is one game where you can improve your memory. I mean, there are many games out there that people. I mean, there's like they always talk about training your brain as you're getting older and all those kinds of things. And this game actually, I feel it helps with that. No, what do you think? Maybe not.
It really does. It really does. But that, as you're getting older, just kind of hurt me. But that's okay. I will get over it. I will get over it. So, what did you think about the game? Did you expect him to actually bring the Bastiodon and to see Charizard twice against a team that has a Bastiodon in it? Because you're basically asking for it at this point, right?
Yeah. So I'm thinking that Sandudu was hopefully thinking that 2Fizi would bring, either he would not bring the Bastiodon because he expects Sandudu not to risk the Charizard at all and sort of double bluff, or he was hoping to avoid alignment and hope that the Bastiodon would not be lined up with the Charizard at all. The Charizard could do a huge amount of damage to the other Pokemon, leaving the Charizard support Pokemon, the 2 other Pokemon, such as I think he was running a Medicham, wasn't he? The Medicham, as an example, would be able to handle the Bastiodon if that right alignment.
Stunfisk.
Oh yes, or indeed Stunfisk as well could handle it because, of course, it has access to Earthquake. So I think it was a risky move, but it did pay off for 2Fizi because he did make that call saying that, no, I reckon I really want to intimidate this Shadow Charizard, and I really want Dudu to regret bringing it, and Dudu certainly did regret bringing it in Game 2, and there we have it with the result there, a Bastiodon farm down, which was both painful and amazing to see at the same time.
So what Bastiodon is best at, I think, is, I wouldn't say win more, but win harder. If you are really good at mind games, at reading your opponent's team, know what they are going to bring in the lead, they are afraid of Bastiodon all the time. Every time you see a Bastiodon, you have to be afraid of it because it is such a powerhouse in the matchup that it wins. So if you can read the opponent's lead and you have Bastiodon in the back, you win most of the time, you know, because if your opponent swaps into a Pokemon that your lead is not that strong against, you hopefully choose a lead that can pair up well with Bastion.
Yeah.
Then you can just farm away a Pokemon for free.
Yeah.
This is such a huge advantage.
Absolutely, and and with farming a Pokemon down for free, you can, even if you take a bit of damage on the Bastiodon, that's not always a bad thing. Sometimes you might think, oh, I want to come out of a matchup with a with a lot of health on my Pokemon, but that does give your opponent the opportunity to bring in a counter to the Bastiodon, such as the Medicham or the Galarian Snuffy.
Counter user.
Hey, there
Counter
we are.
counter.
Ah, funny that. So yeah, Medicham, which runs counter, a fighting type move. Bastiodon is a steel and rock type, so it is double weak to fighting types as well as double weak to ground types. So something like that. If you have a lot of health on the Bastiodon, then the Medicham's able to get a lot more energy by just hitting those counters one after the other, and then it will be particularly dangerous when your Bastiodon eventually gets removed from the battlefield and the new Pokemon comes in, whatever that might be. The Medicham's got so much energy, it can throw the Ice Punches, the Psychics, or in the last match we saw, Dynamic Punch.
Yeah.
That was interesting. I'm sure that probably surprised Sandudu a little bit, going, it's a Dynamic Punch on the Umbreon? Interesting call, I like it. I think that was a good use there, good bit of surprise there from Tufizi, and this is the beauty of unconventional movesets.
And you know what? I think that this is not going to be an unconventional moveset anymore, because we have seen so many Umbreons used as save swaps in the last 2 tournaments, also in San Diego. It has been incredibly popular. We've almost seen it on every team. And that way I think that players have acknowledged it. They're like, okay, Medicham can actually lose to Umbreon in some scenarios, so I will bring Dynamic Punch or Power Up Punch, which is a incredible bait move, to actually handle this matchup, because the Pokemon that are losing to Psychic are getting weaker and weaker. I mean, you are winning the Steel-type matchups harder. Those are difficult Pokemon to handle.
Yeah.
It's just a great move.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks as though we are going to a next batch of rounds here. We have 2 new players. I think I can recognize the player on the right, funnily enough. So this is Vampirist on the left versus Scott95 on the right here. I think this might be Scott's first ever Play Pokemon tournament, I think. So interesting team here, excuse me. So we have, what? Oh, so funny. So I believe the Registeel on Vampirist side may not actually be a Shadow Registeel, because that is not quite in the game yet. However, it will soon be coming to it for those of you keeping an eye on the new Pokemon being announced in Pokemon Go's in the next event. But we can see Vampirist has a very adorable little Pancham as a little mascot in front of him, and we were talking about making notes, and Vampirist actually is employing that. He's using a memory aid here to help with counts, and I think that is a useful thing if you do want to offload something on your from your memory, shall we say. But let's talk about the teams, Leo.
Adalian, I'm absolutely flabbergasted. Do you see a Medicham in this matchup?
You don't see a Medicham in this matchup at all. So the way for that Vampirist wants to handle the any steel types he comes across is using the Shadow Charizard and perhaps the ground type coverage from the Gliscor with the Earthquake, if indeed it's running Earthquake. So yeah, that will be interesting. Does that make Scott's Registeel a bit safer, do you feel, not having a fighter?
I mean, yeah, Obstagoon looks really, really strong. I mean, there is Registeel with the Focus Blast, most likely.
Yes, yes.
Which would be a problem. However, this is something you can shield.
Yes.
Obstagoon is a Pokemon that really works well with double shields. Gotta be honest there, especially if you get the attack boost.
Yes, yes. And there are, so for the benefit of those who want to learn more about these attack boosting moves, there are certain moves which have a probability to boost your stats, either your attack or defense, but they don't happen all of the time, but they can often flip certain matchups there, and it adds an element of surprise for the opponent. It adds a bit of, how I like to say, a little bit of chaos to the matchup, a bit of unpredictability and a bit of additional excitement. And Obstagoon is a very popular Pokemon because it's able to get off Night Slashes with decent frequency. It's able to get them off in after 5 counters, so only after 5 seconds, and then a Night Slash with and then the boost means those counters are going to do way more damage.
I find myself praying to Arceus every time my opponent is using Night Slash because I don't want this attack boost to happen. But sometimes you just can't stop it. Sometimes Obstagoon just goes through entire teams. It's kind of also a last resort mechanic.
Yes,
sometimes
absolutely.
you will have to throw this move, even though against maybe a Registeel. First of all, it is the better bait move.
Yeah.
Both cost about the same energy, but if you predict your opponent to shield it, you might want to go for the Night Slash to have this chance of an attack boost.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense actually, because yes, another move that Obstagoon can run is cross chop, which is as Leo said, the same energy. But if you predict it's going to go shielded regardless, you might as well go for Night Slash and try and get the boost, because cross chop doesn't have any additional chance of secondary effects.
But let's not rule out a boosting move that Obstagoon can use, which will 100% boost it.
Oh, yes.
It is the Community Day move Obstruct, and this is one of the most fun moves I have ever played with. I play it on my Ultra League team. Obstruct is dealing basically no damage. You can use it after 6 counters. I mean, it is dealing a bit of damage, but it lowers the opponent's defense and boosts your own defense. So in some situations, you just want to go for Obstruct, shield the first thing that's going to hit you because your defenses aren't boosted that much yet, and then you just counter down your opponent and Obstruct.
Yes, absolutely. It's also quite handy as well. Let's say, you're leading Obstagoon and you're into a matchup which is not fantastic for your opponent. He safe swaps, and you can put your use Obstagoon on the safe swap. That might flip that matchup. But here we're going into the first battle here, and we have Trevenant into Registeel.
Oh, and Trevenant is really good at this matchup. Of course, it depends also if the Zap Cannon will get the attack debuff, but we are seeing a Shadow Ball being thrown on the charge move priority event. Trevenant has such a high attack stat, of course, it will go first. This one will go unshielded, and this opens up the possibility of maybe a farm down with a double shield there if there's no attack drop.
Yes, absolutely. I think Zap Cannon coming in, Scott recognises this will be a resisted move and choosing to no shield, but because of just how painful. Oh, here comes that attack debuff that we talked about. Zap Cannon is a hugely damaging move, but it is resisted, so Trevenant is able to survive one, and is actually able to launch able to launch the Focus Blast, and this is actually technically a bait, because I think Trevenant would have survived that.
That is true, but now we can farm so much more energy. We are almost at another charge move, but Registeel falls. This is 1.5 Shadow Balls I was talking about earlier. So we are going into the Charizard. Could have thrown a Shadow Ball, would have to be shielded at this point, but we can also immediately go into the Swampert. And Swampert actually, wow, they catch the Hydro Cannon with the Lantern.
Yes, absolutely, although this matchup may not be fantastic either, but this is a Water Gun Lantern, and that does make things a lot better against a Swampert that takes takes neutral damage from the Water Guns, and with it being a Shadow as well, it really does not appreciate getting hit hard with hard-hitting fast moves. So the Lantern is desperately trying to get to a Surf ASAP before Swampert can throw in another move, and Scott opting to let Shadow Swampert fall at this point.
So now we are not even going into the Trevenant because Water Gun is still pressuring a lot. You want to save this energy now for the Charizard. You want to really have this Shadow Ball. So the Shadow boosted Dragon Claw is now going to come down onto the Altaria, but you will see how much damage Altaria just deals with these Dragon Breaths alone. Surely going for the Sky Attack soon. At some point you will have to shield. Yes.
Yes, here comes the shield here, and of course Shadow Charizard will do a lot of damage to Altaria, and at this point would KO if he didn't shield there. But now it's a move timing thing, and yes, Scott is able to time his moves very well and get the Sky Attack off just before Charizard is able to get another Dragon Claw off. Is he going to stay in here? Oh, and Vampirist is making the calculated decision to throw the Dragon Claw now before Altaria is able to get another move off. Good play here to make that call and throw early. And now here comes the Trevenant with a lot of energy.
Yeah, Trevenant can actually just throw 2 seed bombs, 2.5 even. And as it is a shadow version of the Charizard, this will still probably be enough. The next Shadow Ball, or the Shadow Ball is immediately thrown after this one. Wing attack dealing a lot of damage, so not being able to withstand 2 more. So the Shadow Ball will be able to take out the Charizard. This could even do 100%, but it just takes the last slither of health that Charizard has remaining.
Absolutely, and that was a very, very close battle, though, because, as you were saying, the wing attacks from a Shadow Charizard do so much damage to Trevenant. Trevenant isn't the most defensively strong Pokemon. It is,
nope.
It is more of an offensive Pokemon, doing huge amounts of damage with Shadow Claw, but not that great on the defensive side. So Trevenant need to eliminate that Shadow Charizard quite quickly.
That's true. So we have seen, I mean, Trevenant is a must-bring in this matchup, gotta be honest. You beat the Registeel most of the time, you beat Lantern. It is a rather easy matchup versus Azumarill. Azumarill, a Pokemon that has been falling out of favor a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I would say so. Although there has been some, it's probably the granddaddy of Open Great League. It was the most dominant thing when PvP came out and Open Great League was a thing, and it's probably had the longest lifetime in Open Great League. It's still, I would still class it as a meta pick, just perhaps not as popular as, say, the Medichams or the Galarian Stunfists or the Noctowls at the moment of the world, but still a consistent and reliable partner in your team of 6. It has one thing that's really nice about Azumarill is that it has access to Ice Beam, which allows it to have some coverage against the grass types that you will traditionally see put up against it. So that Trevenant, for example, still has to fear the Ice Beam, and it can't KO Azumarill with 1 Seed Bomb because Azumarill is quite a bulky Pokemon, would you say?
Oh, it is, especially if it's the XL version. Also, the flying types, Pokemon like Noctowl, are having a hard time against Azumarill because of the bulk. The neutral hitting Sky attacks or Shadow Balls are not going to deal that much, but Ice Beam is a really strong charged move. So the problem why Azumarill is not that popular anymore is most likely going to be Azumarill, the Lantern, sorry.
Yes, that's true.
Those Sparks and Thunderbolts really deal a lot of damage, but we're going into the next game. We have Registeel on Vampir's side versus Scott's Altaria. And wow, we are immediately going into a mirror.
Oh, and this will be interesting because Shadow Charizard is able to outpace potentially to the Blast, but oh, it's very, very close. But Zap Cannon is able to push through first. Shield will go up immediately because Vampirist knows this Zap Cannon will one-hit KO this Charizard, and there's no debuff this time. Zap Cannon only has
that is important.
Yes, there's just 2 and 3 times chance of getting the debuff off, and now opting for the Blast.
Oh
here.
no!
No shield. Is this calculated, or is this not falling for the bait? Oh,
wow.
Look how much damage that did. Registeel is a bulky Pokemon, but Shadow Charizard with the Blast Word, one of the most hard-hitting moves available. Altaria coming in now, will resist the fire types, but there's so much energy on this Charizard. These Dragon Claws will just rain on this Altaria, doing huge damage. Will it be able to 2KO at this point with the wing attacks? It might be able to. The shield might have to come out here in order for this Altaria to be safe. A shield does come out at this point.
The power of Shadow Charizard actually getting to the 3rd Dragon Claw if he wanted to before the Altaria hits. So now we have the Shadow Swampert versus the Water Gun Lantern, which is still not the best matchup. We are going to reach an Earthquake soon. It is not even something that you would have to shield because you still have the Charizard in the back with a lot of energy, and don't forget about the Registeel.
Oh yes, absolutely. And the Swampert here choosing to shield in order to build up more energy in order to then land a potential Earthquake. Now there's a no shield here. This is going to take out the Lantern at this point, and there it goes. There goes the Lantern, and now this Swampert has energy and is now a CMP event here as Dragon Claw lands on the Shadow Swampert. This might KO potentially because they're both Shadows.
Oh wow, you're right. Wow,
Oh,
this
just survives!
barely
Just survives.
misses out on the KO, and now we are actually letting the Charizard go fall to a Hydro Cannon, and now we are going to see one of the rarest things in Pokemon Go, which is going to be a lock-on down, gaining some extra energy. No shield left remaining on the side of Scott, and this Zap Cannon is going to hurt because Registeel just resists everything from Altaria.
Yes, unfortunately, the Altaria does have a win condition against Registeel when there are shields available, but Registeel is its most dangerous when there are no shields, because that's where it gets most of its damage from the charge moves that it throws. So very, very good play there by Vampiris to even up the score to 1 apiece at this point.
This shiny Shadow Charizard looked absolutely amazing, not only from the artwork here, but also the matchup. This is the power, the sheer power, not shielding, the blast burn. This is what I was talking about in our first matchup. It is such a great Pokemon to bait moves, because when this Shadow blast burn hits, Pokemon are gonna fall.
Yes, absolutely, and we could see that Registeel just disappeared, and it probably would have been better for Scott if the debuff had hit. He has a 66% chance of Zap Cannon causing a debuff there, but I think even with the debuff, that Shadow Charizard's Blast Burn would have KO'd the Registeel, I reckon.
I'm pretty sure a super effective Blast Burn is even worse. I mean, this probably takes out a Sableye from full health almost. So if it's super effective, then Registeel can't really do anything against it.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks as though Judge Aris is looking through Scott's phone to make some adjustments as we are moving on to the next game at some point in the near future. But yeah, both these trainers are very, very strong. They have good reputations. Scott hails from London, I believe. So he's actually someone that I've met on quite a few occasions in the past. Very talented battler, really knows his stuff, and you can see both trainers were calculating exactly with perfect symphony their timings as to, right, I can get this much amount of farm before I commit to a charge move. And yeah, this just highlights what it's all about with Pokemon Go. Having a rough idea, or an accurate idea ideally, better accurate than rough.
Fair enough.
An accurate idea of how much energy my opponent has and how much I can risk getting extra energy from my opponent before I throw the move. Before, ideally, my opponent throws a charge move at me. We can just see Vampiris' team up again. We've not seen any, not seen the Gliscor come out at all, just because that Shadow Charizard has been so dangerous already. Do you think there's any wiggle room for Scott to adjust?
I mean, after this performance, I would want to bring Charizard every time again.
Yeah.
I need to take a look at his opponent's team.
Yes,
again,
sure.
though.
I think
to be completely sure. I mean, it is good versus Altaria. The Shadow Dragon Claws is if you half HP, such a bulky Pokemon with a Dragon Claw, it's a good matchup.
Yes, absolutely. And Scott, so I think Scott made the right call for bringing Swampert in, because if you look at Swampert's matchups against Vampiris, it has a respectable matchup. Against the Registeel, it can do fairly well with landing the Earthquake. Of course, the Hydro Cannons eliminate both the Gliscor and the Shadow Charizard if it's able to get them off, and therein lies the difficulty. But it also the Earthquake can also threaten the Lantern, and it does a healthy amount of neutral damage on pretty much everything else. So there's nothing on Vampiris' team that fully resists the full combination of Swampert, but it's about deployment. Yes, this Pokemon is really good. Is really good against Vampiris' team, but where do you use it best? Where would it cause the most problems, and what can the rest of the team do, the rest of Scott's team do, to compensate for the places that Swampert could be, but it wouldn't be best placed being in the lineup? So this is where the debate comes in, that bringing the Altaria. But if you look at look at Vampiris' team, this you can see why he's brought the Shadow Charizard every time. The Registeel doesn't like it. The Obstagoon's counters are resisted. Trevenant certainly doesn't like it.
No.
Although perhaps in a shielded scenario, Trevenant can still cause problems because of
The wing
Shadow
attacks
Claw.
still do hurt.
Yes, I believe. Yeah, I would say so as well. The Altaria is okay, but the Dragon Claws from Shadow Charizard are still problematic. And of course, an Ice type like Alolan Ninetales really does not like Fire type Pokemon like Charizard whatsoever.
That is true. However, the Weather Balls are still going to deal a significant amount of damage because Charizard is also not bulky and a Shadow version.
Correct, yes, and as though many of you will probably know this, Charizard is a fire and flying type Pokemon, so that means ice type attacks are neutral on it in this case. So I feel Scott is kind of almost tied into using Swampert and Altaria. Now it's a question of what will be the third Pokemon to give to be the glue between those two, that core, as it were. And we should probably talk about what we mean by a core in a team of three. I don't know if you want to say a little bit about how cores work in Pokemon Go.
Sure. So you have different kinds of cores, of course. So you can run ABA lines, which means that you have two Pokemon that are strong against something and have a particular weakness that will be covered by this B Pokemon in your bag. You can also run. You can switch that up, of course. You can, of course, bring a team that is weak to one particular type and hope that your opponent does not bring it, which would not be the most ideal scenario, which would mean that you don't have a safe swap at all. So
it's a bit risky, especially when the stakes are this high, would you say? Oh, here we go, straight into the battles now. So Registeel going up against, and it's a Registeel mirror, but we can tell who's flexing the shiny here. Vampiris' side has the shiny Registeel, so that's a little bit of additional beauty. Both Pokemon running the same moves, so it's going to often come down to CMP events potentially, but both sides over-farming a little, but except Vampiris does get to choose to deploy his move first, goes for the Zap Cannon, and a wise no shield from Scott, because he knows this won't KO either way. And now Scott responding now with a Focus Blast. Focus Blast here will be super effective. This will do huge damage, but won't be enough to KO, I don't think.
So this difference is only in terms of energy a little bit, which gives the edge to the Focus Blast using Pokemon, of course, and it is going to be important in a switch-out scenario, of course, because the Focus Blast deals a bit more than the Zap Cannon. So we are having the Lantern in here. Wow, almost a 50% on the Lantern is really strong. We're seeing Water Gun against the Altaria. Altaria resists it easily, so this is a really good matchup for the Altaria. You can shield the Thunderbolt, you do not have to, so you have actually taken big moves so far. Really brave, keeping those shields, and now you are just going to farm down the Lantern here. You don't really have to use a charge move.
Yes, I think it's a good call to no shield here, because the Registeel has got a lot of energy, and also the Registeel is most dangerous when Scott has no shields to handle that. So it is a good place now for the Altaria to come in, and Altaria throwing the Sky Attack straight away, recognizing that this Registeel probably has a Zap Cannon loaded or close to being loaded, so decides to take it out ASAP. Just about survives! Oh, but the Dragon Breath gets in first. So that's very interesting. A one-turn move from Dragon Breath comes in first and takes out the Registeel before it can launch a charge move. And now the Shadow Charizard is in play. Shield coming in wisely to handle this Sky Attack.
You have to shield at this point because Charizard is your only Pokemon left. And now we are going to see a little bit of a farm battle. We are going to throw a Blast Burn that will go shielded, because even though it is resisted, Charizard Shadow is a powerhouse and would probably even take out the Swampert. So Swampert almost at 2 Hydro Cannons. We are only seeing 1 shield on the side of Charizard. I doubt that Vampiris is going to come back from this.
No, absolutely not. There would have to be something magical here. 2 Hydro Cannons are now in play, and here comes the second one.
Yeah.
The shield has gone. There are no shields left. Charizard really cannot handle this move. It is fragile. It's fire against water, and we all know which way that goes. Water-type Hydro Cannon annihilates Charizard, and Scott takes that win, and with a very, very tough victory against a very strong opponent in Vampiris. Well played to both trainers. They did absolutely fantastic there, and Scott comes out with a very, very closely fought win.
And I'm really happy that we got to see the strength of Shadow Swampert in Game 3, because on paper it looked really good against the team, but he was not able to make it work the entire time. And I mean, Shadow Swampert has been dominating for the longest time in Pokemon Go.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's just a powerhouse. It's such a powerful Pokemon. The difficulty that Scott had was alignment and aligning it with the right Pokemon, and especially in Game 3, he had a shield advantage, and suddenly that Charizard was just struggling. It can't handle huge amounts of damage from charge moves. It needs the shields, and as soon as you have a shield disadvantage going up against something as spammy as a Shadow Swampert, it's so difficult to fight back from that. And I credit Vampiris for at least trying to get that Blast Burn off, making the calculated decision that maybe Scott might be thinking this is a bait. And
that was his win condition.
Yeah, that was his win condition. So he did the right thing, thinking this is my only way I can potentially win if Scott makes a mistake.
Yeah.
Scott, he is a very experienced player. I can say that with a great amount of confidence, that he's very talented, knows his stuff, and he knew that, nope, I'm going to make sure I shut the door on Vampiris. I do not want him to win by any means, not going to give him even a chance, and then the 2 Hydro Cannons took out that Charizard. So well played to both trainers, and I think a very closely fought win from 2 really trainers who know each other's style very, very well.
So we were talking, I have to go back to Shadow Swampert again. We were talking about Pelipper being really dangerous because it can spam Weather Balls like nothing.
Yeah.
Shadow Swampert has the same ratio for charge moves, 5-4, but Hydro Cannon from a Shadow Swampert is much more powerful than Pelipper.
Yes, that's true. Pelipper is using Weather Ball, which is while a respectable damaging move, it's not a Hydro Cannon. So moves like Hydro Cannon are unique to the starter Pokemon in each generation. So you think of your Blastoises, your Feraligators, the Swamperts, of course, we've seen. But also on Pokemon like Empoleon as well. Those are the Pokemon that you will only see Hydro Cannon on, and that does give the starter Pokemon something special about them that they can take advantage of. You often see starter Pokemon being commonly used in Open Great League and in other tournaments as well. I like this personally because starter Pokemon in Pokemon Go are quite easy to get hold of in most cases. We are now going to be going to an interview with the winner, so we're going to pass it over to interviewers. Over to you.
Welcome back in, everyone. If you just saw the last matchup, I am here with the winner, Scott. Scott, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
This is your first tournament so far, right?
Yeah, first Pokemon Go official tournament.
Yeah, so you're off to a really good start.
Yeah, it was a bit shaky at first, but
yeah. So for the people in the audience, we weren't quite sure what went on with the second game. We saw that the refs came in for a potential dispute.
Yeah, I lost the count of the Dragon Claws completely because when I clicked into Altaria, it just froze, and then I think he got a few in, but I think there was no win con, so it was fine.
Gotcha, but you still managed to win anyway, obviously, with the last round.
Nerve-wracking game 3, but
it
was
I think
game.
A big call for you was shielding that Blast Burn from the Charizard at the end. What was your thought when you had the Swampert on it?
Well, I think I was 2 shields up, and I know Swampert outpaces Charizard, so he kind of had to go for the Blast Burn. It was his only win condition, so I just had to.
And at that point, you knew it was kind of
the relief had kind of gone, and you can hear each other in the headset, so you kind of hear his side of things as well.
So also we have someone from England competing in this tournament. Are you hoping to win and defend the title of for your country?
I'd love to, yeah. I think there's plenty of really good UK battlers here, so hopefully one of them can take it home, if not me.
Yeah, maybe we'll see you up here a little bit more later on in the matchup.
Sure, yeah. Hopefully one of my London's finest guys win it.
Oh yeah, anyone you want to shout out? Anyone you've been scrimming with to prepare for this?
All of the LBA crew, Adelian, Nigel, Sophil, all of them lot.
Cool. All right. Well, we're going to kick it back to the casters, and then we will take a short break, but don't go anywhere.
Cheers.
Thank you for that, and appreciate the shout out, Scott, as well. Scott, hailing from London, which is actually the city that I was born in and a city that I hold very close to my heart. Scott, definitely, in my eyes, and sure, I'm biased, but I'm gonna. But of course, I'm allowed to be at this point. Definitely one of the finest battlers in London, and charming and good-looking guy as well.
He is, absolutely.
And I've not been paid to say that either.
Are you sure?
So we are now going to be heading to some. Is it day zero footage? I've been that I've been told. Yeah. So we've got some exciting new footage to show you about day zero, and also some cool tips on Pokemon Go or organizing your Pokemon for PvP and how best to do that. So stay tuned, don't go away, and get ready for some awesome footage coming very, very soon. Are you a Pokemon Go battler considering the best way to organize your Pokemon for battling? Try a few of these ideas. So we're going to be using the tag function for Pokemon Go. If you want, you can create a series of tags for the different leagues in Pokemon Go. For example, you can use the tags for Great League to create a tag list for Pokemon that are below 1500 CP in range. You can also do one for Ultra League as well, where the CP will be 2500 or below. And finally, you can do one for Master League where you are unrestricted by CP, and you can categorize your Pokemon across these 3 different leagues that you typically find in Pokemon Go's GBL. There are also other tags that I like to use. One example is pending, which is where I place Pokemon that I'm looking to power up or second move so that they are ready for my next tournament. On rare occasions, Pokemon Go sometimes adds Little Cup into their GBL, so I sometimes create a tag specific for the 500 CP Cup. So for those of you that also enjoy Little Cup, this might be a consideration as well. Finally, I also have some tags for Pokemon that I'm trying to get XL trades for, and I also have tags for the tournaments that I'm in where I'm trying to have a set of 6 Pokemon for my Pokemon Go tournaments. So I can categorize them based on which tournament I'm going into and have a set 6 for those. Why would you use tags in Pokemon Go? Well, firstly, you can categorize your Pokemon based on whether you want to use them in Great League, which is CP 1500, Ultra League, where a limit of CP 2500, or indeed in Master League where there's no restriction. It's also quite handy to have tags available for powering up certain Pokemon or making sure they're saved for you to power up in the future, or indeed for having specific tags for tournaments where you want to have a set of 6 Pokemon that you know that you're going to use in those tournaments. I hope these tips have proved useful for you, and if there's any, and hopefully these will help you to become a more successful Pokemon Go trainer, battler, and hopefully you too will win your first championship, or the first of many, I'm sure.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here with myself, Inadequence, aka Martijn, and
Hey, and I am a Lundberger, and I'm really excited to be here alongside you.
as am I. struggling so hard to contain my excitement for the biggest European regional that we've had. Actually,
Not
the
even
biggest,
just region or
yeah,
European.
not just European. Yeah, it's the biggest so far, and we've seen some really good battles so far. How are you feeling about this, Amanda?
I think already there has been quite a few like little upsets. You know, someone that you see some names that you're familiar with, and you think, oh sure, I know that they're a great battler. They're probably going to make it on pretty far. But that's the thing about these sorts of things. Everyone is a pretty good battler, and everyone is bringing their A game to this regional.
Or a Bastiodon.
Or an A game or a B game.
Right. I saw one of the most disliked Pokemon in the game, one of the most loved by Caleb Peng.
That's true.
It came onto a Shadow Charizard, and it did not enjoy that. It was somewhat satisfying to see, but also difficult to see.
Yes, I mean, it was definitely a very quick matchup.
Yeah, yeah.
But speaking of Shadow Charizard, there are more in this cup than we've seen in previous regional tournaments. Do you think we're going to see a lot more of them today?
I hope so. I believe that against anything but a Bastiodon, it's a very flexible Pokemon. Even
That's
against like an Azumarill, you can win with one shield up. You can win the 2 shields against a, I believe, only Shadow Swampert, because the wing attacks add up so much on both fragile Pokemons, right? Both high attack. I'm personally a Charizard fan. I use it myself as well. If you use Charizard, you know how hard Blast Burn can just hit, right? So I'm hoping to see many more of them. I'm expecting many more of them. I'm also personally hoping to see some Dunsparce.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I know that you qualified in the Stuttgart for the actual world competition, and your original team, you had a Charizard on it, and last minute you had changed it. But that does bring me to my next thing about the Dunsparce. I thought maybe we would see a couple more of them in this tournament, but alas, so far.
Yeah. The thing with Pokemon like Shadow Charizard and Dunsparce is that they are quite risky to run. When Metagame, as shown in previous charts, right, it's the most common Pokemon. It's on almost every single team. So your Dunsparce is always weak to at least one Pokemon.
That's right.
I do believe that it has the best combined defense and offensive typing in the game. Normal type making you very decent against ghost types. And then you have the rock and ground coverage that just hits about anything. The one thing that's not great about Dunsparce is that it really relies on that super effective damage.
That's
a Pokemon
right.
like Umbreon or Azumarill is just not great for Dunsparce.
And also, it is one of those Pokemon where it's very difficult to farm down your opposing Pokemon with that. I mean, the rollouts don't do that much damage. You're really looking for the charge move damage. And also, it helps when it is super effective, although it is against a lot of the meta.
Yeah, they see Dunsparce rolling, they hating. It just doesn't do enough damage, really. It's just a little bit less than Snarl.
Yes.
And also non-stab, right? Like if a Pokemon has same type attack bonus, it just hits a little bit better with that. And Dunsparce, unfortunately, doesn't have that. It has good defense, offensive typing. But yeah, the neutral situations and Medicham obviously makes it very risky to use.
That's right. Medicham has, even before the charge move and fast move switches that have been happening in the game, Medicham has always been one of the high contenders. Almost every player has been using it in the regional tournaments, and it looks like it's not going anywhere.
No, ever since Medicham, ever since Excel candies were introduced, that we could level up our Pokemon to up to level 50, right?
51 if it's the best buddy.
Even higher. But since then, Medicham only became better and better, because at first you had to use the best Medicham you could have was a Hundo.
Yes.
That's what we call it, right? Like when all the bars are full under appraisal. And now that you can power it up more, you can add more stats into it.
That's right. Make it a little bit heavier, a little bit bulkier. It's going to take the hits a little bit better, and also better against all the fighting types because it has that psychic part to it as well. So it's not going to be taking the moves as
And
hard.
it has Ice Punch to hit flyers. So basically, Medicham is only weak to ghost types. There's nothing else.
That's right. I did see one Medicham so far in the tournament, though, that is even weaker to ghost types now, because I saw it was running Dynamic Punch. So that is, I think it's a great moveset, but it's not the most commonly used in these Play Pokemon tournaments.
Yeah, I think maybe that's a little bit of influence of Caleb Peng, who qualified with a Dynamic Punch Medicham in, what was it, the San Diego Regional. I think it can be very useful to defeat Umbreon and Registeel more consistently. Very bulky Pokemon that can beat Medicham when all shields are down. which is ridiculous, right? Taking super effective damage the whole time and yet winning, right? And Dynamic Punch just kind of prevents that. That does make indeed Ghost types and opposing Metagame a little bit more difficult to beat.
That's true. Oh, looks like we are about to go into some of the matches. We're very excited for this. We are going to be featuring Lurgan Rocket versus the Gengar Life. For those of you who don't know, Lurgan Rocket was last year's Liverpool regional champion. So, I mean, this is going to be a thing. Is he going to defend the title? What do you think right now?
I'm so excited. He had a couple bad streaks, but he wants to win it all now, right? This is his home turf.
That's right. Well, it's sort of his home turf, but he's playing the Gengar Life, who is from the UK. So, I mean, it is potentially a home turf. No, neither one has the home turf advantage.
Fair. We'll see. I'm expecting a really good battle nonetheless. Lurgan is always good, and the Gengar Life, also an upcoming popular battler, will also be lovely to see.
Lurgan has been using a Cresselia in the past. I'm anxious to see if he's using it in this tournament as well. The teams have not been revealed to us yet, so we're going to be very excited.
I'm definitely expecting Cresselia. If I were to have if I had to name a better pair than us, Amanda, it probably would be Lurgan and Cresselia. So
yes, well,
I would not be surprised to see it.
It's hard to imagine a better pair than us. That is completely true. Look at this. He even has this little Cresselia plushie on the stage with him. He is getting ready to rock and roll. They're getting right into it here. Already with the Registeel against Registeel, throwing a Focus Blast on the Stunfisk.
Oh, and it gets shielded right away. It looks like that these were not the leads. I believe that Lurgan probably safe swapped this Registeel to bait out the Galarian Stunfisk, and he lets this go. Probably satisfied with taking that shield.
That's the thing. Both of these moves are super effective against each other, but neither one knocks out on the first hit. So it's really up to you to dictate the pace of the game here. Already at the second Focus Blast here, Gengar Life has shielded the first one, choosing to let the second one go. Not enough to take it out.
Yeah, and because Lurgan probably knows he has a very good Registeel, so he knows he can survive an Earthquake and a Rock Slide, allowing him to get to Focus Blast no matter what, and getting the shield advantage here that he wants. Lurgan knows about everything about IV, so I would not be surprised. He knows exactly how this matchup goes, and let's see what his plan is right now. He has a shield advantage for both his Pelipper, one of my favorite Pokemon, and he catches the Rock Slide. What a great catch! This is double resisted. On sometimes it wouldn't KO, sometimes it would, but this will do nothing.
This will definitely not KO at this range. And now going into what we were talking about before, Martin, one of the most bulky Pokemon in the game, Umbreon coming in to face this. The Galarian Stunfisk does have a little bit of an energy advantage. Gengar Life is going to hit this Foul Play first, but the Earthquake will do a decent chunk.
Yeah, I believe Galarian Stunfisk has a very good moveset with Mudshot charging energy so fast, and then Earthquake, a very energy efficient move. And he's just going straight Earthquakes here, knowing that Umbreon likely won't shield because it can basically tank about anything. But I think he is in a decent spot here because he has that Pelipper with some energy and 2 shields as well.
Yes,
so
2 shields always makes you feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah.
Also knowing that you have a shield advantage over your opponent as well. A bit of an energy and shield advantage. So we'll see how these two choose to play it out. Will Gengar Life choose to use his shield? He doesn't want to use it quite yet, saving it for that end game.
Yeah, but this is definitely not over yet, even though it looks good for Lurgan, because the Gengar Life still has a very little bit HP on his own Galarian Stunfisk, meaning that he might be able to do a decisive catch in the end. But Lurgan swaps out, so he might have the same now. Is he going to take this Foul Play? He is. Does this get shielded? It doesn't do as much. Umbreon has low attack, but Pelipper also does have high defense.
Yes, Gengar Life has all 3 of his Pokemon left. If you kind of look at it, he is saving these 2 in the back. Maybe one of the strategies is also to go perhaps for a timeout win, or like you said before, using one of these as a bait. Speaking of baiting...
Oh, he shields the Wither Ball! Oh no! He's 2 shields down now, and now Lurgan can freely go Hurricane, but Noctowl is bulky and it can take this move here. I don't know how this is going to go because Pelipper takes a lot of wing attack damage here. There are 2 shields though for Lurgan, so let's see.
And I think he's about to use at least one of them up, probably about 2 here as well, because the Noctowl looks like it is at 2 Sky Attacks. This is going to be very close. Like you said, we can't count anything out yet.
Yeah, the timer is barely not up for the Gengar Life, so he might barely not be able to catch the move. He needs this, I think, but the timer's not up, and he's probably not going to be able to. Lurgan.
Oh, but
is farming
Lurgan
up,
is, yeah.
throwing the weather ball. This is going to take out Noctowl. Now the Pelipper might just take out the whole team here.
This flying bird here is taking out the other bird. Let's see how this will play out. And we have to keep in mind Lurgan also has a small health Galarian Stunfisk left as well.
Yeah, there's like very little. Oh, and he killed Lurgan. What are you doing? He has a family. Oh my goodness, so many catches. Lurgan is definitely playing out of his mind here. The Rock Slide actually KOs, and
is this a wing attack farm down? So
it looks like
he might
comes
even
out with the
throw
hurricane.
a hurricane.
Yeah, and look at that. So many catches that there's actually a timeout. What an amazing battle. Well, I'm very glad that this was my first battle to cast.
If you guys are just tuning in the audience here, you are tuning in for a very good matchup with 5 seconds left, throwing a hurricane onto about a 2 or 3 HP Umbreon left.
And he caught 3 moves in that battle. Oh, that was so crazy to see. This is the Lurgan Rocket we just love to see. But how do you anticipate to this as the Gengar Life? Because that was a pretty scary showcase of a very good battle there, a very good gameplay from Lurgan Rocket there.
No, it's true. I mean, and also if you kind of look at the teams, the Gengar Life has gone with a little bit more of what we call like a meta team. So a lot of these Pokemon that have been used are used in a lot of tournaments. On Lurgan Rocket's side, he's using some obvious ones that are going to be used quite often. But also, if you look on there, I mean, Pelipper had quite a showcase. And it is not super high on the pick list. Also, the Cresselia and that double.
Yeah, so what I noticed is that the Gengar Life he's just very strong against Cresselia, so coincidence or not, he brought like 3 good Pokemons against Cresselia, but there's also no hard answer to Pelipper on his line, so that makes Pelipper quite good. Obviously, it gets outbulked by Umbreon, so that makes Pelipper a little bit iffy to use at times, but like Galarian Stunfisk, Trevenant, Metagame, all very decent matchups for Pelipper, are everyone's favorite bird.
Well, the thing is, Pelipper also benefited from the wing attack buff.
Absolutely.
But with the rise of people using Lantern, I think a lot of people have been scared out of using Pelipper, but not Lurgan Rocket, especially if you're using that Cresselia.
Yeah, he's using, I think he's using the Cresselia as like a pseudo grass type with the grass knot, right? So it can take on the Lantern quite easily. We see here the Pelipper versus the Galarian Stunfisk. Now, chat, I can tell you so much about this matchup here, but looks like the Gengar Life swaps out immediately. Lurgan is farming up energy here and likely going into the Registeel, and there we go.
This actually is not so horrible because even though the Focus Blast is super effective against the Umbreon, like we talked about earlier, it does take more than one to knock them out. And meanwhile, he does have quite a bit of a Snarl advantage already at the second foul play before Lurgan Rocket is able to get to one of his charge moves. The lock-on's doing absolutely little damage. It's the charge moves of the Registeel that is doing the hurt.
So I think as Lurgan Rocket, he's likely going for that Zap Cannon, because with those wing attacks, 2 Zap Cannons might just take out this Umbreon, and it gives you an opportunity to debuff the attack stat of the Umbreon, and he does get it.
Wow.
Oh, it's your lucky day, Lurgan.
It's the luck of the Irish going for Lurgan here.
Ooh. All right, foul play coming in. This does do a little bit less. Lurgan probably laughing at this foul play, right? That does very little damage. And now, ooh, yeah, he's looking to tap still, going for that Focus Blast probably, or another Zap Cannon. Foul play coming in. The next one will likely take out, but I think the Registeel will get there before this Umbreon.
It looks like, so will Gengar Life choose to shield this up or let his Umbreon go down? The Focus Blast will definitely be enough at this range. He does choose to let it go down. And if you're the Gengar Life, what are you choosing to bring in? This seems like the most appropriate answer, and probably going for a Mudshot farm down on that Registeel.
Does he get to the Focus
Blast? He might.
Ooh, it throws the Rock Slide instead. He wants to be safe. Lurgan may barely not have gotten there. Rock Slide will definitely take it out, but that means that this Galarian Stunfisk will now not have a lot of energy, or any energy at all, for this Pelipper here.
Yes, and Pelipper wins charge move priority against the Galarian Stunfisk. They get to the Weather Ball and the Rock Slide at the same time. However, the Weather Ball will go off first, and this is super effective damage.
Actually, with the wing attack buff, it's now 1 wing attack less to your Weather Ball. It's 5 and then,
that is true,
and then 4. So Pelipper, already a super good Pokemon, now even better in this matchup.
That's right.
It can win so many shield scenarios now. But Lurgan is farming a lot of energy very carefully here. Right, he does not want his Weather Ball caught on what could potentially be something that eats the Weather Ball way easier. This Weather Ball,
like an Azumarill.
exactly, and catches again. What are you Oh my goodness, he just keeps on catching. Yeah, I felt like he was a little bit thrown off by circumstances beforehand, but he still makes these amazing plays. He is a shield down, however, but this is exactly where you want the Galarian Stunfisk, and on top of that, he still has a full, beautiful Pelipper.
That is true, with a lot of energy stored, and these rock slides are going to hurt the Noctowl. Gengar Life using up the first shield on his side, farming up a lot of extra energy, but here before throwing the Shadow Ball, this will do a decent amount to the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, there are specific Noctowl IV spreads, so Noctowls with like higher attack stats that can actually win this matchup in some shield scenarios, or like a slight energy advantage. So if the Gengar Life has this, the wing attacks will do slightly more than they usually do, and in that case, this matchup is even. I wouldn't say it's great for Noctowl, obviously.
No, but it
becomes
does
better.
Give it a fighting chance, indeed.
Yeah, exactly. A Shadow Ball might barely take out, barely not at this point. I think the Galarian Stunfisk will barely hang on. Looks like Lurgan is very confident in his Galarian Stunfisk. Lurgan, a man of all the IVs, probably, why am I even doubting? He knows what.
And if you look, the switch timer is up as well, but choosing to stay in, gonna go off and get this last rock slide, knowing that all the protect shields are down. This, I don't believe, would quite be enough to knock out the Noctowl, though.
It doesn't. Oh, catches the Sky Tech. I don't think very intentionally. I thought maybe he wanted to swap and throw the Weather Ball immediately, but it doesn't really matter. The Sky Tech won't KO just yet. There's very little on it. Galarian Stunfisk left. I think he's just building up to 2 charge moves here. Oh, he's just farming down, actually. Oh, no, what is he going to do? He's going to throw the resistant move here, Amanda. Why is he throwing the resistant move?
My goodness. Will it be enough? Do you think it'll be enough to take out this Galarian Stunfisk?
Just barely.
Just
Look,
barely.
It's not very effective, but he did it. Yeah.
And ending both game 1 and 2 with a Hurricane onto a very low health Pokemon.
He played an amazing battle in both game 1 and game 2. I think game 1 he made 3 catches. We almost saw a timeout. You don't see that a lot in the Great League.
True.
That's more an Ultra League thing. And then in game 2 he was a little bit thrown off in that Registry Umbreon matchup, but still is able to catch a Rock Slide on the Galarian Stunfisk, making the Gengar's life, his energy, basically go to waste.
Making the Gengar's life a little bit more difficult of a life.
Yeah, very, very aware. Yeah, I'm somewhat. I mean, there's always a winner and a loser, unfortunately, in a matchup. Lurgan Rocket went, I believe, he lost his first 2 games in both Warsaw and Stuttgart, so it was a very rough start for him there. Barely didn't make it to top 8 in Lille, so I'm somewhat glad for him that he made it here.
And we can't count out the Gengar Life either,
exactly,
because as we discussed earlier, this is a double elimination tournament. So even if you lose 1 round, you have to lose 2 to be completely knocked out of the tournament. The Gengar Life will be now brought down to the losers bracket where he can continue, and potentially we will see him again later in the stream when he's gone through everyone and challenging the winner for the finals.
I think he didn't like play bad or anything, right?
No,
but
yeah, I mean,
but it's just sometimes it just comes to making a couple calls or trying to get in your opponent's head exactly. And when it goes right, it's all great. You win the battle, and when it goes wrong, well, then it goes wrong. And hopefully he can do better in the lower bracket. Maybe we'll see him for tomorrow. Then that would be great, because I think he is a great player.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I think that he is a very great player. And kind of like you were discussing, he did go 0-2 in some other tournaments, which it happens to. I mean, I think this is just a complete showcase of that as well. I believe it's happened to you once as
Yeah.
I don't want to rub salt in any wounds.
Oh, no, of course you're not. No, I love to be reminded of that. No, yeah, I did go 0-2 as well in my first regional at Lille.
But you have qualified as well. That's what I'm saying. It's like,
I don't know how I did it, but yeah, I'm there.
sometimes it's, it's a mixture of team composition. Sometimes you are just have a glaring weakness to one Pokemon that you don't think other people will bring.
Or you bring the correct Pokemon. I brought Dunsparce. Lurgan brought Cresselia.
Yeah.
It has to be it. He knows Cresselia so
No
well.
Chandelure on your team, though.
Not yet.
I mean,
not yet.
maybe that's why you were
That's
you lost the other one.
For Yokohama. Yeah, speaking of upcoming regionals, we're going to have more in Europe or all over the world, really. We're going to have Bochum in February, right? So if either Lurgan or the Gengar Life doesn't qualify here, there's still many other opportunities.
We have this special event in the Utrecht, back in your home country.
Yeah,
It's very exciting.
I'm very excited. I will welcome everyone in personally to the Netherlands if they are participating there. I would love to see.
And one in Malmo, Sweden, which is obviously my heritage. My last name is Lundberg.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean,
Quite obviously, right?
It's a beautiful country. Maybe.
I have actually never been.
No.
No.
Well, maybe a first time.
Yes.
I think that could be great. Yeah. So a couple of Pokemon we didn't see from Lurgan there were like Cresselia and Dubwool. I think Dubwool is an interesting pick as well. What do you think that covers exactly?
You know, I think that Dubwool has a lot of interesting things because with the double kick, you're doing some of it's more sort of like a Vigoroth in some sense too, where you have a normal typing, but you're able to throw these counter type moves, these fighting moves that are hitting. But also, there's some charge moves that you're not really sure what you're bringing. If they're your opponent, you probably will get a shield because you have a potential wild charge that you can have. I mean, no one likes to take a wild charge, even if it's resistant.
Galarian Stunfisk might.
Oh, that's true. That is true. There are a lot of Galarian, but the Galarian Stunfisk is definitely not going to be liking those low kicks.
Yeah. All right, Amanda, thank you for your analysis. We'll be going now to our other caster with Lurgan Rocket for the interview.
Hello, Lurgan. How are you doing?
Hello, my good friend Adelian. I am having, so far, pretty fantastic morning because I didn't lose my first match this time. How are you?
Well, hey, I'm very good as well. Thank you very much. It was a very good match. I can see plenty of exotic catching.
Yes.
There's a surprise. You don't do that too often, do you?
Defense. I'm not really known for it, but like in GBL, whenever I'm actually making a bit of an attempt at it, I do like to do catches.
Oh, yeah?
If it's GBL, I'll take the risk. Doesn't matter. It's only a match. For this, I'm confident in it because I know that my opponent, in those matchups, whenever I did the catches for the rock slides, I know that he's not going to make another charge move. I know that I'm going to pace him to the next charge move.
Yeah.
It's a very safe catch because even if he calls it, which would be very, very, very risky for him to call it, even if he calls my switch, goes for the Earthquake, for example, on my G-Fisk swapping in, perfectly fine. I bring the Pelipper back in, farm down the G-Fisk.
Yes.
I've got more than enough energy then for the Noctile in the back. So, yes, quite nice catches, but for me, calculated, they're safe.
Yeah.
So I thought.
Yes.
In the mental gymnastics that I go through when I'm playing up there.
Oh, yes, and we know about your mental gymnastics. We saw your performance at Worlds, and there was quite a few gymnastics to be had. So, I'm sure many viewers know that Lurgan Rocket is actually the defending champion for Liverpool.
Yes.
Do you feel that there is an additional weight on you that, I've got a massive target on my back.
Yes.
I need to show force here.
So yes and no. Coming into Liverpool last year, I wasn't known. Some of the better UK players were aware of me from grassroots tournaments. The runner-up was aware of me, Status Stan. Stan and I were good friends even before Liverpool. We knew that, not to be big-headed, we knew that we would both do pretty well. We didn't expect to both get into the finals last year. But yes, coming in this year, defending champion, 4th place at Worlds. Yes, people know who I am. I'm a bigger target. I'm a name. I ran into someone. I know their son. I know their son's name in game. Never met them, but this woman knew of me.
Yeah.
And I thought that's crazy. Like this is someone who's maybe not super interested in the Pokemon. She's definitely not competing here in Pokemon Go. Her son is, and like she knows me. I never expected something like that. Like I'm not a celebrity or anything, but even within this sort of ethos, within our sphere of influence within Pokemon Go, no, I didn't expect that. But yes, you're right. I do feel a wee bit of pressure that, yes, there is a bit of a target on my back. But like everyone else here, I'm just here to try to compete, try to earn my spot at Worlds. Here to have fun, really. That's the main thing. Here to have a good time.
Perfect. And speaking of fun, there's plenty more fun to be had. I believe the next set of matches are going to be coming imminently. So, Lurgan, thank you for your time. I hope you absolutely smash it. If you don't win it, if you do win it, great. If you don't win it, if you maintain your reputation as a fantastic battler you are, and we'll see more of him in due course, I'm very sure.
Thank you very much for having me up here. Thank you for your time, and let's hope the show runs smoothly. Hope it's a lot of fun.
Thank you very much. Over to you, casters.
Lurgan says he's not a celebrity, but I'm still going to try to get his autograph after this matchup.
He's just trying to do his battles here.
That's right. He's having fun.
Having his battles, yeah. Speaking of battles, one of our next competitors is one of the best UK battlers that I have ever met in grassroots tournaments.
That's right.
We
Has had a lot of experience battling players more online, but hasn't competed yet in any of the play tournaments.
Yeah, I don't think he was there in other tournaments in the UK. I don't think I've seen him last year's Liverpool or the European International Championship. But here he is, V Tenacity on the left side. And on the right side, we have Ludibo.
Yeah, Bob sporting this awesome little Charizard plushie. I like it when people have, something up on stage with them just to kind of help them support.
Yeah, for sure. We see from V Tenacity a core that I personally am a big fan of, the Swampert Alolan Ninetales. Especially Alolan Ninetales has been making a rise again. Obviously, when Charm got nerfed, it wasn't used as frequently anymore, but now with Power Snow, it happens to be really good against Pokemons like Trevenant and what's called Noctowl.
What is that called? You don't see those Noctowls very often.
Pretty rare, yeah.
I do think there's a slight graphic here that, unfortunately, the Shadow Alolan Ninetales is not yet available in the game.
Not yet.
It would be pretty great, though. I bet when it does come out, it will be featured very often in these play tournaments.
Yeah, one cool thing about Shadow Alolan Ninetales is that with 2 shields up, it can actually win against Galarian Stunfisk.
Interesting.
So you thought that your Pokemon Rock-type moves beats the Ice-type? Well, it doesn't anymore. I think it's going to be a really strong pick. Obviously, normal Alolan Ninetales already is very strong as well, which will definitely make Lulibob's Altaria a little bit frightened because that's a terrible matchup to have. But on the other Pokemons, I think that the Altaria has a pretty decent matchup, right, from Lulibob, because even the Registeel is not the worst.
No, I mean, we've seen Altarias be able to flip Registeel matchups before as well. The Dragon Breath just happens to be one of the most oppressive moves in the game. And obviously, with being a one-turn fast move as well, it's impossible to do one of these amazing catches that you see that the Lurgan has done so well because,
We'll see.
I guess
we might
it's
see
not
so.
impossible. Never say impossible, but it does make it a little more difficult.
Now, speaking again of the Alolan Ninetales, let's say it has Charm. Lulibob has Altaria, Umbreon, and Medicham. Those are 3 big meta Pokemon, right? But they don't like Charm.
That's
so if it's Power Snow, Medicham and Umbreon are much better against it. Like Medicham might not even lose to the Alolan Ninetales. But if it's Charm, it becomes very scary for those 3 Pokemons.
At the very beginning, when Pokemon Go was first introduced to the play tournaments, we did see a lot of Alolan Ninetales on the teams, and they were running Charm at that time. Then when the Charm got the nerf, that kind of dropped off for a bit, but we have seen it on the rise again, like you were saying, but this time the Powdered Snow variant. So it is true that Charm still potentially has its place in the meta, especially choosing against what is very popular right now.
Exactly. Medicham is a Pokemon you just need to answer on your team nowadays with either something like a Ghost. Flyers, in my opinion, aren't even that safe against Medicham because of the Ice Punch.
Trevenant's the same way. I mean, it only takes 2 Ice Punches to knock out a Trevenant, and so it's not really as much of a wall as you'd like it to be. I would say the best wall on the Tenacity side is that Sableye.
Yeah, Sableye is very dominant against Medicham because the counters are resisted, the Ice Punch is neutral and doesn't do as much from Medicham because it lacks that same type attack bonus. And on top of that, you take super effective damage from the Shadow Claws from Sableye. Sableye in general looks quite decent here for V Tenacity, I would say. Even Umbreon doesn't really like returns, depending on the IV spread on the Sableye from V Tenacity. It might even win like the 0 shield scenario, right? When both Pokemon aren't shielding.
That's true, and Sableye is one of those Pokemon like you were talking about that really benefited from leveling up to being able to go to level 50 because it was another Pokemon that in the Great League you had to have the 15, 15, 15. And now you want one with a more low attack, at least if you are trying to do it for the bulk.
Exactly, and the more bulk you have, the more odds you have for surviving a charge move. One of the better examples that I have about this is Shadow Sableye. Shadow Sableye with high attack does a little bit more damage per Shadow Claw against an Azumarill, meaning you can win that in the 2 shields, straight foul play, right? You don't need to throw your neutral Power Gem. But if you have a bulky Shadow Sableye, you can take the wing attack damage from Noctowl and survive a Shadow Ball to get to 2 foul plays and win the 0 shields.
So I know that you ran a Shadow Sableye at Stuttgart. Are you willing to tell us what you chose? Did you choose an attack weighted or did you choose a little bit more bulk?
I went for more bulks. I'll be honest, I don't even look at my at like what matchups I do pick up. I feel like personally that I like to go for more bulk just because it increases the odds of me getting to a decisive charge move.
That makes sense.
That does mean that sometimes I lose the charge move priority, aka CMP, against Pokemon like Swampert and Venusaur. But it also has its upsides. It really depends in which position you get it. And since there are way fewer Charm Pokemon, way fewer Obstagoon, way fewer Lickitung in the current meta, I felt like it was very solid, and that the same goes for regular Sableye.
I think in a lot of formats, people like to use Sableye as what we call a safe swap, like the Pokemon that if you have a bad lead, that is naturally what you would go into because of exactly what you said. It has a lot of neutral matchups and can flip a lot of things just because it does have a lot of bulk, and the Shadow Claws with whatever thing it ends up throwing afterwards really adds up over time.
Yeah, so one of the things that make Pokemon like Sableye and Swampert like really good is that they only have one weakness, right? Obviously, Altaria is not great nowadays for Swampert either, but Swampert in general takes only super effective from grass. Sableye only takes super effective from Fairy, and like something like Hisuian Quillfish, Alolan Muck with the Poison Dark typing only takes super effective from ground, and that makes them sometimes really, really good generalists. Obviously, it kind of depends on the meta. You don't want your Alolan Muck on the Galarian Stunfisk, so pick your battles carefully there. I believe my who was it, the Wrongly Corrupted, right, from the first matchup we had. He was talking about a Shadow Beedrill, and unfortunately he couldn't bring it because of the Noctiles.
Yes, it's so true.
Yeah, and the poison jabs being triple resisted on that Steel Ground typing from Galarian Stunfisk. So you know.
But back in the day when Azumarill was king, it was something that was like the Shadow Beedrill, super dangerous. You can just watch it and watch your Pokemon get pretty much poison jab down.
Exactly, and because it has a very diverse moveset pool, it has what was it? Drill Run as Community Day move, as legacy move, a ground move to hit steel types, which makes you versatile versus Pokemon like Registeel. That was I believe Beedrill had that before Galarian Stunfisk was a thing in Pokemon Go, which made Beedrill really good. It also has Sludge Bomb to hit very to hit. Let's say you are a Beedrill locked into a Noctowl matchup. If you are able to land that Sludge Bomb, you might be able to poison jab down.
It is true, depending on like what you were talking about, the IV spread as well.
Exactly, and then you have Axe Scissor, a low energy move. Sometimes you just need to bait, right?
And what about the one that was more recently added, Fell Stinger, just to make your poison jabs even stronger?
I'm personally not that big of a fan of it. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does boost your poison jab. So if your opponent shields it, it's the perfect bait. And I love baiting sometimes. It's just.
I thought the rule is always never bait.
Just make the right choice.
Yeah.
Just make the right choice, and you win the battle.
What? Like it's hard?
Yeah, I think Beedrill is one of those picks. Unfortunately, we're not going to see it as much.
No, that is true.
As I would love to see it. But there's still other picks such as Charizard. Another pick that I think is still very viable is Walrein. We haven't seen much of that, but
it did get the Icicle Spear debuff, so it was like one of those things where you saw Walrein everywhere in almost any sort of PvP format. And it is still really good. It does definitely have a lot of play, but we are not seeing it in the same capacity. That is true.
Right, so like it still beats Pokemon like Noctowl, Altaria. It has a very good matchup against Trevenant that kind of is based on whether you run regular or Shadow. So I'm kind of surprised we don't see that, but I would also not be surprised if Alolan Ninetales is replacing that role, simply because Alolan Ninetales just doesn't have that fighting weakness.
That's true, and it's a very good Pokemon with a diverse moveset. Speaking of, we're about to see it, and we're going to see what moveset it is running. If it's Charm, Lillipup might be in a bit of an issue.
Ooh, swaps immediately into that Sableye. It's probably the Power Snow, because that's resisted on Lantern, and not a great matchup.
Yep, and Lillipup going straight for the Surf here. So Tenacity not choosing to shield the first one, knowing that he's going to be able to survive that, storing up a bit of extra energy, getting to the return, and throwing this foul play. Do you think Lulibop will shield?
Oh, she does not shield. She's confident in taking this move here. She's probably not very afraid of that Alolan Ninetales because she also has the Galarian Stunfisk in the back.
That's true. And Vitanasti, knowing that the Surf will be enough at this point, choosing to farm up just a little more energy. Oh, but a spot by Lulibop, hoping to catch that foul play, but giving Vitanasti a little bit more time to charge up a bit more energy and be able to now throw this foul play.
This is good neutral damage. She's preserving that Lantern for that Alolan Ninetales, but the unfortunate thing for Vitanasti here is he has that Metagame in the back, and this is the one thing that Metagame wants to see. Now, the timer is up, and he does decide to swap it in right away. Look at that moveset, by the way. Was that Dynamic Punch Psychic?
My goodness, a double nuke move and catching pretty much here the Rock Slide, which is not going to do that much damage, not very effective against this Metagame. Going up, and it is a power-up
Power-up punch, it's the other fighting move.
I do love a good power-up punch, kind of like we were talking about Fell Stinger, boosting your fast move. The power-up punch boosts the fast move of this Metagame, and now these counters are doing even more damage.
Is he counting here? Does he know this is a Rock Slide? Does Vitanasti shield here? He does not shield. Oh, very good counting here from Vitanasti. Very aware of what the count is on the Galarian Stunfisk here. Then in comes the Altaria, but you don't have the Ice Punch here, so he has to throw that Psychic. On the other hand, you have the Alolan Ninetales, and it will feast on the Cloudbird here.
And you have to remember, this is a boosted Psychic, so it is not being shielded by Lulibop, but look how much that does. And, oh my goodness, and Vitanasti gets the defense drop. And this Altaria is going to have to throw a move here to be able to take it out. Vitanasti choosing to let the Metagame go down.
Look at how low this Altaria is right now. It put in so much work. Who needs Ice Punch?
Who needs Ice Punch when you have a boosted Psychic with a defense drop?
Let's see, there's very little left on the Altaria. Actually, Altaria goes down right now, and then the Lantern likely comes back in here. But Lantern does not have a lot of HP left. It has some energy here, but the Alolan Ninetales just has so much energy, so much health. It's going to be very difficult for Lulibop to get through this Alolan Ninetales here.
Lulibop using her last Protect Shield there to with the Weather Ball bait. Will be able to throw this, and Vitanasti uses his last shield as well on the Thunderbolt.
Yeah, Thunderbolt is correctly shielded by Vitanasti. He also still has that Sableye here, but he will be able to safely get to the Dazzling Gleam, regardless if another Thunderbolt is reached or not. And this will definitely take out that Lantern. So despite having a bad lead, and actually the Galarian stuff is in the back as well, Vitanasti still being able to take this matchup here.
Yeah, and he completed his research request of battling another trainer.
Now he gets another Pokemon. This is great. We currently have a double Stardust bonus, if that's what you picked, right?
Yes. I know that's what I picked. Is that what you picked as well?
I'm always poor on Stardust, so I always pick that, yeah. With the Lunar New Year event, yes, after you complete the first page of the special research, you can pick between double XP, you can pick double Stardust per catch, you can pick the double duration of the daily adventure in a sense. So yeah, that's I definitely go for Stardust always. I need to build more Pokemon for PvP, right?
I think that's the woe of all PvP players is what they're choosing to spend their dust on, because we don't have a lot. We were with a player for this tournament for a bit where he was going around and having to catch everything and go to different raids just because he needed to have enough dust to do some special trades that he wanted to do.
Yeah. All right, so what did we see exactly here from Vitanasti? We saw the Alolan Ninetales, the Sableye, and the Metagame. I believe those are pretty much the most flexible Pokemon on Vitanasti's side. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see the Noctowl, but it's also very clever not bringing it, realizing that, or maybe he predicted that Lulibop would bring both Lantern and Galarian Stunfisk, and she probably expected Noctowl, right? Because she didn't bring the Trevenant.
I mean, if you're Lulibop, the Lantern does look pretty good on that side. That has a pretty neutral matchup against almost everything there. You really only need to be careful of like the Earthquake from the Shadow Swampert. That's going to definitely hurt.
Yeah.
And maybe the Zap Cannons. If you get the attack debuff, it's not great either. But getting to those charge moves so quickly with Spark is, definitely going to get a shield or two from Vitanasti's side there.
Exactly. Another thing is that the Spark fast move is very good for the Swampert, so it does have a lot of fast move pressure on Swampert, unlike the other fast move Water Gun, right? But one interesting thing about that is that Swampert can actually just win it straight Hydro Cannon when shields are up, because the mud shots are adding up there. Hydro Cannon, a super efficient move. Obviously, Surf will still hurt, right? So that's definitely not something you want to take.
That's right, yeah. It's also going to be taking some of that damage. So the Shadow Pokemon doing 20% more damage, but also taking 20% more damage from all the hits that they're getting as well.
Yeah.
But making Pokemon like Shadow Swampert with its Community Day move one of the best Pokemon, I think, in the meta.
And I think that's why she also brought the Altaria for that Swampert. Now Vitanasti maybe predicted that. He didn't want to bring the Swampert. Obviously, Swampert into Altaria is a very risky matchup, so that's likely why he may have avoided bringing that. And like sometimes your safest matchups will just do the job.
That's right.
So one more thing. The Metagame has now revealed its complete moveset. The Power
and
Punch
also
Psychic.
the Ninetales has revealed its entire moveset. I mean, this is what you would assume it would be anyway. If you're running Powder Snow, you most likely need a Fairy move to be able to handle like the Fighters or the Ghost types or the Dark types in the back. But you never know. I mean, the Power Up Punch was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah. I think it fits very well in the current meta. Let's see. We have here the Sableye. This time not the Alolan Ninetales from V-Tenacity. It is on the team. And looking at that backline, he might just actually swap out. Actually go straight into that Alolan Ninetales. And a little bit of a late swap here by Lulibop. Now, this is not a Shadow Alolan Ninetales, so it won't win the 2 shields here against that Galarian Stunfisk.
It does, however, have a bit of an energy advantage. So it will be able to throw off a couple Powder Snows before Lulibop is able to get to that Rock Slide.
Yeah, looks like the Galarian Stunfisk is stuck for a little. Weather Ball comes in. Another Weather Ball is going to be thrown by V-Tenacity. Galarian Stunfisk is still stuck. Let's see how that is going to play out. I reckon that the Alolan Ninetales might be able to win this matchup now.
It did have, to be fair, it did have a bit of an energy advantage at the beginning, but we're not sure quite how many Powder Snows got in before the Galarian Stunfisk was able to respond. We'll be able to get to another one, but at this range, I don't know if the Galarian Stunfisk would be able to survive to be able to throw a Rock Slide of its own.
I think at this range it will barely survive, but if you let it through, you might be Power Snowed down, and in that case, V-Tenacity would flip the switch advantage here. He might be able to do that regardless because he has so much energy still, and the Galarian Stunfisk does not have a lot of energy at all.
Yes, that's true. And going for that Weather Ball right away, at this range, it will most likely be enough. And then I guess Lulibop from there can dictate how she would like to go on.
She lets it go.
Choosing to let that go down, and now probably coming in with that Metagame, right? You don't want to be going in with the Altaria.
Yeah, well, this is kind of scary simply because now you know your Sableye, V-Tenacity's Sableye is going to be on your Metagame. That is a very tough spot to be in. And she shields that Weather Ball, maybe being afraid of a Dazzling Gleam. But this would not have done as much damage as a Dazzling Gleam. In comes the Sableye. She stays in for a little bit, throwing the Ice Punch here, which doesn't do as much damage. And V-Tenacity does not shield that.
Yes, it was unfortunate about alignment there. And I wonder if she was able to win that, then obviously she would be able to get the Altaria back onto the Sableye rather than on this Registeel. And then it would have been a completely different game.
For sure. V-Tenacity with a very quick reflex here, swapping that Registeel into the Altaria, taking all resisted charge and fast moves here on that solid steel type. Yeah, I'm probably just going for a straight Zap Cannon here to maybe even get a debuff.
Yeah, we did see it happen once before. Will we see another attack debuff on the screen? You know, it's not a 100% chance, but you always feel like it when it's against you, right?
Oh, I'm aware. Yes, yes. Thank you for reminding me.
No, I just mean it. I always feel it's against me as well.
Okay. Yeah. Looks like V-Tenacity is maybe just going to lock on down here. Lock on does very little damage, but it's going to do enough damage to take out this Altaria. That was a little bit stuck in the sky there. Yeah, it's probably just going to...
and at this range, yeah, can Zap Cannon to take it down.
Yeah, Zap Cannon might barely not take it out, but regardless, this battle is going to be over. We'll see how this will be handled, because it was a very tough matchup for Lulibop to be in, right? She had a pretty good lead there,
yes.
a pretty good backline, I think.
And being able to switch out, getting the Galarian Stunfisk onto Alolan Ninetales, you feel like you're in a pretty decent position there as well.
Exactly, exactly. So, yeah, and we'll see how she will anticipate to that. This time she did not bring the Lantern, I believe, right? She did not bring the Lantern to answer that Alolan Ninetales, that V-Tenacity she just threw into that Altaria lead. Right, you just bring in your hardest answer. V-Tenacity so confident with the Alolan Ninetales there.
I think that makes sense though, because if you saw the backline, both of them were very good against the Altaria, but the Registeel is more of what we call the rock paper scissors scenario, right? So if you use Registeel as a safe swap, and then you get hard countered with the Metacham or something, even though the Zap Cannons would most likely hurt, then the Metacham is almost taken out by the time your Sableye comes in, you know? So it's like you're losing the alignment that you want. But the Ninetales, you can dictate a little bit better. Maybe you'll at least get a shield or something from the Pokemon.
Exactly, and since it charges its Weather Balls so fast, right, you always have a combination of fast and charge move pressure. And a Pokemon that can do that just shows so much versatility. The only flaw it has, all its fast and charge moves, unless you run Feint Attack, are resisted by Steel types, which makes it very iffy against a Pokemon like Registeel that probably just shreds the Ice Fox.
Though Registeel for V-Tenacity is like one of those Pokemon that's great when shields are down, with not doing much fast move damage at all, but those charge moves coming in very heavy.
Yeah, Lock-on is not is not the most damaging move indeed. Regardless, though, it has a very good charge move moveset pool, right? With before it got Zap Cannon, it had Flash Cannon.
Yes.
And that was also very good in the role it had to fulfill. On top of that, you're also not relying on debuffs, right? Which could make matchups a little bit inconsistent sometimes. Like, if you're like, oh, I'll throw the Zap Cannon, and if I debuff, I win easy. And then you go the debuff, that's a little bit unfortunate. But Flash Cannon adds a little bit more consistency.
Yeah.
That Electric obviously makes it a bit better against most water types not named Swampert, and it gives you an edge against Pelipper, right, the Zap Cannon, and the Tentacruel. But Flash Cannon can also win you the zero shoots against Metacham.
Yeah, and also better against the Trevenants as well. And we haven't seen them actually very much at all since the move update. Nidoqueen.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe that was a Bilbao surprise when the winner of that Basics was running Flash Cannon Registeel and did very
Zap
well.
Cannon. He had Flash Cannon, Zap Cannon. He did not fear Galarian Stunfisk, the most common Pokemon. And you know what, Amanda? Sometimes it just pays off to take risks.
That's right. I mean, it's one of those. The problem is once you reveal those movesets, then obviously your opponent can play around it a little bit differently. But obviously he knew what he was doing there because he was still able to win.
You can basically see that from two sides. Yes, your movesets are revealed, so your opponent knows what tricks you might have. But you can also anticipate to your opponent anticipating your tricks, right? So it becomes a mind game like that. And I think that can be not only challenging, but also exciting. Does my opponent know what I have? Does he know what I'm doing? Right? I think that's one of the excitements in not only movesets, but also in when to try to catch a move, right? When is my opponent going to throw their charge move?
Is my opponent the type of person who's going to throw on alignment right when I get to, right when they get the move, or are they going to try to beat me to charge move priority to when I get the move? Or are they going to completely farm over? We were doing some practice battles a couple days ago, and I was like, there's no way he's going to catch us. I'm throwing at a completely random number here. No, this madman. Sorry,
I just have it in my veins, I guess. It's basically a matter of predicting and knowing your opponent. I know you're a good player and that you count my moves. So knowing that, I can anticipate to your gameplay. Right, so
somebody clip it. He said I'm a good player.
I say it about a lot of people.
Oh.
No, you're a good player. Don't worry.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, I think that's one of the more exciting things.
It is true. It's like knowing your opponents and playing them a little bit. Sometimes it gives an advantage. Like, oh, I know that this person usually baits the first time, and then they'll throw the chart. Or this person I know rarely, if ever, baits.
Exactly, because some of our competitors have played in previous tournaments before. So if you've seen them play on the stream, or if you just played them anywhere else, like in the Go Battle League, you might know a little bit of their playstyle, right? I think there's still, I wouldn't say it's unfair, right, knowing your opponent. I think it really gives insight on how to play, and your opponent could also know on how do I anticipate to this.
That's true.
It's always,
Yeah.
even though Open Grey League sometimes really has like hard matchups on each other, such like a Registeel on an Alolan Ninetales, there also is that flexibility and that predicting the mind games.
Yep.
It all comes together.
Or even like, yeah, I know that that Inadequance really loves Sableye, so he's most likely going to bring it to a tournament. And then you shocked everyone by using a Shadow Sableye, which was not the common pick. If you see most of them in the tournament, they are running Return. They are the purified version, which you can only get from the rocket stops and then purifying them.
Yeah,
Shadow Pokemon.
yeah. But if you have the Shadow one, you don't have to purify it. It doesn't cost you 5,000 starters, but it does cost you way more to power it up. Shadow
Yes.
Pokemon do cost more to power it up. On top of that, you have to wait for a Team Rocket event to TM away, to use a technical charged TM on that frustration move,
Yes,
right?
because
you
having
don't want that.
frustration is very frustrating.
It's-
I was thinking it's maybe just a slightly bad return and then doing some and then it's like, oh no, this is
It's horrible.
This is a horrible, horrible move that takes forever to get to.
It does not deal damage.
No.
But that does make it more satisfying if someone shields it.
That is always a silver lining with you.
Exactly. Speaking of a Team Rocket event, we will have one, I believe, from the 1st of February to the 5th of February, where you can TM that frustration move off. So definitely keep that in mind.
And if you were watching earlier when Adelian was talking about tags,
Yeah, so what I usually do is tag all the Pokemon that I want to TM frustration away from. So with Adelian's help, with his video, right, he explained that to me, I can now do that and then TM on the 1st of February, right after 12 o'clock, I TM all the moves away and I can use them in the Go Battle League.
so how do you go about getting your charge TMs?
I just rate a lot. You get your charge TMs basically from winning battles in the Go Battle League. You get them from doing raids. Tier 3 raids, they give a guaranteed charge move.
And higher,
TM,
right?
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah. Higher is a chance to receive them. You also have a chance to receive multiple, so it has offsets. And I think that also mega raids have a good chance of awarding those as well.
Speaking of mega raids, what are you thinking right now of Mega Salamence?
So it has a very good stat distribution. It's one of the Pokemons that not only Master League PvPers who like Mega Pokemon want, it's also those who really like raiding because of its massive stat distribution. And Dragon, unfortunately, only super effective on, well, other dragons. But if you do have that, the damage output is really, really good. So
I have a perfect that I am can't wait to power up all the way and get the megas through.
I am very jealous. I'm very jealous. All right, we are going to replay game number 2 here, as Lulibop did seem to have quite some lag in her game, some latency in her game, and that made it because like the Galarian Starfish generally wins against the Alolan Ninetales, right?
Yes.
So we're going to replay that game, and we'll see if they use new teams or the same teams, and how they will anticipate to their gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, if it is same teams, it's one of those things. Is now knowing the team composition, will V Tenacity still safe swap that Alolan Ninetales?
Yeah, I think that if it's new teams and she anticipates that, we'll likely see some more Lantern action. If it's Spark, I like to call Lantern Peter Sparker. It's such a good Pokemon for taking a very flexible. It only is bad really against most grass types, right?
That's true. Yeah, it's completely walled in a way that even Shadow Swampert is not walled, because Shadow Swampert potentially has either an Earthquake or a Sludge Wave,
Exactly.
while all Lantern's moves are resisted. It does look like it is a completely new matchup for this game number 2, leading the Alolan Ninetales into the Lantern, and in another immediate swap up by V Tenacity into the Sableye.
Yeah, it looks like Lulibop is staying in, throwing a Surf first. Let's see if she then decides to swap out. Again, she is quite strong against that Alolan Ninetales with that Lantern and the Galarian Stunfisk on the same team. And this might just be the spot where you want that Sableye, and throwing on that charge move priority.
Yes, Lulibob knows at this point, though, this foul play will not be enough to take it out. And will, I believe, already clicked the surf, so we will see if it goes through at this moment. It does, and now will Vitanasti choose to use his shield? He does. He's going to shield it up. He wants to save the Sableye. It's one of those things some players really like to keep the switch advantage, right?
Yeah, and it still has some useful energy, right? But in comes that Galarian Stunfisk, probably to soak up all this damage from the Sableye here. Galarian Stunfisk quite bulky, so it probably has no issues here. And with that chip damage from the Lantern, she can now just throw a Rock Slide.
That's true. And the health is down on the Galarian Stunfisk a bit, and I wonder if this was Lulibob's plan, because if you look at Vitanasti's team, maybe it is not. I was going to say, there is a Metagame in the back.
And swapping out into the Metagame right here, but unfortunately, she is going for that Rock Slide here. Probably not wanting to shield her Galarian Stunfisk from a potential Ice Punch. I believe he did reveal it.
No, he did reveal that it is indeed a Power-Up Punch, but not throwing it quite yet. Going to go ahead and go for a complete farm down, but not able to get to it before the second Rock Slide goes off. Again, not that much damage, but chip damage is chip damage.
Every little chip might help in the end game. There have been so many scenarios where I wish I threw that Rock Slide. And in comes that opposing Metagame here. This Psychic immediately gets shielded by Lulibob, no doubt about it. She had 2 shields to expend, right?
That's right, and no defense drop with that Psychic either. And now they're about on even footing. Vitanasti is 1 ahead, going to be able to throw back-to-back Psychics here. Will Lulibob use both of her shields as well? Vitanasti is out of shields. Both opponents are out of shields now. Let's see how this end game turns out.
Oh, and the timer barely was not up, because I think Vitanasti would have loved to went into a Sableye here. But Sableye can come back into this matchup, and then I think Vitanasti still doesn't look very bad. I have to tell you, Amanda, I don't even know how he got in this good spot, because he had such a bad lead. The swap in the Galarian Stunfisk was pretty difficult to deal with. He was 2 shields down. And look, oh my god, that lands and it does so much damage and snipes the Ice Punch from this Metagame that can't throw a move, and now shields are down. The Alolan Knight is full health and he's just free to get to a Dazzling Gleam now.
Yes, normally in a position, this is not the position you want to be in if you're Alolan Ninetales against a Lantern, but a Lantern with this low of health will definitely be able to get to this Dazzling Gleam. Powder Snow's adding up so quickly, and the Dazzling Gleam at this stage will most likely be enough to take out this Lantern.
I'm honestly still flabbergasted. This whole time I was looking at the battle like, this looks very difficult to overcome. Losing switch advantage, being 2 shields down, but he's dancing around with his switches, dancing around with that energy, and he comes out as the winner here. Yes. Incredible play.
That was a very interesting choice that he did, and it really paid off for him, like shielding both of those Rock Slides from the Galarian Stunfisk with the pretty low health Sableye, but banking one of those to be used at a later moment. And look how much that came into play. He was able to get up to the return and basically take out the Metagame there.
Banking that energy on that Sableye, keeping it not even at that like high HP, right? You only need so little to take out a Metagame. It was just apparently barely the key to victory there. So.
And if you looked, I believe she was only 1 move away from an Ice Punch as well, which at that range definitely would have been enough to take out the Sableye. So he was counting very well, throwing that off. And the thing that really sealed the deal for him was that snipe.
Yeah, well, and if it wasn't the snipe, he would have caught the resisted Ice Punch. So
that's true.
It's a really strong place. Still had the Sableye at the end there. So he really secured the matchup by that. I think that was a very, very solid match. I think Vitanasti, if he keeps playing like this, is definitely a top contender for this tournament.
I mean, I think it's one of the signs of it. If you lose the lead, that does not mean you're going to lose the game. A lot of players don't know how to get out of tricky situations like that, especially if they're hard countered with their swap as well. I think sometimes, you just give up a little bit of hope or you're a bit demotivated. But Vitanasti, like you said, really danced around, knew his counts, was watching the switch timer, and was able to manage all of that very effectively.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult to overcome a difficult algorithm that gives bad leads, but in this case, if you manage your energy and shields well, you can flip it. It's really possible. Yeah, it's not always down to losing the lead, losing the battle. No,
that's right.
And I think Vitanasti showed that very well here, losing the lead quite hard, and then there was a Galarian Stunfisk to take out that Alolan Knight was potentially as well.
That's true.
Yeah, I think that was a very impressive performance.
But it's kind of what we were discussing earlier too. Sableye, again, now that there's not so many charms on the other side, is a really great safe swap. This game when he swapped in that Sableye, And then, you know, you just save up a lot of energy with that.
Yeah, it's just shielding it, protect the Sableye, and you win fairly.
Just protect the Sableye. Guys, protect the pandas and protect the Sableye.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very interested in how V Tenacity will advance in this tournament. We haven't seen him before yet in Play Pokemon tournaments, but now we have seen it. He is really good.
Yes, can confirm. Pretty good.
Yeah, imagine we would have him against Lurgan. Oh, that would be the dream. That would be I would love to see that matchup if we or something similar, right?
That is true. If you guys are wondering what the brackets are looking like, because there are a lot of players here today who are competing, you can do the exclamation point bracket in the chat, and you can pull up the bracket and join us and kind of see along with who is winning and who's in the losers brackets already. Some of the names may surprise you.
Yeah, many Play Pokemon tournaments had many upsets. I'm expecting here as well. I think we saw one of the best French or most popular French players, Sandoudou, lose as well, right?
Yes.
Not a lot of people expect him to lose in round one. It happens to the best of us, really. And yeah, there can be upsets like that, right?
But like we said before, since it is double elimination, losing does not mean that you will be out. You definitely have much of a uphill climb to do. But if you think about our world champion, Dancing Rob from Germany, he was brought down to the loser bracket, I believe, in like round 2, and he fought his way entirely through, also through the winners final to compete in the grand final.
He was very good with the Charm False move. Yeah, very charming. And I believe also, like Toe Tactical also in Liu also fought from losing 2 rounds from the start and on day 2, or sorry, the first round obviously only, and then fighting to the finals against Colin Wright. He still qualified for Worlds like that. Losing 1 round makes it difficult, but
not impossible.
Exactly. All right, we will now be showing an interview with one of our competitors here.
Folks, I'm here with Ginger Ninja, otherwise known to some of you locally as Jay, and we're going to conduct a little interview on all things Pokemon Go. How are you doing, Jay? How are things?
Awesome, man. Thanks for having me. Yeah, excited.
Right at the very beginning, in terms of when you got into Pokemon Go, how long ago was that, and what kind of drew you into the game as a whole?
Well, I think originally it was when it first came out, and I guess the nostalgia of Pokemon just in general, like played it when I was a little kid. Used to wake up really early before school and like run down, get on my dad's Game Boy, get on it, like take his Tetris out or whatever game he had, and I'd sit there, play Pokemon, like Red or whatever, and like my dad would come down and tell me off. And so often he wouldn't let me save it either, so that was really annoying. So I just started the game over about 20 times probably. I just really enjoyed Pokemon, so when the game came out on mobile, I was like, I've got to give it a go.
So let's talk about the competitive aspect of the game and what got you into that.
Yeah, well, it was just the new like part of the game that was just bright and shiny for me. Like I've not really done much PvP aspect of any kind of game really. I think playing with the new shiny part of the game, and then all these people sort of being in the same boat of learning together, just brought like communities together, really different, meeting new people like me and you, for example. It opened so many different elements up in my life, to be honest, like that competitive scene, where I've made some real true friends like over time. Not you.
Oh, right, cheers, mate. We're going to head back to some more of the battles now, and we can continue more of this interview at a later point.
Welcome back, trainers. I hope you enjoyed our first segment of the interview with Ginger Ninja, one of the locals here in Liverpool, actually competing in his hometown. We're going to have another exciting matchup soon. Would you like to introduce them, Amanda?
Yeah.
We're going to have here on the left side, on the right side, two players that might look pretty familiar.
I'm pretty excited about this. If you have been following along at all with the chat, that we have Red Spa, who is a UK trainer, and she was very excited that she could wear this Hatchroom hat. A little fun story about this hat, too. It was sent to her by Enhoff, who was one of the qualifiers.
Okay, yeah.
Already in the Pokemon tournament.
Yeah, I believe she won, or she was second at Peoria.
Yeah, that's right, behind Hot Pocket.
Yeah, exactly. On the right side, we have Matt Beer, also a popular player from the UK. So we're gonna have two players from the UK here. We see two Psychic plushies here. I believe Red Spa really likes Psychic types, and by no surprise, there is one on our team. It's the Metagame.
Oh, I think Matt Beer maybe is supporting her as well, because it looks like there's a Metagame on his team as well.
So in these teams, we see three ghost types. But on the Red Spa, we see the Trevenant. And on Matt Beer's side, I believe we have not seen this Pokemon much yet.
It's one of my favorites.
It's one of your favorites. I know, I'm aware. And it's Frostless. Frostless has a very good moveset pool, in my opinion, with the Power Snow that Alola Knight also has, charging very fast, and Avalanche being a very energy efficient move, and as is the Shadow Ball, which is, we might just see it soon.
Yeah, both of these are what we call like nuke moves, where it's, they does such heavy damage when they go down, and Frostlass is able to get to these moves so quickly, leading a check. Oh, this is not what you want to see. If you are Red Spot, if you are Matt Beer, you are grinning underneath that mask, because the Trevenant versus Noctowl is a matchup that does not want to see an immediate swap out into that Swampert, and already the first Sky Attack is being thrown.
Now I do have to mention this is a shiny Swampert, but it's not Shadow, and that means that two Hydro Cannons barely would not take out this Noctowl. Regardless, Matt Beer decides to go into Metagame right away, preserving the Noctowl for the Trevenant, because obviously he has such a good matchup there.
Meanwhile, these two Hydro Cannons will most likely be enough to take out the Metagame at this point.
Oh, but it goes for the Earthquake. Oh, if the Hydro Cannon wouldn't do it, then this definitely does.
That's true. Matt Beer knows it as well, doing his counts correctly, shielding up this Earthquake, and I assume at this point, just going to try and punch it down. Yeah,
Matt Beer is a shield down at this point, but does have a lot of energy here, and if Trevenant wants to stay on the field, it might have to shoot one of these Ice Punch, because they are super effective and going to do, I think, a little bit under half damage, half HP.
Yeah, we'll have to see at this point. Yes, you're absolutely right. Right about half here. The second one, if Red Spot wants to keep this Trevenant alive, and it appears she does, then going to have to use that Protect Shield. And then maybe we see a farm down on the other side with the Shadow Claw damage here. We'll be able to get to it before the Ice Punch. Yes, it looks like it. And unfortunately, you know what it's going to be met with?
It's going to be very difficult here, I think, for Red Spa. The problem is she had to shield that, because you cannot have the Galarian stuff on the Metagame. And in comes the Water Gun Lantern here. It's not Spark this time, and this has a better matchup against that Galarian Stunfisk here, because you have super effective fast moves here.
That is true, but you get to your charge moves a little bit slower in this case. The fast moves definitely are more oppressive here. Will Matt Beer call this? Because this Earthquake will bring the Lantern down so low. Oh, no, he doesn't shield it.
This will do massive damage.
This will do so much damage. You can see the happiness on Red Spot's face here, but it is still indeed an uphill climb.
Does he get there? Does he get there? Does he get there? Oh, no, he doesn't get there. Oh, barely not. But this Galarian Stunfisk is almost in Shadow Ball range, and I think that's why Matt Beer no shield there, knowing his Noctowl is probably able to clean up here.
Wow.
Stunfisk and Noctowl counter, huh?
My goodness, it's almost given it a fighting chance here. You're able to get off this as well. And you have to remember, the Trevenant is loaded with energy, but maybe they're still potentially going to use it as a catch.
Yeah, Trevenant is just very difficult to utilize. Oh, she goes for that swap. The Seed Bomb will do a little bit of damage here. Everything that Trevenant throws here is resisted, at least on the moves that it has here, and the Seed Bomb just barely doesn't add enough, but this does take it into Rock Slide range. So if you are somehow able to get to that Rock Slide, or maybe another Seed Bomb here, maybe you can win this at Red Spot.
I mean, she did wonderful counting there, going right as that Shadow Ball, but Matt was known about it, and he just waited and didn't throw the move right away.
Very smart.
Forced to throw the Sky Attack, however, because they would have been able to get to another Seed Bomb. Unfortunately for Red Spot at 100 energy, and this Shadow Ball from the Noctowl is going off against Galarian Stunfisk that has no shields left.
Yeah, very, very patient play from Madby here. Being very meticulous when to throw your moves and knowing that his Noctowl is so crucial to take out that Trevenant, and also being able to take out a lower health Galarian Stunfisk is just very, what we call in our terms, 5-head.
Yes, it was a 5-head play by Matt Beer.
Very smart.
And it's kind of what you were talking about earlier with knowing your opponent a little bit. Do people throw on alignment? Do people throw a little bit after? Theoretically, if Matt threw directly when he had that Shadow Ball, Red Spot would have had an amazing catch there, and that matchup would have been completely flipped because that Noctowl would have been dry and that Galarian Stunfisk would be able to reach a couple more Rock Slides.
I think her only win con is when you get a CMP swap. That is when you swap your Pokemon in, throw the charge move, and the opponent happens to also throw the charge move while you are swapping. So you get your damage in, plus you get the sacrificial swap, because I think she did need that Seed Bomb to get into Rock Slide range, right?
That's true.
So that was a very difficult. I mean, I don't blame her. Leading Trevenant into Noctowl is just so difficult to overcome. And at this point, do you want to bring Trevenant still?
Yeah, perhaps Matt has scared her out of it at the beginning, or maybe we saw it in the Stuttgart as well. Weedle sometimes was very hard countered with the Noctowl and Trevenant lead, and he just kept bringing it in and leading it every game. It didn't scare him off, and he ended up being the regional champion there.
That is because he also realizes that sometimes to win games you need to take risks.
That's
and
right.
If you make the right
No
calls
risk,
there,
no reward.
that is correct. That is very correct. We're going into game number 2 here with the Umbreon into the Metagame. A decent lead, I would say, for Matt Beer, and she does. Red Spot does stay in this matchup because she has that Galarian Stunfisk in the back. Now, I wouldn't even say this is bad, Amanda, for Red Spot, because Umbreon has a very close matchup here when no shields are used, and no Metagame ever wants to shield a foul play.
Exactly. And if you look in the back, she obviously can't switch in the Galarian Stunfisk either, but you're getting that Metagame off the field, and Galarian Stunfisk is going to do pretty decent against that back line.
Yeah, I think Matt Beer is somewhat in a very difficult spot here, simply because his team is an ABB format, as we call it, which means that you are leading strong against a particular Pokemon and then are double weak to it in the back. So with one of your Pokemons, you try to bait out that particular Pokemon, in this case the Galarian Stunfisk. But since he has that Frosted in the back, you cannot swap out of this because you need to get rid of this.
That's right, and if you look, she's counting energy very well, being able to throw this move without letting one of his moves go through. And it's not going to knock it out most likely, but it's going to get so low. Oh my goodness, it's so low!
Oh, and Umbreon wins his matchup!
Wow.
Taking super heavy damage, Umbreon does not care. And now in comes that Frosted to farm down this remaining Umbreon. But Amanda, I think this does not look bad at all, because in the back we see those two Pokemons again.
I know.
It's the tree against the all.
It's like, if only you could see your opponent's backline, you would see how good it would have been. But the Frostlass with a little bit of energy advantage is probably not something the Trevenant really wants to see either.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. Yes, Matt Beer choosing to shield this up because he knows that this would do a lot of damage. And also, the Noctowl doesn't really want to see the Galarian Stunfisk either.
Yeah, I think Matt Bear wants to get this a little bit lower to make it more convenient for that, for the Noctowl. This Rock Slide won't take it out yet. We'll do about 55% damage, but this Avalanche will also do about 35 to 40% damage. It's a very energy efficient move. And in comes, and he throws the Avalanche here, and the Shadow Claw came through Amanda. So that means that this Frostless is now off the field. And she lets it go. What an incredibly smart play. Does she know?
Amazing.
Does she know?
She has to know, right? I mean, at that stage, it's just like, okay.
Incredible, because now this Trevenant was just basically useless against his Noctowl. If she called that, then she knows that Galarian Stunfisk is just so decisive here, and we're going to see how good exactly, or how high attack this Noctowl exactly has, because it's not over just yet.
That's right. Throwing the Shadow Ball. Will she call it, choosing not to use the shield here?
And I think after this Sky Attacks plus the Wing Attack, it's going to be very close here. This Rock Slide won't take it out yet. Matt Bear knows as well.
Yes, the unfortunate thing about the Mud Shots is they do nothing. Very little damage to a flying Pokemon. However, the Wing Attacks, since the buff, it is doing just a little bit more, going for a Sky attack now, unfortunately having to shield this up because it would just put Red Spot down too low, but it's going to have to go ahead and get up to 2 Rock Slides. And you have to remember, there's still a Frostlass in the back for a potential swap.
Yeah, and I think it might be necessary. I'm not sure if you are able to get to the Sky Attack before Galarian Stunfisk gets to a Rock Slide here. So as Matt Bear, you might have to make a sacrificial swap here. Oh, actually, I'm very wrong here. He just... Oh, and he still flashes and catches the move. What is he doing? Oh, this was so unnecessary, but still an incredible play from Matt Bear here, catching the Rock Slide on that 1 HP Frostlass, and now safely able to throw the Shadow Ball to win this battle. Incredible play from Matt Bear. You love to see it.
You love to see it.
Shadow Ball takes out Galarian Stunfisk, and it is a 2-0 victory for Matt Beer. Very well played. And I was also impressed with Red Spa, making that very good prediction that there's a Noctowl on the back. Just throwing in your Trevenant. I don't want this Trevenant anymore. There's a Noctowl on the back anyway. What do I do with this Pokemon?
And what a call, too, because it's like if it's something like the Lantern, then obviously that's where the Trevenant is needed the most. But she said, you know what? The Frostlass is staying in this matchup.
There's something fishy about that.
There's something seems to be wrong with this.
Yeah. So, right, those are the mind games. Those are the mind games that we talk about. Like, if you can make the correct prediction, I think she deserved more there, right? She made such a good call.
And also winning Umbreon over the Metagame, that was huge as well. Being able to get somewhat of an alignment. And just think, if she would have brought in the Trevenant there, but it's so hard to know, right? I mean, you don't want to bring a Trevenant into a Frostlass that already has a bit of an energy advantage on it.
Yeah, no, for sure. One thing that's also pretty tough about, or not tough, but like interesting about that matchup is that you need very specific or a very good Umbreon to take that matchup there, because the lead could have been somewhat, or the switch advantage could have been pretty important there, right? Because if Matt Beer wants switch advantage, that Noctowl would have definitely been on the Trevenant. So Umbreon winning that matchup versus Medicham was very important in my opinion. Did it affect the outcome in the end? Yeah. But it probably would have made it much easier for Matt Beer.
Yes, no, I completely agree with you. I think Red Spot played it great. I mean, unfortunately, it just comes down to things like that.
Sometimes it is like that. Yeah. It looks like a sweep, but it was actually, they were pretty good battles.
That's right.
Yeah.
And she did kind of the opposite of what you were talking about. Instead of an ABB, kind of went ABA, weak to something. Unfortunately for her, she was weak to the thing that was lead, which means you can't use what we would. There is no safe swap if you are ABA weak to a certain Pokemon.
The thing there is, though, what some battlers do is having a strategy where you soft lose the lead, which means, well, honestly, she didn't even lose the lead. But if you soft lose the lead, your matchup of Umbreon is not great against Medicham in general. But you can stay with Umbreon, lose it very softly, or in this case win it, and then your Galarian Stunfisk does not have to fear that the Medicham is still around. So in some cases it can really work. Obviously, if you run something like a Trevenant lead with Sableye in the back, that's probably not going to work.
Yes, we'll have to see what Matt Bear has to say about it, though, because
I'm excited.
I'm really excited to see if he expected to be losing the Metagame to the Umbreon, right?
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know.
All right, we'll kick it over to them so we can see what they have to say.
Welcome back for the winner's interview with Matt. What a win. You have done some incredible catches this game. This rock slide on the Frostlass, that was crazy. How did you manage to pull this off?
When he, I got a bit concerned when he came in and caught my avalanche on his Trevenant and sacked it. Obviously, was calling that his win condition was the G-Fisk, which was incredible. But I just make sure I keep count. I'm always keeping count of energy, you know, and I know
makes sense.
I know when I have to catch. So in that situation, they have to throw the move, otherwise they lose. So that's why I tend to throw on that timing.
So you weren't trying to rely on the charge move priority event with the Noctowl?
No. I would rather in that situation make sure that I get the catch, because
it makes sense. Frostlass doesn't really do anything, and it can be farmed down at this HP. So I was reading that you're more of a Swampert player usually, and a Skuntank, as you just told me. Why didn't you bring them to the table? We would have loved to see them.
Because I want to win, and at the moment it's all meta, right? So we have to play to the meta, and like I can't seem to make those Pokemon work in the current meta, unfortunately. So as much as I enjoy playing them, I didn't bring them today.
So are you with your team, which is meta, afraid of any rogue Pokemon? Anything that can catch you off guard that you are particularly afraid of?
Particular Charmers, Charmalola and Ninetales is a problem, which I know for most people can be. Azumarill is something I might struggle a little bit against. I have good coverage against it. But I think apart from that, I think I've got good play against most things.
All right, so that must be pretty convenient for you. Do you think you can win this event?
I'd like to think so. Yeah.
Okay, so there you got it. We have a favorite for the entire tournament, and we're just now going to give it back to the casters.
I love the confidence of Matt there. Are you gonna win it? Yeah, I'm gonna win it.
He did the same with me. Stuttgart.
What I want to say is, like, what he said is a Pokemon that he fears is something that you discussed, the Charmalola Ninetales. Now, it is really good against a lot of the meta now, but a lot of them are running Powder Snow, so maybe he does not have much to fear in this tournament.
On top of that, Pokemon like Metagame now even have a better fight against a nerfed Charm user. So even Charm might still be manageable. Obviously, I get where his fear comes from. It's difficult sometimes to deal with that.
Yep, so we will be back soon with some more of the battles, but in the meantime, we're going to continue our interview with Ginger Ninja.
I hope you folks have been enjoying some of the battles on show. I'm just going to continue with the interview now that I've recovered from the emotional wounding that Jay gave me earlier. But with regards to the Pokemon Go battling side, was there any sort of key events or special memories that really stand out to you that you want to tell the viewers?
Yeah. I mean, probably my first grassroots tournament that I actually travelled to. It was in London, and there was hundreds of competitors. It was like an 8-rounder. I went with a guy who basically was my mentor at the time, Billy Jimbo.
Oh yeah.
I all know very well. My guy. And basically, went down there, had a really great run. Was quite happy with myself. Richie Beckett played the nut in the final, which was pretty sick as well to watch. I didn't get in the final, but I did well. And it was just the whole experience. It was the first time I'd ever done anything like that, really, at that size anyway. It was really fun.
Are there any communities that really stood out for you, or any groups of people that you've met as a result of your battling expertise?
Yeah, I mean, I think that during, obviously we had COVID and lockdowns and what have you, and it really brought some of the PvP communities together, I think, a lot more, especially for me, in Liverpool. Our community was not so much PvP, it was more raiding and actually going out together, so a lot of people felt quite secluded and they couldn't really have that interaction, whereas we're getting people into PvP and it was you have more conversations, more daily interactions through obviously battling and learning and teaching each other. And there's a couple of other local communities as well in the northwest that really just, I think, kept me sane, and I think I hopefully kept them sane as well during that time. Maybe not, but yeah.
Entertained at the very least. Yeah.
I'll go with that.
Yeah, perfect. We're going to go back to some of the battles now, but stay tuned for a few more questions between Jay and I hope you enjoy the rest of the battles that come.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Liverpool. We are in for our 7th featured match now, and we have seen some pretty amazing battlers and battles so far. So, Adelian, what was your favorite Pokemon so far?
Oh, favorite Pokemon. So
don't say Metagame.
Oh. Well, Metagame is a very strong Pokemon, but yes, we do see quite a lot of it because it's just so powerful. So I always like to pick something that's a little bit more unconventional. I like to see, I'm loving the Shadow Charizard action that's come as a result of the wing attacks. I'm loving the... And we have our first two battlers coming in for now that we've jumped back into the hot seat, shall we say. So we have Hawkeye versus a fellow commentator, actually, Nim, hailing from France. Hawkeye is a British player, as well as a player that I've known for quite a long period of time, actually. Very analytical player, really knows his stuff. he will be a really tough opponent for Nim to top. But Nim also has commentated. She has competed. She knows how to play this game. She has hit GBL Legend multiple times. Both of these opponents have a really tough time dealing with each other, I feel.
Yes, but don't forget that Nim has the power of Zapdos on her side, and this is a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, whereas Hawkeye hasn't bothered with anything. So that's now. What would be really funny is when we see when we see their teams. I wonder if Nim will be running Zapdos. That'd be an interesting spice pick. But I think there are other flyers out there with that wing attack buff that might be a little bit more popular right now. But still, you gotta rate the very cute Slapdos plush that she is rocking on this occasion. So the teams are now coming up, and we can finally see. There is a Zapdos on Nim's team.
I was just gonna say, I really would love to see a Zapdos, because yesterday I got one with 1490 CP, so I can actually use that in Great League.
Oh wow! Well, this makes things very interesting. I feel Hawkeye. I feel Hawkeye's Pidgeotto should be a Pidgeot there potentially, but
maybe
we will
not.
Or maybe this is a real surprise. So Pidgeot, assuming it is Pidgeot, Pidgeot also benefited from the wing attack buff as well. So that will be an advantage. Oh, there we go. It is indeed Pidgeot. It benefits from wing attack buff, so it has access to a move called Feather Dance, which is very handy. So I'm interested to see how that plays out. In terms of other Pokemon that really stand out for you, what do you think are some of the we talked about Pidgeot and Zapdos already. Anything else really stand out? I like the look of the Venusaur Nim's side.
And it is not a Shadow Venusaur, which is quite interesting, because usually Shadow Venusaur is the preferred variant because it packs a bigger punch. Obviously, it's a Shadow Pokemon.
Yeah.
Both Frenzy Plant also can, to some degree, deal with a Noctowl. At least the Mud Bombs do, the Sludge Bombs do.
Yes. Yes, oh, absolutely. I wonder. Oh, and actually, it is indeed a Shadow Venusaur.
There we go.
So that makes a bit more sense. Yes, the Sludge Bombs then can be a lot more dangerous in matchups where you're playing against a Noctowl and you do want to at least threaten it or come close to the 2 KO. Then you can go with the Shadow Sludge Bomb, doing that little bit of extra damage. But I'm interested to see how Zapdos plays here. It obviously has to fear the Galarian Stunfisk quite severely, but it doesn't really fear all that much else. And it's actually an excellent pick because Hawkeye is running both Noctowl and Pidgeot. So this is going to be really hard for those flyers to have any wiggle room when Zapdos is bearing down on them, not to mention, of course, the Registeel and Galarian Stunfisk on Nemu's side.
Yeah, also the Medicham will have quite some problems with the Zapdos due to the flying type. The resisted counters are not going to deal as much damage, even though it is a Shadow variant of the Pokemon. So I think that Zapdos might see some play here. Also, most of the time, players tend to bring their spicier picks to the featured match just because they want to show it off, and I love that.
Yes, absolutely. And I think this is a place where Nim's Zapdos can really shine here because it has so much play against pretty much everything apart from the Galarian Stunfisk. So we will see what strategies she comes up with from the get-go as round 3 begins now, and we are jumping into the first set of battles. I think the players have just about locked in. Some fabulous legend poses there, and we see the Galarian Stunfisk coming in against a Registeel. What do you think of this matchup? This can be played in many ways.
Yeah, this is not the best lead for Nim, and now she immediately goes into the Venusaur trying to compete with the Stunfisk, and Stunfisk does not want to throw a bait, just straight up goes for the Earthquake.
Yes, I think maybe trying to capitalize, trying to get a shield advantage here. The Earthquake would at this range. Oh, no shield there. Although Hawkeye was aware that the Shadow boosted Frenzy Plant wouldn't KO, so now it's a decision time for Nim.
Oh wow, and this is huge because now the energy advantage is so hard on her side. She is so far ahead right now in terms of energy, and this next Frenzy Plant onto the Medicham might really hurt. But of course, it gets shielded because we want to reach that Ice Punch.
Yes, absolutely. And this Venusaur needs to be eliminated pretty quickly because you can see what Hawkeye has in the back. It is the Lantern. The Lantern does not want to see that Venusaur anywhere near it. So Medicham really needs to put in the work to eliminate the Venusaur. But the shield does come out. This Venusaur is not going just yet.
I was surprised to see the Psychic because I think that against a Shadow Venusaur, an Ice Punch should have been enough. On below 50%, but
yeah, possibly, yeah. So maybe Ice Punch would be better. But now a swap into the Registeel, which is interesting here. But you can notice this Registeel's running Flash Cannon, something that Hawkeye might not be expecting.
Listen, Flash Cannon in this situation is pretty good. The funny thing is now usually Metagame is a good counter to Registeel, but in the no shield scenarios, Registeel really shines. You have these really powerful charge moves and you generate them so quickly. And if nothing can be shielded, then you dominate most matchups. And
Metagame is able to just about survive, so Galarian Stunfinger is brought in. It is now a race to the Earthquake, and Registeel is able to get the Flash Cannon off first, and this is where it's going to be a surprise, going, oh, what is this? Oh, it's a Flash Cannon, and you can see the surprise on Hawkeye's face as the Flash Cannon lands. Now here comes the Lantern to try and get some farm on this Registeel. The Registeel is in Surf range, and so it's just who's going to get there first, and Registeel's able to land that Zap Cannon first. Was that an overfarm by Hawkeye? Was that an overfarm?
It is a slight miscount, which can be pretty easy against a Registeel because of these one-turn fast moves. I don't think there was an attack drop, but we can now really farm a lot on this Lantern. We are trying to farm it down, and yes, we don't reach the Flash Cannon on the Registeel. So now we are still having the Venusaur, which will be immediately taken out by this Thunderbolt. I know it's resisted, but you're still a Shadow Pokemon and not at that much of health. Oh wow, it doesn't even take it out. I stand corrected. We're going into the Metagame, a Pokemon that is really bulky and can at this point probably just farm down the Lantern as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This Lantern has a lot of energy, but it did expend quite a bit, landing that Thunderbolt, and there isn't really any wiggle room for the Hawkeye's Metagame. Trying to swap and try and get a catch, doesn't quite manage it, and now Lantern trying to get that Thunderbolt off, and there's no play at all.
Stunning performance.
Yeah, stunning. Yeah, absolutely. And notice no flyers on Hawkeye's side because the Zapdos, the Registeel, and the G-Stun put in huge amounts of what's referred to as bench pressure, where while not all of these Pokemon may necessarily feature in the line of 3 that a player is using, because of their mere presence on the bench, they really intimidate some players off bringing Pokemon that are weak to it. You mentioned Bastiodon in the past. Is a key example of demonstrating that bench pressure. You see that on a team, and you know you need to keep a fighter, a ground, or maybe have to push a water type in your line of 3 to handle that Bastiodon, would you say?
Yeah, it basically does the same as Zapdos and Registeel here right now, scaring off the Flyers and then just bringing a Venusaur into a team with Pidgeot and Noctowl. That is some good planning of Nim, knowing, okay, there won't be any Flyers, and we're actually bringing it into a Stunfisk, which is a decent matchup if you shield the Earthquake, and into the Lantern, which is always a great matchup.
Yes, absolutely. So now there is a change. Now we will see if there is a certain change in strategies. I think they are loading up the game again and refreshing the send requests in order to battle. But yes, a change in strategy here from Hawkeye. Does he risk one of his Flyers, which would have been quite effective against a lot of that line? But is this the point where Nim goes, you know what? I'm going to second guess them. I'm going to go for a Zapdos here. I'm going to surprise him. And of course, Hawkeye, you can pretty much guarantee he's going to bring that G-Stun in every time, because I think only the G-Stun at a push, maybe the Lickitung, can handle the Shadow Zapdos. When I say handle with the Lickitung, it's a bit more even. I think Zapdos can probably win, but will take a lot of damage, and then it's farmable at that point. But I think Nim can predict Hawkeye a lot more easily than Hawkeye can predict Nim in this case, and therein lies the difficulty here for Hawkeye's side. But like I said, I know Hawkeye very well. I know he's an excellent player, and I know that sometimes his mind works in magical ways. And I feel that therefore I wouldn't completely rule him out, even though he is 1-0 down at present.
Well, I mean, at this point, it really comes down to people's skills. There is this chance your opponent brings Flyers, in which case you want to have Zapdos and Registeel on the team, or G-Fisk, all 3 of them. But there's also the chance that your opponent just will go for the exact same line of play again. You can always surprise your opponent by just not changing up your strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes, hey, there's a little bit of celebration there. They're having a great time on stream. Well, people come to these tournaments to have fun, to meet people, and I think these two have probably had a chat just before they go on stream, either get to know each other or they already do know each other, because both players are quite well known in their respective home countries. Nim hailing from France, only a short trip across the English Channel, and Hawkeye, of course, a very well-loved character in the British battling community, and so there is a lot of British pride resting on him as well, and he certainly has the talent to do that. But yes, it's all well and good being it's all well and good having that reputation, but now it does go down to the teams. And look, you can see how much Hawkeye's thinking. What do I do? The tapping of the fingers, the straining in his mind. You can see you can almost see the cogs turning, going, do I go left? Do I go right? Do I dip and dodge and decide which 3 Pokemon I'm going to pick?
It's all fun and games and cool interactions with your opponents until you actually have to stare down at your phone again like, oh yeah, I got countered pretty hard last game. What do I do now? I have to really focus, and I have to read my opponent's mind in order to counter them back and win this game. And this is a tough task.
Yeah,
because you can't read Nim.
Yeah, absolutely. She will be I wouldn't surprise me if she is very varied in her strategies, and just to throw Hawkeye off a bit more, especially as she has a game she can gamble where she can go for a more risky strategy. Yeah. And if it doesn't pay off, no biggie, she's still in it. Whereas Hawkeye needs to make this call right, otherwise it might be all over for this match, and he unfortunately drops into the losers bracket soon after that. So let's see what happens. Both two brilliant minds here, both players that we've seen a lot of in the past in the in-play Pokemon, and indeed in the grassroots scenes as well. They look like they are just about to start the next game. So here we go. Let's see what comes up as we lock in to...
Come on, give us a Zapdos too.
Yes,
there it is. Medicham versus Zapdos, a horrible matchup. Also with Noctowl in the back and G-Fisk. So we are going for Sparks versus counters at this point. Counters still deal a lot more damage. But we are going for the Charge Move Priority event, hitting a Drill Peck. And I can see a shield coming down here from both sides to this. Oh, let's see how much it does. That was so much damage.
That was incredible amount of damage. But I think a sensible play by Hawkeye to no shield was he knew that he could survive that and take a shield back with the Ice Punch. Now, Zapdos will have to throw another move. Otherwise, Medicham will be able to get an Ice Punch off. And now, Hawkeye can play for alignment. He's got shield advantage. He may have lost switch advantage. He has a shield, and he can now put the G-stun in place and therefore avoid having his Noctowl up against it. Noctowl now against the Shadow Venusaur, which is a much more preferable matchup, but this is the benefit of Shadow Venusaur. Shadow Venusaur with the Sludge Bomb, look how much damage this will do to the Noctowl if this goes no shielded.
And it goes unshielded, and there are very few neutral moves that can take half HP off Noctowl, but the good thing is that Nim again countered her opponent, because, okay, this Noctowl will beat the Venusaur. Wow, and now it has to shield a Frenzy Plant.
Yes, this is actually a CMP event, and also not ideal, because you would want the Noctowl to be able to get a bit more farm here to start throwing Sky Attacks on the Zapdos that comes back in. Nim wisely choosing to let the Venusaur go. Here comes the Zapdos again, but there is a lot of energy on this Noctowl, so it is able to get the Shadow Ball off. Nim choosing to no shield the Zapdos at this point, I think
makes sense.
I think this makes sense because the G-stun is in the back and the Zapdos is a bit it's not too useful here. Medicham now going for a farm down, trying to rush to that Sky Attack. Noctowl just misses it out on that.
This is really good for Nim, having so much energy advantage against the Galarian Stunfisk, being one shield each. So this is a scenario in which G-Fisk barely ever comes out on top.
Yes, absolutely. The only win condition is for Hawkeye to somehow land that bait with the Rock Slide and then land the Earthquake, and it goes no shielded. But I think this is a big ask, as Nim uses the Ice Punch and Hawkeye is forced to shield in order to preserve what little health is left of that Galarian Stunfisk. Here comes the Earthquake. No shield here. No shield, but I do think Medicham just about survives this. So let's see what happens here. Boom, there's some damage, but Medicham is able to now now respond back, get the counters off, and it's going to be close, it's going to be close. And here comes the Ice Punch here, and G-Stun does not have the health to withstand another dose of Ice Punch, and down it goes. And that was a very clinical finish, and we saw just how dangerous Zapdos was.
Our fellow caster colleague going in for the fist bump with a cracking 2-0, showcasing the Zapdos, showcasing how much it does to a Metagame, which is a really bulky Pokemon, but this Drill Peck did like 75%.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Asserting dominance there with a lovely bit of spice as well. And I think this is an example, I feel, with Hawkeye's team, where it's a very well-built team, but with every team of 6, there is always something out there that is that's a bit more of a challenge to deal with, that you're not used to seeing, because it's Zapdos. Zapdos is a spicy pick at the end of the day, folks, for those of you watching. It's so tricky to have a counter to that. If you have just one, like Galarian Stunfisk, and then that Galarian Stunfisk has to do multiple roles, defend against a Zapdos, defend against other things as well, suddenly it's doing too many jobs, it's overloaded, and you don't have any other answers. And this is the downside here. With any Show 6 team, there's always going to be some kind of weakness, and it's down to you as a player to work out how best can I cope or tactically play around my weaknesses, I feel.
I think you feel correctly. I'll be honest, there's but it's still incredible to me how good Metagame really is, because it got hard countered by a flying type basically, but this Ice Punch still forced the shield out of the Zapdos, and then he decided to let it go afterwards, but he could have gotten a second shield out of it as well, I think.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I can see that. I suppose the thought process would be there that you would give Zapdos too much farm in the process, perhaps. And Zapdos, I mean, you saw how much energy Drill Peck did to Medicham. It can do all sorts of damage to other Pokemon as well, with the exception of the Galarian Stunfisk. So, and maybe, there is an argument, and also I also find at the start of the match, you kind of realize towards the end that maybe I should have done this better at the start. But this is the benefit of hindsight, I'm afraid, folks, and this is the nature of Pokemon Go PvP. I wish I'd done that at that time, but I'm sure Hawkeye will be able to do well in the loser's bracket and recover, and hopefully we will see more of him in due course. But for Nim, it's a decisive 2-0 with a fantastic spicy pick in Shadow Zapdos, and I'm sure we will see more of her soon as well.
She has 3 wins on her belt now, no losses so far. I don't know if she won everything 2-0, but this one was a really decisive victory. So if that is her run, we might actually see her in the top 8, which would be really cool to have a fellow casting colleague on there. As long as Inadequence is casting the tournament, he can't top 8 this thing, so would be nice to have Nim on the spot there. So was Zapdos the spiciest thing we've seen so far? I mean, Shadowzard gets some play.
Yeah, Shadowzard. Yeah, I think I would say that Shadow Charizard is a little bit less. Well, while it is also somewhat spicy, it's a little bit less spicy than Shadow Zapdos. Again, just the buff that Wing Attack got at the start of the winter season of GBL, or I think the name for this season is the Mythical Legends, I believe is the term that was given by Niantic. And so with the buff to Wing Attack, there were also some additional moves given to a few Pokemon. I really liked, for example, that High Horsepower, a really fantastic ground type move, was given to certain Pokemon like Piloswine and Mamoswine, so from the Swinub family. Fantastic Pokemon for certain metas. I think Mamoswine is a bit of a staple in Master League, where you have no restrictions on CP, so definitely check that out.
Piloswine can actually beat Charizard if you are not getting baited by Dragon Claws, because you outpace.
Ah, yes, of course.
The Avalanches are pretty strong against the Charizard because of the part flying type, but we are going to hear from the winner of the last match now, so we're going over to the interview.
Asked for it.
You got it.
The Aman Duo. First of all, congratulations, Nim. That was pretty amazing battle going on there. You brought pretty spicy team, I have to say. What was your thought process behind it?
Well, I mean, Shadows, Zapdos, it core breaks a lot of things lately. Right. So because you have a lot of Lantern, a lot of Trevenant, a lot of Noctowl, a lot of Medicham. So what's the answer? Cutie Zapdos.
And I have to say, also with that Shadow Venusaur, it was a very bold play of you to bring it into a team that had 2 flyers against it.
Yeah, I mean, 2 flyers, 2 steals, 1 Venusaur.
Yeah.
Because I'm a bit scared of Swampert, as you expect. But, I mean, Swampert versus Noctowl is not that good because you have to concede shields. Against Venusaur, it's horrible.
We saw it, yeah. We saw that Sludge Bomb did about half damage to it.
Yeah, and my opponent probably miscounted because he did TMP with me. I mean, as a Noctowl, you never, keep in mind that you never win TMP versus a Venusaur, so throw 1 before.
That's right, that's right. I think he was hoping maybe to farm down and then realized he wasn't going to be able to do it before you hit a Frenzy plant and so had to throw.
And I was like, I have to throw, but it was too late because I reached a Frenzy and he had to shield it. And I was pretty amazed because if he shielded, because this shield was really important because then I just had to send my Zapdos. I knew that the Noctowl was not to move yet, and that's 1 Sky Attack and 1 Shadow Ball, so he had to throw because the damage of Thundershock could hurt the Noctowl.
That's true.
Yeah, and then it just, I just left the Zapdos being KO, and went back to my Medicham. Yeah,
and that's it.
Because I knew that I was able to counter it down.
Yes, no, I think that you played amazingly well there. It was so good to see. And also, you weren't going to even compete. I was looking online and you were debating whether or not you even wanted to play or you were going to spectate. But now aren't you glad that you're playing?
I honestly did not know what to do, because I was nervous. I'm still nervous, I was shaking when I was playing, but I was like, I don't really know, and I beat my team this morning at 2 a.m. because I bought the ticket, to register here as 1 IM.5, and then I beat my team, and I was like, okay, so I want to play Zapdos, and let's see how far I can go with it.
Well, we hope to see also how far you can go with it as well. So good luck to you for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Amanda.
Yep. We're going to go back to the casters, and then we're going to have some more battles. So stay tuned.
Thank you. So this is the Adeleo duo right here. And
we've now got our next matchup here between Jan Solo, hailing from Northeast England, and Elitic, who is based in London. So 2 British-based players going head-to-head or toe-to-toe. And let's see what goes on here. And a nice exchange fist bump there. Oh, you can see a little Lugia plush on Elite.
Maybe we will see a Lugia again.
There's a prediction and a half.
Let's see. Flying types here.
Unfortunately, no Lugia on Elite's side. This is a pretty solid meta line, and we're jumping in to game 1 already. Medicham going into Noctowl. Not ideal for Elite's Medicham, but it's not terrible either. Instant swap into the Lantern as the hard counter. Jan Solo responds with a Registeel here, which actually, this isn't too bad for either side. There's play on both sides here. What would you say?
Yeah, it is. So Lantern really working well here as a safe swap. If you're looking at the team of Jan Solo, there's really nothing that can counter a Lantern. So I expect to see this in at least every game.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, Lantern here is looking very safe with the lack of grass types on Jan Solo's side. I think Altaria would be the best answer here, but no Altaria in Jan Solo's line of 3. Here comes a shield, and there is the debuff here, which makes things a little bit more challenging for Elitic with her Lantern, as another Surf comes in at this point. No shield on Jan Solo's side, perhaps a sensible decision when you know that the Lantern has been debuffed. So a little bit of healthy chip damage there as Lantern rushes to the next Surf, and it looks like Lantern is able to get the Surf off first. Wow. Well timed, just before the Zap Cannon can be launched by Registeel.
Again, no shield of the Registeel, really smelling all these Surfs over there, smelling the salt in the water. Now going for a Zap Cannon, which will not be shielded, does a hefty amount of damage. And another attack drop, so this actually needs some more sparks to KO with a Surf, and let's see if this one comes out. Now we are shielding this indeed, so Jan Solo is trying to gain switch advantage here by getting to this Zap Cannon before the next Surf comes out, but Surf comes out before that, so this was double shielding now. We are wanting the switch advantage. This Lantern does not KO with his Surf. Obviously it is blocked, and now we are seeing a Focus Blast coming out. I doubt that Registeel will reach another move.
No, I doubt it will. So now Elitic can take a choice whether to take switch advantage by using her final shield as well in order to farm down this Registeel. I think this is good for for Elite, because that means that the Medicham avoids that Noctowl now. Now it's a choice between Noctowl and Frostlass. Frostlass seems like the sensible play here, but Elite is able to now throw those serves. These are double debuffed, but Frostlass is a relatively fragile Pokemon, and this is not the best situation for Yan Solo at the point, but there is play still.
I did not like this surf, this double debuffed surf, because you know the Noctowl on the side of Yan Solo, right? Or have we not seen that? Have we only seen Alitix's Noctowl?
We have seen, so yes, we have seen the Noctowl on the Yan Solo's side, but here comes the G-Stun, and this is now a bit problematic because the G-Stun has good matchups against both the Frostlass and the Noctowl. Frostlass winning the CMP event here, and Galarian Stunfisk is going to respond with a Rock Slide in due course, but not before tanking the avalanche damage, bringing it down to about 50% of its health.
So Rock Slide is now going to probably take out this Frostlass, as it's not the bulkiest of Pokemon. You could have immediately switched into the Galarian Stunfisk with the Lantern. Oh wow, the Frostlass actually takes the hit and switches out immediately, probably to later on switch back into another move if we can make this game go long enough.
Yes, absolutely, and that will be the difficulty here, to draw out a few 60 seconds. Bear in mind, folks, the switch timer is 60 seconds long, so you can once you switch, you have to wait a minute before you can get another switch on. And here comes the Shadow Ball from the Noctowl, which at this range, I believe, KOs the Galarian Stunfisk.
No, it does not.
Oh, it just survives.
Another move is still stored up with 1 HP and a Dream on the Galarian Stunfisk. We are now going to see another Shadow Ball right before the Medicham reaches the Ice Punch. Ice Punch will hit after that, and I think that one counter will be enough to take out the Frostlass, so there are pretty high chances that Alitix is going to take this game 1. Let's see if this Ice Punch is going to be enough to deal with this Noctowl. I think that the Frostlass is energy dry, so we might just immediately see it fall down. Yes, Medicham takes it, and Alitix leads 1-0.
Fantastic play there. A very, very tricky matchup, especially as Alitix, when she led from a relatively negative lead with the Noctowl. Well, Noctowl versus Medicham isn't the worst, but it's still slightly in favor of the Noctowl, in my opinion. So to recover from a bad lead in order to take the win just highlights just her level of skill here, and also highlights that just because you've had a bad lead as a trainer, it isn't the end of the game. She correctly identified, as you said, Leo, that Lantern is a relatively solid safe swap here. There isn't really a solid answer to a Spark Lantern on Yan Solo's team, so Elite can bring that in freely as the safe swap, and it has a healthy matchup against most of Yan Solo's line.
I am really surprised that we did not see a Wigglytuff here, because, I mean, Wigglytuff, of course, a super rogue pick. Love it so much, but look how good it is against Yan Solo's team. This team of Yan Solo is so weak to Charm. Altaria for super effective damage. Frostlass, because it is not bulky at all, so you actually just get to one charged move before you're falling to multiple charms.
Yes.
Noctowl can take it, but Ice Beam is still a good move.
Yep.
And the Medicham also has problems, and don't get me started on Umbreon versus Charmers.
Yes, Umbreon, very bulky, can withstand a lot, but Charm is probably one of the biggest weak points of Umbreon. It not only does it take super effective damage from Fairy-type moves, and Charm is one of the hardest hitting moves out there, but Umbreon cannot throw can throw dark moves back on the Fairy, but they are Fairy types, but they are resisted, so that is no good at all. Now, what Wigglytuff is indeed interesting. The only thing with Frostlass that it does have to keep an eye out for is tanking the Avalanche. Wigglytuff has a lot of HP, but its defenses are only so-so, I would say. So
oh, you don't want to tank the hit. No, of course, you will have to shield that.
Yeah, you will have to shield that, but Wigglytuff can power through a lot of things, and I suppose Elite is making a reading into Yan Solo's mind and thinking that I reckon Yan Solo is going to be intimidated enough by the Wigglytuff that he's going to bring Registeel every time, and so that is the one thing that Wigglytuff really needs to avoid, especially as in the start of December, when the Wing Attack move was buffed, Charm was actually slightly nerfed, reducing in damage very, very slightly. Now, it's still a very oppressive move, but that slight reduction means that you see slightly fewer Charmers than we did used to in past Play Pokemon tournaments.
Yeah, and that makes Umbreon so much better.
Yes.
This is why Umbreon has gotten a lot more popular. Sableye also was rising in popularity again.
Yes, absolutely, and there's some very interesting debates and play here as to whether people opt for Sableye or Umbreon. Umbreon being the far more bulky option, Sableye being the more offensive option and has access to that nuke move, as we like to call it, return, which does a huge amount of damage, and it can play more bait games. Umbreon, I would say, is a little bit more consistent in what it provides, but is...
time.
Yeah, time.
This provides time.
Time, and a bit more sort of stall tactics in some ways. And of course, we've seen it outlast Medicham, which is awesome considering how dangerous Medicham is and how popular it is in the Open Great League meta. So it looks as though both trainers are considering their teams, thinking about what lines of three and what changes of strategy that they're going to go for. You can see Judge Eris in the middle, nodding in approval as we go into Game 2. So what leads are we going to see coming in now? We have the Medicham going into a Medicham mirror here, so this is going to be a very IV-dependent matchup. Would you like to take it away, fine sir?
Yes, of course. So we are starting to counter each other down, and I think we are at this point just racing to the Psychic, and we are going to get some interesting information to it. Oh, we are seeing an Ice Punch bait thrown here. Do we shield this or not? I would rather not go for that. The Ice Punch goes through, so a little bit of damage lead, but now there is a Psychic being thrown. And another interesting fact is that Psychic can debuff the defense. It goes through now, and are we seeing this? No.
Yep, no debuff here, and there was no shield either. So now Elitix Medicham is a bit more of a disadvantage. But a catch here on the Registeel, which is quite good. Good because the psychic type attack is resisted by Registeel. However, Medicham can farm up quite a bit here, but opting to instantly switch into Lantern to respond to this Registeel and play out the two shield scenario. Lantern obviously able to get to moves a lot faster than Registeel can.
And that is quite interesting, because I thought you would want to switch into your Galarian Stunfisk when your opponent is locked into Registeel.
Yes, I wonder if Elitic is thinking that there is a Pokemon in the back, such as the perhaps the Frostlass or indeed the Altaria maybe. Oh, there is a debuff as well from the Zap Cannon. Maybe Elitic's thinking that there is a Pokemon in the back that Galarian Stunfisk would be better for, and she's reserving that Pokemon in the back to be the sort of surprise, or even play mind games with Yan Solo at this point. So Lantern, despite the attack debuff, is able to get to... oh no, it doesn't, because Registeel is able to get that Focus Blast off first. Shield comes out to hold that Lantern.
So we're seeing the shield situation again. Lantern and Registeel always just staring each other down, and now there is a pretty big energy advantage on Elitic's side. Still deciding to never throw a Thunderbolt.
Yes, I think maybe the play is, maybe she's recognized that going for just constant surfs is perhaps a bit more energy efficient.
What is this? So Yan Solo immediately non-shielding, obviously also because of the attack drop. But now this time, this is a Thunderbolt, and it hits quite hard, I gotta say.
Absolutely, yeah, it hits a lot harder, and I think there was the assumption that on Elitic's side that Yan Solo was going to throw pretty soon in order to eliminate this Lantern. But no, the Lantern is not eliminated, and the debuffs are now cleared, and now there's a swap as Frostlass goes against the Medicham, and let's see if Medicham is able to get a Psychic off first. It's a CMP tie, which Frostlass does win out. Avalanche is now going to connect, no shield on the Medicham, so it will go down at this point.
But now Frostlass is energy dry again, and it is going to play... Oh, are we getting to the Surf first? Yes, a Surf that is not debuffed anymore is going to connect, so that will bring Frostless in an obvious one Rock Slide range. So we are going to shield that immediately, but this is a lot of energy that was farmed onto this Lantern. So we are already at a Shadow Ball right here, which is going to deal a hefty amount of damage. We are charging over the Rock Slide on the Galarian Stunfisk, which is the obvious win condition for Elitic. So we are going to see an Avalanche. Will this be shielded? This is crucial. Yes, so this is a decent bait. I mean, Shadow Ball does not cost that much more energy than Avalanche, but it makes a kind of a difference.
And here we have a CMP event as well, as Frostlass is able to launch the Shadow Ball just as Galarian Stunfisk launches this Rock Slide. Frostlass does have a shield available, but Yan Solo is choosing not to use it and rely on his Medicham in order to finish the job off. And here it comes the Medi, able to just counter this down. Potentially as the shield
strong,
as it has a shield, and now the Ice Punch comes in and takes out the Galarian Stunfisk before it can even get a move off.
Very strong by Yan Solo. In the end, you can just do the math and see that was probably the catch of the Psychic on the Registeel that did so much work for him to even this game out, and I am so disappointed that we did not get to see the Wigglytuff again.
Yes, that's a shame. That is a shame. But yes, it's interesting to see that Lantern is definitely being used as a safe swap in both games. Now I wonder if Jan Solo is locking onto that idea. No pun intended there with the Registeel. But locking on to the Lantern safe swap and thinking maybe I just need to play this differently with Registeel, or I need to be okay with losing switch advantage if Athletic plays Lantern as a safe swap, but getting so much energy or taking some kind of shield advantage of sorts that I can take advantage of that using my Pokemon like Frostlass and Registeel, which are so much stronger when shields are not in play, when they can do maximum damage with their furious charge moves. Avalanche and Shadow Ball, incredibly dangerous and incredible amount of coverage, and Focus Blast and Zap Cannon, also incredible coverage from Frostlass and Registeel, respectively.
I would have still loved to see the switch into Galarian Stunfisk on the Psychic-chipped Registeel. She went into the Lantern to have this situation again that we have also seen in Game 1. Of course, it worked for her there, but I think that you are very favored if you're going into the Galarian Stunfisk, because you get to the Earthquake rather quickly, and you are not getting taken out by one Focus Blast. So what you can do is, of course, spam Earthquakes, or maybe even bait with a Rock Slide if you want to let it come down to that. But if you hit the Earthquake, plus the Psychics and your Mud Shots, it is going to take out the Registeel with just one charge move. And I think this is where you can gain significant advantage, because Lantern is also really strong against the Frostless.
Yes, that's very true, and that could have been the play there. One thing that may have put Athletic off there is if you if you respond to a Registeel safe swap with a Galarian Stunfisk safe swap, because you are at least 1 or 2 lock-ons behind in energy, because the human brain can only react so quickly, even at 0.5 seconds. So that means that the Registeel will be able to outpace to a Focus Blast, but at a minimum, you are guaranteeing for yourself that you will have to either commit a shield to keep your Galarian Stunfisk healthy, and then of course you're relying on the Registeel not shielding your Earthquake as well, which can be a bit tricky. So that might be the reason why Athletic was like, I don't want to play the more risky play of landing the Earthquake on the Registeel and having to maybe commit a shield or accept my Galarian Stunfisk will get into the red. And of course, as you say, in Game 1, the Lantern safe swap worked for her. She's tried it in Game 2, it hasn't worked. This now comes back to what we've said in the past. How do people change strategies? They're both in each other's mind to an extent. Who can outwit in Game 3 to take the win and move a bit further in the winners bracket?
The one thing that Athletic has going for her is still this is Lantern safe swap. There is no answer on her opponent's side, so she can always resort to that Pokemon, and maybe this time she doesn't even get attack drop, so this might change the matchup entirely.
Yes, that's very true as well. Yes, Registeel is often reliant on well, there's no Registeel safe swap here.
Oh wow, this is not the matchup we want to be in as Jan Solo.
No, absolutely not. Jan Solo may choose to dip out. Oh, and we can see a Wiggly there. Jan Solo choosing to stay in here, maybe wanting to get a debuff off, or maybe wanting to sacrifice the Registeel early on in order to get some debuffs. Psychic coming in here, which is only going to do a little bit of chip damage, because as we know, Steel types are resisting Psychic type attacks, and Registeel responding with a Zap Cannon to fish for a debuff here that will lower Medicham's attack. So no shield, and Medicham is able to tank this, dropping it down to 45% of its damage. Instant swap into Frostlass to get some more farm. And here comes the Wigglytuff, here comes the dominance of Charm.
So what I find really interesting is that the entire lineup of Jan Solo is not really that strong against Medicham. He has a mirror match. Registeel loses most of the time in a shield scenario. And Frostless also, even though it's a ghost type, it still takes a lot of damage from these counters.
Yes, sorry. Yes, that's quite right. Wigglytuff choosing to shield at this point in order to get off some more charm damage, but these powder snows are adding up. Who will get KO'd first? Will it? Oh, it was not a double KO. Frostlass is able to survive, take switch advantage as well. So this is quite nice there, and it has some energy. But Medicham is able to get a counter off and wipe out the Frostlass before it can get a move off. That is decisive. That will help big time, and a bit of extra energy. So now we're in a Medicham mirror, but Athletic's Medicham has an energy energy advantage and can race to that Psychic to start chipping away at Jan Solo's Medicham, who chooses also not to shield at this point, expecting the Ice Punch bait, perhaps.
Don't forget that there is still 2 shields on Jan Solo's side, so he is in a massive advantage right now. Also, the Medicham is so low that an Ice Punch might even take it out immediately, or with a counter. No, it takes it out immediately, and now it's all on this Lantern. I know both of these Pokemon are below half HP, but Lantern is not the most offensive Pokemon, and still, you can get defense drops. It's going to be a tough one here.
Absolutely, and I think Jan Solo making the right call to go for the Psychic here, because the Aletic recognizes that the big danger is the hard-hitting charge moves from Registeel. Registeel is not as much of a threat until shields are gone, and shields. So Aletic needs to preserve that shield to the very last moment to help with the Registeel matchup, but Medicham is now choosing to go for the Ice Punch here, and here Lantern has to shield because even the resisted Ice Punch does enough damage to bring it close to KO range. And now Lantern has gone for a CMP event here, so this isn't ideal because now Jan Solo can go, yep, Medicham, you have done your job, withdraw, let that Pokemon go down. Here comes the Registeel. It's a no-shield scenario. It's a race to the charge moves. Lantern can probably reach that Thunderbolt and maybe doing some additional chip damage, and then goes for the Surf here.
Goes for the Surf, but the shield will still be used on Jan Solo's side, so no damage in this scenario. And there is just one thing left to do for Jan Solo. It is clicking onto the Focus Blast, and Focus Blast will connect as there are no Protect Shields remaining. And Jan Solo turned this game with a bad lead around and wins 2-1 over Aletic.
Oh, what a close battle. You can hear the crowd behind us cheering a little bit as that came on. That was very, very close. I think Aletic only needed one more spark from Lantern in order to throw another Surf and perhaps have picked up that win, which just, again, goes to show what we have said in the past about how close these battles can be, especially at this high level with 2 excellent characters. In friendly fist bump between the 2, you can tell from Jan Solo's facial expressions there, he's just like, he recognized how close it was. He's showing respect to his opponent. He's a dignified individual. We know many players in the community know Jan Solo for many years and know him to be a kind and sweet individual like that. And I'm sure he recognizes just how close Aletic pushed him to the limit to get that win. So very, very close battles, and both players should be really proud of themselves. Jan Solo continues in the winners bracket, and we will see, I believe, and we'll see how far he can get as one of the rising stars of the British battling community.
I'm sure he'll get even further, but it was really close, as you just said. Aletic has pushed him to the limit, and it really came down to some things, to some scenarios maybe both players weren't too familiar with, like Frostless versus Wigglytuff. I mean, I overestimated Wigglytuff in that scenario. I was like, okay, you can farm the Frostless down easy if you shield one move. But it actually came down to the last Powder Snow that took out the Wigglytuff before the Charm could connect, and it would have been huge. She would have kept alignment, and she was at a Dazzling Gleam or an Ice Beam, so that would have been so much better for her, because even though it's resisted on Registeel, it still deals a lot of chip damage, and you saw how it came down to the last bit of HP on both sides.
Yes, absolutely, and I wonder, 2 thoughts come to mind based on that. I wonder if Charm was not nerfed as it was at the start of this season of GBL with Mythical Legends. I wonder if Charm, if it wasn't nerfed, whether that would have been enough to get the win over Frostless. I am pretty sure. Yes, because it was so close. And the other thing, Wigglytuff Wigglytuff, I would say, is a spice pick, and the main reason I feel it's a spice pick is that the more common Charmer Pokemon, or Pokemon that uses Charm as a fast move, tends to be Alolan Ninetales. Yeah. And we see Alolan Ninetales a lot more because of its flexibility. It has 2 very viable fast moves, Powder Snow and Charm. Let's say it's using Charm in this case, that the Alolan Ninetales matchup against Frostless is very much in favor of Alolan Ninetales when using Charm. That's true. Because it can resist the ice moves, it forces the Frostless to use Shadow Ball, and of course you can therefore have shield play, where you can just shield the Shadow Ball and then Alolan Ninetales can charm through Frostless. I wonder whether Aletic could have used Alolan Ninetales instead of Wigglytuff, or whether there was another reason to use maybe to handle Sableye a bit better?
Yeah, Sableye or maybe also Trevenant. I mean, of course, Alolan Ninetales also beats Trevenant with Weather Ball.
Yes.
However, you have to get to that first because Charm does not generate that much energy, and you take barely any damage from Shadow Claws with the Wigglytuff. So you're right, I think that might have been the reason. But we are going to hear from someone else, from our winner of the match, what he thought about this and if he was afraid of the Wigglytuff. Give it over.
Hello, trainers. We are here with our winner from the previous round, Jan Solo, or as I may call him because we are best friends in game, Jan. Jan, it's so nice to finally have a face when we match so many times, and I think that is very nice for our viewers to who also know you, some or most of them, maybe even
perhaps a little bit, yes.
To have a face by your name, right? So how do you feel after your win? Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. A bit relieved actually. I took a look at the matchup and it felt very much it could go into a very kind of rock paper scissors type game. So which I was trying to avoid as much as possible. But it was just a really great game to play. Lots of kind of like dancing around and switching and trying energy management as well. It's just my style of play, to be honest. So it was just a really fantastic set of matches, and I'm glad to come through it. It's a bit of a relief, I must admit.
How do you feel about the Wigglytuff pick? That was pretty good against your Umbreon, your Altaria, your Medicham.
Yeah, definitely made me realise that I'm maybe slightly weak to Fairy. No, yeah, to be fair, it's a great pick. I think a lot of people were not expecting Fairy types, particularly Charmers, after the nerf. Yeah, it's going to catch people. It almost caught me out. Let's put it that way. So yeah, it's going to do some damage, I think.
I have a question. In your third game, you safe swapped the Frostless, I believe, right? And when she swapped in that Wigglytuff, what did you think was in the back?
To be honest, I thought it was one of either Lantern or G-Fisk, to be honest with you. And I thought, well, I've got the Medi in the back, and I can kind of go either way with that. I felt like the comps that I brought before and the way that I played kind of off-put things like Trev and Noctowl. And having the Reggie there is kind of a bit of a difficult thing for the Flyers. And stuff. And it doesn't have a bad matchup against Trev either, really. So yeah. But yeah, I was kind of really banking on the fact that it was one of those two. So I think it paid off a little bit. It was definitely a bit of a risky play.
So if I may ask, how did you build your team for this tournament? This is your first time playing in a Play Pokemon regional,
yes,
right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yes. So how did you adapt to this Open Grey League meta that we have right now?
Just seeing what has been used quite a lot in previous regionals, to be honest. I mean, there's definitely a lot of picks which are very popular and for good reason. They put in a lot of work. There's a lot of value behind them. Things like Noctowl, Medi, like definitely the best fighter in the meta, I think. And then you need a Steel. And I'm particularly a fan of Registeel. I'm a player who likes those debuffs.
It worked well for you.
Yes, it did. So yeah, and I think some of that it was just kind of some of my other picks, like my Ghost pick, for example, was just reacting to what was in the meta. I think Frostlass is very, very good here.
Yeah, it's very versatile.
And then the Umbreon pick was just like, I need something to deal with Trev a bit more, to be honest, like try and put a bit off balance. But yeah, it just kind of came together in that fashion.
I personally feel like Trevenant is a good pick because it like beats everything that beats Noctowl, but then you have the Umbreon as well, which has been rising now, and I think it's like I don't know if you saw the game before, but like Umbreon beat Medicham in the Zero Shields. I think that really shows the flexibility of
100%. And that's how I like to build my teams typically. And you're always going to come across matchups where you can get into, like I say, those rock paper scissors kind of get shenanigans. But I try to build with much more general matchups in mind, where you can kind of maybe flip a lot of things with a bit of energy, or even if you soft losing, you're leaving into a bit of a match where you can come out with an advantage somewhere. So and Umbreon's one of those amazing Pokemon. Like, I think it's really been underrated for a while since the rise in a lot of other picks. But yeah, things like the Zero Shields with Medi is an amazing thing that it can do. So
and an amazing player can make an amazing pick work. I have one more question for you. Do you have a lot of supporters here? I heard a couple of people shouting your name.
Yes, I'm very fortunate to have some of my teammates from in the games that we played before who've come along to support me, and we're all here having a great time. It's been amazing, and I really appreciate it. And I've got some people back home who are watching me as well. So like it's really great to kind of put in a good performance for them. And yeah, I'm hoping they're really pleased with what I've done so far. I'm hoping I can keep going. So
exactly. Thanks so much for your time. We will be going back to the casters.
Welcome back, folks. And yes, congratulations, Jan Solo, again for that fantastic win. I can certainly echo his sentiments. There are a lot of fans out there for this player. He is a very well-loved player in the British Pokemon Go PvP scene, and I'm sure many people who have been watching will be delighted with that very, very closely fought win. Commiserations to Elitic as well. I know she is a player that has only really recently got into Pokemon Go PvP. I think possibly only in the last 12 months. Give or take. Yeah, so she is relatively new to the battling scene. And
that is impressive.
Yeah, and an up-and-coming, in my view, an up-and-coming talent that you start off just collecting the Pokemon, stocking up, getting things ready, and she has really dived straight in and got really good really quickly. And now, look who we have here for this matchup. I think there's someone on the left that I somewhat recognize. I don't know if you recognize him, Leo, but I am very, very excited. That on the left there is a chap called Stone Collection.
A German chap.
Oh, yes, a German chap. Do you know anything about German players, do you, Leo?
A little bit. I know that they are really good.
Oh, yeah?
And that it's time to win an event.
Didn't one of your German players win some kind of championship in August in London somewhere? I don't know.
There might have been one, a tiny one, but I can't really recall which one it was. Like a world championship?
Yeah, something on work. Yeah, it was quite a thing. I know that. I heard he really enjoys dancing.
Yes, and robbing. No, I'm obviously just kidding.
More on the dancing, less on the robbing. But this is another German player called Stone Collection. Fantastic player on the left here. Very known for his love of Samurott, because he's used that in the past. I don't know if he is running it this time. I do hope he is, because he works magic with that Pokemon. I don't know what he does with it, but he does something, and I actually am very keen to see what he can do with on this occasion, if he is indeed bringing it. Both trainers are now setting up their teams and deciding what lines of 3 to go for, and you can see Leandro in the middle there, just giving the thumbs up to the rest of the team, so as we get things set up for this battle. How excited are you to see this matchup with one of your German players in the matchup?
I just want to see Samurai Fury cutting its way through his opponent and then hydro cannoning everything down. I mean, it worked well for him already. I think the first event that I have ever cast here was the regional in Lille, where I was not present. It was remotely, and he actually got to second place.
In the first time in Lille, or the second play?
I think the first one.
Ooh, okay, I'm trying to think, because I know Dex.
I know that the
first one. And here we go straight into the teams. No Samurott on this case, but we have Dedenne, a very interesting spicy pick here, going into Trevenant. So this is going to be interesting. The Trevenant is at an advantage here, but the Dedenne can threaten with the play rough here, and tried to be a catch into the Noctowl. Clever catch, but wasn't effective. Stone Collection, cool as a whistle, goes straight into the Registeel as the strong answer to this Noctowl. Noctowl now going in for the Shadow Ball first and foremost, in order to get some chip damage on this Registeel. What do you think Registeel will do? Farm a little more, or zap cannon straight away? Or?
I think you will zap cannon straight away, because if you get the attack drop, you might actually not have to invest a shield into this Noctowl, because the Shadow Balls will deal less and less damage. And are we seeing it? Yes, the attack fell. Those wing attacks deal less damage. Shadow Ball is going to come out, and you can now see that this move is not going to be able to KO. Obviously it wasn't before, but now even less so. I don't even think another one takes out the Registeel, so you can keep the alignment without using a shield. Maybe.
Absolutely.
There are some wing attacks to come down as well.
Yes, some wing attacks I think will help put it into KO range, but Kushner has to commit himself to two shields in order to do that, and tries to catch again and bring in the Dedenne back in. Stone Collection responds back, going, okay, you brought Dedenne back in, I'll bring the Trev back in. Here comes the Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball here going to do a huge amount of damage on this Dedenne.
This isn't even funny anymore. The immediate switches all the time into great matchups. Of course, now the Noctowl can farm down the Trevenant, so the Kushner there in a good spot, because he can actually save himself
Yes, I wonder if that Dedenne was a sacrificial Pokemon in order to gain that alignment and get a huge amount of farm on this on Noctowl. Noctowl now opting to undercharge, which is a nice tactic we haven't seen yet in this tournament, where you just reduce in order to get one more wing attack bit of damage. Well calculated there by Kushner just to get that extra damage off. And here comes Registeel, and now this non-debuff Noctowl is able to get a Shadow Ball off. Stone Collection thinking, right, I need to stop this Noctowl now. Here comes my Registeel with a shield, and now the Zap Cannon coming in here, desperately trying to switch on Kushner's side, but Registeel has too much energy, and the Zap Cannon at this range will definitely take out the bulky Noctowl.
You know what they say, is third time's the charm. The first two were shielded and the last one takes out the Noctowl. Now we are in the Metagame mirror match, which is of course favored to the one player who has one more shield, so I think that Stone Collection, if he does not make a gigantic mistake, is going to be able to take this first game and get in the lead.
Absolutely. So there is some interesting possibilities where at this point I think Medicham can choose to shield regardless of what comes through.
Yeah.
Oh, but here Stone Collection knows at this range Ice Punch will KO, so he just goes straight for the Ice Punch there, and that's that really. So here we go. The move lands. And it just about survives, funnily enough, but the counters will finish the job off. So that is game one done and dusted. Before we switched over back to the battlers, you noticed something quite interesting on Stone Collection's side, and here it is again. The teams are now up for us to comment on.
I was thinking that Dunsparce and Pelipper are cool, but I did not even realize that there was a Shadow Dragonite. I mean, I know that Shadow Dragonair has been rising in popularity because of Dragon Breath and Aqua Tail and Body Slam being really pesky to deal with, but this Pokemon that probably runs Superpower and Dragon Claw plus the Dragon Breath,
yes,
this is something that you much rather see in Ultra League.
Yes, typically we do, with Altaria being so viable in Great League. It tends to be the preferred combination Dragon and Flying type Pokemon. However, Dragonite does have some interesting play. It does have an answer to the Steel types that typically get put up against it. The Galarian Stunfisk and the Registeels, they do not like to take a superpower, and this is a Shadow Dragonite as well. This does way more damage. This Dragonite is scary here. So it does have its risks. There are Pokemon on Kushner's side that can intimidate it. The Dedenne is a hard wall to the Dragonite. The Medicham, if it's running Ice Punch, which I believe it is, if memory serves, can in essence one-hit KO the Dragonite. So those two Pokemon are quite dangerous, but this Dragonite does have a good amount to play if Stone Collection chooses to bring it. So no Samurai action here, but another bit of spice that I believe a Stone Collection can exploit to great effect and bring in a second win potentially. But of course, I'm sure Kushner will not make it easy for him, and I'm excited to see how he realigns, readjusts, and goes, right, this is how I'm going to deal with Stone Collection's Shadow Dragonite, or indeed the rest of his team.
I mean, maybe last round he focused a little bit too much on the spice. You know, he led the Dedenne in order to possibly counter out the Dragonite or the Pelipper. So those were both Pokemon that he was like, okay, I will really hard counter this and then get momentum off the switch. However, Stone Collection just brought Trevenant, Medicham, and Registeel, which are incredibly strong Pokemon. That's why you see them everywhere. But they weren't really impressed by that strategy, leading Trevenant into this one, then not being able to catch the moves of Stone Collection. Stone Collection always one thought ahead, and thus being able to win this game. Now we are seeing Pelipper versus Lickitung. What do you think of this matchup?
Oh, this will be fun. So Lickitung has been a very popular pick in Great League. Now with Noctowl being rising a little bit more, Lickitung has lost its shine a little bit. But here's a catch here as Pelipper farms up and then swaps out. And now Dedenne coming in to respond to the Registeel. This actually does make a lot of sense because at first glance you think Registeel's a Steel type, Dedenne's a Fairy type. You don't want that. But look at the charge moves on Registeel. It's an Electric and a Fighting type move. Dedenne will happily take these moves. But its defenses aren't particularly high. So let's see how much damage Dedenne takes from the Zap Cannon.
That is a lot for a resisted move. And there's the attack drop.
And this attack drop is still really important. However, Kushner is now in the leading position considering shields. So we are going to see how much this discharge is going to do. Keep in mind, it is debuff. That is nothing. And Stone Collection is probably wondering why he even shielded the first one.
Yes, absolutely. So now Registeel can just keep launching Zap Cannons. It can happily take another 2 discharges here, and Kushner gets another
now it
debuff.
can even take 3.
Oh yes, absolutely. So here comes the next discharge here, well timed to ensure that he gets maximum energy for the next discharge. After that, I think at this point Kushner just wants to rain as much damage on this Registeel as possible before the Zap Cannon takes it out. And doesn't even allow that to happen. So as Stone Collection goes, nope, I'm going to use that Zap Cannon. And another shield comes out here. Dedenne is desperately trying to maintain switch advantage. And a 3rd debuff. This Pokemon is doing so little damage now. This is going to be painful.
At this point, you might as well just take the energy and dip out, go into the Medicham, try to get in like 1 more counter or something, so that you can just at least hit something later on in the game. We're now going for a Focus Blast.
Yes, but this was a great move because Kushner was trying to get some more energy and then throw just into time with the Zap Cannon. But you may have forgotten that Registeel does have Focus Blast, and this is not great at all. The Stone Collection has switch advantage, and he has shield advantage now, and then Medicham into Pelipper. Pelipper will go. A catch back by Lickitung. Brilliant catch to take the Hurricane. Kushner doesn't know that it's a Hurricane yet, but now he will. You will see it now, but great catch there. Lickitung's bulk withstanding that. So this is
can
so
withstand that. However, this is still really impressive. Lickitung is such a bulky Pokemon. Taking a Hurricane to the face and taking 50%, not many moves can do that, but the Body Slam are also dealing a lot of damage onto the Pokemon.
Oh, beautiful
Wow,
catch.
and Dunsparce is a Pokemon that I'm so happy about. It is on the rise. Ever since like a few events, many European players have resorted to the Dunsparce because of this unique moveset of a ground type and a rock type that can be easily charged up. This coverage almost checks everything.
Yes, it's they talk about in VGC about the edge quake combination, and this is something similar where you have rock and ground coverage here, as Dunsparce is now farming up to the Drill Run, which at this range will KO the albeit very bulky Lickitung, but even Lickitung can't handle this with the amount of HP it has. And now Medi's here. Medi will be able to get a lot of farm off this Dunsparce, but the Dunsparce has a lot of energy and will just chip away at this Medicham, and of course the Medicham has to deal with the Pelipper afterwards. That's the other issue. And I believe the Pelipper had a bit of energy, didn't it?
A little bit at least, but look at this Medicham going. I mean, there is no Protect Shields remaining, and I think this one does about 20 to 25%. So this one really comes down to the wire. Can we get another fast move of, oh, we are immediately going for the Weather Ball. This is perfect for Stone Collection. This might even take the Medicham out. It is really bulky, but can it take another Weather Ball? No, it cannot, and Stone Collection wins 2-0 over Akushna.
Brutal. That was a good swap in onto the Pelipper. I like to think Dunsparce rose to the occasion. So yeah, that was very, very well played. And it's great to see Dunsparce, a Pokemon that up until recently was not relevant in the Open Great League meta at all. It was given some nice buffs. It was given Rollout, which is a fantastic fantastic move for fast move for charging energy. There was, and then of course it got Drill Run as well. Drill Run, a fantastic move. We've seen Drill Run be used in Master League with Excadrill to great effect. A very fragile Pokemon that nonetheless has some great utility, and Dunsparce is almost making itself and carving itself a niche as sort of a Great League Excadrill just with its bulk. It's such a defensive Pokemon.
It has topped many events already.
Yes,
it's such an incredibly strong Pokemon, and I think by now there has to be more attention to it.
Yes, absolutely. You cannot underestimate Dunsparce as a Pokemon. It's often overlooked. I'm just curious to see as well what happens when they bring the evolution to Dunsparce into into Pokemon Go, and whether it will have an equally epic move set. I'm not sure whether the stat distribution of the Dunsparce is any be more defensive than the original. But the original is more than able to cope. It's actually an example of quite a few Pokemon that don't have to be in their fully evolved forms. I know Dunsparce isn't in Go yet, but another example I think is Vigoroth, which is a lot more popular than Slacking in Great League.
Well, because
for more than one reason.
Slacking is really not the best Pokemon. It's nice to have in gyms because it's hard to take down because of the gigantic HP pool. But Vigoroth is a really good aggressive counter user, and it also has like good coverage. Right? You know,
yes.
Body Slam is a good spam move, and you also have a ground type move.
Yes, exactly. So that's great. So yeah, Vigoroth I highly recommended for those building their new teams. I believe we have now an interview with the winner from our last match. So we're going to pass on to our interviewer in the interview room.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Stone Collection, a name and a face most of you are probably familiar with at this point, as we see you getting very far in a lot of regional competitions.
Yeah, I mean, in this one I did last time in Lille or in Stuttgart. It was like I reached the mid of the tournament, but I didn't get that far. This time I hope I can make it a bit further.
So it's been kind of a joke because you have had horrible travel things happen to you sometimes. So when you competed in the London Last Chance qualifiers, you couldn't get a hotel room, but you managed to win the Last Chance qualifiers for a spot at Worlds. Are you hoping, since you maybe had bad travel this time too, that it's going to be a similar story?
Actually, some people told me that since I had bad travel luck, that I'm going to win this tournament, but to be honest, I got pretty lucky. Everything turned out well. Yeah. Okay, it took me 14 hours to get here from Germany. But so some people told me I used up my luck yesterday, so maybe we'll see.
Yeah, now you just have to rely solely on skill, which also isn't a problem for you. But I have to say, you're the first person that I've seen on stream running the Dunsparce. Were you inspired by Martin?
Yeah, actually, I was a bit inspired by Martin, but I was looking for picks that could handle ghosts, and because I have a big history of Trevenant weaknesses in my team. And so, I also brought the Shadow Dragon Knight, and I need something that's a bit bulky and can wall ghosts and like Lickitung in the last game, for example. Right. And which is, Dunsparce is also a big energy Pokemon. So if you can handle energy, it fits my playstyle pretty well, I think. And that's why. Actually, it was the first time I brought it, but it worked out, so I'm happy with its performance.
It kind of reminds me of your other signature pick of a Samurott, where you're not really doing that much damage with the fast charge move, but it's really getting the nukes with the charges.
Yeah, I really liked Samurott, but I think it's time. It has no place in the meta right now, so it needs something like Ice Beam, which it can't learn in the main games. So I'm not hoping for that, but maybe there will be someday that I can bring it back. But this day is yet to come.
Yeah. Well, good luck to you for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
You're definitely one of the players that I'm sure everyone's keeping their eye on.
Thank you.
Leo, you forgot to put them in your keep your eye on players, but maybe you can talk about them now when we send it back to the casters.
Well, Amanda, thanks for embarrassing me in front of the German players. Thank you very much. No, this was amazing. I'm really sad that we didn't get to see Samurott, but I'm happy that I saw Den. That was really good. Another amazing performance by one of the best battlers in Europe. Another 2-0. How are they doing that?
Their minds work in some higher plane of just wisdom. I have had the pleasure of meeting Stone Collection myself on more than one occasion, I believe, Lille as well as London, and maybe in the old other place as well. My memory fails. But what I was really taken is he is a very humble individual for someone who is so talented, and I really like the fact that he is just so easy to talk to. He's so happy to give guidance and advice in a conversation when you're talking about what should I do in this situation. Honestly, I'm glad that he's here. I'm glad that he is competing, and I'm glad that he's done well for such a good and kind player.
Now that is what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
I am talking. Okay, we will not continue this for the rest of the event, but there are so many cool Pokemon here. We are seeing Dunsparce again, not the Shadow Azumarill.
Yeah, probably.
Would be funny to see. We are seeing Shadow Drapion. We are seeing Kofagrigus.
Yeah.
And we're seeing Mandibuzz.
Yes, and we've not seen Mandibuzz for a while, ever since one of our judges here made Mandibuzz very popular when he swept the last year's European International Championships. But Mandibuzz makes a return with Lone Wolf Logan as we have him facing off against Frika. Frika, a fantastic player who did actually get a Worlds invite last year and was in London competing, if memory serves. Fantastic player, again, incredibly analytical. He knows how to play this game. He's been doing it for years. His team seems really straightforward in many ways. One thing that does interest me is that he has the Dunsparce, but he also has the Galarian Stunfisk as well. They kind of do a similar role, so I'm interested to see his thought process as to why did he decide to double up on two Pokemon that give rock and ground coverage.
Well, I can see, but okay, so both of these check Bastion.
Oh yes, true.
So you want to have more answers against Flyers.
Yeah.
But they both win different other matchups. Like Dunsparce is walling Trevenant pretty hard, and you are hitting with strong rock slides, which is pretty strong. And the neutral matchups are just different. You can't really bring your Flyer with other backup against it because they are both too strong together. You never know what's going to counter your Flyers. So we are very likely not going to see some Noctowl, Pelipper or something action against him. Because you know, okay, they will counter everything I can throw, and I don't even have a good answer for their counter, because I don't know what's coming.
Yes, that's very true. Dunsparce, of course, running the fast move rollout, and whereas Galarian Stunfisk running the fast move Mudshot. Both are hard-hitting, both are high energy gain fast moves as well, but Dunsparce is able to deal with, say, Noctowl with launching those Shadow Balls, where Noctowl will opt for the Sky Attack instead in most cases. But Dunsparce has the bulk to withstand quite a few of those Sky Attacks and chip away with the Rock Slides and also the rollout in combination, whereas Galarian Stunfisk is wholly reliant on the Rock Slides in order to hit that damage on the Noctowl, which is why Noctowl's able to, in some cases, land enough Shadow Balls to take out a Galarian Stunfisk, which still, to this day, and to this moment, ever since this entire season started, it boggles my mind how Noctowl has almost the audacity to beat Galarian Stunfisk, one of the bulkiest anti-flyers out there. That's crazy.
Is an absolute massive Pokemon. This wing attack buff was really, really good on Noctowl, gotta be honest. Then I must admit I got a little bit ahead of myself because Stunfisk and Dunsparce both get countered by counter users. I was really thinking I did something there in my head. This is uncounterable except for Medicham.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. So now Frika will certainly have been aware that, okay, by bringing these two Pokemon, he does have a weakness to Medicham that he will then address. So when the teams are shown again in the relatively imminently, we can have a look and see what were the other four Pokemon that Frika has gone for. And of course, we are also aware of Shadow Drapion on Lone Wolf Logan's side. That's the Pokemon we haven't seen before in this tournament, but it is Shadow Drapion, in my view, is one of my favourite Pokemon. I think it is got an amazing amount of versatility. Have you had any experiences with Shadow Drapion, either playing with it or against it?
More against it, and it is really hard if you're not knowing what set it is running, because there is a chance that Azumarill hard walls it. If it's running Crunch and Aqua Tail, then only your Poison Stings deal some damage, and it's not the most damaging move. It generates energy rather quickly, but doesn't really help. But if you decide to let your opponent charge up a Sludge Bomb and then don't shield it because you think it is Crunch Aqua Tail, then your Azumarill might be in trouble.
Yes, indeed. And for those of you watching at home, just to give you some idea of the tournament rules in Play Pokemon tournaments, once you have submitted your team of 6, you cannot change movesets. So Lone Wolf Logan, if he, let's say he is deciding to run Aqua Tail and Crunch as his 2 charge moves on Shadow Drapion, he cannot change those in order to, say, adjust for Freaka's Azumarill or any other Pokemon. So the decisions you make in terms of the move sets you pick have to stay fixed throughout the entire tournament, and obviously that is therefore means you cannot see other people's teams before you decide what moves you're going to run. Those moves have to be committed early on. So that gives an element of, right, if I've committed to this particular move set on Shadow Drapion where I've gone for Aqua Tail and Crunch, then I need to have another Pokemon that can handle the meta threat that Azumarill is, because Shadow Drapion is not going to cut it in that case. On the other hand, if you do have Sludge Bomb on and you've decided to opt out of Aqua Tail, then you have Crunch and Sludge Bomb instead, then you know that your Drapion doesn't have any water coverage whatsoever, and it is going to fear Galarian Stunfisk and other Pokemon that are weak to water, in which case then you will add Pokemon in that will offer water coverage or something similar. Now, here's a thought.
So, what was your thought again?
Oh, my thought. So my thought was that you can, as a player, you can look at you can look at Lone Wolf Logan's team. Let's say you're a freak and you're looking at Lone Wolf Logan's team. You look at Drapion and go, I wonder what moveset that is. You can look at his other 5 Pokemon and decide. Based on those other 5 Pokemon, I reckon Shadow Drapion is running Aqua Tail.
Yeah.
Because none of the other Pokemon have any water-type coverage either, so it would make sense for the Drapion to have a bit of water-type coverage, whereas in terms of dealing with the Azumarill, you have a few more options to deal with Azumarill. You have your Lickitung, which has the grass move, Power Whip. You have Cofferegus available, which
has neutral Shadow Ball.
Correct, yes. Which is neutral Ghost-type moves as well. So there is more play there to deal with Pokemon that are weak to poison. So this might be the play that they go with. So the players are now just setting through. I can see Freaka is in a very happy place right now. He's just bobbing along. I think he is in the zone. He's confident. He knows what's going to. He knows what his strategy is. Lone Wolf Logan looks like he's having another read through of his notes and looking through his team and seeing. Have I made the right decision with my team of 3? Is this the best answer for Freaka? The battles will be coming very soon. But for now, are there any other Pokemon other than Shadow Drapion? I mean, I'm interested that Cofferegus. Cofferegus would be a nice pick as well against the Medicham there. But I don't think it has much room against anything else, because you've got the Noctowl, Dunsparce and Sableye in there. That's going to put it off, don't you think?
Yeah, Sableye is going to be a problem. That is absolutely correct. Noctowl is also hardly be beatable. Versus Azumarill, it's kind of neutral, at least typing-wise. Medicham, yes. Dunsparce, hardly. I mean, Dunsparce also deals no damage with charge moves, but it gets to with the fast moves, but it gets the charge moves quicker. And Galarian Stunfisk is also a 50-50 matchup, so really just one advantageous position there. But are there any other good answers to Medicham on Lone Wolf's side?
Not really. I mean, Lickitung is kind of even because it takes super effective damage from the counters, and if Medicham is running Ice Punch and Psychic, then Lickitung won't take super effective damage from those charge moves. However, we're relying on Lickitung giving the lick. Using its lick damage and the body slams in order to chip away, and that also means that Lickitung can't do its job of intimidating the Azumarill with the Power Whip, because it's committed to mutually defeating the Medicham, because that matchup is relatively close. They both pretty much take each other out, more or less. So I don't know. I think he's kind of forced to bring the Cofferegus, but it might be uncomfortable. He has to be really good in alignment. So, yes.
So, what we're going to do now is, because there are some technical difficulties, we are going to show you the interview with Ginger Ninja, and we will be right back after that.
With Jay, otherwise known as Ginger Ninja. Jay, I wanted to ask you, what are your expectations for this event for Liverpool?
I mean, for myself, I've got very low expectations. I don't class myself as the top echelon of battlers that we've got here.
I do, but okay.
I know, I mean, like, I try, but I'm also here to just have fun. I'm bringing Crawdont.
Ooh, okay.
It's not a meta for it right now, you know, make Crawdont great again. But, you know, other than participating and meeting some fantastic battlers that I've never had the chance to meet before, or have spoken to, like, Martin, for example, like, I'm so hyped to meet him. I mean, no, he's not participating, but still, casting, he's awesome. But, like, and just showing people around the city as well, to be honest, and having some good times. Like, Liverpool's a fantastic place. We've been so lucky to have some events, like, not just the play Pokemon events, but we've had, like, the Safari zones and stuff like that as well. So it's just a lot of fun. I feel very privileged to live here.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it. So one last question then. What would you like to see from in the future of Pokemon Go PvP?
I mean, the obvious answer is to make Crawdont and Crawdont needs to be OP. But no, like, I suppose abilities would be really cool. Like, to have some actual abilities within the game.
Are you talking? We're talking stuff like, with Pikachu having like static in the main series games, but obviously equivalents to Pokemon in Pokemon Go.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. I think some consistency in gameplay as well moving forward. Like, I think a nice smooth game. I think is the first and foremost is what people want.
Yeah.
I think it'll just make everyone happier with the battle. You won't get anyone more than.
Yes, that's a fair point. For those that need clarification, when we say moulding, we're players that get a little bit frustrated, shall we say, whenever the battle doesn't go their way. But that is how it is sometimes with battles. But yeah, no, thank you so much for your time, Jay. It's been real privilege to have a chat. Now I'm glad you have. Thank you again, viewers, for watching, and I hope you enjoy the next set of fantastic battles. Thank you.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here for yet another round of competitive Pokemon Go.
I'm glad you said that. Imagine people tuning in and like, oh, what were you watching here today?
Wait, is this TCG?
Oh yeah.
No, it's Pokemon Go.
It's Pokemon Go. Yes, the game where you can actually go out, explore the world with your phone and catch loads of wonderful Pokemon, and then once you've caught enough of them, you can go and pit them against each other. But the joyous thing is, make friends doing so, battling against other people, and this is why we are here at the Liverpool Regional Championships. We are doing...
It's the friends? I thought it was tapping furiously.
I mean, no, yeah, the harder you tap, of course, yes, that definitely works. But it's not just how hard you tap, but how tactically you tap, where you tap, and with which Pokemon you tap as well. So we are here at Liverpool with, like as we said at the start of the stream, the largest regionals to date, I believe. And what a stacked lineup we've seen. We've seen some fantastic battles already. Maybe we should talk about some of the names that we've seen already. We've seen Tenacity, we've seen Lurgan Rocket, we've seen
Stone Collection just recently.
Oh yes, I'm sure you will mention Stone Collection straight away. Your German compatriot.
We've seen Nim.
Yes, Nim. Yes, another
fantastic job.
Yes, fantastic job there. A fellow caster from Warsaw, I believe. Sorry, as in she did the Warsaw casting. She is from France, just to clarify.
And Stuttgart.
Oh, she did, and Stuttgart as well. Yes, sorry, my memory is failing me clearly.
Also the memory of a Goldeen.
Yeah, of a Goldeen, yes, I appreciate that. And this is why I am struggling to hit GBL Legend at this point with my memory of
I feel you. I feel you.
So we are getting into the next set of battles. We just had some technical issues that we are addressing, I believe, and so we're going to get back into the battles very soon. But yeah, so far some really fantastic battles that we've seen at this point. But now, let's add to that tally. Let's see some more. Oh, there's some. I like
Buzzwool. We are
Buzzwool
buff here. Oh, we are having Azumarill versus the Ninetales. This is something Ninetales does not really want to stay in forever because it can only hit the other Pokemon with Dazzling Gleam.
Yes, that's right. Although, this is actually perhaps not too bad because the Alolan Ninetales does resist all of Azumarill's charge moves, so Lickitung is being responded to by a Noctowl, and this is where Noctowl's strength comes in, and this is why Lickitung hasn't been as popular here. It's because Noctowl is able to resist those licks, and you see how little the body slams do in this case. And now let's compare with the Sky attacks as to how much a Sky attack does on the Lickitung.
Sky Attack is a way more powerful move together with the same type attack bonus. This is dealing a hefty chunk. This is a lot more than the Body Slams did, and you can barely even see the damage that Licks do.
Absolutely, and you can see now Lickitung already in the yellow. Beautiful shiny Lickitung there, doing its best, and has now managed to pull Noctowl into the yellow as well. So this will be a long, drawn-out battle between two bulky Pokemon. Well timed by Freaka there to get the Sky attack off just before Lickitung can launch another Body Slam. But I don't think this KOs, so there'll be a bit more opportunity for Lickitung to throw another Body Slam here, and then it will come to a farm down where the fast moves are used to wipe out the Pokemon. So Freaka just going down for it. Oh, well timed though. A switch straight into the Alolan Ninetales and throwing that move, wasting the energy. Freaka has to commit a shield in order to preserve this Noctowl, and now responds with the Dunsparce. Now this is a place where Dunsparce likes to be.
It likes to shine there, absolutely. So we're going for a Dazzling Gleam now. This is going to deal a lot. It is a rather offensive Pokemon, the Alolan Ninetales, and Dazzling Gleam is a strong move. However, we are one shield down, and now we're going for a Rock Slide on the side of Freaka. Rock Slide is going to be super effective. I don't even know if it is going to take out, because Dunsparce is not the most offensive Pokemon. It does about half of the max HP, so we are going to see some more rollouts, and there is another Rock Slide. This has to be shielded before we can go for another Weather Ball, or might even try to get the Dazzling Gleam.
I wonder if that was a miscount on Lone Wolf Logan's part, because he certainly could have thrown the Weather Ball earlier and then avoid committing a shield there. So and the Weather Ball would have KO'd at that point. But nonetheless, the Ninetales now is in a good place to be farmed, and Azumarill can happily just bubble this down at this point. The Weather Ball from Alolan Ninetales will bounce off Azumarill. It's such a bulky Pokemon, and it has a type advantage being a water type, so it will resist an ice type move. And now this Azumarill is very, very energy heavy and has Play Rough and I believe Ice Beam available to it to throw on whatever comes in next.
Right, this Azumarill was farming down like it was nothing before there. It is absolutely maxed out. We're going for the Play Rough, not for the bait Ice Beam.
That was a good call to go for the straight hit with the Play Rough now, and now Azumarill can go for another Play Rough here in order to take out this Medicham. Surely Lone Wolf Logan shields, and indeed he does, in order to preserve this Medicham's health. But now there are no shields left on Medicham's side, and Medicham choosing to go for the Psychic here. Freaka knows, even though this is the hard-hitting move, Psychic does not KO Azumarill at this range, so Azumarill can withstand and take that. But there is a defense drop, which might help even things up.
Wow, but we are going for the next Ice Beam. I already thought that we were just going for a Noctowl win condition, aggressively swapping in Noctowl, going for a Sky attack to take out the Medicham, and then just wing attacking down the Lickitung. But now it is going to come in, and we are going to see the Sky attack just on the Lickitung that has 1 HP left, but we are going to Sky attack it to the ground, and Freaka is leading 1-0 against Lone Wolf Logan.
Excellent play there by Freaka to get the first win there. Again, very talented trainer. We have seen him before. He has performed well at Play Pokemon regionals in the past. Fantastic player. So Lone Wolf Logan has to readjust. Do you think he will risk bringing in the Shadow Drapion that we talked about earlier? Do you think that he has wiggle room? Maybe the Kofferigus might have some play dealing with that Medicham, which has proven to be a bit challenging as well. Sorry, not the Medicham, with the Azumarill, to correct myself. All these answers, and at least now, at least now Lone Wolf Logan knows that Azumaril's moveset is Ice Beam and Play Rough. I believe both moves were revealed. So now maybe Lone Wolf Logan feels a bit more confident to stay in the Alolan Ninetales versus Azumaril matchup there, because he will only take damage from the bubbles, the other moves will be resisted, and the Dazzling Gleams still hit hard on the Azumarill.
Play Rough also hits hard.
Yeah, sorry, the Play Rough also hits hard, but there is scope to perhaps surprise, perhaps bait, and perhaps for the Alolan Ninetales to really lower the Azumaril's health so that it's more easily defeated by the other Pokemon and out of the way, because it is quite a threat to a lot of Pokemon on Lone Wolf Logan's side. The Medi doesn't like it, the Mandibuzz doesn't like it, and if this Shadow Drapion doesn't have Sludge Bomb, the Shadow Drapion doesn't like it either. So maybe Alolan Ninetales might be a way to weaken it enough.
It is kind of a problem for Logan that this Azumarill is such a big threat, because you only have one real answer, which is the Lickitung, and you really have to try and get the alignment there. And maybe also the Drapion could be an answer. I mean, we have already talked about it. If it is Crunch and Aqua Tail, then this could end up being horrible for him. Is there even a world in which he has Aqua Tail? Because we are set on Aqua Tail, right? There's no other water coverage. Is there a world in which he plays Aqua Tail and Sludge Bomb?
Ooh. Now, perhaps in this matchup, if there isn't anything for the dark type Crunch to hit, then it would make sense if this was a battle in isolation. But because of the tournament rules, where you can only have one set moveset for the entirety of the tournament, I think giving up that coverage that Crunch offers, Crunch is easily the best move that Shadow Drapion has. To give up that vital bit of coverage and the possibility of getting debuffs on Crunch as well, which for viewers watching home has, I believe, a 30% chance of causing a defense.
I always felt like it was 100.
That's called bad luck, Julio. Bad luck. But I believe it's a 30% chance of debuffing. So losing that, I think, is too significant for the rest of the tournament to risk going for an Aqua Tail Sludge Bomb combination. But wild things have happened in tournaments. I remember many moons ago we heard about about you found that funny, didn't you?
Many moons.
Many moons ago, yeah.
That's really good. Yeah.
We saw Ember Ninetales becoming quite popular. We saw Mandibuzz be popular in EUIC because Aris won that. So sometimes unusual Pokemon can stand out. So you never know. You never know. And here we go with another one. Here comes that Shadow Drapion. Now we'll know what the moveset is. And here it is revealed to us. Is it going to be? Is it going to be? It is Crunch and Sludge Bomb.
Oh, so no water coverage in the entire team. And we are immediately switching the Medicham into the Stunfisk. This is for Freaka a horrible start to the game.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the Noctowl versus Shadow Drapion wasn't ideal because Shadow Drapion can outpace, but of course it is quite squishy, so you could maybe win a shield advantage there. But this isn't great at all, although the Earthquake is coming in, and which will do a respectable amount of damage to the Medicham. So here it comes, and down it goes to 40% health, but the Medicham is just going to be able to counter this Galarian Stunfisk down, and it's a question of whether it's CMP Titan. Oh my goodness, Freaka is able to get another Earthquake off onto the Medicham. Is that going to force a shield?
The Protect Shield?
No shield, and there goes the Medi. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And now where do we go?
Galarian Stunfisk actually flipped this matchup without investing a shield.
Wow. I think Lone Wolf Logan was expecting Freaka to perhaps bait with the Rock Slide, or didn't think he had the energy. And Freaka is even able to squeeze out one more Rock Slide just to get a bit of respectable chip damage on the Lickitung. This Galarian Stunfisk is putting in work.
Absolutely, it has done its job. The Lickitung has also lost about 20% of its health, has gotten a bit of energy, so it's on the Body Slam now. And we have seen how close this matchup can get, you know? Noctowl versus Lickitung.
Yes, absolutely. The Noctowl is slightly favoured for this matchup, and now a switch into the Shadow Drapion, who is going to get a crunch off at this point. No shield from Noctowl. Freaka is happy for the Noctowl to use its bulk to take that damage. A respectable amount, no debuff though, and here
it's not 100%.
No, it is. It isn't. Sometimes it doesn't work out, and now this is where Dunsparce comes into its strength here. It has Drill Run. Drill Run one-hit KOs Shadow Drapion at this range. So Shadow Drapion is now really worried. Here comes that.
There we go. There is the defense buff, even though Poison Sting still does not do too much damage. Are you going to shield that, Logan? Because this is going to deal a lot of damage. Otherwise, we are going to race to the next charge move. We are going to reach the crunch while the Drill Run is going to be charged up directly next time. So we are going to see one more rollout after this shield was invested on the crunch, and then we're going to have a Drill Run, so you don't give your opponent any free energy. Drill Run is going to maybe connect.
Surely he shields.
Yeah.
Surely,
yeah, absolutely
yes.
shielded.
Well played there in order to shield, and now it's a race to the next charge move. And there's a catch, an attempt at a catch. John Sparks goes, no problem, you want to catch? I will throw another Drill Run into the Lickitung. Down it, through it goes. This is not going to KO, but the Lickitung is now going to be chipped a little bit more. And now here comes the Noctowl, who's happy to tank the Body Slam here. And there's no shield on Freaka's side. Does he think he can withstand one more Body Slam and survive?
And it looks okay for him. He can immediately go for a Sky Attack. Now the next question is, this is so low health. Lick does only deal 1 damage. So is he at 2 health or at 1 health? Are we going to see another Sky Attack?
No, he didn't have the energy.
Oh, right.
He didn't have the energy, but this isn't too bad, because if Dunsparce can use roll out to farm down, it can't, and Lickitung is able to get a Body Slam off, but Freaka has the shield and chooses not to use the shield. Maybe he thinks he can survive the Body Slam. He can survive the Body Slam.
It is not going to deal a lot of damage, so we are going to use the Drill Run immediately. Drill Run is going to come out. We are in a charge move priority event, but there is one shield left. I'm sorry, I'm so excited. And we are going to see this Drill Run connect, get all the earth bubbles charging up. No projectiles remaining. You can see it on the side. And Freaka is going to take out this Shadow Drapion that proved to be a problem.
Oh yes, absolutely. It was so dangerous, so close there. 1 HP in a dream is the phrase to use there on Dunsparce, as it barely survived.
And on the Noctowl.
Well, yes, absolutely. I was just amazed at Freaka's self-control in being aware that, yes, I know it's going to be close, but I have confidence in my Pokemon. I know the strengths of them. This gives me full, Ash Ketchum vibes, where you know exactly how much your Pokemon can take. Well, when he's playing well, that is, of course, in the anime. But it's just that knowledge of knowing, yep, I can survive this, get that Sky Attack off, and then if I lose the Pokemon after getting the Sky Attack off, no problem. Dunsparce can come in and attempt the farm down. So brilliant plays from Freaka. I'm not surprised in the slightest. I've seen him play before. He's a scary player. Knows his stuff. Commiserations to Lone Wolf Logan, despite a very spirited attempt to defeat
That
Freaka.
was really close.
Yeah, it was a lot closer. I mean, one HP. You can't get closer than that.
That is actually true.
Yeah, so yeah, really good battles there. Really good. What else did we see that was... what else did we see? One thing I would have liked to see...
Shadow Azumarill.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay. Yeah, when that comes out. But we never actually saw... I don't think Freaka actually ever saw the Sludge Bomb at any point from Shadow Drapion. And I wonder if it wasn't a Azumarill matchup with Shadow Drapion, whether that would have surprised him or not. Whether he... Because we were looking at the team, and we were thinking... We both thought that he would run Aquatail, not Sludge Bomb, right? Yep. So we were a bit surprised by that, pleasantly, but we were a bit surprised by that. So I wonder if Freaka was as well.
I mean, the entire team, it had no water coverage, yes, but it was also really weak to fairy types, as we have figured out earlier. Yeah. So it was a tough decision. And I don't even know, this scenario is not so familiar. I don't even know how much a shadow-boosted Sludge Bomb deals to Azumarill.
I think
70%.
Yeah, I reckon it's good 70. It won't KO, but I think the addition of the poison stings will cause a bit of threat. So certainly it's not a matchup that you want to be in if it is running Sludge Bomb. And also you have to consider Azumarill needs 5 bubbles to get to an Ice Beam. So bubble is a 3-turn move, and you require 5 of them. So that's 15 turns or 7.5 seconds, because we know 1 turn is half a second. Whereas Drapion can get to a Sludge Bomb in 12 turns, because it's 2 poison stings and you need 6 for the Sludge Bomb. That's in 12 seconds, as opposed to
Azumarill.
Azumarill, which has 15. My mind went blank for a second there. So in short, Drapion can get to the Sludge Bomb way more quickly then Azumarill can, and therein lies the threat.
And that is a kind of disadvantage of Azumarill, because the good coverage moves that it has, they are expensive in terms of energy.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Can you imagine if we gave Azumarill a much more fast-charging move other than Bubble? How crazy would that be? Suddenly it would get even more popular again, and you never know. This is what happens every 3 months. So the GBL season changes, and there are always some move changes set by, I believe, by Niantic, who manufactured Pokemon Go. So they make some move pool additions. They add some new moves to certain Pokemon. They tweak the stats of certain moves, and it just gives a little shuffle to the meta, just to go, oh, okay, now we're going to do it this way. Now now there's going to be a few adjustments made. We talked about Dunsparce being a big gain from that. We talked about Noctowl being a big gain for that. We talked about Charmers being slightly less popular now.
And you have seen why. It was a small change to the attack. 16 was lowered to 15 damage.
Yep.
And people were saying, okay, this might not affect it that much, but we have seen it in game. This can come down to the wire, and then you want this one more attack on each fast move.
Yep, Wigglytuff versus Frostlass is the
prime example.
Prime example from just this tournament alone, not to mention any others that we will see in due course, any more matches. So we are now going to move to some more Pokemon Go tips for players to develop themselves as battlers. So Amanda is going to run you through some of the tips that she finds useful when playing Pokemon Go.
Hey everyone, I'm Amanda, but some of you in-game might know me as Lundberger. We figured with the Play Pokemon tournaments getting more and more popular, some of the casters decided to give some tips that will help you improve your gameplay, and so I'm going to start. So there's a lot of terminology that is thrown around in Pokemon Go, but one that you will most likely hear often is CMP, which stands for a Charge Move Priority Event. But what exactly causes this CMP? So when you are battling, your Pokemon is throwing a fast move, which is generating energy so you can eventually throw one of your charge moves. When you get enough energy from these fast moves, you can click the button on the bottom of the screen to throw the fast move that you'd like to. But what happens when you and your opponent hit the charge move at the exact same time? That is a charge move priority event, and the Pokemon with the overall highest attack stat will be the one who gets to throw the move first. There are some Pokemon that you might see in this tournament, like a Charizard or a Machamp, that have a very high natural attack stat. These ones will most likely always fire their charge move first. An advanced move that you can do in this game is, if you know that you will win charge move priority, you can store a charge move and swap out and use it later, knowing that you will most likely get to throw this before your opponent will throw theirs. In a mirror matchup, or a matchup where the same Pokemon is battling itself, the one with the overall highest attack stat will still be the one who throws the charge move first. You can check your Pokemon's personal IVs by assessing it with your team later. Knowing whether or not you win charge move priority is crucial information, especially in a best-of-3 matchup. Some Pokemon actually have similar attack stats, so it will depend on your personal IVs. We saw this happen recently in one of the regionals where a Metagame would normally win charge move priority over a Noctowl, but because the Noctowl had such a high attack stat, it actually ended up winning charge move priority and actually helped the winner win the whole regional. But obviously, winning charge move priority doesn't automatically mean you're going to win your matchup, because with the higher attack stat, you sometimes lose some of your defense and bulk, so it is a bit of a trade-off. But it is some good information to know and may help you in your future battles. Good luck, trainers.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. I believe that we saw quite some interesting action earlier. Not once, but twice.
That's
we
right.
saw the Dunsparce. What do you think of Dunsparce?
You know, I already talked to a Stone Collection a little bit about it, and he was praising it as well. And he even gave you a little kudos, saying it was not really on his radar, but he saw you play with it, and he decided it was kind of up his alley as well.
I'm glad for him, and maybe we'll see more of it. We already got our next battlers up. We have here Mohamedou Muzaki, and we have Patoman. I know Patoman is a young Spanish battler who has been on the top of the Go Battle League leaderboards multiple times. So I have very high expectations here, and Mohamed is, we've seen it, I believe, in round 1, a Bastiodon fan.
That's right, and yes, a UK battler here. So we'll see if he wants to defend his country on the field. He's got his double. I wonder if we'll see it on the team.
I think a double will be. You know what I think of double? It has like such good versatility. Maybe one of the best in the game. It's really only weak to Metagame. Really only weak to Metagame. We're about to see the teams here, and we're actually going straight into these battles. We see from Mohamedou, by the way, no Bastiodon, and we see. Oh, what do you think of these leads, Amanda?
Oh my goodness, this is good. Something that you don't see very often. You see the Trevenant a lot, but not a lot of people are running Cresselia. An immediate swap out into the Galarian Stunfisk, and the Registeel decides to stay in to throw this Focus Blast.
I didn't even blink my eyes, and Mohamed immediately responds with the Galarian Stunfisk. That was really, really quick. Let's see, the first Focus Blast lands here. It is super effective, does decent damage here, but it doesn't take it out even remotely.
Let's see. It's done quite a bit of damage now at this point, so the Earthquake is going to go through unshielded, bringing it very low, but Patoman will be able to get to another Focus Blast.
Oh,
no,
barely doesn't get there.
It gets farmed down, unfortunately. And the Cresselia comes back in, but this is a more neutral matchup for the Cresselia and probably feels comfortable, although the Psycho Cuts are not doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, the thing that makes Cresselia so good that its bulk is like on par with Umbreon. Look at this Earthquake. I'm not going to say tickles, but it also doesn't do as much as you would want it to be. We also see no Future Sight on this Cresselia, so it has no same type attack bonus charge moves, which means that the Moonblast will only do remote decent damage too.
Wow, that's a hard counter team there for Patoman if you see it coming in.
Yeah, but this is not over yet. Obviously, it is Spark on Lantern, so it's pretty difficult to overcome for the Walrein, but Walrein is the bait Pokemon here, and if you get 2 baits, is there any way you can get there? Looks like he's going straight for the Earthquake. And Patoman no shields! Oh, what's he doing?
This will be huge if this goes through!
And this is huge. The hit goes through and it takes out his Lantern. Goodbye! See ya! And now in comes that Trevenant again. But Patoman is very confident here. Might go for a Shadow Claw down. That might still be the play to win here. But there's still that Cresselia on the back as well from Mohamed.
Yes, and both players still have 1 shield. They have to keep in mind that Trevenant usually wins charge move priority. Patoman knows it there. He's going to go ahead and throw that Seed Bomb right as it gets to another Icicle Spear. And Mohamed has used his last shield up because he wants to get at least the last shield off of Patoman as well.
Yeah, I think at this point, Patoman doesn't look as bad as it looked like initially after you let the Earthquake through, because he gets that farm down here potentially. And if you get the farm down, you get that Shadow Ball off on the crest. In it comes, and here comes that Shadow Ball, which will definitely take out Cresselia right away.
Right away, and now it is indeed a race. Will the Shadow, the 20% extra damage Powder Snows, and the little bit of advantage for the Icicle Spear be enough?
Oh, it doesn't get there!
It doesn't get there!
Oh my goodness.
Mohamed goes down with just not in time to get that last Icicle Spear, which would have been enough to knock out Patoman.
If he had Bastiodon, I think he would. No, I don't know. Registeel is just as flexible, really, right?
Yes.
Yeah, what did we see? We saw Cresselia into Trevenant. That's like such a difficult a matchup to come back from. And
maybe with a little bit of energy advantage, if somehow the Galarian Stunfisk was a little bit lower and he was able to farm down, a Moonblast does definitely threaten the Trevenant.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, having to throw a move and putting a position back for Patoman kind of put Mohamed on the back foot.
Yeah, what do you actually think of the choice of the Trevenant of Patoman here against a team with Noctowl, Shadow Charizard, and Shadow Walling.
I know, it's very dangerous. But if you look at the rest of the team, if you really think about it, it does so well against that Swampert, which causes a nuisance to a lot of teams. The Shadow Swampert, like you were saying, can take out that Noctowl, so it doesn't really become much of a threat. The Metacham also does. Nothing on the team really wants to take those Hydro Cannons, except for the Altaria, I guess. So maybe he's trying to think of... It's a really difficult decision getting in your opponent's head, deciding what they were going to bring. Are you going to be an offensive player and you're going to play what you think is best, that you know best? Or are you going to be a defensive player and be like, I think that they're going to bring this, so I'm going to counter them?
I think for Mohamed it's very difficult to play it safe, right? You need the correct alignment for him because Patoman has answers for everything. There's a Lantern and Galarian Stunfisk for that Noctowl and the Charizard. Actually, Charizard can win 2 shields with 2 baits. Trust me, I've done it before. The Cresselia is probably the safest Pokemon, so I'm not surprised he did bring that. But then again, Noctowl nowadays has Shadow Ball, so that's not even a great matchup anymore. Galarian Stunfisk has stab charge moves that just do way better damage. And here we see the Registeel into that Trevenant, which is a fine lead for Trevenant. But if we look at the backline, I think Mohamed is pretty fine with this.
Yes, I think he's choosing to stay and going to go for that Zap Cannon and maybe hope for a debuff. Patoman's wonderful counting against lock-ons as well, throwing the Shadow Ball before the potential debuff. And we'll see if he chooses to even use a shield or not. We know it's not enough to take it out.
Yeah, I actually really like the time that he threw this because it's exactly 8 seconds and 1 second is equal to 1 Shadow Claw to that Zap Cannon. So Patoman, with this knowledge, knows exactly when to throw, and I think he's gonna throw right before the next one at 7. Look at that, at 7.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Very, very meticulous play. I think he didn't even get a debuff on that Zap Cannon, did he?
He did not.
Yeah.
This Seed Bomb will be...
No, it doesn't.
Not quite. No, it is. Okay.
Okay, it did. And in comes a Lantern and is immediately answered by the Cresselia. But there's still the Trevenant that Patoman has now. And I think that's quite some energy too.
That's right. And if you look at Galarian Stunfisk in the back is going to be having a heyday. Although I did learn if you bait twice.
Yep. yeah. If you always bait, you win. Unless there's no shield, of course.
Yeah, but not Patoman here, going straight for that Thunderbolt. And now we'll see, not using up any of these shields here, going to go ahead and take this Grass Knot from the Cresselia.
Keeping the shields for the Galarian Stunfisk probably, and knowing that if he shields the correct move or no shields the Dragon Claws, that he has this game quite comfortably. He can even probably farm up energy on the Galarian Stunfisk and should be in a very good spot here. So.
This is one time where the bulk of Cresselia is maybe not doing it any favors because not being able to charge move down here, he has to throw this Grass Knot to be able to throw out the Lantern, not being able to save the heavy hitting move for the next Pokemon that will come in.
And he can swap in the Galarian Stunfisk right away. This Grass Knot tickles in comparison to that Blast Burn that you really don't want to eat on your Galarian Stunfisk. Here it comes.
We do have a slight energy advantage. Let's see if the counting is here. Getting to that Rock Slide, going to have to definitely shield this up if you're Mohamed. Being that Shadow Charizard, regular Charizard is already quite frail in the Great League. And,
this would take out 10 Charizards, Shadow Charizard at once, I think. Let's see if he's going for the straight nuke. Oh, he catches! It's the bait, but he still catches it. Oh, that's a great catch here. Going for a slide on the charge, maybe to get an extra wing attack in. And indeed, he does not take out this Trevenant. And that's perfect because Trevenant barely doesn't get to his seed.
Yes, because even the Seed Bomb, as we said, even though it's not a very effective move, when you need to save your shields, you want to keep as much health as possible. These Mudshots aren't doing that much damage to this Charizard, but unfortunately for Mohamed now, there's only so much energy you can save, and with 2 shields still on the field, Patoman is feeling pretty comfortable, I imagine, even with these double baits.
For sure. There's no reason to no-shoot here, likely, because he's 1 Mudshot off the Rock Slide that will win him this battle. I don't think that Mohamed is 1 off the Blast Burn here, but he still has a catch. Oh, and what a genius
you saw
play.
He tried.
But look, did you see what he did? He waited half a turn, like half a second to see, is that wing attack coming through? Because if he is stuck in the animation, then he cannot catch my move. And that way Patoman wins this battle. That's a very high-level play that we love to see. And we see him fist bumping a little bit. Very happy to win this round. Very well played from Patoman. Vamos.
Vamos, amigos.
Very well done. Yeah, I think just a little bit unfortunate alignment for Mohamed as well, right? Leading weak to that Trevenant twice that he may just have not expected because he scares the way with Noctowl and Charizard, right?
Right. I mean, you see that Shadow Charizard, and maybe you think, okay, Noctowl is a bad matchup, but I tell you what, Trevenant does also not want to see that Shadow Charizard, but he played around it very good, even using it as that catch.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think Patamon is, how do I say this, like on par with what we saw from Lurgan Rocket earlier in the broadcast, right?
Yeah.
With so many catches, very meticulous play, knowing the counts, knowing some mechanics like some tricks, right? Like just waiting half a turn, see if you see the animation come through.
That's right.
And then make sure that they cannot catch and you win the game. And that's just...
But it's also a very dangerous play as well because sometimes it cannot work out to your advantage in your, like if they choose not to throw or if you do something and then now they're at an energy advantage against you because you're waiting to do your move.
So what I sometimes have is if I try to wait half a turn for them to see if they throw that charge move, or start to try to catch, they throw that charge move instead. And you know what happens when you don't tap? You don't get your fast move through.
That's right.
So you move, and then you feel like a clown, right? Because, oh, wait, I could have gone a move there, and I didn't get it. Because you try to be smart, and then it doesn't work like that. I think we all probably had something like that.
At one point or another. But these are great tips from Inadequance.
I try. Yeah, I already was very hyped to see Patamon play. We've seen him a lot in the Go Battle League, like on top of leaderboards, but we haven't really seen him in these Show 6 Pick 3 formats. So I'm very glad we saw him there, and he was extremely dominant. He's not just... Some players excel in the Go Battle League.
It's true.
Some only in Show 6 Pick 3, and some do both.
That's right, and it looks like Patamon is doing both now, and that's really nice to see.
I think he's definitely up there. He's definitely a contender for day 2 or maybe winning it all.
Wow. Okay. Well,
yeah, he's a very. I think if he played last season, he probably would have played in senior. He's like really young. He's like the younger generation is just taking over.
Then he's just a Pato boy. He's not a Pato man at all.
It's true. It's true. Indeed. Yeah. But yeah, I loved the Shadow Charizard pick. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it.
Me too. I have to say, we've seen quite a few of them in this tournament, and unfortunately, every match that we've seen with it, they've kind of been not underperforming because they're definitely putting in a lot of hurt, but they're not usually on the winning team, so maybe we'll get to see that at some point too. The Shadow Charizard really doing a showcase and display of its power and prowess.
I just hope that it sets the world on fire at some point, right? With the blast burns everywhere, KOing all the Pokemons. But so far, there's been shields everywhere.
Yes, or Bastiodons.
Yeah, Bastiodon doesn't care about Blastburn anyway. Like it's so bulky, right? So that's like the one Pokemon you don't really want to throw a Blastburn at because it just tickles Bastiodon.
Yes, indeed.
And yeah, we didn't see him bring it either. Like I think just like for reference, sometimes if people bring the Pokemon they're most comfortable with, that really is an advantage to yourself, like Lurgan with Cresselia. I think in this case, maybe he had to bring Bastiodon if he is really good with it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's something. Some players are really good at the rock, paper, scissors scenario and getting into their opponent's head.
Yeah, exactly. No, I agree. I'm hoping we can hear more from Patamon in the interview that we're about to have right now.
Can't wait.
Welcome back, guys, for the winner's interview with Patamon with a decisive 2-0 victory against a pretty good Rogue team. So we are having a little bit of a language barrier problem here, so we are going to hold it short. So, Patamon, how are you feeling?
It's feeling good because I don't expect it to win a match. So it feel good. It feel good.
So, and do you think you can win the entire tournament after you beat this featured match opponent?
It's possibly. I don't know. It I can win or no because the opponents are very good and it depends of the team's composition.
Are you afraid of any other opponent?
How?
Are you afraid of any other opponent?
Yeah, there are opponents that can beat me very easy.
Okay, so we will see if we are going to encounter Patoman with one of those opponents, and we will just give it right back to the casters.
All right, there we had Patoman himself from Spain all the way to Liverpool, trying to conquer all of it, right? I'm very excited to see how far he gets here, Amanda.
Me too. Like you were saying before, he's relatively new to the scene. But the people that we have up next, one of them is not very new to the scene. You probably have seen him before. He's a French player, El Dex. Have you heard of him? He has a signature Pokemon too, but I doubt if we'll get to see it in this tournament. It doesn't seem to have as much play in this type of meta.
No, I think he did come fly over on his Talonflame. So, yeah, I'm curious on what he's going to use. It's a bit difficult nowadays to run Talonflame because there's not many Charmers that you can target with it. I believe he switched to something with Toxapex earlier, but now that's not as useful anymore either because of the same reason. There's less Charmers, and even Metagame is so because it has a Psychic Charge move. Yeah, I'm curious what he has. I actually played him in the Go Battle League a couple days ago, and he had a Shadow Charizard and Dunsparce. So I'm really hoping that we see some of that.
Oh, we do see one of them. Shadow Charizard, indeed. That's for those of you who aren't familiar, Dex qualified for Worlds, and he competed in it last year, and now he is also looking for this year. For him, he had placed third in Bilbao, I believe, but that's the highest he's claimed in this regional.
Yeah, that's correct. He won indeed Liu last year and third after Basix and Vani in Bilbao indeed, and he's going to try it here again. His opponent also has a very interesting pick, as we can see here, which is the Mantine, and I do like that pick. It's like a water flyer that has Ice Beam for other flyers.
That's right.
Right, and the most, should I call this skillful or annoying? It's the Bubble Beam, right?
Yes,
if you can get it in the right spot, it can be really good.
Like you just feel like a fool when you shield the Bubble Beam bait. And not only that, if you get the shield, you get that automatic debuff as well on your opponent. And
exactly.
You just got to be grinning that whole way through it. Kazim, this guy has not competed in any regional tournaments yet, but he is kind of more well known in the UK circuit. He's climbing up a lot.
Okay.
And he's been doing very well in some grassroots team tournaments.
Well, I'm curious to see how he is going to answer Dex's team, because Dex is not exactly weak to the Noctowl. Obviously, there is the Metagame and the Shadow Charizard. Shadow Charizard, Manta is actually a little bit better against that because it's more bulky than like Pelipper is. Pelipper can actually lose the 2 shields against Shadow Charizard just because wing attacks add up and eventually the Dranclaw takes shot. But Mantine just keeps throwing bubble beams until your Shadow Charizard almost seems not Shadow anymore.
That's right. And even like we talked about, since it's not the bulkiest of Pokemons, you don't want to be tanking those bubble beams as a super effective move anyway.
They do 30%. They do 30%. It's actually a lot. Yeah. It's crazy. It does about as much as 1 Volt Switch on Charizard. It's a lot of damage. But yeah, Mantine is a risky pick in this matchup, I think, because there is that Registeel, and Registeel demolishes the Mantine here with 1 single Zap Cannon, and Mantine can't even hurt. Yeah, it can debuff. It can keep debuffing, but you know, Registeel can do the same.
That's true. It has the potential to debuff. While it is not a 100% like the Bubble Beam is, it is much more hard hitting when the Registeel debuffs you than when the Mantine does.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of similarities between these teams, right? We see double steal with both Galarian Stunfisk and the Registeel. We see Metagame. Oh, Metagame. Yeah, of course. We see Noctowl. So that's 4 Pokemon on each team. That's very, very comparable. And I think, and they also both have like double flyer, right? Shadow Charizard, Mantine. So that's both 2 very hard to Trevenant answers, right? I think this match is either about playing it very safe, or can I get my Trevenant aligned very well?
That's right. I mean, it is always risky when there is a Trevenant and a Noctowl on teams, because then there's potential for these rock, paper, scissors scenarios. But this Shadow Charizard also, I'm kind of anxious to see it. Do you remember this? There's this meme out there of like this guy holding hands with a girl and he's turned to look at another girl.
Yeah,
I feel like Dex is the man in this. He's standing next to Talonflame, who's glaring at him because now he has chosen to put Charizard on his team instead. He's been replaced with another flying flame.
Yeah, I think the one thing that Talonflame definitely has with Shadow Charizard is just the bulk. But Charizard right now just charges faster, has a better, I would say it like has a better fire type coverage, simply because Blastburn just hits so incredibly
Right,
hard.
and fire coverage is not there's not many fire types you see in these cups, but they do hit things relatively hard.
I think they are sometimes even needed, especially if there's like grass, steel, and most fires are also like flying, and on a rare occasion also ghosts, like Chandelier or a little Marowak, more common probably.
Oh yeah, maybe in the Great League.
Right, so those they have that niche as well. But let's see what these trainers bring in this first round. We have Dex on the left, we have Kazim on the right. Amanda, take it all.
Let's see, we got the register. We've seen this a couple times before. We know that neither move really knocks out the other one, but it is more in favor of that Galarian Stunfisk. And looks like both trainers are choosing to stay in, maybe at least until the first one gets thrown, or do you think that perhaps we'll pocket a move and then try to switch out?
I think this is difficult for Dex. He probably has to stay in because he has that Noctowl in the back, and Noctowl doesn't really like this as well. In fact, if Dex loses switch here, Trevenant could be on a flyer, and that's exactly what you don't want. But on the other hand, Kazim obviously shields immediately because he is double weak to this Registeel in the back. So I think Kazim is in a very good spot at this point.
Yes, shielding and able to get...
Oh, catches the Earthquake!
This is huge. Dex with the amazing counting there, and all of this energy on that Galarian Stunfisk has now been wasted. He will get a chance to swap out, but do you really want to?
He does.
I mean, Galarian Stunfisk does well against that Noctowl, but now he's going to have this, what we were talking about, the chance to potentially bait or throw that super effective Ice Beam. Dex already at the Sky Attack, and Kazim choosing not to use his last Protect Shield, knowing that this will do a decent amount of damage, but not enough to take it out.
Yeah, I think the non-stab Ice Beam here won't do as much as we would think. I don't think this KOs the Noctowl just yet. It might be able to wing attack it down though. As you can see, it doesn't take it out yet. And Noctowl can barely get to that Shadow Ball that will slightly do more than a Sky Attack. A very, very good play from Dex here. Très bien.
Right at the very last moment, still not enough to take it out. He is a bulky Sky Flyer. And now the Mantine is actually in a very nice position where it can throw an Ice Beam or a Bubble Beam, depending on what goes in. But let's see.
This is awful for Dex because
this is awful indeed.
He needs to, he brings in the trap here because and this can't take the move, but you also need to keep that Registeel in case there's something that that he needs to hit with a Zap Cannon. And we as casters and the audience can see that there is a Noctowl on the back, so he definitely needs a Zap Cannon. But how do you deal with the Galarian Stunfisk as well? Kazim looking up. I don't think you need to think a lot here because you bring that Noctowl in this matchup, right? Yeah, here it comes, and it will hard wall it.
Dex staying in, pocketing a bit of energy, it looks like, or is he? Oh, yes, because he.
Oh no! He catches the Zap Cannon.
Catch after catch. Oh. This is so good, and you can see Kazim is worried. He doesn't know if it's the Focus Blast or the Zap Cannon.
Oh, it is the Zap Cannon.
It is the Zap Cannon, and
no
not
debuff
even the
as well.
And Dex is just looking at the camera at this point. He knows it's over. There's
He's
not
saying,
much.
Sacre bleu, mon ami. Oh no, poor Dex. That's very difficult. That is the risk of bringing Trevenant, because the thing is, Trevenant is just so hard walled by that Noctowl, right? So
and I like how Dex Kazim seems to say, "Oh, you know how to catch? I can catch as well."
Yeah, we've seen an Earthquake catch and we've seen a Zap Cannon catch in one single game. That's pretty impressive. I think Dex indeed lets this go, knowing he cannot take out that Noctowl. I think the only way to actually have a shot against Noctowl is with the Sucker Punch foul play moveset. And I don't know about you, but I've not met a Trevenant yet that runs this.
And even at this range, with the shield left, I don't think the Noctowl would even be sucker punched.
Yeah, no. That's unfortunately not happening for Dex. Unfortunately, just getting basically the worst lead he could get there. Basically because you're weak to Galarian Stunfisk in the lead, but also in the back. And
that's right.
It's difficult to swap out. But basically, what he ends up is bringing in his Noctowl to, well, take out the Galarian Stunfisk.
Even though that was a magnificent catch. I mean,
I agree.
Really well counted. Wasted all that energy of the Galarian Stunfisk. Having that Mantine, which was a very bold choice from Kazim to bring it, because like we were talking about, the Zap Cannon that Dex had stored would be enough to take out a Mantine and a half.
I think it was just a very good ABB strategy, right?
Yes.
Like leading strong against the Registeel and being weak to it twice in the back with the Noctowl and the Mantine. And probably if it was not a Registeel lead, I would figure that Kazim probably swaps out in like Noctowl, bait out the Registeel, try to sweep with the Mantine. The worst thing you can see is double steal. right? From Dex.
Right.
And even that, like, I know that Mantine with 2 shields up is really actually not the worst against Galarian Stunfisk, right? Especially
You can just keep on bubble beaming it down too.
And speaking of that, if you throw so many bubble beams, you know what other win con you can create?
A timeout.
The timeout, yes,
You
indeed.
don't, like you're saying, don't get to see very often in Great League.
God, I just love bubble beams. It would postpone the match a lot, but on the other hand, if it's your only win con, then maybe you need to play it like that. Let's see if Dex will bring that Trevenant again, because in my opinion, it's very scary after having it on a Noctowl, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think a lot of times we've seen this so far, but this is part of the meta because there's a lot of now water types to try to counter the Noctowl or the steels that are countering the Noctowl. The Trevenant is a really great place for that. However, it's just, there's nothing you can do. There's been a couple opponents who have been other grass types, like Nim. She's been making it quite far, and she's running a Shadow Venusaur. That can at least hit back to the Noctowl with a Sludge Bomb.
Absolutely.
But if you're a Trevenant, all of your moves are just walled by that Noctowl.
Yeah, then it's just not happening. It's just a little bit of a 50-50 pick, because we've seen that Medichamp's the most common pick. Great, we have Trevenant, but Noctowl's the second most common. So let's see, Amanda, what we're going to see here. We see the same leads. Is it the same teams?
Oh, no. We have a little bold on the Kazim side in the back here, bringing the Trevenant. But I wonder if it starts to play out similarly, if Dex will think it is the same team.
Well, what we see here, so one thing that's a slight advantage to Registeel here is that it slightly outpaces to that first focus pulse, right? So you can basically throw a move here. Oh, looks like Kazim actually shields that, tries to catch on that on the Noctowl, but fortunately barely not able to, and does shield the Earthquake this time.
Yes, this time Dex deciding maybe if he is running the same line, I can't be so weak to it. Let's see if he's going to try to do a catch again. If you're Kazim, you're probably very wary of it.
Oh, he tried to do the same trick and actually throws a Rock Slide instead. So now the Red Shield doesn't have to eat that Quake.
And I bet if you're Kazim, you're also very happy about this because that Trevenant will no longer be aligned, any possibility of being aligned with the Noctowl.
But as Dex, you kind of like to see this Mantine here, so it can go anywhere now. Like, your Charizard is sort of free. Obviously, there's still the Galarian Stunfisk, but also the Trevenant doesn't have to face his Noctowl. Obviously, Charizard is not a great matchup, but one Shadow Ball, Amanda. Have you ever landed Shadow Ball on Shadow Charizard? It will do
It's very
a
satisfying,
lot.
I'm sure.
Yeah, the HP bar just depletes, basically. But yeah, now you bait this out as Dex here. The Registeel can basically clean up this Mantine, and hopefully the Shadow Charizard can clean up. Looks like right before the Bubble Beam. We did not want to take the Bubble Beam, yeah.
I think if you were Dex, you were hoping to charge up a little more energy, but at the same point, yeah, you don't want to get debuffed when you have 2 Pokemon that your opponent has coming in.
The thing is, he just needs all that Focus Plus damage into that Galarian Stunfisk simply because otherwise it won't KO, right? Then they don't have to shield. And in comes that Earthquake here. Do you shield this as Dex? You might barely survive this if you have a really good Registeel, but he shields this either way, wants to keep that Registeel alive.
Which is very difficult too because like we were talking about, Shadow Charizard hits so hard but gets hit so hard in return. If he doesn't shield this, I mean, if Trev gets a little bit of extra energy and a Shadow Ball goes through that Charizard, an unprotected Charizard is not alive for very long.
Oh, he tries to catch, and now he's going to eat a Rock Slide to the face! Oh, here it comes. Is this going to KO? I think this KOs 20 Charizards. This is double super effective chat, and yeah, there it goes. Dex, unfortunately, not being able to make that correct call, and in comes the Trevenant to finish it off. Dex knows he couldn't make it happen, unfortunately, with that Registeel lead going twice into the Galarian Stunfisk lead. Basically the worst lead he could have seen. And
this is a very, it's not over yet, but it's a very, very uphill battle. He did get the attack drop. Will the Shadow Ball be enough at this range? Even still, you have to have 2 Zap Cannons and another Focus Blast to take out that Galarian Stunfisk. At this at point, it's all over but the tap-in.
Unfortunately, you cannot change your typing mid-battle in Pokemon Go PvP, so there is something like Terrestrialize in the new game, right? What's it, Scarlet and Violet?
Yes.
But we don't have that here, so we cannot change our typing to resist that. And we see the handshake there. Dex, unfortunately, going down very hard here, but still respectful for his opponent.
That's right, and I believe we're still in the winners brackets we're showing right now. So
he's not out yet.
He's
still
not
has a
out
chance.
yet.
Still has a chance, yeah. I mean, the French are good players, right? So we could see him make a return, right? I don't know if Sandadu is still in, also a really good French player, right? There are still so many opportunities there, but it looks like that Kazim takes this matchup.
Yes, and very, very decisively. Like that was really smart plays. We were kind of discussing like what you were saying, a typical ABB, which I think when you first start getting good at PvP, it's one of the first things that you learn. You know, it's like you have a Pokemon with 2 Pokemon weak to something specific in the back. You swap to it to lure out a specific Pokemon, because once that is gone, then you know your backline can just run free.
Exactly, exactly.
But so many people know about it now, so it's like, is it really a good strategy anymore?
So that's exactly the point. Sometimes if you recognize a team, or if you play against it quite frequently, you will recognize what the opponent is doing, right? And some are just too obvious. Like I played in the Go Battle League against a Galarian Stunfisk lead, and they didn't even have a bad lead. I think it was the mirror, and they swapped in their Mantine, and you already know what they're doing. It's going to be a Pelipper in the back, right? Sometimes it becomes a bit easy to read or predictable,
right?
But if not, and sometimes even if you just have the alignment, you win anyway.
That's
right?
true.
So sometimes even if the opponent knows, that still doesn't mean that it's easy to outplay, right?
Of course.
It still comes down to the energy and shield management in total.
Yes. And sometimes the problem is as well, like if the Pokemon that you thought maybe they had, they don't have, or they still saved it, then you're completely done for, because
yeah, exactly.
it just wrecks your entire back line if you don't get that alignment that you're looking for.
That exactly can happen as well. I think everyone had it sometime in the Go Battle League. There you see a Pokemon and you're like, oh, well, that's gonna be an uphill battle.
But a little bit different than Go Battle League. We don't top left here these play Pokemon tournaments. We're determined to see it out. How do you feel about playing things through completely? Do you learn something new in every matchup, or sometimes you just think it's too hopeless of a case?
So obviously, if I'm the Trevenant against a Noctowl, I usually give up, yeah. But in certain scenarios, if I don't know them, I think we saw a Dedenne earlier on the stream as well. If I have a bad matchup against it, I might still want to know how much a discharge a player does on my Medicham. Does it KO me? I don't know. I want to know. Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see what Kazim was thinking for sure, because I don't know if it was. I think it was very smart of him going the ABB to like almost the ABC.
I agree. I agree.
We'll kick it over to them to see what he has to say about it.
Unfortunately. Hello.
Hey mate, how you doing?
Not too bad. How was that match? How do you feel the tension?
I could feel it. First time on stage. Didn't expect to be here.
Oh right.
Here I am against a prior regional winner before. Just try to do as well as I can. Got lucky with the leads, you know. I figured Mantine would be a good save swap, provided it avoids Reggie. He led Reggie twice. And the rest, you know, he played very well, making the Earthquake catch on the Noctowl in game 1. Yeah. But I think ultimately keeping alignment and just watching for the catches, just had to keep my cool.
Yeah, that's quite.
At the end, yeah.
It's quite a scalp to
Against a
take.
tough player, yeah.
It's quite a scalp to take, because yes, as you recognise that Dex is a champion.
I only
in former
found out
regionals.
just sitting there, yeah.
Yeah, after what? As in you only found out afterwards?
Yeah. I know he was a top player, but I've only started following the regionals like the last 4 or 5 months, and
yes,
I'm all new to the more competitive scene. So finding out there, you know, I just thought, I'm going to go out anyway. Let's do what we can.
You said you were going to go out anyway, and look, here you are right now. Yeah.
Let's just see how this goes. I'm on like 4 hours sleep. I thought I'd be going out in round 1, but you know, just do the best I can.
No, and I'm
almost
sure
RPS all 6 battles, but had a good lead, I should say, maybe. You know, give myself some credit.
Absolutely. Because you've done, so I'm sure there's quite a few. Because you're based in London, aren't you?
Yeah.
I bet there's quite a few people in London that are like that. They're going to be ecstatic to see that you're doing so well at this sort of level. And these players are very, very tough. Is there any Mantine is a Pokemon that we've seen a lot. We've heard a lot about it with the wing attack buff. Do you think it is your not necessarily a signature Pokemon, but main staple for you to get you to the winners finals?
Absolutely, it has been so far. obviously the G-Fisk and Reggies have had good matchups, and they pair well with Mantine.
Yeah.
But even like if you get a bad matchup into it, you can spam out bubble beams. Their attack is debuffed, and it kind of forces them to make a decision if they want to keep switch or not, and then otherwise they're going to get farmed for a lot of energy. So I like that. I bear that in mind. And with the Ice Beam, it threatens the Noctowls, the grass.
Yes. Yes, I mean, and I'm sure you'd agree that Ice type is quite a
prominent.
Having an Ice
type.
coverage, offensively with all the flyers is quite handy to have. Now, in terms of you mentioned a few minutes ago that you had been. You'd been only a battler for about 4 or 5 months.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like at this level,
level.
As in like I've only joined Sylph a couple months ago, and like tournaments and stuff, just trying to, develop the game.
Sure.
It's just been GBL for the last 2 years, but I recognise there's a whole world of battlers and tournaments around, which is nice. And I just came here to have fun. And,
so you started off with GBL when GBL got announced in Pokemon Go.
I think my first season was 8 or 9.
Oh, right. Okay, so much more recent.
Legend. Yeah, I think after COVID, I've kind of picked up the game again, and then picked up the more competitive side of things, and
Yeah, no, that's good.
I just learned little niche skills bit by bit, and just try and pull it all together now. And so I feel like I am fairly new. People have been competing since season 1, and I hear this when it was ranked 10. None of that is
back in those days.
Exactly, them old days.
No. So as a newcomer, did you feel that it was a bit more challenging for you to get the Pokemon you needed to be competitive, or would you say for the people that are thinking about watching and they're thinking, you know what, I would like to follow in this chap's footsteps. He's a newcomer and he's already beating defending champions. That's a big scalp. Do you think the jump from casual Pokemon Go play or non-competitive to what you do, is that relatively easy to do, or how do you go about it?
I try and grind as much. It's Stardust is what I just aim for, just playing the game as much as I can on the way to work and on the way and back. But for newcomers, there's a lot of accessible Pokemon, particularly with the community days based around starters. Like Chestnut got one recently, and that, it's a sort of niche pick, but it will have some play. And there are a lot of cheap Pokemons to obtain. Obviously, XL Pokemon, for example. I've not got a Licky Tongue. I've got most meta Pokemon available, but I say it's easily doable, and ultimately you want a team that you're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
Like I changed teams last minute. I'll be honest.
Yeah. I'm sure you're not the only one either.
Probably not. I wanted a more spicy team, but I hadn't had as much practice with it. I've played Mantine, Stunfisk, Trevenant a lot in GBL. I just thought, I know the matchups, I know how much damage everything does to it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's ultimately it. When you familiarize yourself with the matchups, either through playing yourself, that's the best way, or like watching others play, watching your mates, watching YouTube. It's, I would say, easy to pick up, but the more practice you get with like the same Pokemon, I feel that's the key to being successful. Obviously, it's nice to always try things new, but to pick up the skills, there's a lot of people out there, there's a lot of tutorials out there. It did take me like 2 years to probably polish every skill. Still a lot to learn. I do throw a lot of games, but
I find
for those out there, it's doable. It's doable.
Yeah. I find it really amusing as well, because I like how humble you are in saying that you've got a lot to learn. But honestly, if you are able to beat a champion, that shows that you are able to rise to that sort of level. So in terms of having a lot to learn, imagine if you have that attitude and then you go on to win it.
Yeah.
Wow, what a statement that's going to make, isn't it? Oh, I've got a lot to learn.
One of my traits, I always try to be the very best I am, and if you're always setting yourself targets, you only become better. So if you're like bragging that you did this, you did that, like, it's not going to work.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll find someone that is going to get the upper
and
hand
there's
of
always,
you at some point.
especially in this, there's new Pokemon coming out left, right, and centre, new move updates. There's always changes in the game, so that keeps you on your toes, and new matchups to learn, which is another thing I enjoy.
So, one final thing then that comes to mind. There are a couple of you're based in London, if I recall.
Yeah.
So are there any players in London that you have can take a lot of that have taken a lot of guidance from to coach you and improve you? Any people that you want to perhaps give a shout out to and let them know that you appreciate them?
So first of all, Tomahawk, he actually invited me to join his faction team, Hidden Powers, a couple months ago. So like this will be my first, I don't even know what you call them, not bout, first season in factions. It's been a lot of fun, although I didn't do too well in the Ember tournament last night, but saving the wins for today.
where they perhaps are a little bit more significant as well.
The inspiration from him in the Warsaw tournament.
Oh yes,
Were you
at Warsaw?
No, this is my first play Pokemon tournament.
Right. Okay. Yes, because for those watching, Tomahawk was a player that was the runner-up in the regionals in Warsaw in November of last year, I believe.
Yeah, it was winter. Yeah.
And I think that was the first time that Warsaw had a regionals for Pokemon Go. So that was quite exciting for the Polish capital. So Tomahawk. Anyone else come to mind?
Tom from my factions as well. Thomas Young. I only just met him yesterday in person, but he's been really supportive in my faction games with the support. Did a few practice runs with him a couple nights before the weekend. Really nice guy. Met him last night. He's been around, pushing out, seeing how we've been with each other.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I suppose that's the other nice thing about these tournaments is aside from the battling, there are people that you like, oh, now I've met you in person, I can build those friendships.
Exactly. It's when you put a face to the name. So shout out to everyone else from the team. The support has been incredible. But yeah, just putting a face to the name. Like I say, I always thought PvP was a niche. Like a lot of Pokemon Go players I know, not into it. I'm always like, my friends, they're over there. I'm trying to get them into it one day. But seeing a big PvP community is like inspiring to me, and seeing talk about it for days. There's so much to talk about.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Outside of the casual side of things.
No, that's fair enough. So congratulations on your win.
Thanks,
I'm sure I can speak for many of the viewers that we're excited to see how far you get, especially as a newcomer. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Hope you do really, really well, and hopefully we might even see you in the winners' final at some point. Who knows?
One game at a time.
One game at a time. Yeah. Back to the casters. Thank you very much.
So there we have it, Amanda. You don't need to play super long to get this far to become this good. I think that's very impressive from Kazim.
I think that's true. And also one of our casters itself is also become very, very good in a short period of time. You may have seen him at the other caster pair.
Leonard indeed has been improving.
He's pretty darn good at this point. And speaking of Leonard, he has some players that he wants us to keep an eye on. And so we're going to briefly show that video, and stay tuned.
Welcome back, guys. As you might have noticed from previous coverages, we have so many different great players. So I get the problem. You don't know who to root for. So let me help you with this. Here are some players you might want to keep an eye on. The first 3 picks I'm going to present to you are the easy ones. We have 3 Pokemon regional champions, or one special event rather. So the first one is the defending champion of Liverpool, Lurgan Rocket. He actually also got to top 4 at Worlds with some pretty unconventional picks. Scrafty, Cresselia and Diggersby really wreaked havoc on the opponent's teams, and I think he might be here with another surprising pick. Next up we have Dex. He won the regional championship in Lille, and he also brought some pretty unconventional Pokemon, and the best one for him was Talonflame in the entire event. I know Talonflame has not been the powerhouse lately as it was before because of the rise of other flyers and Lantern as a counter pick, but I think with the bond of friendship and his strength together with Talonflame, he might actually bring it and make it to top cut again. The last of the champions who won the Pokemon Go special event in Bilbao is the Belgian powerhouse Basix, and also he brought a pretty cool pick. He made a genius meta call. Most of the players brought Metagame as their primary counter user, but he brought Toxicroak. You want to know why? Because Lickitung was a really oppressive Pokemon, and with the super effective licks on the Metagame, it had a pretty good matchup. Toxicroak did not have this problem, and actually also had a nicer matchup versus Registeel with the Mud Bomb, so this Pokemon brought him the win. Other players who did not win any events yet are, for example, V-Tenacity. He is originally from Sheffield and he is one of the best UK players there are. He loves his Ice-type Pokemon, so when you're looking at the meta with Noctowl and all the other flyers, Ice-types are pretty good. This might be the event for him to take down. Next player I want to feature is Red Spy. You will recognize her on stream because of her big Hadron head, and you can already tell from this she loves Psychic types. So maybe you can actually see some Psychic types, except for Metagame of course, on stream, and you can see some spice. So if you like Psychic types, you might want to root for her. Third on the list of the underdogs would be Maximilian P. This guy went to the absolute top of European players in just over a year, and he told me that he has already accomplished everything that he wanted to ever accomplish. There is just one more goal on his list, and that is qualifying for Yokohama, and I think he definitely has a shot. Furthermore, Andres is competing. You have seen her in Stuttgart barely missing out on the top 8 cut, going to top 16. She is a Spanish player and she is a full-on meta player. She is always really focused and all the time a threat to the other players in the competition. So the last player I want to mention is for all the hard rogue fans of you. It is Fnuske from Denmark. This guy is known for his absolute crazy picks, and he has had lots of success running Hitmonchan, and he was playing Noctowl before it was the absolute powerhouse that it is. So you also really want to have an eye on this player. Maybe we can see him on stream. I hope you found a player that you really liked and that you can root for, and we are going to be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. I know that a player that I kind of has been keeping my eye on is someone that we're going to actually see up next, and that is Frika. Frika is a German competitor, and he's been doing very well. He competed last year in Worlds, and I believe made it into the top 10.
He did very well there. I mean, he is really, really good. And you know what else is really good about him? He runs Dunsparce. We have on the right side another player. I don't believe we have seen him much in a play Pokemon tournament. I do believe he played in the last chance qualifier in London at Worlds.
And I do believe his name is familiar to most of the people in the PvP Pokemon tournament.
It is Wylaus. I think most people know the Pokemon. Well, we have here the player. It is with one extra Z, so there's a little bit of difference. And
do you think that makes the Z makes him a little more dark or a little more dragon?
It makes him a little bit more spicy.
Okay.
He really likes spicy picks. I think he's generally known for running Shadow Sharpedo.
Interesting. Do you think that he's running a Shadow Sharpedo?
Absolutely not.
I was going to say, I'm very impressed he has made it this far. If he has, but speaking of some spice, he is running things that we have not yet seen in this tournament, although they have made appearances, cameo appearances in tournaments in the past. We got that Tapu Fini and that Ampharos.
Indeed. I believe there was a bet between two other casters. I believe Swedish Chief and Caleb Peng. Or no,
I actually think
Butters.
Caleb Peng just made a blanket statement about it.
Yeah, he said there is no way Ampharos ever wins a regional, and he will transfer his Bastiodon if Ampharos does it. So generally, naturally, as someone who slightly dislikes Bastiodon, I would love to see Ampharos do very well in his regional.
I believe he made that call out right before the regional that you qualified, and yet I don't think I saw an Ampharos on your team in Adequins.
I am aware. I was going to qualify first and then hold the Ampharos team.
Do you think it has the potential? I mean, if you think about it, it does have a nice moveset against a lot of the meta in general. I think when the last time we saw it, it was a Shadow one, and it was running Focus Blast, which was unexpected and completely one-shotted the Galarian Stunfisk. But I mean, most of the time it's probably running Thunder Punch, right, for the electric types, and it has Brutal Swing, which does well against, like, say, the Trevenants that are coming in.
You can beat Trevenant with it, actually, which is very impressive. Because I believe there aren't very many electric types. I believe the other one only is Zapdos, really, that can beat Grass types. types, right?
That's right.
So I do like that about the Ampharos. Indeed, it has a pretty versatile moveset, but the moveset is also what might limit you, because if you do not run a electric type charge move, you can lose to Noctowl in the zero shoot.
Yeah,
and
that's pretty
actually
sad.
yeah, that's very sad, because that's the one thing it's supposed to counter.
That's right.
So
but maybe we'll see a little bit of spicy things here. I know that's also not a shadow, so it's not getting that extra 20% of damage on the electric typing either. So that could be either to its detriment or to its advantage if Zweilous is looking to make it a little more bulky.
yeah, the thing is, I think that regular Ampharos does not one-shot Galarian Stunfisk with Focus Blast. So do you want to run that?
It's not even worth it then.
Yeah, what Zweilous also is known for, the player, not the Pokemon, is running Zap Cannon on the Ampharos.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
so
it's really, really hard. Obviously, there's to the registry nerve of Zap Cannon, there has been some collateral damage. Unfortunately, Ampharos also has been a little bit nerfed, but I think it can still put in a lot of work. And I think Ampharos looks somewhat decent against a Noctowl Azumarill core.
that is true. You don't see many Azumarill, and the Freaka does have one on his team. I wonder how many has come across in this matchup. Zweilous running kind of an adjacent Pokemon to Azumarill with that Tapu Fini. What do you think about Tapu Fini in the Great League?
I think it's a very good water type attacker, whereas Azumarill is more of a generous. But here we have the leads, and we see the Noctowl lead into the Lickitung from Zweilous, and immediately save swaps into the Tapu Fini, which makes sense, because if we look at Freaka's team, he doesn't really have a hard answer to this Tapu Fini.
Especially with a little bit of an energy advantage like that, so it makes sense to at least get off some damage before going in, and unfortunately now up to almost a surf and a half, I would say. Baiting with the surf here, enough energy for a Moonblast, but Freaka knows at this point it's not going to do that much damage, and choosing not to use the Protect Shield yet, and already past a Drill Run.
Throws right before the next surf from Zweilous, and this does get shielded. But Dunsparce is not a wimp. It can take those water guns, and that serves quite easily. And look at the timing from Zweilous here, just throwing right before the next charge move.
Which indeed is answered with a shield of his own by Freaka, because Freaka is at that Drill Run and doesn't want to take any of that extra damage. The water gun damage is also adding up. If you look and see, it takes a while to get to the charge move, sure, with the Tapu Fini, but that Dunsparce is already past half health, almost a quarter.
And we see a second shield here from Zweilous. It is one German to another here. Who is going to win switch here? It is. It looks to be Freaka going 2 shields down as well, not giving up the switch advantage. Even though I believe that the Galarian Stunfisk is not even that bad against the opposing Lickitung, right?
No, it's true. I suppose Freaka is hoping that with a little bit of extra energy advantage here, be able to at least throw another charge move at something coming in, and he can kind of dictate the pace of how it's going to go.
Yeah. So at this point, I would think that that Zweilous is in a difficult spot, but with this farm, Amanda, well, he's going to take a drill here. But the opposing Galarian Stunfisk, shields are down. It cannot take an Earthquake very well, so it's definitely not over yet.
Yeah, and the Drill Run doesn't even do quite half.
Comes in right away.
I guess this is a very smart play by Freaka, because the Earthquake will not be quite enough to take it out at this range, and he may be able to get to another one or force Zweilous to use all of his energy to throw a Rock Slide against the Pokemon.
Yeah.
Not even going to be able to get to it in time.
And catches the move
onto his Lickitung. Zweilous with a wonderful swap into the Lickitung here, absorbing all of this Earthquake damage onto the Lickitung, and the switch timers are now completely misaligned.
Yeah. Do keep in mind there's also still a catch on Freaka's side, but barely throws before that Earthquake. Zweilous is counting so meticulously.
Timing of these players is on par. My goodness, here. Coming in, I assume, probably with the Noctowl to get a little bit of extra energy, but you have to remember, there is a lot of energy left on that Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, and I think with one Body Slam, does this Noctowl get into Rock Slide range? I think barely not. You're going to need more legs. Freaka, I think his forehead is sweating. He's wiping it off because it's getting very tight at this point. But more legs might put this barely into Rock Slide range. And he's throwing the Sky Attack almost before he reaches 2 of them.
Yes, those licks being resisted on the Noctowl is helpful in that sense, because the wing attacks are not resisted. But Lickitung is pretty much the bulkiest Pokemon. Ooh, is he able to catch? He is not.
Does this take it out? If this takes it out, I think that Zweilaus wins this battle despite the very difficult lead. But this is IV dependent, and it doesn't take out. This one more mushroom doesn't, but he has a Shadow Ball already.
The Shadow Ball also may not quite be enough to take it out. We'll have to see for sure, but this is one of the tightest matchups of just very good players going back and forth here. The Dunsparce is not going to be enough energy. Is it going to get Machado down?
It's Machado down, and he comes out with a Rock Slide. Amanda, hold my hand. Man, he is taking it. He is taking this game, Zweilaus. Oh, coming back from that Licky Tongue lead.
Wow.
Very, very well played. Wow.
I feel like those Germans could be giving us all counting lessons there. Did you see that?
That was, you saw the cheeky look at the camera? Yeah, he knows what he is doing.
Freaka standing.
They're all Germans at the table. I wonder if they're speaking German as well. But so we didn't see any Amphros there, but we did see that Dunsparce. I felt like the Dunsparce didn't exactly get to do what it kind of needed to do.
Yeah.
Its main feature is to counter something like the Noctowl, right? And in this case, it was basically just to hold switch advantage against the Tapu Fini, which in the end did not even help because shields down meant that the Galarian Stunfisk with energy advantage could put in so much work.
I mean, I think that was the biggest problem. But it's so hard to tell because sometimes you want switch advantage, sometimes you want shield advantage. Unfortunately for both players, there was no shield advantage left on because they decided to both use it up. So unfortunate for Freaka that to use both shields to get that advantage that really didn't play out in the ways that I'm sure he was hoping. But a wonderful catch on Zweilaus' side really helped the end game. Although, let's be fair, Licky Tongue doesn't really want to tank an Earthquake either.
It's true. It's true. But it was a good sponge for all the damage because the Galarian Stunfisk proved to be the crucial key component to win that battle in the end. And I think at some times when you face a bad lead, the key component to win a battle is to get shields down because then all nukes can be unleashed.
That's right.
And in that case, that's what happened here because that way he could freely throw the Earthquake into opposing Galarian Stunfisk, keep the Galarian Stunfisk because he could swap out, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
and he did.
No problem there because the shields were all down. The Galarian Stunfisk farm down forced Freaka basically to swap in his own Galarian Stunfisk because otherwise, if it farms down the complete Dunsparce, it just
goodbye at that point.
It's over.
I think that Freaka. It was very quick thinking on his feet to do what he did. Probably would have had a complete chance, but unfortunately getting to that Earthquake and obviously Zweilaus knowing the council with having his own Galarian Stunfisk in there kind of changed the matchup in that regard. But I wonder how they will play out game 2 because as you well pointed out in the first game, there's not really a hard answer to a Tapu Fini safe swap.
There will always be, I think there will always be Tapu Fini from Zweilaus because it has so many safe matchups. And if you have safe matchups with a Pokemon, why not use it?
Exactly.
But on the other hand, that kind of surprises me that we see the Galarian Stunfisk as well from Freaka because he is it's weak to the Tapu Fini, right? So it's definitely going to come out there. That's what makes it a little bit tricky. At least Sableye can win the 2 shoots against Tapu Fini.
Right. Well, as we saw, Dunsparce also sort of won the... it had a little bit of help from the knockdown.
Right, but because he doesn't have an answer, he has to throw a Sky Attack first. In the meantime, the Tapu Fini builds up so much energy. It's going to be very annoying against Dunsparce, right?
It wasn't even like a typical what we call chip and dip where you throw a move and get out because it took a while to get to that Sky Attack.
Exactly.
So, I mean, already he was gaining energy himself, Zweilaus was, and Freaka was taking that water gun damage on the Noctowl.
Exactly. Amanda, I really hope we're going to see some Amphros action soon. I would love to see that to potentially counter the Noctowl. I mean, it's probably unlikely that against like Dunsparce and Galarian Stunfisk. I feel like Freaka is really a player that loves double steal, and he's basically using Dunsparce as a sort of second Galarian Stunfisk, right?
Yeah.
With like the same offensive coverage, just a normal type that's better against ghost types.
Yes. And to be fair, I mean, it's not like was a blowout on one side or another. They were very close matchups. Both of them counting perfectly, throwing right before winning charge, knowing who won charge move priority, getting some great swaps in. It was a wonderful match.
These are 2 very calculated players. I mean, I played Freaka in Stuttgart, and I was also wiping my forehead with sweat because it was very, very tight. And by then, the Dunsparce was actually the one Pokemon that took him out. So maybe that drove him to run it this time.
Yes, and they passed it along to the rest of the German
The rest of the German collection as well, yeah. Indeed, yeah. I think we are about to go into this next matchup. It looks like one of our battlers is ready there. I think we're going to see more Dunsparce, more Tapu Fini in this battle. Here we go. Amanda, take it off.
I'm anxious to see if your calls are correct here. Loving the poses as well of each player. And a Tapu Fini, you're absolutely, my goodness, a Noctowl into a Tapu Fini. Let's see how Frika decides to respond. Maybe just choosing to stay in, although if you look at Zweilous' backline, this is exactly what Zweilous wants to happen because both of the Pokemon don't really favor seeing that Noctowl.
I think this is somewhat awkward for Frika because he needs to bait out. Oh, there we go. Here in comes that Trevenant. Sorry, the Dunsparce. I was looking at the Trevenant in the back for a second. Oh, another rollout comes through. A little bit of an unfortunate timing by Zweilous there. In comes the first Surf, just moderate chip damage, and he didn't really bring an answer to it. Now catches the drill run here on the Lickitung. Lickitung isn't great here either because the licks are double resisted.
Right.
But you can take this damage quite well.
Like we were discussing, the Lickitung, it just has so much HP and defense that these moves, since they're not super effective, are not doing that much damage.
Exactly.
And the rollouts are, it's just not.
Yeah.
No fast move pressure on either opponent here. It's going to be the charge moves on both sides that are doing the heavy damage to these middle game Pokemon.
Yeah, another body slam is coming through. The next one will definitely take out, and I think 2 drill runs might barely not do it, to be honest. But we're going to find out because in comes the first drill run, and I believe it's only 3 rollouts to the next move, and rollouts just don't add up. Let's see. The second one will likely barely KO. But in comes that Noctowl again, and I think Zweilous is very fine with this because as we saw, and as I just misspoke, the Trevenant is in the back actually for Zweilous. Yeah. It didn't come out. It was right there. And in comes Tapu Fini again to quickly answer this Noctowl, throwing the Surf right before Skytech. Still kept track of that energy.
Wow, that is amazing. And Frika choosing to use his first Protect Shield because he knows that the Water Gun damage afterwards too. He doesn't want to get farmed down, especially if he has all these moves. And now he is able to do a little extra farm, almost up to 2 Sky Attacks, throwing when he has 2. Will Zweilous use his first shield too? Or he does, he chooses to.
But he has 2 Sky Attacks here. That is zeer toll for Frika here. But let's see what Zweilous is going to do here. Are you going to concede both your shields here? It's very difficult to take this out with your Trev.
He is definitely going to try to just completely... No, but he's going to go for that Surf damage. He said, you know what, I need this Noctowl out of here.
Yeah, it needs to be gone. But at this point, Galarian Stunfisk is not like the absolute worst against Trevenant because Rock Slide still is like 40%.
And both of them still have shields.
Yeah. Now, I wonder if Frika knows how to do this because 2 Rock Slides don't take out, but a Rock Slide and resist Earthquake will.
Interesting. And he does have the energy for both, so let's see what he chooses to do. Going up to 2 Rock Slides, letting that Shadow Claw go through because he wants to get damage off as soon as possible. No Protect Shields remaining, so he wants to make sure that damage is going through before a possible catch on that Lickitung could be made as well.
It goes for the Earthquake on the Seed.
He does know.
Oh, he does know. He knows. And in comes the Seed Bomb bait. Frika no shooting. No, this Shadow Ball likely not even KO. The Seed Bomb is called. It doesn't really matter. This Earthquake, I believe, maybe one more Mud Shot. This will get very close to taking out the Trevenant. Actually, wow, this is a very bulky Trevenant. I stand corrected. I may have been wrong. And in comes the Lickitung again. Dunsparce throws this Rock Slide, which is...
Rock Slide is a Rock Slide.
Exactly. It
At
does a
this
little bit
range,
less
it
than
doesn't
Drill
really matter
Exactly.
which one you're going for. But now the choice is Zweilous. Is he going to just try to farm it down? Because you cannot farm down with the Shadow Claw on the Dunsparce with that health. Going to have to choose to use the Seed Bomb. And Frika's almost at another move, and he decides, you know what, I'm going to use the shield here, and I'm going to go ahead and throw before we get to a Seed Bomb. But will he be able to?
And Dunsparce just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling and takes down the Trevenant again.
They see him rolling.
They hate it. It's true. Yeah, so I stand corrected there. Usually a Rock Slide, but an Earthquake plus maybe one more Mud Shot takes out the Trevenant. In this case, it seemed that that the Trevenant was just very defensively weighted, and in that case, it likely was able to survive there quite comfortably, actually.
It's always interesting what players choose to use for their Pokemon, what IV spreads they want, and then sometimes also just to hear players being like, it's the only one I had. Someone traded me a Zapdos, and I needed to use a Zapdos, so it has 15 attack, but it's the only one under 1500 CP.
That's a good point you have there, because I do know Swallows as someone who doesn't have, how do you say it, a lot of Pokemons, and he's mainly focused on Great League, not spending much on other like Master League and Ultra League. So, but his strand seemed very bulky. It could be that it doesn't have a very high stat distribution, like optimal stats, right? It could be just like 0 attack, 0 HP, 15 defense. It's unlikely, but maybe.
Having said that, there was an event recently where there was a lot of Phantom, and you can evolve them for free if you trade them with friends. So perhaps he just got a lot of friends together and he had a mass evolution to see if we could finally get a good Trevenant.
Very, very possible. I think Frika is making some notes about what Zweilaus used early. He's very calculated and trying to strategize a lot of his plays. That's one big threat that Frika has, that he's always thinking his matchup through. Some people like to lock in 3 Pokemons, and you know what? We'll see what happens.
Yep. I know if I can play, I'll play it at whatever comes out.
Yeah.
To be fair, and to his side here, it's 1-1 in a winner's bracket. No one wants to lose, and sadly, one of them is going to, and they seem to be pretty evenly matched. It's not like one is so much better than the other. I would be nervous in both scenarios if I was either one of these players.
It's definitely not easy to come back from a 0-1 against a player like Swallows. So that is. But a player like Frika can do that. Again, he is a Worlds competitor, a former Worlds competitor who played very well, and he really, really wants to qualify for Worlds because he has participated in pretty much every single European regional this season so far. He really wants it.
Yes.
And on the other hand, Zweilaus hasn't participated in many, or this might be his first. Oh, sorry, the Last Chance qualifier was last year, but this year it's his first one. Let's see how this goes in game number 3.
Decisive game 3.
We see the Dunsparce into the Galarian Stunfisk. Now, one of them deals super effective damage, and the other one wins this matchup.
That is the sad truth about this, but. I mean, if you look at the back line, I suppose you want to keep... Oh, speaking of looking at the back
line, yeah, looking at the back line, we see something we probably haven't anticipated here. Very, very much courage here by Zweilaus to bring that particular Pokemon, and immediately a shield from Frika here. I think that Zweilaus is probably kind of happy to see it here, and might just keep his shields for the Tapu Fini that has so many neutral matchups.
That's
the thing is, this drill run won't even take it out. The rollouts just don't add up either.
I know, that's the sad part about it, is like, and you see the swap out.
Here it comes!
About to see the counter swap. Ooh.
Okay, so it does have Brutal Swing and Focus Blast, so I don't think this matchup is as good as we are hoping for, to be honest. But if Zweilaus is able to come out with a lot of energy here, he might be able to Focus Blast the Dunsparce. On the other hand, if you reveal one move, then it's likely
quite obvious that the other
it's
one.
very obvious that
the
now.
fact that he is Brutal Swinging here is a glaring red siren for Frika that the other move is Focus Blast.
Exactly, and I think that the second one this has to knock out. Otherwise, I believe the Nocturne might be able to get to another Shadow Ball. Oh, looks like he's going for the undercharge here.
Oh, this is even more interesting. Oh, he wants that 1-volt switch, but he's out of Sky Attack. Will Zweilaus use his first Protect Shield? And if not, will this be enough to take out an Ampharos at this range?
It's very fragile, and it does go down. Looks like Zweilaus indeed loses switch advantage here. He's now up with a very low Galarian Stunfisk with quite some energy against a full Sableye and a Dunsparce. I think, it looks like Frika knows what is in the back. Shadow Sableye comes in, and Shadow Claws and Foul Play are going to hurt, even on the Tapu Fini. Shadow Earthquake comes through, and now it's all in the hands of Tapu Fini.
An immediate swap to the Tapu Fini, just for that water gun pressure alone, getting to that Foul Play. A double shielded Tapu Fini looks pretty dangerous in this range. And Zweilaus decided shields. What are shields? He doesn't even need them in this range.
I honestly think that Foul Play, that resist Foul Play, does about as much as the drill on here. In comes that Moonblast, knowing he can probably get to 2, and it is no shoot by Frika. Oh, this is going to do so much damage. Oh, there it lands. And now I think all you have to do as Swilos is just double shield here. In comes that Duran. Swilos is nodding his head. Yeah, he knows.
And at this point, there goes the shield. What a bold call by Swilos bringing in that Ampharos there. But it looks like it's really paying off.
It did its job. It did its job.
And he's going to water gun down the Shadow Sableye 2 to take a 2 victory over Freaka.
My goodness. That was amazing.
That was wunderbar.
Wunderbar, jawohl. That was very good. I mean, the one big advantage that Swilos had here is that Freaka just did not have a Tapu Fini answer at all. And like I think Swilos did have answers for basically anything on Freaka's side. So Freaka had no save options, and Swilos did have them.
That's right. And like you said even before, the Dunsparce is good, but winning the lead but still losing the lead is so hard to deal with. It does decent damage overall, has really nice coverage, but it's not the hard hitter that you want to have. Like we said with the Ampharos, with the Focus Blast, that is a heavy hitting move. Drill Run, it was okay. It suffers from not having the same type attack bonus.
Yeah, it barely doesn't do it against Galarian Stunfisk. Against Pokemon like Lantern, it just barely does the job.
Right.
Does 2 plus some rollouts in some shoot scenarios do
and
take
I'm sure
it out.
with some of the Pokemon that are a little more frail, that doesn't have as much defense as a Galarian Stunfisk.
Exactly. And on top of that, it's just like a little bit of the balance between attack and defense that doesn't allow Dunsparce to take Pokemon out in 2 charge moves.
Right.
But on the other hand, you are quite bulky, so that is the upside of a Pokemon like that.
Yes. And also, I mean, with a lot of Pokemon like the Licky Tongues and or Sableyes or things coming in, resisting the Shadow Claws or the Licks, I mean, that's very
That
big.
also helps a lot, indeed.
Yeah.
And Licky Tongue is actually quite an interesting pick as well nowadays, because with all the Noctowl running around.
And Medicham being the #1 Pokemon in most of the tournaments.
Well, Medicham is so-so because the Lick is super effective. Body Slam is very energy efficient. So Licky Tongue does put up a fight there. But Noctowl is a no-go. That's a no-go.
What about the Medicham with that dynamic punch that we saw?
Oh, no, you lose to that. You lose to that, probably. That will probably... It's also unexpected, right? It's also unexpected. So if the opponent thinks like, oh, I can take a Psychic, oh, I can take an Ice Punch, and then, bam, the dynamic punch to the face. Yeah, that will definitely hurt that Licky Tongue. But yeah, this time it was aligned to Noctowl, I believe, in game 1 that Swilos still was able to take. It's a pretty bad matchup, and Noctowl is very meta nowadays, which really nerfed Licky Tongue indirectly. But yeah, the Tapu Fini just really pulled through. I think that really shows that not only Azumarill is a good Water Fairy, there's another one.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember Enhoff, who we talked about a little bit earlier, she got 2nd place in Pura with a Tapu Fini on her team.
Enhoff is a very skilled battler. She also had a lot of Moonblast debuffs on Hot Pocket in the final. I believe 3 in a row. The first 2 times they
Buy
were
a lottery ticket, lady.
they were laughing. 10% Moonblast chance. And then the third one, Hot Pocket, was not so happy anymore. I do remember it very well. It was a great final nonetheless.
Child abuse, right? Pocket's one of the senior qualifiers.
It was a really good final regardless. And he still took it in the end, right?
Yes, it's true. It's true.
Right. It's not always the RNG, but it was.
But sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes you get an attack debuff on your Sableye, and then a foul play isn't enough to take out a Registeel, so you lose alignment, and then you end up losing games. But I don't know when that would ever happen. I'm just thinking of scenarios off the top of my head. I don't know where that would come from.
Yeah, exactly. You know, another interesting thing about Tapu Fini is, and I have seen it around, is that it learns Ice Beam.
Interesting.
So if you have like your Trevenant on the Tapu Fini, and you're like, oh, I can survive this charge move, but it's an Ice Beam.
Yes, that is true. But I think if you run like a Surf and an Ice Beam, then you're
very walled.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It can be a nice surprise, right?
That's true.
How about we hear our winner about this himself? We're going to interview our winner here.
Welcome back to the winner's interview with Swilos. This was an amazing match. What happened there in Game 3? After your lead, I thought you would lose this.
Thank you, Leonhard. I thought I would lose this as well, because like after the Earthquake nuke was shielded, I was kind of in trouble. Like if I didn't win Switch there, I guess I wouldn't have been able to line up my Ampharos, but because the Noctowl safe swap came in, like the moment that I was waiting for actually happened. And yeah, Ampharos did its job, and I still can't believe that I am here after bringing that to the tournament. But yeah, sometimes the unexpected happens, I assume.
So I mean, Ampharos is kind of a cool Pokemon. So did it work for you in earlier rounds as well, or was it not the best pick for the tournament?
I do think, like, I haven't brought Ampharos often. I don't want to give too much information away for my upcoming opponents. So I won't tell you how many times I used it, but I did use it before, and it is at a 100% win rate. So people should be very afraid of the sheep. It is a very fringe pick. Like, if you see electrics at all at these tournaments, it's usually Lantern because it has the surf coverage, which is really useful. It has the bulk to go with it, which Ampharos definitely
And we saw one Shadow Zapdos.
That's actually impressive. I've thought about that as well, but yeah, I do feel like with the addition of Brutal Swing as its cheaper charge move at the beginning of the season, Ampharos really just gained a new tool for its toolkit that enables it to hit Trevenant's back and just have good counterplay against like a wide array of opposing Pokemon. So I committed to Ampharos very early on in this Go Battle League season. I played like 95% of my matches with Ampharos in this Go Battle League season, in Great League, in Ultra League, in Master League Premier Classic for some reason. And yeah, I thought after all this commitment, I could not bring it to this tournament, and apparently it worked out so far.
That seems fair. So this is basically a big bond that you have with your Pokemon now. Why did you decide to not run Thunder Punch at all? Because it's good coverage.
Like the lack of electric coverage is a thing that worries me sometimes. Like Ampharos is one of these Pokemon where you wish you could run 3 charge moves instead of 2. Even 4 would be fine. Like Dragon Pulse, Power Gem. There's a bunch of coverage moves you can run. I'm a big fan of Zap Cannon as well, but you can't really run that if you need Focus Blast for the G-Fizz. And yeah, my thinking was that Trevenant is far more common than Azumarill in this current meta. And that is why I thought I'd rather use Ampharos as a more flexible pick that has counterplay even against the most popular grass type than to double down on the electric coverage, because Volt Switches are very, very strong.
It's powerful, yeah. So let's talk about another Pokemon from your roster, which would be Tapu Fini. This is not the most popular water type. It has nice water gun pressure. I mean, we have talked about Lantern as well as the most popular electric type, which is also the probably most popular water type. Why did you decide to go for Fini?
You might have seen it during my winners finals. Like when you look at the team my opponent Freaka brought, who was probably slightly more accomplished than I am in terms of overall PvP success. I think I had a team comp advantage, especially because I brought Tapu Fini there. Because the Shadow Sableye doesn't really want to go up against the Fairy type. The Stunfisk doesn't want to eat the Surfs. Versus Dunsparce, the matchup is very positive. The Fairy type also counters Medicham really well. And Noctowl is at least a neutral matchup, so there's so many opportunities for Tapu Fini to shine. And I was in parts inspired by Enhoff, who already qualified for Worlds in one of the NA tournaments, and who ran Tapu Fini in a very unique team composition. And so I decided to give it a go. I got a Great League eligible Tapu Fini in November, and I've practiced a little. The team I had Legend with in GBL this season actually featured Tapu Fini, Ampharos, and Altaria. So 3 picks that were all on my team today. And yeah,
some experience there.
Yeah, I reverse engineered the top 12 meta picks of the San Diego regionals and was looking into what core breaks the most of them. And Tapu Fini actually wins 9 out of 12 matchups. So yeah, it's maybe a fringe pick, but I do think it's underrated.
Of course, when you have a German on stream, the word engineering must be said. So thank you very much. Congratulations again, Swilus. We are going to give it back to the casters now for the next featured match. Thank you very much.
Yeah, congratulations to Zweilaus for being the first person to qualify for day 2 here.
It's pretty amazing, right? I mean, it's like Caleb maybe should be sweating a little bit. He's going to have to delete that Bastiodon because we have already a day 2 Ampharos user.
Oh, I would love to see that. Yeah. And you can just hear him explain. He's trying to be careful with revealing strategies.
That's smart.
But he's also very calculated in like picking his Pokemon, like looking at what counters the meta, right? Rather than playing the meta, trying to counter it. I'm a big fan of that, right? And Tapu Fini fulfills that role very well in combination with Pokemon that counter, like Trevenant, one of the Pokemon that beat it. I think he made a very balanced team, regardless of that Ampharos that faces probably every Galarian Stunfisk in every battle.
Well, I like what he said too, is like that the 3 Pokemon that he gets very familiar with when he's using Go Battle League are 3 that he's using on this 6, pick 3. Do you think maybe sometimes he's also just like, nope, I'm just going with these no matter what? I'm just changing up the order a little bit because I know how these play out, and then I will see how it works against my opponent.
Well, if you have, in the Go Battle League, you generally build your team for the whole meta, right? Instead of, if you see the opponent's team of 6, you can build your team around that. But here, so basically that means that if you bring that Go Battle League line in your line of 6 for a Play Pokemon tournament, that likely means that you have a pretty balanced ABB strategy already.
That's true.
Right? So you probably already have a very solid core of Pokemon there.
Yeah.
And then you have 3 more slots to fill.
All right,
so
and you most likely know the counts. You know how they do against specific Pokemon. So I think it's a pretty good idea to play Pokemon that you're comfortable with, maybe over ones that are top meta picks.
Absolutely.
Unless your top meta picks are your favorite Pokemon, then hey, maybe you're really in luck.
Yeah. I mean, that's perfectly fine. Meta Pokemon are meta because they're just really good. They win a lot of
matchups. They're meta
matchups.
cham for a reason. Thanks, folks. I'll be here all weekend.
You're clever today, aren't you? We're going to our next matchup. Let's see who we have here. I believe we have Patamon versus Human Catcher Bug. If he's not running bug types, I'll be very, very disappointed. Well, bug types are...
Or maybe he is a bug who catches humans.
Ooh, hold up. Oh, that might also be... Now that makes sense. Thank you.
He's a human catcher bug.
That makes sense. Well, I mean, bug types currently are very difficult to run.
It's true.
Right?
Like we said, with all these meta Pokemon being the Noctowls going, and also like the pickup of the ice types as well with the Alolan Ninetales, the bug types are just a kind of... They're hiding under the grass.
For now. We see, again, a Shadow Chair. I wonder if Shadow Charizard now is in the top 12 of most used Pokemon.
You know,
because we've
maybe
seen it
perhaps
so many
today.
times.
We're going to see it here at the first, the biggest regional tournament, also the biggest Charizard usage.
It's true. So one thing that I really like about Human Catcher Bug's team is the Charizard Umbreon core.
Yes.
It's basically only broken by Azumarill and something more dangerous maybe, Tapu Fini. Obviously there's also Lantern all over the place, so I'm not surprised that we see the Trevenant on Human Catcher Bug's side for that as well. And obviously he's running 2 Tapu Fini / Azumarill counters in that Lantern and Trevenant. So I think this is a very, very balanced team by Human Catcher Bug, but at Altaria on Patoman's side, and he is good with Altaria. I mean, we've seen him play. He's great at this game. It's like he's been playing for a while. The Altaria looks quite good on that side. Even the super effective Dragon Claws from that Shadow Charizard, they do add up, but the Dragon Breath add up more.
That's right, yeah. And being able, and since, yeah, it's just going to do well against most of the team. The only thing it really doesn't want to see is that Galarian Stunfisk, but it still takes 3 Rock Slides to take it out.
Exactly. Altaria can actually chip down the Galarian Stunfisk a lot, so it's not like helpless, right? It's not a great matchup, obviously, but it's better than like an Alolan Ninetales.
That's right.
That's when your Dragon Breaths are double resisted. You take continuously super effective damage, whereas the Mudshots, they don't do much, right?
Right. It's a better Dunsparce in the fact that it's maybe doing a little things that are on the ground, but if there's a fire, you're relying solely on those charge moves.
Well, I don't want to defend Dunsparce too much here, but it does beat Altaria and even shields.
There you go. More tips and tricks from Martin as you listen to this Twitch stream.
Yeah. I mean, Dunsparce is just what it is. So we are not going to see it in this matchup, but we will hopefully see. Hopefully this time we see Shadow Charizard do very well. It's going to be very difficult against. I believe that Patoman has like the Galarian Stunfisk, the Altaria, and the Lantern to counter it. So it's very difficult to utilize there.
And we did see on the last round as well. It's already been revealed the Lantern moveset, right? It is a Water Gun Lantern, I believe.
If it's Water Gun, it's even worse.
Exactly, as the Charizard really has no place to go except against maybe that Trev.
That's the only thing, and I believe even then you don't want to take a Shadow Ball
exactly.
because then your Charizard is gone, right? So
I think even if the shields were down and the Charizard was quite low, a Seed Bomb would be almost enough to take it out at a range.
it is very fragile. We are going into the first battles here. We have Patoman's Lantern into the Umbreon. This is a very neutral matchup, Amanda.
Yes, especially we'll see again if we can remember what the moveset is. No, it is a Spark Lantern. So he's going to be able to get to those charge moves even faster here, going up for the Thunderbolt and going ahead and letting Human Catcher Bug throw the first move here with this foul play, and it is going unshielded by Patoman.
So basically what we see here is that Patoman really wants to time his move very well, right? There's specific turn timing. You want to throw one Spark for that one Snarl, because if you throw one Spark for 2 turns, then the Umbreon cannot sneak another move.
Yes, they're not going to go ahead and get a free Snarl, which is free energy for that Umbreon to be able to throw another move even quicker.
Exactly. He's just trying to be as efficient as possible here. As you can see here, I think that Patoman is very, very happy to see this Umbreon right here, because he does have that Trevenant in the back.
And as you can see, the Umbreon is getting very low, even if it takes out this Lantern. I think the Lantern has done its job. I mean, one of the bulkiest Pokemon is off of the field.
Well, this gets really close, actually. Let's see. Will he be able to get to another Thunderbolt? Oh, he catches the Thunderbolt on the Galarian Stunfisk. That is disgusting. That could have been the serve, and such a high-level play from Human Catcher Bug. Waiting half a turn because he knows Patoman is timing very well, and in that way, he still catches the Thunderbolt. What an incredible play. And now baits out that Galarian Stunfisk, so the manager does have to face this.
This is a very good play by Human Catcher Bug there.
In comes the first Rock Slide. It does about 45% here. The next one will take this strand very low. I think Patoman is in somewhat of a very difficult position here, but the Galarian Stunfisk
as well, though. We have to keep that in mind.
They're not using anything, but I think Patoman is just very happy with this, because this is basically the Altaria counter.
Yes, I mean, this is a similar, although we have to keep in mind that Metagame has become a bit of an Altaria counter now with those
gets the farm down.
Shadow Claw down. This is huge.
Comes in with the Umbreon to take this Seed Bomb here. Does this take it out? I think this might barely take it out.
It is rather low at this stage.
Oh my god, that doesn't even take it out. Does nothing. Umbreon takes it, and now Human Catcher Bug still has a catch. Now, this is not a great matchup for Metagame, but Metagame with Ice Punch is definitely not helpless here. And we do have to keep in mind, both players are going to have a catch.
Yes, and both players still have 2 shields. I was going to say, Patoman, you've got to use them at some point.
You need to use them now.
At this point. Unfortunate for Human Catcher Bug that even with that amazing catch and having 2 shields, it's just this Dragon Breath pressure. As you can see, that Metagame, before a charge move is even being thrown, is already down to half health. First Sky Attack goes through, and the first shield on Human Catcher Bug's side as well.
And I like that he throws the Ice Punch immediately, because if you're playing against high-skilled opponent, they just don't expect it, that you throw immediately. It's too easy to catch like that. Why would he throw like that?
And yes, and the switch timers are not aligned either, and maybe he doesn't remember that.
Oh, and tries to catch fails, however, giving the Metagame an extra counter. Isn't able to get to 2 Ice Punches now. It will get really, really close at this point.
And this will take it down very low as well. And keep in mind, we have a very, very small health.
Oh, he steals a foul play! I forgot. I totally forgot he had the foul play. Oh, what a great
play!
My goodness, what a great play from Human Catcher Bug. It all started with the Thunderbolt catch, and it ended with the foul play from the Umbreon at 1 HP. Incredible.
Oh, that is huge. And what a play for him, switching out immediately, not even caring what would come in, but he didn't want to get farmed down with 1 HP when he knew he had that. He could have thrown on the Trev, but he said, no, I'm going to take it down, and it really paid off for him in the end.
It was one of the best matches played on this tournament because he was basically hard counted on every single pick.
Yes, and maybe,
maybe not the lead, but
got
in the
a
back.
little bit not overconfident, but you're feeling like you're in the driver's seat at that point.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And then once that Thunderbolt was caught, it kind of really changed the matchup.
So basically, sometimes you are winning the lead, even though the lead was more neutral. Was more neutral than, but like the backline was pretty was pretty hard counters, right? But sometimes even if you feel like you are hard countering someone, you are still chasing after them because they are getting energy on you. They are in the driver's seats.
That's right.
At times, right? If Galarian stuff is shields against Trevenant, it can get shields back, and you can manipulate the game like that sometimes. We didn't see that in this case, but it was just like running behind human catcher bug, trying to just win on all the alignments basically. And then you don't. It doesn't work. It barely doesn't work out. It barely doesn't work out simply because human catcher bug just manages his energy everywhere so well, and it really like surviving the seat moment
like
1
you were
HP.
talking about earlier too, with like the ice punch throwing directly on alignment because he wouldn't think about it, and then the next
You don't
time,
expect it.
just completely punching.
Yeah, and then I'm fascinated by that play because first he throws on a completely unpredictable and way too easy timing, and then he just counters. I don't think he even intended to throw. He was just not going. Yeah, he was just waiting for Patoman to swap. And you know, as in Patoman's spot, you probably do have the feeling that you have to catch at some point. When do you predict that your opponent is going to throw?
Right.
It is the easiest with a one-turn move to catch a move, right? Because there's just very little, how do I say it, animation delay, right? You cannot throw, you cannot swap out of your Pokemon during a fast move, but Dragon Breath is so short.
Right.
So it's the easy with a one-turn move, but even then, such patience from human catcher bug.
He caught. So maybe he is. I'm still trying to figure out his name. He is in fact a human. He is a catcher of moves. Now we have to wait to see where the bug portion comes in.
We'll see. Did we see his pose in game? Because I believe there is a bug catcher
okay,
pose,
maybe
right?
We'll have to see if this is it.
I didn't pay attention, unfortunately, but that would fit very well on him.
Maybe we'll have to see for game 2. And meanwhile, Psyduck is kind of sad for his owner right now, saying, "Oh no, we were doing so well."
I think we're going to see more of that Umbreon from human catcher bug. Basically, it has moreover neutral matchups all over the board versus Patoman. Yep. We know that even against Metagame it can win the zero shields.
Yeah, we did see that in the Red Spa matchup earlier in the day.
Exactly. So we're probably going to see more of that. And I would expect Altaria as well from Patoman. We're going to find in a bit how this game 2 is going to start. We see here, Amanda, the Lantern into the Trevenant. Oh!
This is not good for Patoman, but I'm sure he has a plan for what this would happen here. Going into, I mean, this is also not a great matchup for the Galarian Sunfist, but it's much better to keep that Lantern for later, throwing immediately that Rock Slide.
Absolutely. And you know what's interesting about human catchers, human catcher bug line is here. He's playing ABB against like a Metagame. We see on Patoman's no Metagame. I think human catcher bug is in a very good spot here, but he must be careful that he gets that his own Galarian Stunfisk on that Altaria. But he swaps in his own Galarian Stunfisk, trying to catch a move, and is now on. Ooh, let's see. And Patoman goes for the bait here. Does human catcher bug shield this? He would survive, but it would do massive damage, and he
does.
First
shield on the field for that as well. And oh man, you can see Patoman. He's a little bit happy about that scenario. An Earthquake will definitely be enough to take it out at this point, though. Will Patoman use up his last shield?
This will take it out. And it does get shielded. Now, if he baits the Rock Slide again, he might be able to flip switch advantage here. He does go for it.
Oh my goodness, the mind games here are up to level 10.
Oh, he no-shields it! Oh my goodness, what a goal!
Human collar bug now too.
Oh my goodness.
But he does lose charge move priority, and Patoman is at this Earthquake. He does shield this one knowing it's going to be it. And oh my goodness, the Twitch Climber is up though. Is he going to try to catch? No catch. Just going to let it go down.
Look at that patience. Waiting half a turn because you don't want an Altaria to get your Earthquake, right? We've already seen Earthquakes caught on flyers, but not this time. And in comes that Lantern again. I believe this Galarian stuff is barely not in serve range.
No, and that's a really smart move on his part too, because this Earthquake is going to do a lot of damage to that Lantern.
It's super effective. Human catcher bug. I think he's very determined to win this today because he is playing amazing. He waits half a turn to make sure again that Patoman was not able to catch the next earthquake as well. This serve might
be enough.
Barely, barely. No, still not. And he keeps the rock slide. He kept the rock slide here, and now he still has his for this Altaria. Does Patoman know?
We have a potential, again, for a combination play. However, Moonblast on an Umbreon will do a heavy amount of damage, being super effective on all the shields are down.
No doubt.
This is going to be quite a race of two bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, you know, I really like to see the game in another language as well. It's a little bit different than usual.
That is true. I like to see what the charge moves are called sometimes as well.
I try not to pronounce them because I'll probably butcher it. But either way, we'll see this Altaria farming up more. It's getting quite low at this point. I believe this is in Rock Slide range, but this Moonblast won't take it out yet. It's not stab. It is super effective. It's a nuke, but it doesn't take out this Umbreon just yet. We do get the attack drop.
That is huge. Forcing a Human Catcher Bug to go for the last resort, which still might not be enough.
I don't think it does with that attack drop.
Now with the attack, probably not at all. But remember, we still have that rock slide, and his timers are almost up. He's clicking on it.
Oh, and he gets it! Oh my goodness!
Wow, what a play by Human Catcher Bug.
Oh, the Galarian Stunfisk also barely survived those Dragon Breaths to pull off this rock slide, and that takes out this Altaria and probably wins the game for Human Catcher Bug. It's barely able to spark down the Galarian Stunfisk, and in comes the Trevenant. That is a very convincing 2-win from Human Catcher Bug versus the very dominant
I don't know if you
Patoman.
guys can hear it on stream, but the crowd is going wild in the back.
I'm not surprised.
What happened there? Wonderful play by Human Catcher Bug, really catching Patoman in this whole trap that he laid.
Well, if he plays all his battles like this, I already called so many people contenders for winning this, but this was absolute top-tier gameplay in Pokemon Go PvP.
This is one of my favorite things about witnessing the regionals live, is that there's some players that, like you said, you just don't, not that they're not good, you've just never
It's not that familiar of a name,
and
though.
He's coming through and completely dominating, especially that matchup. As we saw just previously, Patoman is a very, very good competitor.
Absolutely.
And just going through and doing some catches, some amazing timing. Like you were talking about, making sure that they can't catch your move, and then throwing at the weirdest times.
He does it twice in a row. He is so aware of what is going on.
Masterclass by Human Catcher Bug there.
I love it. I love it. Unfortunately, Psyduck going down there. But Patoman still has a chance in the loser bracket. They both played very well so far. But there's still a very good shot for Patoman.
Yes, don't count him out just yet. Like we said, this is a double elimination tournament, and this is a winner's bracket. So, I mean, he still has one more chance today. But it's a great thing for Human Catcher Bug because now he can kind of relax and move on and get ready for day 2.
Absolutely, yeah. Congratulations to Human Catcher Bug for being the second person, the first one being Zweilos to qualify for the championship day that is tomorrow.
At least on stream, right? I mean, if you guys are following along or would like to, you can use !bracket in the chat, and you can see all the tournament winners so far, who's been playing what, and who's still around in the losers bracket that maybe we haven't had a chance to stream.
Yeah, and there's still some amazing names in the loose bracket, I believe. We've seen Lurgan Rocket at the very start of the stream. He is still in the tournament. It is still a chance. We may see more of him. I would love to see more of him. And he would probably want to defend his title here, right?
Yeah, so I think so. The former Liverpool champion is still in the running.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't just want to give it up. But if you're seeing opponents like Human Catcher Bug, that's not easy for even a Lurgan Rocket to... well, he did bring Cresselia this time, so he does have his secret weapon there.
I mean, bugs are super effective against Cresselia.
You are correct. You are very correct there. Yeah, so... yeah, he's the second person to qualify for day 2. We're going to see more winners finals today, though, so definitely stay tuned for that as well. We might see some losers finals as well. So some of the players that may have lost a round today, they still are in, and we can maybe witness more of them.
That's true. Also, don't forget that if you are around and you're playing right now, there's the Larvitar Community Day going on.
Absolutely. Did you catch any shiny yet?
I have not, unfortunately, been here. Not unfortunately, I love being here, but I'm hoping that in the meantime too. But you know what? I already
Pokemon Go players are Pokemon Go players.
I have a perfect Tyranitar that already has the Community Day move, so I'm not too worried about it.
I get that. Well, maybe we can catch some soon. We are going for the interview with the human catcher bug.
We're here with Human Catcher Bug, who's just won his last battle. How are you feeling? Are your nerves hitting you yet, or are you okay?
It's actually kind of weird, because I thought I would get really, really nervous on stage, but it was somehow less nerve-wracking because I knew I was going up against a really good player. So I kind of thought I had nothing to lose in this game, and I've been doing so well. But I was really nervous throughout the entire day, just because it's my first tournament, and I've been.
Wow, first tournament.
Yeah, first tournament.
Oh wow! So where are you coming from then?
I'm from Denmark.
You're from Denmark, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you've travelled over to Liverpool to compete.
Yeah, I'm here with some friends. We've been travelling together. Really cool trip.
Oh, very cool! It just goes to show just how many people are travelling from all over the world to these championships. So, how, as your sort of first experience, how are you finding? I'm sure you're very pleased you're doing well. But aside from your amazing record, how are you finding your first experience so far?
I think everything has just been really cool. We were at a bar yesterday, last night, meeting a lot of people. Just a really cool experience, traveling with my friends for the first time in so long because of COVID and everything.
Of course. Yeah.
Just the traveling, and I've been so excited to just play at a Pokemon Go tournament, because I've been watching all the regionals, and all the World Championships, everything last season. So I'm really excited to finally be here.
Perfect. Now, you mentioned that you were looking at some of the older regionals on stream. Did any players or teams or Pokemon inspire you to build your team or come to this?
I think there's a very meta lineup with the Stunfisk, Medicham, Noctowl, Trevenant, and Lantern to a degree as well.
Yep.
But I've been looking at that, and meta is meta for a reason, as a lot of people say. It makes sense. These things just cover each other really well. So yes, I have been looking at the team with which is exactly the same as mine, just with Noctowl instead of Charizard. And I got a lot of inspiration from that, because I've seen it do well over multiple tournaments.
Yes.
But then I wanted to bring also something a little bit different.
Yes.
In the Charizard pick.
Yes.
Which I thought I would be almost the only one using this tournament, but I've seen it everywhere, surprisingly.
Yes, there's been quite a few battles where Charizard has shown in this tournament precisely. Were you able to catch any of when you were in between your own battles? Were you able to see any of the other Charizards in action and take any ideas and strats from them?
I think, if I remember correctly, because I was very lucky, I got to catch, I think his name is Patoman, the guy I was up against.
Yeah.
I was able to catch his last game,
yes.
And I think he came up against another Charizard, actually.
Yeah.
And it didn't do too well. So I didn't bring my Charizard for the game against him, and, well, it turned out a lot better.
Yeah.
Though I think it did have a lot of play, which is why he brought the Lantern in both games.
Yes, for sure.
He was afraid of it, maybe.
For sure. So I suppose now, let's say, obviously you will be going for, you'll be having more battles relatively imminently. Let's say you make it to day 2, and let's say things go really, really well, and you make it into the top 2. How will this impact your life to get the opportunity potentially to go to Japan?
I mean, it would just be a really, really cool experience, first of all. And I do believe I've been on an upward trajectory. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that word correctly, but I've been improving my game a lot in the last year, and I feel like I'm getting not quite there, but close to the level where I can actually dream of becoming a regional champion, and maybe even take it a step further if I keep improving. And it would just be, part of what's really cool about these experiences is how you get to dream about it before you go here. I've been waking up some mornings just oh, damn, my Charizard is up against an Azumarill. Why am I thinking about this first thing in the morning? So the just dreaming about it is, big deal.
So it would mean a lot, and I think it would mean a lot to a lot of people to get to that way. So, anywho, we'll wrap it up there. Thank you again for your time and interview, and back to you at the casters.
Yeah, once again, huge congratulations to Human Catcher Bug for that amazing performance, and also to hear his humble responses of like how he's still like thinking that he can get better. I'm excited to see the rest of his gameplay. But for now, we're going to have to bid you guys adieu for a little bit. I'm Amanda Lundberger, and we have the host with the most over here, right?
Martijn Inadequence. We are going for an interview with Maxi. Don't forget to catch your larvadors as well. Welcome back. We are here with one of today's battlers in the regional, Maximilian. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure thing, Martijn. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Maxi, as he said, and I'm representing Cardiff from Wales this weekend.
Can you tell us a little bit about your achievements so far? Are you confident for today's tournament?
This tournament is a lot more stacked, not just in terms of the quality of players, but also the quantity of players this weekend. Probably the biggest one we've had worldwide, I think, so far. So I go in with high hopes, but realistic hopes, as I always do for any tournament. Last season, I did a lot of grassroots tournaments, and I had a lot of success there. So I'm hoping to just bring that form here.
How did you actually get started with all of this, with playing Pokemon Go PvP?
So I started the game when the whole craze started, of course, all the way back in 2016. And then I stopped playing until the pandemic started. And then when the pandemic started, I raced to level 40 and started GBL, as that was the in thing now, because I was always into the battles in the main series games. And it kind of just built up from there. I kind of got into watching the content creators, and I learned a lot that way.
Maxi, how did you prepare for this tournament of today?
Honestly, it's been really tricky, as the meta seems really diverse in terms of, not in terms of the range of mons being used, but specifically between Europe and North America, people seem to be bringing their different options. So it's been pretty difficult to plan for specific things. The way I've prepared, I've just found a couple cores I really wanted to run, some mons that I felt very comfortable running, and tried to build a team around that.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Maxi. I'm glad you mentioned the meta, because we will be back with more about that soon. Hello, welcome back, trainers. We are here continuing the interview with our battler, Maximilian. Maxi, can you tell us a little bit about where we left off, basically, about the meta? What is your opinion on the current Open Great League meta that we have for this tournament?
So the meta right now is kind of in a niche stage, a niche phase right now, where Show 6, Pick 3, like our Play Pokemon tournaments, we are seeing mons that are probably more different than we would see in Blind 3 Open Great League and in the Go Battle League. Probably more so now than ever, and probably more so from than we'll see in the future, because there are specific things like buffs and nerfs and even like new updates within the game that have encouraged specific mons like Noctowl, Lantern, Trevenant to become really to the forefront now. Yeah. And with the nerf of Warrain, like the Noctowls and the Trevenants were much more prevalent now than they were beforehand. Whereas in Blind 3s and like in Go Battle League, we still see Warrains around, but usually in combination with mons like Deoxys, but we just don't seem to see that in Play Pokemon tournaments. So it is it's still tricky to find the balance and the correct way to go about coping with it.
Yeah, for sure. How do you think this will shift towards the World Championships in Yokohama? Will we see the same kind of Pokemons, or are we going to see like nerfs to Pokemon like Noctowl that are currently very dominant?
Honestly, I don't know exactly, but I'm pretty sure there is a big move update coming up in the upcoming months. But as for this tournament right now, I think we'll be seeing a lot more of as what's known as the core 4, the big 4 of the Show 6 Pick 3 meta right now. However, with the new updates and movesets, we may see some new additions to the meta, and there have also been some new additions to the game that may make some debuts in some of these Play Pokemon regionals as well.
Thank you, Maxi, for your answers regarding the current Open Great League meta. We'll be continuing this conversation right after this.
And look who's back! It's the Dream Team. Well, there's the other Dream Team, and then there's us as well.
We're the Dreamer Teamer.
Oh yes, I like that. Yes, that's what we're going to go with. The trademark is coming very, very soon. Welcome back, folks. So we are going to be seeing you through to the end of day one of the streams. Don't go anywhere. There's plenty more battles to be had, though. We have a couple of winners' finals and also some of the losers' finals to determine who is going to be going through to day 2. I feel here the heat and tension really goes up. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we have just seen an interview with a very handsome chap, and I'm not talking about the obvious inadequacies here. It's sorry, man. Maxi 1 million P.
1 million P?
I think that we might actually see him in the next featured match because he kind of performed really well.
Oh, I wonder that. That is inadequate. Honestly, he's psychic. He can just somehow read.
Okay, so we're not seeing him.
Oh,
that's not Maxi.
However, look who we are seeing. I mean, aside from, first of all, let's talk about how beautiful both their outfits are because they're matching. So that's cute.
True.
But more to the point, look who we have on the left-hand side. It is last year's Liverpool runner-up, Statistan, against Sir Corey, a very well-known face hailing from the Brighton area in the United Kingdom. Statistan is Dutch, but has lived in the United Kingdom I think around Lancaster while doing his PhD. Both of them very talented battlers. Look at the spice that Statistan's bring. He has decided to bring in a Mew.
And another Dunsparce, and at this point I don't think we can call Dunsparce Spice anymore. Because
absolutely not.
everyone is bringing it. All the great battlers of this tournament are running Dunsparce. I mean, not all of them, but it is going to be... This might... I mean, if we have a chart from the top 8 in the end, or top 16, then Dunsparce might be on it.
But let's see. Dunsparce does not make an appearance this time, but Medicham does, and Noctowl is there to respond from Sir Corey's side, so this is advantage Sir Corey very slightly. A CMP event here as Medicham throws the Ice Punch as it has a greater attack than Noctowl. Noctowl is happy to take this Ice Punch here, dealing about 30% of its 30% health, reducing it back to half health at this point. Noctowl responds with a Sky Attack, and we'll see if Statistan is willing to let Medi take this damage. It does indeed, and now Medi is now able to continue attacking. Will it reach an Ice Punch in time? Just about manages. Oh, a double switch! Both trying to catch each other. Brilliant. Leo, please take it away.
I mean, this is a neutral matchup, so there's no real disadvantage for anyone who switched into this matchup. Lantern versus the Registeel. We have seen some players surfing down Registeels before. This time a Thunderbolt gets thrown immediately before a attack drop can happen, so that you get the maximum damage out of this interaction, if there even is an attack drop. So there's one shield. It's always nice. Attack drop is happening. Always nice to shield Registeel attack, because this is basically, if there is a Pokemon you want to shield, it is Registeel.
Oh yes, absolutely. As we know, Registeel is so dangerous in unshielded scenarios. Lantern not wasting any time, going for that second Thunderbolt. It is debuffed, but it's still going to do a respectable amount of damage. And here comes another Zap Cannon from Sir Corey's side. Zap Cannon looking to put a real dent in Lantern's defenses. And there it goes. And Lantern, the bulk, is withstanding the damage. But how much longer as another debuff occurs? And here comes the Surf from Lantern to take out this Registeel at this point onwards.
It is double debuffed, however, so this might actually not take it out, but yes, it does. Lantern, the powerhouse. And now we are almost at another move. So now is my question, do you try to catch something? Do you switch out? Yes, you do, so you can have this full power Thunderbolt later on in the game. And now we are going to see the Shadow Sableye, in fact, go for a foul play onto the Galarian Stunfisk, going to deal a hefty chunk of damage.
Wow, what a lot of damage there from Shadow Sableye. We've not seen one in this tournament on stream so far, but you can see the significant difference between Shadow Sableye's foul play compared with a conventional one. A shield coming in because it is a bit squishier and needs a bit more protection. And here comes another foul play as Sir Corey launches, fires, and it's going on to the Galarian Stunfisk. Statistan needs to shield this if he wants to save it, and he does indeed shield and save his Galarian Stunfisk, who now responds with another Rock Slide. Sir Corey's taking no chances here. He knows he wants to preserve the health on that Sableye and shields once again.
So we are still not ready to switch on Statistan's side, otherwise there would have been a really good opportunity to switch in the Lantern and Thunderbolt immediately to take out the Sableye. Not possible here. The Galarian Stunfisk is falling, and even though there is a Lantern which is in a good spot, the health is so low right now. It is going to be really tough for Statistan. Going for the Surf immediately, even though there is no shield remaining, so considering that this might take it actually out, No, it doesn't, and it's going to be really hard to farm it down. I don't think that this was the right choice. Should have gone for the Thunderbolt, maybe.
But he does get another surf off, which is very, very nice.
Oh, well, now Noctowl can't farm it down.
Ah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. So now there's a switch, and now they both have moves, but Medicham does get the move off first because of the CMP event. The higher attack on Medicham works its magic, and here it goes, landing on the Noctowl, and Noctowl may not have the bulk to survive this. Down it goes. Wow.
What a match from Statistan. I was not thinking that he could turn this back down after this.
Absolutely not. I mean, looking at Statistan's reaction, he doesn't think he could turn it around. Beautiful plush, by the way, from London. The Pikachu there, and of course Corey with his trademark Munchlax that he is very, very fond of. He's spoken about it to me in the past. Yes, quite right. I didn't think Stan had a play there, but he managed to pull something out of the bag. Brilliant, brilliant play there.
Yeah, even especially after he went for the surf that didn't take out the Sableye. I mean, he had the opportunity to switch, so there was no way that Noctowl would have farmed down the Lantern. Also, it was so much HP that you can't wing attack it down before it reaches the next move.
Yes.
So I think he should have really gone for the Thunderbolt, but it worked, but he had to work more for it.
Yes, perhaps. And perhaps as well, the other thought, the other thing I can maybe hazard a guess at, and this is what happens when you have to delve into the minds of some of the most talented players in the country and in this continent, in this case, is that maybe Statistan was expecting Sir Corey to switch out immediately, and he didn't want to waste a Thunderbolt's worth of energy on the potential catch. And instead, if he goes for Surf, and he hits the Pokemon with the Surf, he can then get another Surf off more quickly. That's the only thing, I think, where you're almost trying to outthink your opponent so much that you perhaps miss an obvious way to win, but then that might have been more risky or too obvious, and Sir Corey could have reacted to that. Didn't happen in this case. Stan still managed to rescue that situation, but blimey, did he make it close. Wow.
Absolutely. But I mean, I'm pretty sure that he knew that he was going to make it, so this was absolutely the right line, as you explained it, covering every possible option, an immediate switch out or a not immediate switch out. Both would have worked in this scenario.
Absolutely, absolutely. So now they're locking in for game 2. This is a winners bracket matchup, so both players still have a way to recover should one of them lose this matchup. Well, one of them unfortunately will have to lose this matchup, but it couldn't happen to two nicer individuals. Both of these players so talented. They are good friends in the game and outside it. As they now square off against each other once more. Shadow Sableye going up against Noctowl, but this is interesting. Shadow Sableye does have a win con against Noctowl, but Sir Corey instantly swaps to the Registeel. He does not want to deal with Noctowl in the two-shield scenario. Statistan responds back with Medicham, but interestingly, no fighting time charge move, which means this Registeel does have the ability to cause problems for Medicham if there are debuffs. Let's see. Let's see. No debuff!
No debuff, no. So Medicham also has the option now to get a defense debuff.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So the Psychic has a, albeit lower chance of getting a debuff on there. No debuff this time, and here we go. Another farm up to another move, and the Registeel is probably going to get there first, potentially. Yes, it does, just in the nick of time. Here comes a Zap Cannon. Will Statistan shield?
I mean, kind of, wow, he does not shield.
Wow.
He's already at an Ice Punch, not valuing this Medicham at all anymore. And now going for the farm down with the wing attacks of the Noctowl. Will that work? Yes, just barely missing out on the Focus Blast on Sir Corey's side.
Beautiful, beautiful. That what precision timing. He just knew he could just about manage it. And here comes the Galarian Stunfisk, but Noctowl with all this energy, we know that Noctowl has the ability to flip this matchup. It may not be the most ideal thing, and with a loaded amount of energy,
and now I'm just looking at the Pokemon that Statistan has in the back, and that is Dunsparce. Dunsparce with 2 shields against Galarian Stunfisk and a Shadow Sableye is such a great matchup.
Yes, absolutely. I think the ace up his sleeves is still not revealed, but when Sir Corey sees it, keep a close eye for any facial reactions there behind the mask, because that might surprise him. A shield wisely coming in here to protect his Galarian Stunfisk, because this Pokemon matters a lot to eliminate this Noctowl. Perfect timing there on Sir Corey's side, dropping the Rock Slide just before that additional Shadow Ball comes in. Surely a shield at this point? Maybe not.
Even take it out. No. Noctowl really healthy at this point. Going for a few more. Wow. waiting for a switch, so the Galarian Stunfisk is preserved. We're going for a Shadow Ball, which will deal a big amount to a Shadow Sableye.
Wow, so much damage there. And here comes a Dunsparce, and now you can see Sir Corey shaking his head there. He knows, oh dear, this is not what I wanted to see in the back. This foul play will do a respectable amount of damage, but there are 2 shields. This is a normal type Pokemon. This is a bulky normal type Pokemon in Dunsparce, and it is aggressive. It gets to charge moves so quickly. Here comes that first drill run. This shield's gonna go. Oh no, he decides, you know what? I know I can't win this.
Oh,
and
he has Stunfisk in the back.
Oh, there we are. Oh, there we are. Or maybe yes, that's right. He sacrificed it in order to bring the matchup with Galarian Stunfisk here, which is slightly better than the Sableye, but it's an uphill battle at this point.
Yeah.
So here we go. Will he get to an Earthquake in time? And he does indeed tap it. And now the question is there a need to shield here, do you think?
No, Statistun does not think so as well. It deals about a half, 50% of the HP. Going for a Drill Run now. The Stunfisk does not have any shields anymore. We know how much Drill Run does to a Galarian Stunfisk. It is going to be about all this HP. We are going to get one more rollout out, or 2 even, and now Galarian Stunfisk falls. Statistun wins 2-0 over his friend Circury.
Wow.
Oh, and they're hugging.
Wow, I think they both know both have done incredibly well to get this far, because this is still, bear in mind, one of the winners brackets after so many rounds in. So Statistun, of course, has asserted his credentials in the past here at Liverpool, winning a Worlds invite for last season, and so he attended London 2022, August 2022, and he did exceptionally well there. Now, unfortunately for Sir Corey, he does drop into the losers bracket, but
this is not the last we are going to see of him today, because we actually know that we are going to feature 2 losers finals.
Yes, that's very true.
Circury is going to play in one of them.
Oh, wow. So maybe we might see a bit more of him where he can redeem himself. You can see those battles were very, very close. Statistun in the first game in particular had played very exotically with the double surf there, and then was very clever in ensuring that his Dunsparce stayed hidden until the very end, where it was going to be problematic for Sir Corey's Sableye and also for his Noctowl as well, because that is Dunsparce's job. It can be a relatively decent anti-flyer, certainly more effective than Galarian Stunfisk in that regard.
Dunsparce, actually, wait, the last Pokemon was, it was G-Fisk?
Yes.
Sableye and Noctowl. Dunsparce beats all of those.
Yes. That's a
crazy Pokemon.
Yeah, that's wild. And I suppose then it's a question of with Dunsparce maybe over-pressuring it where it has too many jobs to do, and whether you can overload it and expose a weakness in Statistun's line. Fortunately for Statistun, he had prepared by having other Pokemon that could handle some of those Pokemon that Dunsparce would typically handle as well. And now he was able to use those 3 very well and bring Dunsparce at the end when Sir Corey didn't have as many counters to deal with the Dunsparce.
I think it was actually Medicham, and Statistun had the Registeel. So, the Registeel on the side of Circury and Medicham on the side of Statistun.
Yes.
And then he let it fall because we were thinking that
that's
he
why.
had the Ice Punch ready and he didn't have the shield,
good
so
point.
just to get that one right.
Yes.
It is easy to
my
confuse
apologies.
those. It is really easy to confuse those at some point. So we are going to hear more from Statistun, not confusing the winner of this one. And let's see what he has to say.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with the winner of the last round, Statistun. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Thank you. Yeah, it feels really good. It feels so good. Also to beat my teammate. George.
Yeah, I was just going to
say. It was really fun playing against him, and it feels really good as well too.
I was going to make a joke that you were spilling the tea and pizza.
Yeah. Well, we had a lot of fun on stage. I don't know if
That's
you noticed
good.
that.
Yeah.
I was like, that Rowan's not gonna kill. George was like, nah, it's gonna kill. I was like, that's not gonna kill.
Oh, that is kind of fun. At least you guys are both having, because you guys both made it quite far, right? So I mean, it's one of these things where it's, if you're gonna lose, you're going to get knocked out.
And the last game was really rough for Josh, right? Like he had nothing to do in that game with that lineup, so it was really, really unfortunate that it has to end for him this way. But at the end, I'm quite happy that I called the Shadow Sableye there, and had the correct alignment there.
Yeah. And last year as well, you competed in the Liverpool final, and you went quite far.
Yes, I won the original winners finals in Liverpool, and then I managed to lose twice in a row, unfortunately, against Lurgan back then.
Yes.
I'm excited to try to do well again. I mean, we have no hopes. The competition is stacked.
I mean, this is the largest regional to date, and it's at the one that you originally claimed. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Cool. I mean, what else do you want, right?
So how is your confidence level? I know, like you said, it is completely stacked. There are a lot of great players that we know of, and we've seen some new talents today on stream as well that we hadn't heard of, but were playing amazing. Like, are you feeling good about it? You think you're gonna get your title again?
I don't think I'm gonna get my title again. I mean, but what I can say is I'm feeling good about the team. I'm feeling good about being here, and the vibe is really good. I haven't dropped a single game yet as well.
I know, that's amazing, right?
That's like so I'm feeling really good about the team. Am I feeling good about being able to beat all the other guys? I don't think so.
But you never know.
But you never know. I think I can go toe-to-toe with every one of these guys. So
you have one of your teammates giving you glaring eyes from across the
Well, at least now my teammates aren't going to practice with my teammates against me, so that is very nice.
So I imagine we'll at the very least see a little bit more of your performance in the upcoming days.
Yeah.
But congratulations again,
Thank
Stan,
you very
and stay tuned because
see
we
you
have
tomorrow.
some more battles. Yes, and see him tomorrow.
We will indeed be seeing more of Statistan tomorrow, and I'm excited to see more of him. He's a very good friend of the British battling community. Did used to live here for a little bit as well, and has got to know quite a few of the locals here, and has now, I believe, returned to the Netherlands to pursue his studies and whatnot. But yeah, fantastic battler, great individual, and really fun, talented battles that we get to see both now and in the future. But there's now something else to let you know. For some of you in the United Kingdom, you are already well aware of all the spawns that are happening around us here in ACC Liverpool and also around the country and elsewhere in Europe. It is, of course, Larvitar Community Day right now for the Europeans. Here you can see a beautiful graphic here showcasing Larvitar, the Community Day Classic. Larvitar, when evolved into Tyranitar, will get the Fast Attack Smackdown, which is a legacy move, and I highly recommend for those of you wanting to have a Smackdown Tyranitar, it's a great Pokemon for raids and dealing rock-type damage when you are doing player versus environment games. So highly recommend you grab yourself a couple of shinies, particularly if you've missed it when Larvitar first came around back in, God knows, 2017, 2018, my memory fails me, but quite a while ago. For those of you watching across the pond in North and South America, it might be that the Larvitar community hasn't quite started for you yet, but it will start soon. So for those of you who needed the reminder, this is it. Larvitar is available, and make sure you evolve your Pupitar into Tyranitar to get Smackdown as a fast move.
Have you got a shiny in?
Funnily enough, I got a shiny. Yeah, I'm not sure when I got it, but I got it. I've got a couple. I think somewhere have a shiny Shadow.
Oh, that is actually pretty neat.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is show you guys the last part of the interview with Maxi, and then we will right after that be back for the next match for a losers final, if I'm not wrong.
Hello, welcome back. We are here continuing our interview with Maximilian. Maxi, you referred earlier that you didn't play the game as long yet you are here, a very skillful battler. What advice would you give to newer battlers who want to get into the game?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, it can be a long journey if you don't have the resources immediately, and sometimes for players like myself, when I re-picked up the game, I was only at like level 33 or something, so realistically nowadays, especially with Open Great League, we need those bulkier mons because it's only 1500 CP that we're allowed to compete at. It does take a little while and it can get a little tedious sometimes, and the best ways to go about doing this is probably by joining or trying to find some local communities, or by attending big community days or something where they have your added bonuses where you can get extra Stardust or something. And yeah, then you can start building your roster from there.
What about like larger events? Don't we have like Go Fest, Home Tour that will be next month?
Of course, these larger events, these like even Kanto returns that we've had beforehand, these are amazing chances to get your hands on former and current big meta picks these days. Like we've had the Johto Tour last time out, and now Noctowl is everywhere. So if you manage to get a good one from there, you can guarantee they'll be running it every time over here. And of course you got Go Fest, where you've got unlimited bonuses pretty much as well, where you can get like quarter egg distance, and even if you're at work, like you can stick your phone in your pocket like I used to do as well, and you can hatch loads of eggs that way and still get loads of Stardust that way to build up your roster there.
Thank you so much for your answer and your time, Maxi. We will be continuing with the battles after this.
So we are back already. What a nice interview. What a nice guy. And I seem to be wrong because I just got the information that we are going to see him play in his winners final just up next.
Are you looking forward to seeing a bit more Maxi action, are you?
Yes, I really am. I played versus him yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yes.
And he absolutely demolished me with his Moltres.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. An unusual pick, Moltres, and not one necessarily for Open Great League, but in some other grassroots rule sets, quite an effective and entertaining Pokemon. But instead of Moltres, Maxi has opted for an Altaria here. And here we go. The Dunsparce is also making a feature on Jox's side. Jox hailing from Portugal, another fantastic player, incredibly talented. He is running triple Shadow, which is pretty cool. We have the Shadow Swampert, the Shadow Drapion, as well as the Shadow Sableye. Jox looks like he's like the mother of shadows. He's got all the shadows there, and to bolster it, he has his own Registeel to add some more bulk and defense, Medicham, and his own Altaria as well. I'm excited because typically I see Sableye as a common safe swap. I see Shadow Drapion as a common safe swap. Rarely do I see two of them at the same time. So that gives Jox a bit more options as to which safe swap he goes for.
Well, lately, people have been playing Shadow Sableye a lot. Why is it? How come it's better than the purified ones for some people?
Well, it's a good question. It's a good question. So there are... Shadow Sableye and normal Sableye do different things. Normal Sableye's niche is having access to return, which is a hard-hitting move, and it can be used as you can use Foul Play as a bait move to launch that return and cause some huge damage. But the greater presence of Noctowl in the meta at the moment in Open Great League means sometimes it's quite nice to have another move that Sableye has access to called Power Gem, which is a strong rock-type move. However, Power Gem doesn't do enough damage to KO a Noctowl after 2 Power Gems. However, if it's a Shadow Sableye, then it does, and that can often make a big difference, I believe, where you can get Noctowl, you can put your Noctowl up against Sableye, and you think that's the winning matchup for the Noctowl, and then it whips out the Power Gem, and you're like, wow, I've just lost 55 or 60% of my health or whatever, and of course the Shadow Claws on top of that, even though they are double resisted from Noctowl,
still dealing 20% more.
They're still dealing 20% more damage because it's a Shadow, and they are still chipping away over time. So 2 Power Gems can be rather problematic here. So, and of course, Sableye has a tendency to win charge move priority events against Noctowl as well, and this is why there has been an uptake in Shadow Sableye, and I think it's now getting to the point where battlers who want to try something different may opt for the Shadow instead and keep their opponents on their toes. So we now move into the first battle, and here it comes. Medicham going up against Altaria. This is slight advantage to Maxi, but if Medicham has that Ice Punch, then that's going to be a problem in the long run. So here we go, that they're committing to these 2 lead Pokemon, and
I think that we are going to see a replay of this maybe, because that seemed like Medicham wasn't really doing anything for the first few things.
No, there was a little bit of freezing there, and then I think Medicham did catch up on energy. Yeah. And both trainers are very good friends, and they recognise that there were some issues there with of a technical nature. And Maxi, a very gracious player, has recognised that Jox was having difficulties, and also decided to withdraw out of the battle and say, no, let's do that again. Let's do it fresh. They both trainers are very dignified and honourable people, and they only want to win cleanly, and I respect them for that, quite frankly.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, those are Wi-Fi connection problems, and it can happen. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Sometimes the connection just drops. You know that from sitting at home sometimes.
Yes, perhaps.
Wi-Fi just doesn't want to do the same thing you want to do, so we'll have to wait for a few minutes, maybe try some things, and it will get better eventually.
For sure, for sure. But positive spins. With these tournaments, the ability to call for a rematch and be given the opportunity to do so is something that's very special. And here we go again. This time, Medicham again leading into Alteria, and now they begin. And now they're so far so good, as Medicham is able to rush to that Ice Punch and throw it straight away at the most appropriate time. Maxi choosing to no-shield this Alteria, because even though it's double super effective, Alteria can still withstand one Ice Punch. Instant swap into the Shadow Drapion. Dunsparce comes in response to the Shadow Drapion. Drapion has to fear the ground type moves.
Yes, and Drill Run is going to come out. Unfortunately for Jox, this Drill Run is going to happen again and again. We are probably, of course, also going to see a crunch from the Shadow Drapion. It is going to hurt. It might drop the defense. It's actually going to be pretty key if it does or not.
Yes, exactly. Correct.
But as soon as one Drill Run comes out, this is game over for Drapion, no?
Yes, there's one. Will this crunch KO? I don't think it will, because we didn't see a debuff at all, and that means Dunsparce is able to get to another Drill Run and force Drapion to commit 2 shields. Jox deciding to no shield and let his safe swap go down as Shadow Drapion is just about survives. Wow, that was well calculated by Jox. They're well played, and he's trying to aim for the farm down here and just about gets it. This is really, really good. Really, really good for Jox right now. How does Maxi respond?
Ooh, yeah, you will have to shield that. So this shield advantage that he generated versus this Drapion actually just got taken away, and he also does not have the alignment anymore. So it's all of a sudden looking really good for Jox.
Yes, absolutely. Now Sableye can come in here against the Alteria, but this Alteria does have a lot of energy, so this Sableye will initiate, choosing to instead go for the Medicham here, and now Alteria is deciding to go for the Moonblast just to get that KO on the Medicham. Does this do enough? It just about does, and there's an instant swap into Sableye, and they both swap into their own Sableyes as well, and now we have a mirror match, but one is a Shadow. Jox's Sableye will do a bit more damage here, which will be pretty crucial. Shield coming in from Maxi, because he does not want this foul play to land on his Sableye, but when does he throw his own foul play? Who knows?
So now he has used his foul play. First shield is coming out. Maxi has just another foul play ready. Can he get it out in time? We are going to see a charge move priority event, and Maxi actually gets it, so this will take out the Sableye of the Jox, and now we found out something about both Sableyes.
Correct, yes. Out of the 2 Sableyes, we recognize that Maxi Sableye has greater attack power than Jox's Shadow Sableye. So bear in mind that the Shadow boost to attack does not affect what's referred to as the internal values, or the IVs of the Pokemon's original attack power. So when you are calculating charge move priority events, you measure it based on the base attack rather than the attack after the Shadow boost has been activated. As a result, a non-Shadow Sableye of Maxi has been able to win a CMP event over the Shadow Sableye from Jox in this situation. Now, that was close. That was really close. However, I do think that Jox can learn from this, and he recognizes that now that he cannot go into a CMP event with Maxi Sableye, and he can react accordingly to that, or tactically to that. What do you think?
I do think that's right. I mean, he played for this win condition.
Yes.
That he wins the charge move priority event, and it obviously didn't work out for him.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, Alteria could have still done the job, I think. So Maxi was in kind of a good position.
Yeah.
But this is a good learning for the next game. So you know you don't want to have the Sableye mirror match.
No,
that's for sure, because the first one to connect the foul play wins.
Yes, oh, absolutely. Unless, of course, you are on greater, have greater energy. You can see the crowd there being very excited to see who comes out on top of this matchup. There's quite a large viewers there. You can see Statistan in the background there watching with great intent, not to mention some of the other batters as we go back to the two trainers, considering, weighing up, measuring each other, sizing each other up to go, which three should I pick?
Dunsparce looks great again.
Yeah.
Dunsparce looks absolutely massive in this matchup, and it is a great safe swap if you know that you're not going to get countered by Medicham.
Yes. Yes, absolutely, absolutely, and it looks like they are aware. They've locked eyes with each other, and they've gone, "Yep, I'm ready. Are you ready? We're all ready." And we're going to see very soon when the battle happens. And yep, we can hear it. We can hear it. And here we go. Oh, Maxi has an advantage already. Sableye to Medi. Medi needs to disappear straight away. And in comes the Registeel in response. Maxi choosing to stay in because he doesn't actually have that better an answer to the Registeel here.
Exactly. There's no Medi on his side that he would want to bring into the Registeel. He rather just keeps the Sableye that has a little bit of an energy lead here, tries to get rid of this Registeel with it. And now he's going to obviously shield the first Zap Cannon. That is going to hit him.
This is actually a good thing, because even if there's a debuff, there can be a potential swap later on. So he can still chip away with this foul play, and he's choosing to do so now. Even with the debuff, it's still going to do a respectable amount of damage. Bear in mind, the first debuff drops the attack power by about 10%. So continuing to just chip away with those Shadow Claws. A CMP event again, but this time Registeel, oh no, it wasn't quite a CMP event, but Registeel just able to get the Zap Cannon off earlier. Oh, huge damage there, and another debuff on the Sableye. Now Maxi's building up to 2 foul plays to hopefully eliminate this Registeel and clear a path for his Alolan Ninetales and Altaria in the back.
This is actually quite well played from Jox, that he shielded the first foul play immediately, basically expecting that he was going to get an attack drop, so he shielded the strongest of the foul plays. However, Registeel still feigns no energy advantage, no shield advantage, so this was a positive matchup for Sableye. Very well played.
Yes, absolutely, and now crucially with this line, Maxi has has switch advantage here, and now he can maybe bring in the Altaria. Oh, but he chooses to bring in the Alolan Ninetales, and Medicham has to stay in. Maxi must be thinking he might have Altaria in the back, and that's why he's now going for the potential Dazzling Gleam bait, but chooses to bait with Weather Ball rather than go for the hard-hitting move with Dazzling Gleam. Does Jox shield? Does he read it? He does read it.
Wow. That was really brave from Jox, because when this Dazzling Gleam hits, you know you lost.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. That would make that Medicham disappear very, very quickly. So here comes the next Weather Ball, and now finally, Medicham decides, right, I'm going to cause some damage now. Now it's Maxi's turn to play 50-50, and he lets it go.
Oh, yes, he probably just wants to farm down the Medicham with the Altaria, gain some energy advantage. He might not even care about this Ice Punch. Actually, he might do. It does a big amount of damage, but he has the energy advantage here, so he's going to race to the Moonblast first.
Yeah, well, he'll race to. He might not even need the Moonblast. He may have to race to the Sky Attack and go for that. But no, chooses to go for the Moonblast. But Jox does have a shield, and there is the problematic thing when you're at a shield disadvantage. This Altaria mirror rapidly becomes one-sided. Altaria can also go for the Moonblast in response, and this will KO Maxi's Altaria here. And now he's left with an Alolan Ninetales, which is so weak. It may not be able to get off another move. It's so close with 1 HP. Alolan Ninetales is able to get off a Weather Ball, which will eliminate this Altaria, but I believe there is still a Medi in the back with just one Pokemon, with 1 HP left, and that one counter might be enough.
It was a little bit more than 1 HP, so it was able to withstand the Powder Snow, which does not really sound that threatening, to be honest.
Well, it depends how much Powder Snow is being blown at you.
That is true.
Yeah, when you think about it, yeah.
Powerful amounts of Powder Snow.
Yes, I don't think it's not something I would be too fan. I'm a creature of heat, me.
Why did he go into Alolan Ninetales and not into his Altaria? What was he expecting in the back?
Yes, I wonder. If we look at I wonder if he was trying to save his Altaria because maybe he was making an educated guess that there was a Shadow Swampert in the back, or there was something. I'm trying to think what else. The only thing I could suggest is maybe there was a Shadow Swampert in the back and he was concerned about that. But that being said, Alolan Ninetales' matchup with Shadow Swampert, while it isn't great because Shadow Swampert will be able to win a Charge Move priority event, Alolan Ninetales with a bit of one Powder Snow energy lead can keep pace and then beat a Shadow Swampert in some situations. So that might be the reason why he was opted to use Alolan Ninetales, because as you rightly say, if he had gone in with Altaria in that situation, that Alolan Ninetales would have had a great time in the back, and Maxi may have been able to pull off the win. But sometimes you have to make an educated guess in the back line and see what that last Pokemon will be, and it doesn't quite work out.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
Indeed, indeed. And both these players are so bright, they're so intelligent, they know each other so well, they know to an extent how each other's minds work, that they're constantly trying to second guess each other, and it's not always going to work out. But Jock's excellent play from him to rescue that situation, because it wasn't looking good at the start, was it?
No, it really wasn't. So I am... this is very sad for Maxi. Trying to go with a very unconventional play, lining up a worse matchup that is really bait dependent, like this A9 versus Medicham, because if he had just gone for the Dazzling Gleam, he would have won this.
Oh yes, absolutely. And for those watching at home, it just highlights those split-second decisions. Do I choose to bait or not? Can be the difference between a win or a loss. Let's see who's going to win or lose this one as we go into Game 3 of this another winners bracket matchup. And Altaria going into Registeel. Registeel has a bit of an advantage here, but Altaria can overcome this with the right shield play. So Maxi choosing to stay in because, as we've noticed, he doesn't have that good an answer to the Registeel here. He doesn't have a perfect one.
No, he only has the Sableye that has a positive matchup, as we have just seen in a multiple shield scenario. He has a Alolan Ninetales as well. This is also not the best Pokemon to line up against Registeel.
Yeah, absolutely not. But see a tactical play here by Maxi, choosing to draw out some Dragon Breath damage and wait for Registeel to throw a Zap Cannon. If he gets a debuff, he swaps out and removes it straight away with Sableye, and indeed the debuff did happen, and so the swap is there. Now Jox is looking to get another debuff on this Sableye and is launching the Zap Cannon. Maxi goes, I don't want to take that damage, here's a shield, and there's no debuff.
This is basically the first no debuff that we have seen in this entire tournament. And this switch into the Shadow Sableye is really interesting, because we know that he is behind in energy, and this is really favored for the Purified Sableye on Maxi's side.
Yes, absolutely. So we've seen that Maxi wins the Charge Move priority event in these cases, but Jock's opting to go for a foul play to take out the final shield of Maxi's side, which will leave it.
You can farm this down, no?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow, this is so much energy on the Sableye. This all of a sudden turned really well for Maxi.
Yes, absolutely. But we know how dangerous Registeel is in a no-shielded scenario.
That is true.
And Maxi has no more shields left. So surprisingly bringing in the Medicham to try and chip away at this Sableye. Now, Sableye is singly resisting the counter damage because it is a Ghost type which has a double resistance to fighting type moves, but it's also a Dark type, and Dark types take super effective damage from fighters. A swap out now because Sableye is going to be saved for the Registeel as Alolan Ninetale puts in work against the Medicham, but now the lineup we don't want to see. Alolan Ninetales to Registeel, and here comes the Dazzling Gleam. Is this going to hit?
So this looks like it goes unshielded, and this will still deal a good amount of damage. Actually, it was just about 20%, so it was not that good amount of damage. But keep in mind that the Altaria also has a full charge move loaded up.
Yes, absolutely. So the Zap Cannon coming in because both moves are neutral, and there is an attack debuff here. So Alolan Ninetales can farm up that little bit more. So Maxi is trying to go for the absolute maximum he can farm before throwing. Throws the Weather Ball here. Is this enough to KO with the debuff? Might be close. Oh, one more Powder Snow might do it.
Wow, he even actually got one more fast move in, and we are going to see an immediate Weather Ball, and this is going to be important because Medicham is at such low HP.
Yes, and Medicham choosing to shield here, and this might be problematic because now the Altaria is free to throw that Sky Attack. Will Jox be able to do anything about that to prevent that happening? But I don't think so. Here comes a CMP event, and Sableye does win that. Medicham cannot stand up to that foul play. Wow.
Maxi going in with the Sableye, immediately pressing the foul play, taking out the Medicham. And this looks like it was game. So Maxi advancing to the top card on day 2.
Wow, wow, fantastic plays. 2 absolutely fantastic players. I believe they're conferring and just checking that everything went smoothly with the battle. Obviously unfortunate for Jox, but like we said, this is still the winner's bracket. Jox now falls into the loser's bracket, but can still redeem himself, and he is a player that is just so talented that he will be able to, I'm sure he'll be able to recover, and perhaps we will see more of him very, very soon. But for Maxi, again, demonstrating just how strong he is. He is one of the most talented British names out there. He is a household name in the country. He is very, very well known, and certainly one to keep an eye on. It's funny you should say that.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We have had an eye on him in the coverage team, and of course you guys had as well after seeing the video.
Yes.
That we recorded earlier. So we are apparently still waiting for the judges to check whether there was something wrong with the replay.
Yes, so one thing that I would advise for players that are doing tournaments, typically in the Show 6, Bring 3 format, or indeed other formats, be it in Play Pokemon or on the grassroots scene, it is sometimes advisable to have a screen recording when doing your battles, because there are the odd occasions where, through no fault of your own, sometimes there can be some signal issues with internet, and it is useful to have recordings in place so that if there are any issues, we can deal with them. The judges can get involved. That's what the judges are there for, and they're there to ensure that the tournament is a fair and fun experience for all of us, and we're very grateful for judges for the time they take to look through this. As we can see Leandro putting his very hawkish eye over the phone, seeing what has happened, what's going on here. Let me look into this. Another brilliant mind, and Leandro is a very talented battler in his own right. Did you know?
Is he though?
Yeah, he's very, very strong. He has reached legend in GBL multiple times himself. So some of these judges that we are looking into battles, they know the game very well because they are able to perform at this level as well. There are indeed some casters as well who are particularly talented. Inadequance and Caleb Peng have secured their invites to Worlds in Yokohama.
And we are next to come.
Oh, and obviously somehow we will work our magic and get to Yokohama. I may have to crawl into Caleb's suitcase or crawl into Inadequance's suitcase. I think Inadequance would be a little bit more convenient because he's only in the Netherlands, and I'm very light and not the biggest individual. We can see a Turtwig there being shown off there by Rigel Starlight and Aero Bubble to the left of him there. So very, very, very beautiful. I think that was Rigel Starlight. It's hard to tell sometimes with people in the mask, but I could definitely recognize their Aero Bubble over there. So we are just looking through the footage on Jox's side to ensure that everything has gone smoothly, as Maxi waits with bated breath, I'm sure, to find out whether the battle's result stands or whether he will have to do a rematch at some point.
Yeah, this must be an interesting position because in his mind he just won.
Yeah.
He just won 2-1. This game should be over for him. He advanced to the top cut, but now he is waiting. And this is like, if it is the case that they have to replay this, it will really show if he is a crazy top battler, because then he can keep his mental. He can stay focused. He's like, okay, I'm just going to do this again, or if he breaks.
Yes, absolutely. And I know Maxi, if he recognizes that there was an issue there on Jox's side, I know he would not like to win in an unfair way. He, as I said, both these trainers are incredibly experienced battlers. They're incredibly honorable. They are good friends to each other as well. There is that mutual respect that these trainers have, and I'm confident, therefore, if there are any issues, that they'll be addressed amicably, I'm sure. We noticed as well as we were waiting for the decision from Judge Leandro, we noticed a little shaming there. And yes,
Chansey.
This is now one other nice thing to see. There's a little Chansey bouncing up and down. It's lovely to see when you attend these Play Pokemon tournaments, you get to see so many fans who. Oh, and Shaman and Chansey.
Oh, it is a battle. Okay, so Shaman is.
Right, let's start commentating over this. This will be great. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Chansey is often said in Great League to be one of the the best stall Pokemon, just able to withstand so much damage when in a battle. We've not really seen Shaman too much in GBL or indeed in these tournaments at all. It's not really got the coverage to really make an impact in Open Great League, I feel.
I mean, Chansey has been a really stally Pokemon in every game. I mean, there have probably been 18 formats where Chansey was a really good stall Pokemon for the TCG, and in every, at least in the singles, in the 3v3, Chansey is a Pokemon that can always find a way with some Toxic and Protect.
Oh, yes.
A really strong Pokemon with crazy base HP stats, so it's not a shocker that it is doing the same thing in Go.
Yes, absolutely. You can see there someone was showing off a Crawdaunt plushie as well, and also showcasing that they are also tuning in to see the stream, because it's so exciting to see these battles and see the top players perform. Judge Leandro there explaining something to both competitors at this point with regards to the battle. So it looks as though that Jox is putting his headset down. So it looks as though, yeah, they are getting back. There is a handshake, there is a hug. Oh, bless them both. There was a very, very close battle between the two of them. The first one lost on a CMP event, of all things, which is always tricky to gauge whether or not you'll have the higher attack power or not.
You just can't know.
No, you really can't. You really can't. And it's one of those things you have to kind of test it, and you're not going to be necessarily able to test against your opponent pre-tournament. So you always have to test it in the first matchup, get a feel for each other, and then take that information in the second and third game.
Sometimes you're testing it at the start of the battle, you know, when both players are leading the Sableye and you do your few Shadow Claws, you go for the 4-play and you see, okay, I lose CMP, so I have to adjust because I am not winning this matchup.
Yeah.
In this scenario, it was a little bit more important. It was nothing you could adjust with. It was just like, okay, so maybe I will win, maybe I will lose. Let's go for it. There is no other option.
Yes, exactly. That was his only win condition, as they say. So for new players that are considering the terminology again, a win condition in Pokemon Go is when you have a series of actions that you can take in order to secure victory in Pokemon Go in a particular battle.
Yep.
It's all well and good thinking, oh, it's great to have lots of win conditions, but realizing where your win condition is and what you have to do in order to secure that win condition are two very different things. And it's very easy to have a win condition and not recognize what you need to do, that you need to bait here or you shouldn't bait there, because if you do bait here, the win and they don't call the bait correctly, then you lose that win condition. So especially towards the end game, this is where Jox was having difficulties, where he doesn't know whether he wins CMP or not, and he doesn't have any alternative win conditions. It is a Hail Mary of I need to CMP event tie and go from there.
Sometimes you can also just you have to know your opponent's win conditions as well, just so you know how they are going to use which charge moves. But enough from us, we're going to give it over to the winner's interview and Maxi.
Hello, welcome. We are here with the interview of our previous battler, Maximilian. Maximilian, long time no see.
Long time no see, buddy.
How do you feel? You made it to day 2.
Amazing. This is my first time to day 2. I'm really grateful I took the easier way possible by not losing, not going through losers bracket. Yeah, by not going through losers bracket. It's been a rough ride. I did arrive this morning not feeling the best, so but I felt much better in my last 2 rounds. So I'm just glad I could get over the line.
Yeah. So. We talk through your team quite often. Do you feel confident with your team now? Because I feel like, especially against that Registeel, it looked a little bit difficult, right? With Altaria, Alolan Ninetales, you need to make really difficult decisions with swaps and shields.
Yeah. So if I was gonna run, weak in the lead and weak in the back to Registeel, it was always gonna have to be with Altaria lead. So I didn't like the Altaria lead. I kind of thought that the Registeel lead was coming, but I didn't want to take the risk. So I've practiced that a lot of times, and I've seen a lot of ways that people have played around it. So I'm just glad that it is a little weak to Registeel, but there is play always from other stuff.
You showed us.
Yeah, I've got Dunsparce, and Altaria can still hang its own there.
Dunsparce is really good, right?
Yeah. Dunsparce is the way.
How does it feel to play Jox? I know you two are very good friends.
Yeah, I did not want to face him at all.
No?
Because
You both want to win.
Yeah, we both want to win, and he was running 2 shadows that I really didn't want to see, and I was really surprised I didn't see the Shadow Swamp.
Can you remind me which ones that
Shadow
was?
Swamp and the Shadow Drapion.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the Shadow Drapion. What did you think of that?
I was a little intimidated, but I kind of knew it would always be a safe swap rather than a lead. So, and once I found out my Sableye 1 CMP over his Sableye, his Shadow Sableye, he was running 3 shadows, sorry.
Is that because you know him?
Sorry?
Is that that's because you know him?
Oh, I know. I didn't know my Sableye 1 CMP.
Oh, okay.
Until that game. Until game 1, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I've never faced that Shadow Sableye before. But yeah, I love Geox to bits, and I really hope that he makes it to day 2.
We will find out soon. We will see.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maximilian.
Nice.
And congratulations for making it to day 2. I'm very excited to see you there. I believe the previous 2 you played in the LCQ and Lille last year, right?
Last year, yeah.
And yeah, finally there. That must feel good. So
yeah.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We will be going back to the casters.
Thank you, Inadequence, and yes, congratulations again to Maxi through to day 2, so you will definitely be seeing more of him. He is a fantastic, fantastic battler, and yeah, I'm excited to see how far he goes. I remember speaking to him yesterday evening, where he was saying he was not confident at all. This was easily going to be the hardest tournament to get into day 2 with the sheer number of people competing and the talent that was available. So yeah, I mean, you were there when we were having this conversation with him, and he was nervous, bless his heart.
Yeah, he also looked nervous, but I mean, he performed. He did really well. He knew that he was. I mean, that really impressed me in the interview. You know, he was like, okay, I might be really weak to Reggie, but if he brings something, I have a backup plan. If I go weak to Reggie, I will have to lead Altaria and have an answer to it. And I mean, it just worked for him. He brought a team that was weak to something, but knew how to beat it. This is peak preparation.
Yes, absolutely. Have you noticed in that matchup, anyway, he led Altaria, and then when the Zap Cannon landed, of course the Zap Cannon is not going to KO Altaria.
He immediately switched out.
Immediately switched out as soon as he saw the attack drop. He switched out. But I bet if the attack drop hadn't happened, maybe he would have reconsidered, because he can stay in with Altaria, with having taken 1 Zap Cannon and not take a debuff, and continue to damage the Registeel. As it happened, the debuff happened. Okay, I'll switch into my Sableye, which will also start causing problems, because Shadow Claw is unresisted on Registeel, and that is a high damaging move. Shadow Claw, very, very popular one. There's certain fast moves, I think, that are so commonplace. You get counter Shadow Claw. You see rollout a lot from Dunsparce, and you can see a Squirtle there peeking through. I actually think I may know that individual as well. That is the player called Jaffa Cake. He's hailing from Manchester, or southern Manchester, in the
right around the corner.
Yes, just only about an hour away from Stockport and the sort of Withenshaw area of Manchester there. So lovely to see him, and of course to see the Squirtle that is making a very cheeky appearance.
It was really cozy in there, I think. Yeah. In the jacket.
Yes, I'm sure there are many other Squirtles that were envious.
That is absolutely good. Who wouldn't want to be carried like that?
Yeah. Now that you bring that up, I'm like, yes. I just imagine being carried around like that.
Maybe we can fit you in my jacket later on.
You are very, very tall, and I am not so tall at all. So yeah, that would, and I'm very light. No, sorry. Let me sell that. I
have an idea.
So tomorrow's stream, well.
We just need 1 share then.
Yes, that's efficiency.
Exactly.
Right. So don't go anywhere. There are still plenty of battles to be had. We have our losers bracket battles to come through pretty soon. One of them, I think two more battles before the show comes to a day 1 close. And of course, the magic starts all over again for day 2, where we'll see see who makes it through to the finals and then to the grand finals. And this is where the temperature will heat up even more than it already has.
And we, of course, want to see a bracket reset again. So
yeah.
This is really what we need. We want to have 2 grand finals.
Yes, absolutely. And bear in mind, folks, as we get closer towards to the winners' finals and the losers' finals, and of course the grand finals, the best of 3s turn into best of 5s. So it adds for an additional amount of ability to mind read your opponent.
And tension.
And what?
And tension.
Oh, tension, yes. We like to build the tension, absolutely. It means who can perform best under pressure, and that is a skill, I feel, a real skill in Pokemon Go.
I mean, you can also see it in the featured matches. Sometimes we have seen player switch in the wrong Pokemon already or click the wrong move and then immediately go, no, but most of the time they recover from it. So I think that the Pokemon Go players are really good at dealing with featured matches.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I think what's also nice, and I have played in a featured match before in the past, didn't do particularly well, but I did. But that's by the by. The point I'm making is that when you are in there, I feel you're kind of in your own sort of mental cocoon with no distractions. You have headphones put on. These are noise-cancelling headphones, and they have brown noise in them, which is strangely rather calming and simplifying to one's mind. And that really does help to hone your concentration skills. I do know of some players that will use wireless headphones to use the sounds based in Pokemon Go to help with counting their moves. So all of these are perfectly acceptable tactics, and now we get to another pair in the another pair of battles. So we've seen both of these trainers before. Oh, a very handsome-looking Frenchman on the right there. I do love that what do you say, jumper cardigan? I don't know, whatever it is, but it looks pretty as Dex goes up against Kazim here. They've already locked in, and it seems like we're going to jump straight into it and see what these matchups are going to be. Leo, would you like to take it away?
Of course, it is Mantine versus Noctowl. So Mantine is a little bit in the advantage in this scenario. First of all, because of the Ice Beam, of course, it is a very hard-hitting, super effective move against the Noctowl. And Bubble Beam is, of course, a great bait move. So even if you... Oh, we have an immediate switch into the Registeel, and now we are going into the Trevenant. Trevenant has a really good matchup against the Registeel because it can only be two-shot by Zap Cannons. Now, it is going to be really important to see if this is going to be an attack drop or not, because
it is. Wow. Yeah. So there was that's very handy now, because that means Registeel can be a little bit more comfortable tanking this Shadow Ball. Unsurprising, no shield after the debuff. This won't KO the Registeel, and Registeel can now race to another Zap Cannon and hopefully take this out or force a shield.
Yes, and I think at this point you want to maybe shield this, because I haven't really seen... Okay, so Trevenant actually just falls. We are going to go for the Stunfisk, most likely. There is a lot of energy on the Mantine. We know that you can actually do some more fast moves because before the Registeel will reach the next Focus Blast, but we will have to go for an Earthquake at this point. Oh, and immediate switch right here. We are going back into the Mantine, hitting for the super effective wing attacks, going for an Ice Beam on the Trevenant. Trevenant might want to shield this, does not shield this, fears the bait, and now this is going to be really tough. We are racing towards a Shadow Ball. I think that Mantine should shield this.
Yes, Mantine should, but then Shadow Ball will not KO at this range, so there may not be a complete need to do so, and the wing attacks will take down the Trevenant before it can do that. And now Mantine just has Bubble Beams ready. It can use those Bubble Beams, it can go for the Ice Beam. It will definitely take a shield somewhere here, depending on what Dex chooses to bring in. This might have been a CMP event. I wasn't particularly sure there. I didn't see an animation, but the Ice Beam does connect, and a huge amount of damage onto the Noctowl. And Noctowl is just attempting to farm, and Dex knows how much energy is on the Mantine. He knows he can't farm it down and decides to throw a Sky Attack. Great decision there. Great awareness of energy. Excellent play from the former champion. Brilliant.
Keeping track of all the counts, and now this... Oh, there is a Focus Blast coming out immediately. We have to shield this on Kazim's side. Galarian Stunfisk with a lot of energy is now the obvious win condition for Kazim. He can deal a lot of damage with these Mud Shots right there. Starting to Rock Slide already. Undercharging a Rock Slide against a Registeel, of course, just to Mud Shot it down before it reaches the next charge move, and to have about 2 Rock Slides ready to face the opposing Noctowl, going for the first one already. This will have to be shielded if Noctowl wants to have a shot, a Mud Shot. Galarian Stunfisk.
Yes,
but I think this is going to be a tough one for Dex to come back.
Yes, absolutely. So CMP event here as Shadow Ball does launch. Kazim can afford to tank this and no shield, and chooses to do so because Galarian Stunfisk's damage is... his defenses are so high that he can withstand one. And here comes the Rock Slides, and Dex knows that there are 2 Rock Slides available on Kazim's side. He knows that he doesn't have a win condition here, and honorably decides to no shield and move on to game 2 sooner rather than later. So well played there. Kazim does take the first win, and now Dex has to realign, rethink, and go, right, what can I do different? What can I do better?
I don't even think that his team that he brought was the problem. I don't think he had a disadvantage. The main problem was that he was always expecting the Mantine to bait the Bubble Beam, and he got hit on Noctowl and Trevenant with Ice Beams. That was a lot of damage done by Mantine.
Yes, absolutely. The Mantine really did put in work. Yes, as you say, 2 Ice Beams on 2 Pokemon that take super effective damage from Ice. Not an ideal situation from Dex. Kazim hasn't been in the play Pokemon or the tournament battling scene for a long time, and perhaps there isn't as much intimate knowledge about how his style of play and whether he often likes to use bait moves or whether he likes to go for the hard-hitting move straight away. But I think Dex is now getting a first read of him that, oh, you know what, Kazim just does like to just go straight for it, like no messing about, no hesitation, straight in with the Ice Beams. So is Dex thinking? Look, you can see in his eyes, Dex is thinking, right, what do I do here? What do I do here?
This is the first time I'm seeing Dex not being completely laid back in a tournament. Every time I commentate a match of this guy, he is laying back in his chair in a completely chilled position.
I mean, to be fair, he's still technically laying back in his chair, but you can see there is definitely concentration there. He is not. He is definitely taking Kazim seriously, and rightfully so. Kazim really on a meteoric rise up in the play Pokemon scene. Like he said in the interview earlier with me, a relative newbie to PvP, but wow, regardless of how new he is, the talent that this man is demonstrating, absolutely brilliant so far to hold the world champion accountable and cause him to sweat a little bit with this game 1. It looks like the players are considering what they are going to do for game 2. Leandro there keeping a close eye on both laptops to check and see that everything is working, and I'm sure the crowd behind are eager to see the Battle 2 and see what adjustment Dex makes. I'm still in love with Dex's cardigan, to be honest.
It is really pretty, but on Dex's side, if your opponent just hit you with 2 Ice Beams,
yes,
as soon as it charged up another one in the next game, do you shield or no? Do you think he wants to mind game you? I mean, it is a mind game either way, but
for sure.
What do you do?
Yeah, so it's a tricky one, that, because what happened in the previous game from a probability standpoint has no bearing on this next game. However, human beings as a general, we do like to have patterns or try and establish patterns, sometimes even when there are none. It's often been described as one of the key survival instincts of human beings, which is why we've survived this long. As a result, I do think Dex is going to have to make a call that, oh, I stick with plan A, or no, I now start shielding here. But it's going to be a 50-50 either way, as we do go into Trevenant, into Galarian Stunfisk. So this is slight advantage to Dex, I think.
Yes, also a bait-dependent matchup, to be honest, sometimes, because if you shield a Shadow Ball, then you are in a decent spot, as 3 Rock Slides will take out the Trevenant. So we are going to see the first Shadow Ball, and it is going to be shielded, so this is really good for Kazim. He is just getting it all right with the baits, going for a Rock Slide very soon, because he's almost charged up on all the energy. First one will never go shielded.
Yes, absolutely. There's no reason to shield the first one, and even the second one at a push might be possible. Is there a chance of a CMP event here? There is, and Trevenant does win that, being a higher attack Pokemon. So now, does the second shield come out from Kazim? Probably not, because you don't want to be completely shieldless in this scenario, especially as when you see what Dex has in the back with that Registeel. So no shield from Trevenant's side either. I think Trevenant just about survives this, surely.
Yeah. So Trevenant can actually go for some more Shadow Claws. Right before it reaches the Seed Bomb, we are going to see the next Rock Slide. And actually, this one could go shielded. Yes, it does. We are really close to fainting. Wow, taking out the Galarian Stunfisk. Kazim is shaking his head. This is going to be really important, because we have Trevenant on one side and Noctowl on the other one. There's going to be the Seed Bomb, which is going to chunk away some more HP of this Trevenant, and then you will see a Noctowl coming in. Immediate switch out. Now we have Mantine versus Registeel, and we all know what happens to Flyer Water types when a Zap Cannon hits.
Yes, absolutely. Registeel so bulky. Mantine relies on being able to reduce the amount of damage that Pokemon can do using Bubble Beam. Ice Beam is resisted in this case. Bubble Beam is a guaranteed debuff, but Registeel Zap Cannon is so powerful that it can just go, doesn't care about the debuffs, and it just cracks on.
He can hit him with 2 more bubble beams, actually, and wow, immediate connection, no shields here. So this Trevenant is the win condition for Kazim, but we know that there is a full HP Noctowl in the bag. And we also all know what Noctowls do to Trevenants. It's the natural enemy.
Yes, absolutely. It's funny you should mention that natural enemy to Trevenant, because they, in some of the Pokedex entries for Noctowl, they say that Noctowl is able to see through
the BM. Not even throwing a move here.
They're both posing. They know. They both know where this is going. Oh, what
big shadow! Well, both players are having fun. I love it.
Yes, both players recognizing there is no win condition for Kazim. Kazim knows that, Dex knows that, and there we go, the Noctowl is able to do that, and Kazim just going for another Shadow Ball just to wind Dex up for a laugh, and Dex finding it very amusing. You can see there's a little twinkle in his eyes going, I get you, and they're not even bothering to
Come on, guys, now,
it's like,
now you got it.
There we go.
Now you got it. Okay, Noctowl winning this game, so we are tying this thing up. It is going to be game 3 on who makes it to the top cut.
Wow, yeah, that will be, this is a very intense battle. I love the amount of humor that both trainers are having. Even at this high stakes, with all the tension, they can still find it amusing. It's still a game. It is still a game. It is still meant to be fun. It's meant to be hilarious. We're having fun here as the casters watching these two players have fun as well. And honestly, it's such a joy to see so much passion in the game and so much humility between both those players as they now size each other up once more. And this will be a very decisive game between the two of them. Notice the Shadow Charizard, which hasn't made an appearance at all, but Kazim has really, really liked that Trevenant, and Shadow Charizard would love to have a nibble at that Trevenant.
Absolutely, but I mean, Noctowl is still the better option to pair up against the Shadow Trevenant. Against Shadow Trevenant. Oh, that would be good. Against the Trevenant. Sounds dangerous, to be honest. But because the Shadow Charizard can still get KO'd by a Shadow Ball.
Yes, absolutely, yes. Whereas the Noctowl double resists the Shadow Ball from Trevenant and double resists the Seed Bomb from Trevenant as well, being a normal and flying type. But yes, they were saying in the Pokedex entries that Noctowl has the ability to see into sort of the dimension that ghost Pokemon tend to come from. It's been suggested that it's the same dimension that Giratina likes to hide in. So all the ghost Pokemon tend to have this little hideout in the distortion world, as making a reference to Diamond and Platinum. But this is why in the video game, in video games, one of Noctowl's moves is Foresight, which is a move that allows normal attacks to hit ghost-type Pokemon, and not many. Yes, and it's just quite handy.
You could also give it the Scrappy ability, but that doesn't sound that cool.
Yeah, that doesn't. And Foresight seems like you just sit there. You can. I mean, you can imagine Owl just sits there observing the world,
judging everyone.
Yes, judging everyone. And speaking of judging, you can see Leandro keeping a very Noctowlish eye on both of them. And we can see someone there who's looking like they're rocking a level 50 jacket from their Pokemon Go avatar. Has that individual hit level 50? There's so many badges on that jacket. That looks very, very nice. Very, very suave, if I may say so.
I want to say that I am really impressed by both of these players, because Dex, he really got outplayed in the first game. He fell for every Ice Beam that was no bait, and he just recovered from it like nothing.
Like nothing, yeah.
Absolutely destroyed his opponent in game 2, if I may say so.
Yes, absolutely.
And now, but the thing is, Kazim immediately went into focus again, and Dex is still kind of laughing about the last game, because they were having fun.
But maybe
Leandro is staring to the camera like a Noctowl.
Oh yes, that's
there it is again.
Yeah, that's the Noctowl vibes right there. But Dex, like looking at maybe it's a good thing that Dex is perhaps a little bit more relaxed now, because he tends to play his best when he is in a certain frame of mind where everything is cool. It's like flowing water in this man's mind. Nothing will phase the consummate Frenchman.
Very zen.
Very zen, yes. The consummate Frenchman, as I like to say, always calm, always got the upper hand in his own mind. As Kazim reads through his notes, he's ripped up what looks like a bit. I don't know if it's a bit of paper or it's the remains of a paper bag, and is making notes there. But again, just goes to show, if your memory can't necessarily handle everything in a Pokemon Go battle, that's fine. Use a notepad. There's nothing wrong with that. No one will judge you for that. Most people will happily admit that their memory can't necessarily cope. So why not? I don't think it's a bad idea. Do you?
No, I love it.
Yeah, I think I should do it more. What do you think?
Yeah, same honestly, because I keep forgetting a lot of stuff.
Yes, absolutely. Game 3, the magic happens now. Noctowl going into Galarian Sunfist. So this, we know, can flip either way, depending on who goes for who. And they both switch out. Mantine going into Galarian Sunfist as well. Interesting, because the Bubble Beam is going to be super effective, but it's not a high-hitting move. So, but then the Rock Slide is also going to be super effective, but it will be debuffed by the Mantine. So this is going to be a slow battle. What do you think?
Yes, this will take some time, but I can imagine that the first Rock Slide is still going to hit kind of hard, even though Stunfisk, yeah, this is definitely outpacing right there, even though the wing attacks deal a little bit more damage than the mud shots, and we are always going to throw on the charge move priority event, apparently. So we are seeing another Bubble Beam, and we are going to see a weaker Rock Slide every time.
Yes, yes, absolutely, and therein lies the difficulty for Dex, where he knows with each Rock Slide he does, he's not going to be threatening this Mantine much more. But for players watching, there is a limit to how much you can debuff a Pokemon. You can only debuff a Pokemon a couple of times. After that, it hits a floor where the damage it does cannot be lowered any further. And at this point, the Bubble Beams are no longer going to be doing what they're most effective for, which is debuffing a Pokemon. So this Galarian stuff has been debuffed 3 times, I believe now, correct?
Yes, and now the Rock Slide is going to connect again, and it is not really dealing that much damage anymore. I think at this point it's dealing exactly the same amount of damage as Bubble Beam does. The next one will deal even less damage. So if we were to play this matchup for all eternity, at some point Mantine would deal a lot more damage until the point is reached where...
Look what Dex has done at this point. Instead of committing to the CMP event, he decided to overfarm because he knew he was not going to win that. Now he has 4 more mud shots worth of energy, and maybe he can swap and remove those debuffs now, and that energy might prove useful in the future, depending on what comes in. What is the choice from Kazim's side? He goes for his Noctowl here, and Dex deciding to stay in with the Rock Slide, stay in and then go for the Rock Slides here. But these are triple debuffs, so they're not going to do a lot, are they?
No, not really. I mean, Noctowl usually always tanks those Rock Slides like a champ anyway, so okay, now this is not going to deal... I think Mud Shots are stronger than this. This is not going to deal a lot of damage. You might want to shield.
Wow!
That did not look that good. And now we are switching into the Noctowl.
Yes, this is interesting. This means that that Dex is looking to tank most of the Galarian Stunfisk's damage through the Rock Slides and keep his Registeel safe in a zero shield scenario in the future, if he can establish one. So Noctowl looking to get the Shadow Balls here. CMP event again, well timed by Dex as he drops the Shadow Ball onto the Galarian Stunfisk, which will bring the G-Stun down to about 50% of its health.
So this is a really interesting one, because Kazim is obviously trying to take the lead onto this Noctowl. Will Kazim shield one of these Shadow Balls? Is the big question here.
Yes, that might be interesting if he does that. I think he may do, because there's no reason not to. And there we go, here comes the first one. And then just try to get the shield back by throwing the Rock Slide at this point. And then, good timing, but and does he manage it? He does manage to get the Sky Attack off before Noctowl can throw another move. So Dex now choosing to save, save his Noctowl and bank up a Shadow Ball, and then swaps into the Registeel. Now this is good for Dex, as the Registeel is not going to mind the odd Shadow Ball or two, and has the Zap Cannon, which can really threaten the Noctowl. I think at this range, Zap Cannon one-hit KOs the Noctowl.
Yeah, and that is really good, because as soon as the Galarian Stunfisk comes out, we might see just a Sky Attack or a Shadow Ball on his own Noctowl to take the rest of the Galarian Stunfisk's HP. We might even see Oh wow, really good undercharge, perfectly precise.
That was so brilliant, and look, it just meant that Noctowl was just able to miss the sky attack, and Dex was able to get that extra bit of energy. But is it worth shielding this earthquake? Oh, and Kazim also under charms as well in order to.
Does he get it? Wow, that was really strong.
And look at Dex's face, and he saw that happen. He was like, "What is this? How is this possible?"
Can he catch an attack now? Does it even matter?
Oh, wow. So the shield does come, but that's the Galarian Stunfisk doesn't have 2 rock slides back to back. The shield does have to come out here. Will Noctowl respond? And it's a timeout as well. Timeout. A timeout battle has occurred. Wow. Wow. Wow, that was so good. Now, interesting what happens in a timeout situation, folks. So when a battle is taking quite long, there is a limit on how long a battle can be. When that happens, the trainer that has more Pokemon available is declared the winner. In the event that both sides have the same number of Pokemon available, then it is the measure of how much health each of those Pokemon has. The trainer that has the most health or combined health across his Pokemon is declared the winner, which is why this is one of the downsides of heavily debuffing Pokemon like Mantine, is that they create stall, but you cannot stall indefinitely at one time. You have to be decisive. So this is the first time in this tournament we've seen a win by stall.
In such a deciding spot in the Game 3 of the decider for the top cut. It is crazy.
Yes, that is an interesting way to go out of that particular matchup. I'm sure perhaps I actually didn't notice the timer at all until the timeout came. I was like, wow,
absolutely focused.
Yes, I was actually I was just too enthralled by the actual tactical plays themselves. They were both making brilliant catches. What fantastic gameplay! And I wonder if both of them were aware that the timeout was about to happen, and they were trying to push for what advantage they could.
I don't know either. I think like if there wasn't a timer, I think Kazim might have had this.
Yeah, I think so.
Because the Stunfisk was relatively healthy, you couldn't farm it down.
Yes.
You still have 1 shield, and then you can farm down the Noctowl.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yes, I think maybe Kazim could have potentially swung that around given more time, but that is the disadvantage with playing Mantine, I'm afraid, where you do put it into a matchup where you're not going straight for the Ice Beams. And of course, against Registeel or against the Steel-type Pokemon in general, Galarian Stunfisk being a key example, you really do need to be putting out more damage on that, and Bubble Beam isn't always going to cut it, I'm afraid.
That is true.
So yeah, it's very unfortunate for Kazim, but he still
made it really far.
Yeah, he made it so far being a newcomer. I'm sure he will learn from this experience. I'm sure Dex, he will have earned the respect from Dex. Dex might have even recognized that Kazim had a win condition. So I'm sure he can go out of here with his head held incredibly high.
Yes, he has definitely made a name for himself in this tournament, and they will probably stay friends in game.
Yes,
I hand each other some gifts sometimes, which is also a quite cute mechanic that I love.
Yes, absolutely, especially now with Vivillon.
Exactly, yeah. If you save many postcards from different regions, you will get different scatterbugs.
Yes, correct. And there are 18 different varieties of Vivillon to collect. So all you have to do is collect, as Leo has said, is collect a minimum of 3 gifts from the same region. So the UK's region is called Garden. The French are, of course, part of a different region, and there are numerous others. If you are the collecting type and you want to have one of each Vivillon, then I do encourage you to add some friends from different parts of the world. And what a great place to meet new people from all over the world than at a Play Pokemon tournament where people travel from all over just to mix and mingle.
We have even seen players from the USA coming to this tournament and performing.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, it's funny you should say that. In a couple of weeks' time, I will be going to the USA and may also dabble in a tournament while I'm there, because why not? It's a fun way to make new friends.
Which one?
In Orlando, funnily enough.
Ooh.
Yeah, so spoiler alert.
Watch that stream too, guys. I will.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, I would say watch that stream, but if you're watching me, and you're not going to see anything as beautiful as what Kazim and Dex did. They are incredibly talented batters, and if I can only be 1 iota as good as them...
Don't sell yourself short.
Well, I'll be doing...
Stop it.
Well, we're now ready for the interview with the winner of the last match, so over to you, fine interviewer.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm doing the Dex stance. This is how we play Pokemon nowadays.
Yeah.
So how does it feel? You're officially day 2 qualified.
Yes, but it feels amazing. Like I had like almost no hope left when I saw I was facing him again.
Yes.
I was like, oh no, again the mountain. What do I do? And then I was like, just play 3 Pokemon that are strong against mountain and not strong, but my better 3 against mountain, and see what happens. Like the first game that I lost, I was really hoping that he will do one bait, because I was like, I'm in a really tough position. My only chance is him baiting, but he played really well, never bait, and he took the win. Always the ice beam. I thought, maybe one time he will bait and then I can win, but no, always straight ice beam. I really well played by him.
The second game, you really showed the power of, that shows why that Mantine has to be scared of a Registeel, right? So once you got that alignment, everything else really went according to plan, and then you guys looked like you were having so much fun up there. He's throwing those shadow balls at the end, and instead of just letting you farm him down, and then you decide to just wait it out.
Yeah, exactly. At first I wanted also to focus blast his Trevenant, but I did something weird with my hand and I couldn't. But it was really fun. It was an absolute it could have been not an entertaining game, but with that we had so much fun, because when you are getting rock paper scissors that hard, you are like,
there's no win condition.
Exactly. And we were like, well, let's just have some fun.
So what went through your mind game 3? Did you notice that the timer was almost up and that you were just going to win by default?
Yeah. At this time I was like, yes, I was relieved at this time that I almost didn't tap the shield, because I was so relieved that I made it to day 2, and I was like,
I was watching it and I thought you were just toying with him, and I was just like, oh my goodness, Dex is gonna blow it just last second. No.
And for this game I can thank Mantine, because the matchup against Fisk took forever, so we came to the timeout.
All those bubble beams and throwing all the resisted moves, and then I think he caught one of the rock slides on his own, and it did less than a mud slide.
Yeah. Really well played.
So you were a qualifier last year, and you're not qualified yet, but you are day 2.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about this tournament? It's like it is the biggest regional.
Yeah,
it's one of the biggest in terms of names as well.
Well, I came confident with the Charizard pick. I was like, nobody is expecting it, but I played it only one game, and he got rock slided by Fisk. Yes. So it's the only game I took Charizard. Yeah. But maybe one time tomorrow I will find a matchup where I can play it more easily.
I was joking around that you're cheating on Talonflame with the Charizard.
Yeah. Well, I had to choose the better flying fire type.
Well, I think that's all we got for you today. Congratulations once again, and
Thank
really
you,
looking forward to the matches tomorrow.
Thank you.
We got one more matchup. We're going to kick it back to the casters, Delian and Leonard, and don't go anywhere, guys, because it's about to be done.
Thank you, Amanda, and I'm sure Talonflame is at Dex's home just being super grumpy, going, he's left me for Charizard.
I think Talonflame only wants what's best for Dex. And if it's Charizard today, then it's Charizard today.
Honourable, we like it. I rate that.
Talonflame, we're with you.
Shout out Talonflame. So really good to see Dex now make it into the top cut for tomorrow. So he joins Maxi and a bunch of other players in there. I'm sure at one point the bracket will be shown for people to see. If you are in the Twitch chat, you can type in _bracket to bring up the bracket link, and then have a look on Challenge and see who has made it into the finals for tomorrow and who will we be seeing more of tomorrow as well. I'm very excited to cast for these battles. What about you?
I can't wait, to be honest. Day 2 is always a bit more magical. I mean, day 1 is crazy. We have so many good battlers. You can see which big names are getting kicked out of the tournament, sometimes by smaller names, people that aren't that famous in the Pogo community yet. But on day 2, every game is absolutely important for every player, and I love it.
And we have one final battle. Oh, look at that cute little Rowlet backpack there. That is cool. I would flex that. And we can see on the right, we recognize Sir Corey. He's back with the Munchlax. I think the namings may need swapping over, perhaps. So on the left, we have actually Epic Snail, who is hailing from actually in southwest England. He is a player that has been hosted. I think it's in Exeter, if memory serves. And Sir Corey, of course, in South England as well, in the Brighton and Hove area. So we have seen Corey before, but I don't believe we've seen Epic Snail on stream yet, or actually we may have done on the with Amanda and Inadequates. But yes, let's look at these teams. We see a Shadow Sableye on Epic Snail's side, and we see Trevor. Well, we have the Umbreon there, which will be a nice answer to that Shadow Sableye, but we also see the Trevenant, and we also see Lantern, Medicham, Noctowl, and of course the ubiquitous Galarian Stunfish.
Was it a Shadow Sableye on? Wasn't there a Shadow Sableye on Sir Corey's team? I think we also swapped the teams.
Maybe the teams are also swapped. Yeah, so maybe the graphic has swapped both the teams as well as the names. So I'm sure the graphic will be adjusted. And here we are. Now we have Epic Snail underneath. And Sir Corey has now been rebranded as Ready Player One, which I'm sure he'll be delighted with, to be honest, to be referred to in that way. So that will probably amuse him when he sees this. But nonetheless, talented battlers, both from the south of England. And I believe they've met each other before, living fairly close to each other.
If they are talented battlers from the south of England, they will have run into each other.
Yes, that's correct. Anything really stand out for you? I mean, these are quite meta Pokemon, aren't they?
Yeah, Shadow Sableye is still something that surprises me from time to time. I like that there are still Umbreons in the competition.
Yeah.
Big fan of this Pokemon. I mean, we have one on our desk.
Yeah, we do indeed, yeah.
It is a really great Pokemon. It can win the zeros against Medicham, so we have seen that a lot, and this is still a matchup that is quite baffling to me, because why would a Dark type beat a Fighting type? But
yeah, it's wild.
It works because Umbreon is amazing.
Yes, Umbreon so bulky, so strong there. So yes, Umbreon will also. I think it will have a good amount of room here because it doesn't fear anything too much. The Medicham is not ideal, but it has a reasonable matchup against most other things. The Registeel's Focus Blast will be very problematic for Umbreon, but I do think Umbreon would make for a reasonable safe swap in most cases, especially if you bodyguard it, as it were, with Registeel counters. So that Medicham's looking particularly handy, or perhaps a Galarian Stunfisk, or indeed the Trevenant. There are three
If you're going Umbreon, Stunfisk and Medicham, then you are opening yourself up to being weak to the Medicham of Sir Corey, though.
Yes, that's very true.
Even if Umbreon can win the zero shield scenarios versus Medicham, it's not the matchup you want to be in.
Yes, that's very true. And of course, early on, you may not realize that you need to line up your Umbreon against Medicham, because you will not know what the backline is, whereas towards the end of the battle, you can afford to be a bit more blasé and go, yes, I will have the Umbreon up against Medicham, because I'd rather have that do the job of taking the Medicham out and then leave my other Pokemon to deal with the rest. But yeah, this is where you gain knowledge as you progress through a battle, and then of course that knowledge you retain in order for battles 2 and 3. Regardless of when you win or lose, you can then use that to switch up your tactics. Both trainers now thinking about where they're going to go, what Pokemon they're going to select, and give the starting shot towards each other.
What do you think about Altaria on Sir Corey's side here?
Yes, I think there isn't anything that resists the Dragon Breath except for the Galarian Stunfisk. Yeah. So it could be a play where if we can somehow eliminate the Galarian Stunfisk early using Sir Corey's Medicham, or indeed even in the mirror match, although that's quite risky at times, then that gives Altaria free reign to really cause some damage. That being said, Noctowl's matchup from Epic Snail's side against Altaria isn't terrible, in my view.
That is true.
And also Trevenant, with the Shadow Claws and Shadow Ball, it is able to outpace to a Sky attack, and the Shadow Balls are not going to be very welcome with Altaria. So there is still some wiggle room for Epic Snail to pull off an epic comeback against Altaria, eh?
That's what I really like about Pokemon Go, that if you're in a type disadvantage, except for some scenarios like Trevenant versus Noctowl, that is a big exception. This is a crazy bad matchup for Trev.
Yep.
You can still have some play with all of your Pokemon, whereas in other games, sometimes your Pokemon just faints without doing anything against the other Pokemon, and that is most likely not the case here.
Yes, absolutely. You want to make sure that if you're going to be losing a matchup, you're at least gaining something out of it, be it switch, if not switch advantage, then shield advantage.
Unless you're Travis and Noctowl, then
then you do, then it's just then you might as well just do what Dex and Kazim did and laugh at each other and mess about and delay the inevitable, shall we say? But hopefully for Epic Snail, he doesn't have to see Trev against Noctowl, because that would be very, very painful, especially at this sort of level where the stakes are so high. One more loss and they are sadly out of the competition, and both of these trainers have come so far to reach this stage. So while it would be a testament to their talents to get this far, I'm sure they really want to just push themselves out one win further and get in to day 2.
Oh, I disagree. They don't want to just win one more game. They want to win this entire tournament. Each and every player in the top 16 is going to be hungry for this title, and rightfully so.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's so much buzz and excitement. I'm sure the other players already through are now waiting with bated breath to consider who will be the last person or the last people joining them in the top 16. Who is going to be the competition? Who are the people that they're going to have to stare down from across the streaming circle, from across the where the matches are happening right now on stream. You can see, speaking of stare down, there's Corey giving a right eyeful to his opponent there, and there's Munchlax. I think we should all adopt Munchlax's persona of just being really chilled and like, I don't know what's going on here. That's what Munchlax is saying to me.
Yeah, and he wants to have a snack.
I want to have a snack. I think that's a great idea. We could all want to have snacks. Yeah, snacks are good.
This is basically us, right? We don't need to adopt the personality of Munchlax. We have no idea what's going on, and we have snacks.
Yeah, oh, exactly, yes. And for those of you watching, it's great to have snacks. Oh, so Corey just looking into, I feel he's staring into my soul, and I love it. So yes, if you are watching, do have snacks. This is like watching a very good series or a film.
It's better.
Oh well, of course, yes, better. Of course, it's better. It's Pokemon. It can't be. Of course, it's going to be better. So yeah, grab your snacks. This will be probably the last battle of this stream, but of course there will be plenty more to be shown tomorrow as well. I think both players are now just locking in their teams. You can see Epic Snail tapping away at his phone, going right. I want those team of 3, and now Sir Corey is responding and say, right, I'm going to go with this team of 3.
We have one thumbs up.
One thumbs up, that helps. 1, and then when does Leandro go to 2? When is that second magic hand going up?
Can't wait for the second thumb.
So yeah, is there waiting patiently?
He flinched.
He flinched, but thought, nah, yeah. Oh, there's a wiggle. There's a head
now
shake.
We are moving the first thumb. This is going to be really interesting here. When are we going to see the second thumb?
I wonder if Leandro can actually hear what we're saying. Well, he's giggling at this, so I wonder. Hopefully not. Oh, maybe this is why we have to be really nice to. Well, I've been really nice to him all this time. So
yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, I like Leandro. He's lovely. I remember he came over to London, of course, to fulfill his judging duties.
Oh, there is the second thumb, the thing everyone on the stream has been waiting for.
Yep, and Sir Corey, you can see him stretching his arms out, getting his fingers ready, and he's going, right, okay, the thumbs up are out. I need to get into game mode. The phone is up. He's got it in his hands. His prime is ready. Epic Snail's going, right, okay, you've got your phone in your hands, right, so will I. Concentration time.
Game 1 of the last match of the day. We are going to see an epic match of Epic Snail versus Sir Corey. Registeel in the lead for Corey versus the Lantern of Epic Snail, which is a neutral matchup that might take some time.
Oh yes, absolutely, with Registeel's defense. It is a Spark Lantern, which we've seen more commonly. A bit more pressure from the charge moves, a bit less pressure from the fast moves. Thunderbolt going off first, which is sensible to avoid any debuffs from Registeel. Sir Corey goes, you know what? I don't mind a Thunderbolt here. That's fine. I will still tank it. And now is going for the Zap Cannon here to do some huge amounts of damage, but more importantly as well, potentially get one of those debuffs we've seen so far. So what happens here? Debuff.
Oh, yeah, we hear the noise, and it is going to go to the next Thunderbolt. We are switching out, do not want to use this Thunderbolt. And what matchup do we have here? That was really dangerous, safe switching a Trevenant into maybe a Noctowl. This game could have been over in a second, but now we are seeing Shadow Sableye versus Trevenant. And this matchup, Shadow Sableye, is a little bit worse because the Seed Bomb still deals so much damage.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And I also do think Sir Corey may have been a little bit slow switching in the Sableye into the Trevenant, which has allowed the Trevenant to go and do more damage. And now the Trevenant's just gone, but has been able to take a shield advantage towards Epic Snail's side. And now Epic Snail can decide, oh, I'll go for this Lantern, which has got plenty of energy, and immediately throw that Thunderbolt, which will start to threaten. Sir Corey goes, nope, I don't want to expend my shield on this. What's he going to do? He survives!
That is the perfect line for Epic Snail, because wow, even not getting to the foul play. I'm not even sure if he wanted that, because now there's maybe a farm down from the Galarian Stunfisk, but we're almost there that we can switch immediately, and this is a really big task for the Medicham. Medicham will have to, immediate switch into the Focus Blast even. This is going to be resisted. This will not deal that much damage.
I think that was the catch by Epic Snail, that's why.
Yes, perfect. So Medicham is now going to counter down this Galarian Stunfisk. Two Pokemon that lose really hard to Medicham are on the side of Sir Corey, so Epic Snail can barely contain his excitement, as you can see. So we're going for an Ice Punch. Of course it goes unshielded. This attack does not deal too much damage. The Earthquake is up. Now we are seeing a bait, the Rock Slide, and it is going to be taken. So he takes the bait, shields this Rock Slide, nods, but he has another shield. He played for this shield advantage already, so we can see another Ice Punch here.
Yes, this next Ice Punch coming in, Sir Corey deciding to allow the Galarian Stunfisk to
Oh, but we are going
damage.
to see another Earthquake coming right down here. Earthquake is going to happen with 1% of HP. This has to be shielded. Absolutely correct here. And now we are going to see Medicham versus this Registeel. Going for the Ice Punch, seeing if this might catch a shield. Yes, of course it will take a shield, but there's also the Lantern in the back. So if you let your Medicham fall to a Zap Cannon, you might be able to reach that serve. So Zap Cannon is going to happen. Medicham might not even take this.
Yes, Medicham happy to go down because the Lantern will be there and it has plenty of health and energy in order to launch that Surf, and that Registeel is not going to be able to withstand that. There was so little health on it anyway. The Lantern could have sparked that Registeel down without even having to bother with a Surf. So very impressive play. Epic Snail taking that first
Really
roll.
well played.
Very, very epic, funnily enough.
Oh, it is. Not very royal from Sir Corey there.
But don't worry. Sir Corey is a talented battler in his own right. I'm sure he'll be able to work up some magic, and if not win the next battle, make things difficult at a mere minimum. So I wouldn't put anything past this charming young man from Brighton, but equally Epic Snail really demonstrating that he is the powerhouse of Exeter.
And the risk he was taking, knowing that there is a Noctowl on the opposing side, just safe swapping in the Trevenant into a better matchup and then not getting really hard punished for it, but seeing the Sableye with a little bit of energy disadvantage.
Yes.
But I mean, he knew, okay, my Medicham is going to probably be my win condition, correctly predicting the backline of his opponent, being Registeel and the Galarian Stunfisk. So he kept the shields, let the Trevenant go, and just started to counter down.
Yes, absolutely. He invested his shields in the Medicham, and he read that, he predicted that Sir Corey would have double steel in the back, and Medicham was able to work its magic there. I feel now that Sir Corey may go, okay, he's not respecting Noctowl, not respecting my Noctowl by bringing Trevenant. Do I therefore risk bringing the Noctowl in? But the problem is, you bring in Noctowl, it might be very good against the Trevenant, but it's so bad against the Lantern, which doesn't mind taking a Shadow Ball. So is that not a risk, maybe, to bring the to Noctowl? Maybe it would be better to bring Altaria instead.
That is true. Altaria has. I mean, we've talked about this before the match. Altaria looks kind of good into all of those matchups, except for Galarian Stunfisk. Maybe still has some good damage with the Dragon Breath.
Yes.
But it definitely looks like the better choice there. I mean, Trevenant does not look too good into most of the Pokemon of Sir Corey. I mean, actually, it only doesn't look good against Noctowl and... Oh, actually, Trevenant looks great.
Against the Medicham.
Against 3 Pokemon, it's really good. I mean, Stunfisk, it's a bit bait dependent, but against the Medicham and the Registeel, it's really strong.
Yes, absolutely. But then it's 3, and then of course Noctowl, and Sableye, very strong. Oh, you can see some players there.
That looks like Lugia.
On the TCG, in the TCG deck. Oh,
I've seen an Archeops there.
Oh, very nice. Oh, look at that. Look at that. A bit of fancy play with his deck of cards there. So you can, of course, these competitions are not just for Pokemon Go. TCG and VGC are also available. So 3 reasons to come and compete. And, of course, you don't have to compete. You can be a spectator and come and watch this amazing show and see what all the hype is about and gather with a bunch of Pokemon fans and budding Pokemon masters as well.
The best part is if you're a Pokemon Go player, because then you can still play so much with all the guys and trade and get new friends there and really profit from it in-game as well.
Yes, absolutely. I've already heard of many players who have been messaging each other prior to this event saying, oh, we're lucky friends and we can meet up and finally complete our lucky trades. I, in fact, had a lucky trade lined up with Inadequance, who, bear in mind, Inadequance lives in the Netherlands and I live here in the United Kingdom, but we're lucky friends, and Inadequance was like, I'm coming to cast for Liverpool. Funnily enough, so am I. Well, this looks like a match made in heaven, and rather than saying to him, let's get married, which is the normal response that I know tends to get from people, I said, why don't we do a lucky trade? And he goes, that's a great idea. How did you propose such a great idea? That's sort of the thing that Inadequance would probably say. It's like, wow, so cool. And, well, speaking of cool, here comes Medicham with the Ice Punch that can threaten the Noctowl. But Noctowl does also threaten with the Wing Attacks here. A catch here on the Sky Attack early on. Brilliant play from Epic Snail to catch the Sky Attack onto the Galarian Stunfisk. What is the response? Is there going to be switch into the Medicham?
I mean, you kind of take it, right? If you can then swap the Medicham into the Galarian Stunfisk, then you're okay with it taking the Sky Attack, right?
Yes, of course. I mean, it would have been better not to have lost all that energy against the on the Noctowl, but this now allows you to load up a lot of energy on the Medicham, and it does mean you can have a Psychic available for the Medicham Mirror when that comes back, although this Earthquake is going to do a huge amount of damage on this Medicham.
That is true, but because of the Sky Attack chip, we are still going to deal so much damage with the Medicham, loading up on an Ice Punch, almost a Psychic as well, countering down this Galarian Stunfisk. So even though the Earthquake hit, this is a really good position for Sir Corey, and we are immediately going to throw a Psychic onto the Medicham Mirror match.
Yes, I think that is a good call there. Throw the Psychic before Epic Snail can think of any clever ideas like throwing an Ice Punch or his own Psychic. So Epic Snail thinking he can farm a little bit more here, and now goes for the Psychic. Sir Corey says, Medicham, your job is done. Let's dip out here, and now let's re-establish alignment and get that Noctowl up onto Epic Snail's Medicham. So Noctowl coming in, and let's see if there is a safe swap here into the Lantern. No.
So immediate throw of an Ice Punch. It is the only Pokemon in the field right now you want to hit an Ice Punch on, so it does not make any sense to wait. So we're going into the Lantern, and now we're seeing Registeel versus Lantern in a 2-shield scenario. This is going to be really interesting, gotta be honest here.
Yes, so we noticed that going for straight Surfs was sometimes quite useful here. The Sir Corey recognises that the Surfs here will do the most damage, and it would be better if we can go for a Zap Cannon at this point to debuff the Lantern potentially. Epic Snail going for a shield immediately to prevent the damage from it, but not the debuff. Debuff is now in play.
Oh wow, this was really important.
Yes, absolutely. And now Epic Snail going, right, I need to go for even bigger hard-hitting moves. I'm going to go for the Thunderbolt and see if I can chip away at the Registeel a bit more.
I really like that he went for Surf in the beginning because he knew, okay, Sir Corey sees that this matchup is the one that's really going down, you know? So he wants to ideally shield the first move that comes out before the attack might be dropped. So he goes for the Surf, which is the lower energy move.
Yes, absolutely. He may have been able to throw the Thunderbolt there, but he was perhaps predicting that Sir Corey might shield and chose not to. Wow, Epic Snail choosing to really defend this Lantern so aggressively. Another Zap Cannon, but this time no debuff, and a catch here.
Wow.
Immediate response, and Noctowl is just able to wing attack. Will he be able to get in time? No.
Wow, and this is going to be really important because I think that Lantern will have to throw a charged move onto the Noctowl now.
Yes.
Prevent it from shadow balling there.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. And will he manage it? Just about manages it and does get the shadow ball off. But Lantern will be able to survive this and be able to throw a move on the Registeel potentially.
Yes, and now it is going to be able to farm down the Noctowl, which is also a bit dangerous. But we are almost at a Zap Cannon or a Focus Blast. So that means you just shield one and then you will immediately have the Focus Blast queued up, if I remember correctly.
But only if this is a CMP event, because if it isn't, then it will be another CMP event on the second Surf.
Wow!
The second Surf will be enough to KO at this rate. Now he missed the CMP event on the first Surf. The second one is what did it. Epic Snail able to win thanks to the CMP event. Registeel's attack not as high as Lantern, and that is such a close battle. You could actually see their eyes meeting after the first Surf, where Corey went. Have you got a second Surf yet? Corey, what a respectable guy, giving a hug to his opponent. He's a very kind individual. Well played to Epic Snail. Talented battle. You can see players there, Icelandic Lapras there, cheering on Epic Snail. Congratulations to him as he moves into the top players for day 2 as well. So he will be. The tension continues for Epic Snail, but for Sir Corey, sadly, at the end of a very illustrious road in this tournament.
Getting so far in the winner's bracket and then losing 2 games in a row must be really tough.
Yes, it's going to be a bit disheartening, but perspective. The further up into the tournament you go, the harder it is to win. Because you're playing tougher and tougher opponents who've also secured multiple wins to get as far as they have. So there is no shame. There is no shame in losing. The joy is in participating. The winning is a bonus. The friends and the social aspect stay with you for life, and that is the key take-home message. The winning and the prizes, of course, are the bonus, although a very nice one, I'm sure.
That was beautifully said, I gotta be honest there.
Oh, am I touching your heart?
A bit.
Oh, lovely. You can see Pikachu making the rounds there.
Yeah, this is also a nice thing about these tournaments. When you visit, you get to meet the real-life Pikachu, and you can take pictures with it.
This must be an XXL Pikachu that you noticed in...
Right, they were just recently introduced into real life.
Yes, they were, yes. Now we can see this is an XXXXL Pikachu. This one's like, oh, this might be the Gigantamax Pikachu, the fabled one. It isn't on Pokemon Go yet, but we have it in real life. Tail needs to be a bit longer, needs some clouds over its head, but yeah, that's basic. That was Gigantamax Pikachu. That's what I reckon it was.
By the way, I have a really nice VMAX Pikachu card. It's like a black background and it's a golden Pikachu. It's amazing.
Gold Pikachu. Oh, okay. Do you have it with you?
No.
Oh, I was hoping that we could see it.
Didn't fit in my bag.
It's that amazing and that beautiful that it's just it had to be taken in a separate bag and it was just not worth it.
Exactly.
I see.
Exactly.
I see. Well, I'm sure at one point Leo will probably put it up on his Twitter or show it off at some point.
You know what? I think the next time I'm allowed to cast a tournament here, it will be on the desk.
There we go. So if that isn't motivation to watch the next Play Pokemon tournament, wherever that may be, and I think the next one in the
Bochum.
It's going to be in Bochum, yeah. You're very close to where you are. The interview is now ready with the winner, with Epic Snail. So we are going to go off to the interviewer.
Welcome in, trainers. We are here with the winner of the previous losers final round, Epic Snail. How are you feeling?
I can't describe it. I didn't expect to make it this far. You know, I lost in the second round, and I thought I was going out straight after that, and then I somehow just kept pulling it back every time. And yeah, I really didn't expect to be here. It's crazy.
You've come a long way. If you lose in winners round 2, you probably had to play like 5 or 6 more rounds, right?
Yeah, so this was my 7th round today. Yeah.
Do you play better when you're like tired or exhausted? just wondering, right? Because it's not easy when you've been here this long and you're still in the race for the spot for day 2, right?
Yeah, I guess maybe I do. Maybe I do play better when I'm tired. That's the secret.
How did you prepare for this tournament? Have you played this format before?
Yeah, I've played a lot of Open Great League. I guess I didn't prepare specifically for the tournament. I just practiced in general with like Go Battle League and yeah, that's pretty much it.
So basically you practice in like the Go Battle League?
Yes, yeah,
right,
I use the Go Battle League.
So that's
practice.
what you base your team off, I'm guessing?
Well, I did take some inspiration from previous winners of regionals. I'm sure some people noticed.
Okay. Do you have an example?
As in, my team is very, very similar, if not the same, to certain other people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
But I sort of took someone else's team as a baseline, and I was trying to look at changing it. But in the end, yeah, it was a good team.
I saw you also brought like an entourage with you.
Yes, I did. Yeah, my crew.
Were they also in the tournament?
They were also in the tournament. Yeah. Well, 2 of them were. 2 of them were playing the Pokemon Go tournament, and one of them was playing the video game.
Okay.
So yeah. Yeah, they're also the 2 that were playing the Pokemon Go tournament. They're in my factions. So shout out to Sadak and Soup.
Yeah, that's cool that they're that you're all here to support each other, right? And
yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Again, congratulations on making it to day 2.
So much.
Just one more question: have you played in previous Pokemon tournaments?
I have not. This is my first. This is my first one. Yeah.
8 rounds on the first on his first play Pokemon tournament, and he did it. He did it. He's in for day 2. Again, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, and, looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
We're going back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Inadequate. So, this was a long day 1 with so many amazing battles, so many amazing trainers, so many hugs, friendship, and attack debuffs, by the way.
Oh, yes.
Almost all the time, gotta be honest there.
Oh, yes.
So, do you want to say something to sum it up?
Honestly, the energy in this entire place is electric. And to those of you who have been watching, have gone, this is interesting. I didn't realize so many people that this is the biggest regionals to date. I didn't realize so many people were into Pokemon Go PvP. I want to know more about it. All I'd say is come. Check it out. Come as a spectator if you don't want to compete straight away. You can get a feel for not only Go, but TCG, VGC. There are stores here where you can buy Pokemon merchandise as well. And most of all, you can gather with other Pokemon fans. How awesome is that?
Everyone is friendly here.
Yeah.
Yes, everyone is just having a good time, and these events are just a blast. So, guys, we want to wrap this up, and we have prepared a little something for you. So if you have missed out on any action today, here's our highlight video from day 1. Tune in tomorrow morning, where we are going to continue with the top 16. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah.